When university student traverses into the world of Harry Potter. She initially believed that possessing knowledge of the script would allow her to navigate her 7 years of academia with ease, only to discover that she had inexplicably landed in the year 1925, a time when even Voldemort would refer to her as senior. Each choice she makes renders the future of the narrative increasingly enigmatic. Chapter 1. The Woe of the Wood Family Orphanage. On the morning of November 9th, 1925, at 8 o'clock, the Wood Family Orphanage. Oh my God, Mrs. Cole, there's yet another abandoned infant at the door. Martha bundled herself in a heavy coat and hurried outside, bringing the basket containing the baby into the orphanage in one swift motion. Miss Martha, I believe you have grown accustomed to finding children at the orphanage door each morning. In this era of economic despair, there are daily reports of families succumbing to bankruptcy. For several consecutive days, infants have been discovered, and the funds of the orphanage are being depleted at an alarming rate. However, the revenue remains scarce, causing considerable distress for Mrs. Cole. As Martha lifted the child from the basket, she discovered it was filled with large denominations of pound notes and a gleaming golden key. Mrs. Cole, I believe you ought to come and see this. Oh, she is truly our little lucky star. Martha, I will secure the money and the key. You must prepare something to eat for our little star. Mrs. Cole swiftly ascended the stairs with the basket in hand, confident that these funds would ensure the orphanage's comfort for the next decade. Filled with excitement, Martha carried the infant to the kitchen, preparing to warm the goat's milk delivered that day for their little star. So hungry, so terribly hungry. Can one still feel hunger after death? The memories lingered of Chowing being struck by a car while running a red light. She felt no pain, only an insatiable gnawing hunger. Chowing turned her eyes, hoping to glimpse the fabled underworld, only to find her vision obscured, nothing discernible before her. No way. Surely I haven't gone blind. Damn that reckless driver. I curse you to suffer a flat tire. While still a university student, Chowing unleashed the most venomous curse of her life upon the driver who had run the red light. As she continued her inner monologue, Chowing suddenly felt a warm substance being thrust into her mouth. She couldn't help but suckle, realizing it was milk. Milk! Wait, have I transformed into an infant? This underworld is remarkably efficient. Despite her internal lamentations, Chowing did not cease her sucking, for she was ravenously hungry. Martha gazed at the famished child in her arms, tenderly caressing her face. Fear not, dear child. Miss Martha shall care for you. Observing the infant who had drifted into slumber after her fill, Martha returned to her room, gently placing her on the bed before quietly closing the door behind her. After all, she still needed to prepare breakfast for the other children, and due to the orphanage's gradual decline into poverty, Mrs. Cole had dismissed both the cook and the groundskeeper. After Lady Cole tidied everything up, she descended the stairs to assist Martha in preparing breakfast, as orchestrating a morning meal for more than a dozen individuals is indeed quite a daunting task. All right, children, come down for breakfast. Martha and Lady Cole arranged the allocated bread and milk at the table according to each seat, calling up to the rooms above. In an instant, a dozen or so children, aged 4 or 5, dashed down the stairs and took their seats, eagerly awaiting their meal. Once Lady Cole confirmed that they were all settled, she commenced with the grace. After the congregation bowed their heads in prayer and uttered a collective amen, they began to indulge in their breakfast. The sounds of children thundering down the stairs roused the slumbering Chowing from her sleep, and with renewed vigor, she began to contemplate her next course of action. After all, she had already heard the voices emanating from downstairs, the pure British accent catching her off guard. Fortunately, she was not a mere traveler from another time. Her infant status afforded her ample opportunity to learn gradually. Chapter 2. Tom Marvolo Riddle. December 31st, 1926. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh, Martha hummed a popular Christmas song of the years, gently swaying little Chowing. The child was remarkably well-behaved. Aside from a few murmurs when hungry or needing to use the restroom, she remained quiet. Unlike other children who could be quite raucous. Truly, she was the little star of the orphanage. Martha, hurry, come quickly. Upon hearing Mrs. Cole's urgent call, Martha placed Chowing on the sofa by the fireplace, entrusting the nearby little girl to keep an eye on her. Oh my God. Madam, hold on. The orphanage has a doctor. Mrs. Cole rushed out the door to find a pregnant woman collapsed at the entrance of the orphanage. anxiously calling out to revive the woman's consciousness. Hearing the call, Martha dashed to Mrs. Cole's side, and together they helped the woman to the orphanage's medical room. Indeed, Mrs. Cole had used part of her funds to establish a small medical facility and had employed a retired female doctor to care for the children. Hours later, the woman successfully gave birth to a baby boy. Thank you, kind ladies. He will bear his father's name, Tom Riddle. He shall be called Tom Marvolo Riddle. Please take good care of him. Alas, before the woman could finish her words, she gasped her last breath, prompting Martha to cover her face with her hands in sorrow. Oh, poor child, the old doctor lamented, cradling the newborn Tom to clean him. Mrs. Cole sighed deeply, turning to find a worker tending to the lawn, preparing to bury the unfortunate woman in a nearby desolate area. The following day, Mrs. Cole invited a clergyman to mourn for this great mother. In attendance were merely the orphanage's caregivers and the doctor. From dust we came, and to dust we shall return. May the Lord's love be with you forever. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. From dust we came, and to dust we shall return. May the Lord have mercy upon you. From this day forth, may the Lord lead you to the eternal joy of his kingdom. Lord, hear our prayer. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. After the clergyman finished the eulogy, he left in haste. Mrs. Cole placed the flowers she held before the woman's grave, mourning this unfamiliar yet noble mother. Oh, by the way, Martha, you shall also take care of Tom. After all, you still need to look after little Star. I appreciate your diligence. You are the most attentive here at the orphanage. You need not worry about the other children. I shall take care of them. Although Chowing's name was embroidered on the blanket that wrapped her, it was written in Chinese. After much research, Mrs. Cole discovered that this was the name of the little Star, yet the people at the orphanage continued to refer to her as Star, the one who brought good fortune to the orphanage. Martha gazed at the unfortunate child in her arms, who had lost her mother just after birth, and readily agreed to Mrs. Cole's request. December in London was bitterly cold, and outside, snow fell thick and heavy. Yet the chill was kept at bay outside the W House orphanage. The warm fireplace blazed brightly, while the children quietly gathered around, playing. Mrs. Cole sat on the sofa, absorbed in her book, while Martha looked tenderly at the two slumbering children in their cradle, listening to the crackling of the burning wood. Chapter 3. The Surge of Magic. One day in August 1930, in the backyard of the W House orphanage. Sunny days in England are a rarity, particularly one as splendid as today. Martha called out to Chow Ing, who was nestled in a room with her book, urging her to come outside and bask in the sunlight, as spending every day indoors was bound to make her feel stale. Oh, Martha, I don't want to go downstairs to sunbathe. I can sit by the window and read. Hearing Martha's call from downstairs, Chow Ing opened the window and waved her hand in response. My dear, let your eyes take a rest. I truly cannot comprehend your love for reading. Look at the other children, older than you, playing in the backyard. You are only 5. Do not burden yourself with such pressure. Come outside, enjoy the flowers, and soak up some sun. Martha set down the watering can and quickly ascended the stairs to take the book from Chow Ing's hands, gently pushing her outside. Chow Ing greeted the children she encountered along the way, her smile stiffening. She truly felt like an outsider among them. I'm just a pretend child. Upon reaching the backyard, Chow Ing noticed that no one was by the grand tree. It was exceedingly tranquil. She dashed over and swiftly climbed up. Once securely perched on a branch, she gazed into the distance. The orphanage was situated in a rather secluded area, surrounded by vast stretches of wasteland. How could they possibly endure leaving such land uncultivated? Chow Ing found it utterly incomprehensible. The farming genes that flowed through her veins would not permit such a vast expanse to remain barren. While other children ran about in playful pursuit, little Chow Ing had already begun to envision the development of the land surrounding the orphanage. The warm afternoon sun bathed Chow Ing, making her appear almost luminescent. Feeling a bit drowsy from the sun, she decided to climb down the tree and return to her room for a nap before continuing with her unfinished English primer. For the orphanage could not afford to send them to school. As she slowly stood to descend, her foot slipped, and she fell from the tree. Oh no! The first thought that crossed Chow Ing's mind was whether she would survive the fall, for the tree was rather tall. She tightly shut her eyes, bracing for the pain to come. But why hadn't she hit the ground yet? Opening her eyes, she discovered she was gently floating rather than plummeting as she had anticipated. Cool. Is this magic? Or a superpower? After finally landing, Chow Ing returned to her room and lay on her bed, deep in thought, unaware that a child upstairs had witnessed her extraordinary descent. Standing by the window on the second floor was Tom, who had just seen Chow Ing fall from the tree and then float down gracefully. Indeed, this boy was Tom Marvolo Riddle. How on earth did she accomplish that? Tom stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him, isolated by the other children. Tom stood by the window, enviously watching them play, when he noticed the most popular girl in the orphanage descending from the tree in that peculiar manner. Oh, they call me a freak. They ought to see what this girl is really like. She is a freak too. As such thoughts crossed his mind, a dark notion began to take root within him. Despite the improvements in conditions at the orphanage due to the financial aid brought by Chao Ying, the dynamics of competition, isolation, and bullying persisted. Every year, families came to the orphanage to adopt children, with those who were more attractive or well-mannered being prioritized. Thus, 4-year-old Tom, possessing striking looks, found himself isolated. Chapter 4. A rare outing for team building. One morning in 1934 at the W House Orphanage. Hey Star, did you hear? Today Mrs. Cole and Miss Martha are taking us to the seaside, Mary exclaimed mysteriously to Chao Ying, who was eating her breakfast. Chao Ying furrowed her brows in surprise at Mary, her expression indicating her astonishment, especially since she had food in her mouth, a rather impolite time to speak. Mary, amused by Chao Ying's antics, replied, "Oh darling, you could have swallowed and then spoken. Your expressions are simply delightful, but I think you should eat quickly. I've heard we will be leaving right after breakfast." Before Chao Ying could finish her meal, Mrs. Cole announced the news, gathering all the children for a trip to the beach. The children cheered and rushed upstairs to pack their belongings in preparation for the outing. Once Chao Ying had finished her meal, Mary eagerly grabbed her hand, pulling her upstairs. For girls had far more items to gather. "Star, darling, can we wear that lovely dress to the seaside?" Regarding the previous incident where a wealthy merchant donated to the orphanage, Mary suddenly seized Chao Ying's arm as she entered, pleading with her dear friend to wear matching dresses for their outing. After all, if she did not speak up, Mary would undoubtedly don her usual somber black attire. Chao Ying, gazing at the child with a mixture of exasperation and affection, mused to herself about why children seemed so drawn to her. What could she do but indulge her? "All right, Mary, go change your clothes. I will fetch the dress for you," she consented. After several hours of travel, the group finally arrived at the seaside. Mrs. Cole gathered the children to impart some safety advice before releasing them to enjoy the beach, as the adults too deserved a moment of respite by the shore. After declining Mary's invitation to collect seashells, Chao Ying strolled leisurely along the sandy beach, savoring the gentle sea breeze and a moment of tranquility. As she ambled, she stumbled upon a cluster of rocks, and just as she prepared to turn back, she was startled by the faint sound of children weeping. "Well, I doubt anyone would notice your cries, even if your voices were to echo. Not a soul would come to your aid, not even if you met a grim fate here," Tom remarked disdainfully from atop a rock, observing the frightened children below, reduced to tears by the sight of a snake. Indeed, these two were the very children who had tormented Tom at the orphanage. Despite his disclosures to Martha and Mrs. Cole, they continued to bully him, calling him a freak. Chao Ying watched the scene unfold, a peculiar sense of familiarity washing over her. But she dismissed it without further thought. She refrained from intervening, turning instead to leave the rocky shore, reasoning that they had brought this upon themselves. Some individuals were simply born with malevolence ingrained in their very essence. Suddenly, a small snake slithered out from where Chao Ying stood, hissing at Tom. Was someone standing there just now? A girl with black hair? "Oh, I believe I know who it was. Well, I think they've learned their lesson. Let us depart." Tom, upon hearing the snake's words, resolved to return and observe this peculiar girl further. Ever since he was 4, he had been inexplicably drawn to her. Though he had never discerned anything remarkable, perhaps it had merely been an illusion. Yet, he was certain of one thing. It had indeed been real. Back on the beach, Chao Ying found herself pondering the inexplicable familiarity that had just gripped her. What could it be? It felt so familiar, yet she could not quite place it. How vexing. "Gather round, children. Assemble." Mrs. Cole and Martha called through a megaphone, having noticed the absence of 2 children, concerned for their safety near the water's edge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13, 14. My heavens, we are indeed missing 2 children, Jack and Danny. Has anyone seen them? Mrs. Cole inquired, her voice trembling, but met only with silence. Seeing Mrs. Cole nearly collapse, Chao Ying quickly interjected, "Oh, Mrs. Cole, I believe I may have seen them. They seem to have wandered off towards the rocks. But I cannot be certain." Upon hearing her words, Mrs. Cole and Martha hurried to the rocks in search of the missing children, leaving Chao Ying to tend to the others. Sure enough, it was not long before they returned, carrying the 2 dazed and frightened boys. As a result, what was meant to be a joyful outing turned into an abrupt return to the orphanage for everyone involved. Chapter 5. I suggest you read more. Ever since witnessing Tom deal with those 2 bullies, Chao Ying had an unsettling feeling that he was covertly observing her. Exasperated, she resolved to confront him after lunch, determined to make it clear that she had no intention of reporting him to the adults and requested that he cease his secretive watch over her. "Hey Tom, meet me by the big tree in the backyard after lunch. I have something to discuss with you," she said, walking directly up to him before departing. Well. Tom, Since when did you get chummy with her? I'd advise you to keep your distance from that freak. Jack jealously threatened, clearly still agitated by the events at the beach. Tom paid no mind to Jack's taunts, his thoughts instead lingering on Chao Ying as she walked away. Post-lunch, Martha herded the children back upstairs for their afternoon nap, oblivious to the two figures who quietly slipped out of the room one after the other. Beneath the large tree in the orphanage's backyard, Chao Ying sat quietly on the grass, engrossed in a book as she awaited Tom's arrival. When he finally appeared, he found her seated beneath the tree, sunlight filtering through the leaves and casting dappled shadows upon her hair. Ah, a freak, Tom scoffed inwardly as he approached her. What are you wanting? He inquired, taking the initiative. Chao Ying lifted her gaze to meet his, recognizing that his striking features had brought him no small amount of trouble, but that was no justification for his unwelcome scrutiny. You needn't worry. I have no intention of informing the adults about that day. I am not so mundane. Besides, they have reaped what they sowed, haven't they? Therefore, I implore you to refrain from watching me in secret, including that snake of yours. Otherwise, I shall make a soup out of it. She warned him with a frosty demeanor, having noticed his peculiar conversations with the serpent. Tom regarded her with a bemused expression, realizing she was indeed the girl from that day. While he was uncertain why she chose not to report him, it became evident that she was not as innocent as she appeared. Well, it seems you have discovered my little secret about the snake. Aren't you curious, Ying? Why I can converse with snakes. I can even control them, he said, stepping closer, his words laced with temptation akin to the serpent in the Garden of Eden. Chao Ying regarded him cautiously, feeling bewildered by his intentions. Expressing her disinterest, she turned to leave. Ying, we are kindred spirits. I saw you descend from that tree years ago, Tom declared, blocking her path and unveiling a long-forgotten memory. I can make things levitate too. I can command them to drive away those who bully me, he boasted, manipulating a stone to float before her. All right, Tom, stop, Chao Ying exclaimed, astonished to discover someone akin to herself. Yet, this revelation did not alter her perspective. After all, she had aspired to practice magic in her past life, and now, reincarnated. Such abilities seemed trivial. Tom, the ability to converse with snakes and to control objects is not extraordinary. I suggest you immerse yourself in literature. Given the pace of technological advancement, developing a translator for animal communication is hardly an insurmountable challenge, and the same applies to controlling objects. The power of technology is formidable. I recommend you frequent the library, she advised before departing. Chapter 6. How audacious of me. Once back in her room, Chao Ying found herself unable to concentrate on her book. Instead, she kicked off her shoes and decided to rest. Conversing with snakes, the rocky beach, extraordinary powers. What was his name again? Tom Riddle. Goodness. It all aligns. The Wu orphanage, the descendant of the Goner family. How audacious of me to teach Voldemort how to be human. Indeed, upon further reflection, she recalled that the infamous antagonist from the Harry Potter films was none other than Tom Riddle, the madman who had split his soul. Oh dear. Chao Ying sighed, closing her eyes and exhaling deeply. Let it be a peaceful journey. But wait, she realized, I can wield magic too. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she was a witch in this life. How exhilarating. Who wouldn't wish for the ability to perform magic? While casually dreaming about it is one thing, doing so in this lifetime might not be feasible, as she certainly did not wish to end up in Azkaban. Chao Ying had entirely cast aside thoughts of Voldemort, fully immersed in the exhilaration of her newfound magical abilities. Once she calmed down, she sprang from her bed with a swift motion, fixating her gaze upon the book on her desk, intent on levitating it with her magical prowess. However, after staring intently until her eyes grew weary, the book remained utterly unresponsive. What was amiss? Why was there no reaction? Disheartened, Chao Ying reclined once more. Realizing that she was not the chosen one of a novel, notions of immense magical power seemed to elude her entirely. It appeared she would have to wait until her 11th birthday to procure a wand. Chao Ying found herself lost in thought as she gazed at the paper crane suspended from the ceiling, a gift crafted by Martha on her birthday. Though it bore little monetary value, it was rich in sentiment. How much better it would be if it were animated. As she pondered, she sensed a warm current flowing through her body, and at that moment, the paper crane began to gently rotate. How marvelous! Just as her excitement surged, she felt the warmth dissipate within her. Reflecting quietly, she contemplated what had caused the crane to move. Was it emotion, will, or perhaps a combination of both? Taking the book from her desk, she focused intently on it, willing it to float. Under her concentrated gaze, the book began to sway and rise into the air. Yet, the moment she averted her eyes, it plummeted back down. How extraordinary! Truly, this was magic. Lying on her bed, Chao Ying thought with exhilaration. But after utilizing her magical energy twice, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and gradually drifted off to sleep. Later that evening, after Martha had prepared dinner, she noticed Chao Ying had not come downstairs to eat. Just as she was about to ascend to summon her, Chao Ying emerged, her face weary. "My dear, I believe you ought to take a break from your reading. Seeing you so tired truly tugs at my heart," Martha said, handing her a slice of bread smeared with sweet sauce, urging her to eat something. "Oh yes, indeed, Martha. Thank you for your concern," Chao Ying replied with a chuckle, promptly devouring the bread in hearty bites. Magic truly consumed vast amounts of energy. After dinner, Chao Ying returned to her room to return the book she had finished to the library, borrowing another one on chemical experiments. Eager to familiarize herself with the similarities between Hogwarts potions class and the chemistry experiments of the mundane world, the orphanage's library, funded by a wealthy benefactor, boasted an extensive collection of books across diverse subjects, and Chao Ying had been borrowing and studying there since she was 4 or 5 years old. Chapter 7. Death is another great adventure. Since discovering she had entered the world of Harry Potter, Chao Ying had taken to jogging around the orphanage each morning to enhance her physical fitness. After all, based on the wizard duels depicted in the films, it seemed the wizards merely stood their ground. Being agile could afford her the chance to evade should she find herself unable to fight back. One day, after returning from her run, Chao Ying noticed a crowd gathered around the infirmary, uncertain of what was occurring, with a few children quietly wiping their tears. "What happened? What's going on?" she inquired as she approached and gently tapped a boy on the shoulder. "A child fell ill and died. The doctor couldn't save him," Tom replied coolly, turning to face Chao Ying. "Oh, it's you, Tom. Thank you. I'll go take a look," Chao Ying said awkwardly as she squeezed past him into the infirmary. "Oh my, I can now say I've patted Voldemort on the shoulder," she thought with a self-deprecating smile, adding to her own list of reckless behaviors. Once inside, she beheld a boy lying on the bed, his face turned a ghastly shade of purple, a terrifying sight indeed. Martha, upon seeing Chao Ying enter, hurried over to cover her eyes. "My dear, don't look, please go outside." Chao Ying gently removed Martha's hand and shook her head to indicate she was unafraid. "Martha, he fell ill so suddenly. He was just brought in when he passed away. Poor child, he will ascend to heaven," Martha prayed, drawing a cross over her heart. Chao Ying, an avowed atheist, did not believe in divine protection. She recognized that even in the magical realm, Merlin was merely a great wizard and not a deity. When Mrs. Cole returned with the priest, Chao Ying and the other children were ushered out of the infirmary. "Aren't you scared?" Tom asked, blocking her path as she prepared to ascend the stairs. "Scared of what?" "Death. What is there to fear?" Chao Ying replied, her expression complex as she looked at Tom. Realizing he was not yet the fearsome Voldemort of the future, he was merely 8 years old. "Why?" Tom queried, unable to comprehend the girl before him. She was indeed peculiar, like him, yet unlike him. She did not resemble a child at all, exhibiting a calmness that set her apart. While the other children were in tears, she remained unfazed, even suggesting that death was not frightening. "Tom, in a far-off land, there is a poem that states, 'Some people die yet live on, while others live but have already perished.' Do you know why?" Chao Ying recalled a modern poem studied in school, thinking it apt to share with him. Tom shook his head. He had never read foreign literature and, prior to Chao Ying's suggestion, had not read much at all. "It is oblivion, Tom. Death is not to be feared. It is being forgotten that is terrifying. A person's life may be as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. Death is not the end. Only those with true wisdom understand that death is merely another grand adventure." With a sigh, Chao Ying shook her head and, having spoken her piece, sidestepped Tom and entered her room. Tom pondered Chao Ying's words. Was death really not to be feared? She seemed to possess such profound knowledge. Perhaps he should learn more about this distant eastern land she spoke of. Unbeknownst to Chao Ying, her words had further solidified Tom's desire to engage with her. Chapter 8. 2 Letters. July 9th, 1936. Time flew by swiftly, and today marked Chao Ying's 11th birthday, the day she would soon receive her acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Tap, tap, tap. A wise owl arrived at her window, rapping gently. Overjoyed, Chao Ying rushed to the window, flinging it open to allow the owl entry. Carefully, she retrieved the envelope and offered the owl a handful of nuts in gratitude for delivering her letter. With a small knife, she delicately severed the wax seal and opened the long-awaited letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Miss Chao Ying, we are delighted to inform you that you have been accepted to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and materials. The term commences on September 1st. We await your owl's reply by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore P.S. First-year students may bring an owl, cat, or toad. Please note that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. After reading the letter with uncontainable excitement, Chao Ying hastily took a piece of paper from her desk to compose a response. Dear Headmaster Dippet, I am overjoyed to receive your acceptance letter. However, having been raised in the Muggle world, I am not well versed in the ways of the wizarding community and would appreciate any guidance your esteemed school could provide. Once the owl departed with her letter, Xiaoying took a moment to compose herself, preparing to return to the library to continue her reading. After all, she intended to live in Huaxia after graduation, and a degree from a university in England would suffice for her to find suitable employment there. After all, the magical realm was far from tranquil during that time. Xiaoying had never contemplated altering anything. Devoid of a system akin to those in novels and lacking any extraordinary fortune, she could hardly expect to save the world. Furthermore, she felt incapable of bearing the consequences of any changes. Come here. I have something to tell you," called Mrs. Cole, halting Xiaoying as she descended the stairs, beckoning her to the room. Puzzled, Xiaoying scratched her head, uncertain of what Mrs. Cole could possibly want from her. Creaking open the door to Mrs. Cole's chamber on the third floor, she inquired, "What has happened, madam?" "Oh, my dear, come closer. I believe I must share something with you regarding your lineage." Mrs. Cole retrieved a golden key and a letter from her drawer, the letter having been discovered later beneath a pile of pounds. "We found you at the doorstep of the orphanage, placed in a basket filled with pounds. Thanks to that money, the orphanage has thrived as it is now. And this key and letter, I think it is time to return them to you." Mrs. Cole handed the letter and key to Xiaoying, sensing it was the right moment to do so. Upon receiving the key and letter, Xiaoying did not hasten to open the letter. Instead, she noticed that the key in her hand was no ordinary key. The resplendent golden key was inscribed with the words Gringotts. "What? This is the key to the Wizarding Bank." Xiaoying wandered out in a daze, returning to her room. The prospect of sudden wealth had materialized in her life. "Oh my goodness, this is the highest grade of golden key," she marveled, caressing the key and repeatedly confirming her eyes had not deceived her. "Today is truly my lucky day." Excitedly, Xiaoying strung the key around her neck and proceeded to open the letter. "Dear Miss Xiaoying, by the time you read this letter, it signifies that our efforts have not been in vain. You have returned from another world. The path ahead must be traversed by you alone. I regret that we cannot accompany you in your growth, but I implore you to remember my ensuing words. Live diligently. This is the aspiration of us all. Our family should not be ensnared by fate. We do not require a savior. Steer clear of those wars. Do not seek us out, nor grieve for us, my child. Death is merely another grand adventure. With love, the entire Chow family." Chapter 9. Albus Dumbledore. Ever since reading that letter, Xiaoying had remained in a state of daze, alarming Mrs. Cole to the point she considered taking her to the doctor. "Madam, I'm not ill, truly. I am merely a bit saddened that my family is no longer with me," Xiaoying reassured the agitated Mrs. Cole, regretting her days of despondency that had caused worry for those who cared for her. "Oh, my child, I am so sorry. The orphanage will always be your home," Mrs. Cole said, embracing Xiaoying with tenderness. Xiaoying returned the embrace, pausing for a moment before turning to ascend the stairs back to her room. Tap, tap, tap. An owl perched outside the window, tilting its head as it rapped on the glass, signaling Xiaoying to let it in. "Oh, it's you. It seems I have received a response from Hogwarts." After opening the window and allowing the owl entry, she fed it nuts as usual, affectionately stroking its head while retrieving the letter. "Dear Miss Xiaoying, in light of your circumstances, Professor Albus Dumbledore will accompany you to Diagon Alley this afternoon to procure your necessary supplies. Wishing you a pleasant day. Yours sincerely, Amando D. Pet." "Albus Dumbledore? How delightful!" Xiaoying exclaimed, reflecting on the blooming red roses in Godric's Hollow that ultimately succumbed to that summer. "Oh my goodness. Control your excitement about shipping couples." After regaining her composure, Xiaoying carefully stored the letter and began preparing the items she would take with her that afternoon. In truth, there was little to pack. With the key hanging around her neck and the necessity of bringing some money, just in case the vault held nothing, though that was unlikely. After enjoying lunch, Xiaoying settled in her room with a book, awaiting Dumbledore's arrival. At Wool's orphanage, having just arrived there, Dumbledore looked up at the orphanage before him, observing many children playing in the yard, their clothes neatly kept, faces rosy, a far cry from the typical image of orphans. Ding dong, Dumbledore rang the doorbell, waiting for someone to let him in. "Who are you? What do you want?" came a voice inquiring from within, though no one was yet visible. "Hey, over here. This tree." Dumbledore finally spotted a small boy perched on a branch, gazing at him. "I am Albus Dumbledore, here to collect my student." "What is your name, child?" Dumbledore patiently replied. "Tom. I'm Tom Riddle," the boy said, dismissing the strange man as he leapt from the branch and sauntered indoors to find Mrs. Cole. "Oh, a little wizard," Dumbledore observed quietly as Tom disappeared from view. "Please, take your time, Mr. Dumbledore. Who are you looking for?" "We have no schoolchildren here," Mrs. Cole inquired as she served Dumbledore a cup of red tea, taking a seat opposite him. "She is called Xiaoying, an Oriental girl. Our school, Hogwarts, is a boarding institution. Ing has sent us a letter expressing her desire to attend. Hence, I am here to escort her to procure some school supplies, Mrs. Cole. Dumbledore took a sip of tea, grimacing slightly. A bit bitter. It would be delightful with some sugar. Tom, go fetch Ing and tell her teacher has come to collect her, Mrs. Cole instructed Tom, who stood nearby. Please wait a moment, sir. Ing has always been a well-behaved and studious child. I am confident her choice is sound. She may still be reading, Mrs. Cole said apologetically, continuing to praise her child. Indeed, it appears that Ing is quite exceptional, Dumbledore remarked, intrigued by Mrs. Cole's commendations as he awaited their meeting. Oh, Professor Dumbledore, good afternoon, Chowing exclaimed, rushing down the stairs with a small bag and greeting him. Chapter 10, Diagon Alley and Gringotts. After a brief farewell to Mrs. Cole, Dumbledore led Chowing away from the orphanage and Opperat to the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. Hello, Albus. Bringing in a new student, I see. Old Tom greeted Dumbledore as he entered with the child. Oh yes, Tom, this delightful young lady from the East, Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. Now, children, let us head to the back garden. Upon arriving in the pub's backyard, Dumbledore approached a wall adjacent to a garbage bin. Children, observe carefully. Count 3 bricks from the left, then 2 horizontally. Ah, yes, just like that. After tapping the wall several times, it began to part, revealing the entrance. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Ing, Dumbledore announced to the astonished Chowing. Now, let us see what we need to do next. First, we must visit Gringotts to withdraw some money. The school offers financial assistance for underprivileged young wizards. Regaining her senses upon hearing Dumbledore mention financial aid, Chowing remembered her key and promptly addressed him. Professor Dumbledore, my parents left me a vault key. I believe I will not require the school's assistance. The streets of Diagon Alley were particularly bustling that day, and Dumbledore held Chao Ying's hand tightly, fearful of being swept away in the crowd. Finally extricating themselves from the throng, the two stood at the entrance of Gringotts. Chowing gazed upon the imposing white edifice before her, where a fairy clad in scarlet stood at the entrance. She marveled. Indeed, the cinema does not deceive. This fairy is quite hideous. Upon entering the grand hall, her eyes were immediately drawn to a magnificent silver door. As she focused her gaze, she discerned an inscription that beckoned travelers. Welcome, stranger. But beware, greed may lead to dire consequences. Thief, you have been forewarned. What you summon may not be treasure, but retribution. Chowing observed the fairy perched high at the counter and, encouraged by Dumbledore's supportive demeanor, approached. Good day, esteemed fairy. I wish to retrieve some funds from my vault, she declared, removing the key from around her neck and extending it towards the fairy. Upon seeing the resplendent golden key, the fairy, La Huang, eagerly accepted it, adjusting his glasses, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Oh Merlin, the highest grade of key, he exclaimed. Ah, yes, esteemed young lady, vault 777 awaits. Follow me. La Huang descended from the lofty counter, key in hand, leading the way. The vault lay hundreds of meters beneath London and under La Huang's guidance. They traversed the hall's entrance into a narrow stone corridor before boarding a small mine cart. At Gringotts, we pride ourselves on our unparalleled security measures. Your vault is guarded by a fire dragon, La Huang informed Chowing, hoping to entice her to deposit even more gold. However, Chowing was already disoriented from the labyrinthine passage, her vision blurred, rendering her unable to comprehend La Huang's words. As they neared the vault's depths, a terrifying roar jolted Chowing to attention. Upon closer inspection, she beheld a colossal creature. It was indeed a dragon, unlike the dragons of her homeland. It resembled a winged lizard. La Huang tapped a metal plate he held, silencing the fire dragon instantly. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the entrance to Vault 777. La Huang made a series of intricate gestures on the door, then inserted the key, revealing the vault's true splendor. Chapter 11. A chance encounter with Professor McGonagall. Wow, how splendid! Chowing gasped, her senses overwhelmed by the dazzling array of gems and gold piled within the vault. Could it be that the entire wealth of the Chow family resides here? The two companions beside her were equally struck by the resplendent treasures. Surely this could purchase several Hogwarts. Dumbledore mused quietly, astonished by his student's fortune. Meanwhile, La Huang's greedy gaze seemed almost tangible, as if he wished to claim it all for himself. Unbeknownst to Chowing, the thoughts of those behind her were far from innocent. She eagerly filled a pouch with numerous galleons and several exquisite, colorful gems that caught her eye. With the pouch still light in her hands, she hurriedly exited the vault, calling out to La Huang, Dear fairy, let us return to the hall. As they traversed the infamous corridor once more, Chowing felt her legs weaken and grasped Dumbledore for support. Her courage had grown, having touched the shoulder of Voldemort and now holding Dumbledore's hand. What if I were to perish? Would Dumbledore mourn me? She pondered, her mind racing. Upon returning to the hall, Chowing accepted the key from La Huang, replacing it around her neck as she exited Gringotts alongside Dumbledore. Just outside, Dumbledore guided her to the entrance of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Ah, my child, time is of the essence. We must split up. I shall procure your books and cauldron while you attend to your robes and wand. This is of utmost importance. We shall reconvene at the entrance to the magical creature's shop, he instructed, gesturing towards the robe shop before departing in another direction. Chowing entered Madame Malkin's shop, pushing open the door. Oh, welcome, young wizard. A new student, I presume? Madame Malkin greeted warmly, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the rare child with dark hair and violet eyes. Oh, good day, madam. I am Chowing, a new student at Hogwarts. She replied with a smile. Ah, delightful. Come, stand upon this stool so I may measure you, Madame Malkin said, producing a measuring tape that suddenly darted towards Chowing. Startled, she looked at Madame Malkin for reassurance. Fear not, little one, it merely has a mind of its own. Your robes will be ready in 3 days. We have an unusually large number of new students this year. Please leave your address, and an owl will deliver them to you, Madame Malkin chuckled, whisking the measuring tape away as she busied herself in the back room. Chowing jotted down her address and left the payment before turning to seek her wand. Stepping onto the bustling street, she felt momentarily disoriented. Where did the film say Ollivander's wand shop was located? She wondered, observing the throngs of people around her, unsure of her next move. Excuse me, are you a new student at Hogwarts? A girl greeted her with enthusiasm. Yes, indeed, miss. I wish to purchase a wand, but I am unsure of its location, Chowing replied shyly. Oh, sweetheart, you are simply adorable. Allow me to escort you. I am Minerva McGonagall, a 6th-year student in Gryffindor. Welcome to Hogwarts, the finest wizarding school in the world. What is your name, darling? McGonagall beamed, eager to share the wonders of Hogwarts with her new junior. Minerva McGonagall, Professor McGonagall, Chowing exclaimed, astonished by the charming and lively figure before her. You resemble her from the film, just a tad more delightful. I am Chowing, pleased to meet you, Professor McGonagall, she stammered, feigning shyness while inwardly reveling in the moment, linking arms with McGonagall as they strolled and chatted about Hogwarts. Chapter 12. An Inescapable Destiny. As they approached the wand shop, Chowing reluctantly bid farewell to McGonagall, the two agreeing to study together upon their return to school. Standing before the dilapidated facade, she noticed the sign, albeit worn, which read, Ollivander, purveyor of fine wands since 382 BC. Through the dusty window, a single wand rested on a faded purple cushion, silently proclaiming the shop's offerings to passers-by. Chowing pushed open the door, which chimed melodiously as she entered. Hello? Is anyone here, Mr. Ollivander? She called, but received no response. She began to survey her surroundings, noting the towering shelves filled with wands and a dimly lit counter that barely illuminated the cramped space. The atmosphere felt stifling, as if the multitude of wands threatened to engulf her. While examining the wands, she heard the sound of footsteps descending the stairs. Hello, child. A new student at Hogwarts. How splendid. Pray tell, what is your name? Ollivander inquired as he appeared at the foot of the staircase, his silver eyes fixed intently upon the young witch. With his dark hair and mysterious violet eyes, he bore the legacy of the Ollivander family, known for their ties to an enigmatic clan from China that emerged only in times of turmoil. Was the wizarding world on the brink of conflict once more? Welcome to my wand shop, young witch. Here, you shall discover your most faithful companion. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, Ollivander said, snapping from his reverie as he descended the stairs to stand before Chowing. How exhilarating. Chowing gazed at the owner of the silver eyes before her, a sigh escaping her lips. Ah, good day, sir. My surname is Chowing. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Well then, Miss Chow, which hand do you prefer to use? My right hand, sir. Ah, splendid. I believe you could try this one, 12¼ inches. Crafted from yellow root wood with a core of unicorn tail hair. It possesses remarkable elasticity, and its chosen master is typically pure and rational. Taking the wand offered by Ollivander, Chowing waved it gently, and the tip emitted a soft glow. Oh, dear child, I fear it is not meant for you, Ollivander remarked, retrieving the wand and turning to search for another. Try this one, made of purple wood, with a phoenix feather core. Only the most powerful individuals are worthy of it. Chowing took the wand and waved it lightly, but it produced no response. However, all the drawers in the shop sprang open. Oh, I suppose it has not chosen me. Indeed, young witch, it is the wand that selects the wizard. Ah, this one. I believe it is meant for you. Ollivander retrieved a delicate box from the top shelf. Birch wood, with a phoenix feather core, 12¼ inches, astonishingly flexible. As soon as Chowing grasped the wand, a warm sensation coursed through her arm, and the wand burst forth with a gentle light, enveloping both of them in a comforting glow. Isn't it marvelous? The wand chooses the wizard. Ollivander regarded the young witch thoughtfully, recalling the diaries of his ancestors, which spoke of wizards chosen by Birchwood who, in times of need, would perish heroically. She has been selected by destiny. The birch wand is inextricably linked to noble character. Its bearers are unafraid to confront the darker aspects of their humanity. I believe you will achieve great things in the future, my dear. After stating the price of 7 galleons, Ollivander carefully packaged the wand and its box, handing them to Chowing. Oh, thank you, sir. I believe I shall become the best of companions with it. Farewell. After paying, Chowing tucked the wand into her small bag and turned to exit, seeking the magical creature shop to meet Professor Dumbledore. Chapter 13. The journey concludes. Oh, here I am, child. Come over here. At the shop's entrance, Dumbledore waved at the approaching Chowing, ushering her into the owl shop to select a pet for school. Wow, a logical cat. How adorable. Chowing exclaimed, captivated by the Siamese cat before her. Having grown up in an orphanage with little opportunity for pets, save for Tom, who had a penchant for snakes, Chowing preferred furry companions. Dumbledore ambled over, noticing Chowing's eyes glued to the kitten, and couldn't help but marvel. Oh, Merlin. Her heart is brimming with affection. She is indeed a kind child. Excuse me, miss, may I have some food for the little kitten, as well as a cat bed and litter, please? And do make sure to get plenty of litter. Chowing addressed the owl shopkeeper, determined that her kitten would not suffer alongside her. Oh, my dear, you have exquisite taste. This Siamese cat, shipped from Egypt, boasts bloodlines from the cat family. 20 galleons each, including your pet supplies and food. The total comes to 35 galleons. Miss Ilaria quickly calculated and handed the bill to Chowing. Chowing crossed her arms, refusing to accept the bill. The Siamese cat is Thai, not Egyptian. 15 galleons. Oh, miss, this is a small business. 30 galleons. 14 galleons. Chowing countered. Merlin, dear, 25 is truly the lowest I can go, Ilaria pleaded, her eyes wide with desperation. Max 15, if we can't agree, then so be it. Pets are not a necessity, are they, Professor? Besides, the school has owls for delivering messages. Chowing turned to Dumbledore, winking at him. Oh, yes, Ing Dumbledore, taken aback by her bargaining skills, finally caught her wink and responded. Ah, very well. You win, child. 15 galleons it is, take it. Ilaria reluctantly placed the cat into a cage and handed it to Chowing. Wow, nice. My first successful negotiation in England. Chowing secretly reveled in her triumph, realizing that one should aim to negotiate down by half. Maintaining an air of calm, Chowing completed her transaction, placing the kitten's supplies and food into her magically extending bag while carrying the cage. Professor, would you like some ice cream? I have everything ready. Let us go to Florian's for a treat. Chowing accepted the books and cauldron supplies from Dumbledore's hands, glancing towards the nearby ice cream shop. After all, she couldn't let the professor work without reward. Ah, of course, child. I had no idea we were on the same wavelength. Dumbledore exclaimed, his eyes lighting up, delighted to have found a companion for culinary adventures. The cup of red tea from earlier had left him craving something sweet. Emerging from Florian's ice cream shop, Chowing and Dumbledore each enjoyed a volcanic ice cream, appearing perfectly harmonious together. Cool, Professor. Truly, this ice cream is as delightful as you claimed. Chowing exclaimed, savoring the sweetness and giving Dumbledore a thumbs up. Indeed, I have no doubt we will have many culinary discussions ahead, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling with joy, finally finding someone who shared his taste. Truly, she was a worthy student. Once they finished their ice cream, Dumbledore transported Chowing to the entrance of the Woo's orphanage. Oh, by the way, Ing, here is your train ticket. Keep it safe, as you will need it. Remember, it's from King's Cross Station, Platform 9. I look forward to seeing you at Hogwarts. Dumbledore handed Chowing the ticket, winking at her before disappearing with a pop. Returning to her room, Chowing collapsed onto her bed, the fatigue from a day of exploration finally crashing over her. How exhilarating. Words cannot express it. Suddenly remembering her furry companion, Chowing sprang up to release the kitten from its cage, setting up its bed, litter box, and food, sweating from the exertion. After returning to the comforting embrace of her bed, she took out her wand and gently stroked it, pondering the darkness that lay within herself and others. It seemed the shopkeeper had concealed something from her. Chapter 14. The Master is Myself? Since acquiring her first-year books, Chowing had immersed herself in study, neglecting sleep and food. Both Mrs. Cole and Martha grew increasingly concerned that the child would collapse under the weight of her studies. Knock, knock, knock. Dear, it's Martha. May I come in? Finally, unable to contain her worry any longer, Martha ascended the stairs and knocked on Chowing's door. Please, come in, Martha. Chowing called without lifting her head, intent on reviewing her textbooks before school commenced. After all, children raised in the magical world had some exposure to magic, and she could not afford to fall behind, fueled by her innate drive for excellence. As Martha entered, she found Chowing deeply engrossed in her studies. Oh dear, what to do with a child so devoted to learning? Come now, Ing, You have been cooped up in this room for several days. You should step outside for a breath of fresh air. Both Mrs. Cole and I are quite worried about you. Learning is not something that can be rushed. Go bask in the sunlight and relax a bit. Hearing Martha's encouragement to take a stroll, Chowing closed her spellbook, preparing to heed her advice and venture downstairs for a brief respite. Seeing Chowing obediently comply, Martha left with a sense of relief. Once alone, Chowing retrieved her wand from beneath her pillow. Since she was not permitted to read in her room, she would practice her spells outside. Chowing approached the great tree in the backyard, glancing around to ensure no one was present. With a sense of relief, she retrieved her wand from her sleeve. Ready to commence her practice with the first spell? Recalling the content from her book, she murmured to herself, "The incantation for the levitation charm is Wingardium Leviosa." Oh, relax now. The emphasis is on the second word. Gently, she waved her wand. Taking a deep breath, she focused on the leaves before her and intoned, "Wingardium Leviosa." To her delight, the leaves began to sway and lift gracefully into the air. She skillfully maneuvered the leaf in circles, reveling in the sheer wonder of it all. After repeating the levitation charm several times without feeling any depletion of her magical energy, she resolved to practice the next spell, Oculus Reparo, the repairing charm. However, she soon realized that there was nothing in need of repair on her person. The leaf shall suffice. She picked up a fallen leaf, deliberately tore it, and then placed it back on the ground. All right, let us return it to its original state. With a gentle flick of her wand, the torn leaf slowly mended itself before her eyes. How marvelous. It seemed she was indeed destined to become a master of spells. Sensing she still had ample energy, Chowing decided to tackle something more ambitious, eager to try Aguamini, the water-making spell. This was the spell she had longed to learn ever since watching the films, especially since Dumbledore's water prison was based on it. Closing her eyes, she attuned herself to the magical energy within her, gracefully waving her wand, and uttered, "Aguamini." Upon opening her eyes, she was thrilled to see a small jet of clear water spring forth from the tip of her wand. Splendid. Indeed, she was quite remarkable. However, as she felt her magical energy rapidly depleting, she immediately ceased the incantation, and the uncontained jet of water fell gently onto the grass. Truly, it was a high-level spell, taxing on her magical reserves. With a sigh of satisfaction, she returned her wand, considering her practical training for the day a resounding success. Rising to her feet, she brushed off the grass and dirt from her clothes, preparing to head upstairs for a much-needed rest to recuperate her magic. Chowing realized that her magical energy did not replenish itself from the air like the spiritual energy in the novels of Huaxia. Rather, it could only be restored through her own efforts. Nonetheless, every time she expended her magic, the recovery was even greater. Thus, she made it a point to leave a little magic in reserve after each use, for excessive expenditure could lead to harm and the risk of becoming a squib, a fate she wished to avoid. Chapter 15, Departing from King's Cross Station. Time flew by as Chowing diligently practiced and studied, and soon it was September 1st. After bidding farewell to Mrs. Cole, who accompanied her to the station, Chowing clutched her ticket tightly, searching for platform 9. The throngs of people pushed and jostled, startling the little kitten nestled in her arms, causing its ears to perk up in alarm. "Oh, fear not, my dear. Mummy is here," Chowing cooed, gently stroking the kitten's fur to soothe it. Just then, she spotted platform 9, and without hesitation, she maneuvered through the crowd, hugging her kitten tightly. Standing before the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, she gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, dashing forward. "Oh hey, watch it," exclaimed Walburga Black, who had just separated from her parents and was preparing to board the train, only to be unexpectedly collided with by the blindfolded Chowing. "I sincerely apologize, lovely miss. I am Chowing." She quickly apologized to the girl she had bumped into. Black hair, purple eyes? Who might she be? I don't recall encountering anyone of such appearance in the 28 sacred families. Walburga scrutinized the careless girl before her. "Which family do you belong to? I don't believe I've seen you before." "I am Walburga Black," she inquired, tilting her head slightly. "The Black family? Walburga? The mother of Sirius and Regulus? Well, it seems I've collided with royalty. Greetings, Black. I am from Huaxia, not England, so it is perfectly normal for you not to recognize me. I believe we should board the train and find a compartment to converse. Standing here does not suit your ladylike demeanor, does it?" Chowing interjected, sensing Walburga's curiosity and inviting her to the train. "Oh, certainly. Let's proceed," Walburga replied. Only then did Chowing notice the enormous trunk Walburga was struggling with. Is it too much to ask that pure-blood families provide a magically expanding bag instead of such a cumbersome trunk? "Oh, miss, allow me," she offered, gently waving her wand and using her magic to levitate Walburga's luggage, gesturing for her to go ahead. After some effort, the two girls found an empty compartment and settled in. "How wonderful, eh? You can already perform the levitation charm," Walburga exclaimed, her satisfaction evident as she regarded the girl before her. Isn't it common knowledge for children of pure-blood families to master such spells? Chao Ying, astonished by Walburga's praise, questioned whether she was ahead of the curve. Oh, what are you thinking, Ying? We merely have more theoretical knowledge. The pure-blood families possess vast libraries. But we are not permitted to practice magic prematurely, as our magical abilities remain unstable until we turn 11. Walburga kindly explained to the girl she had allowed herself to befriend. All right, I was just overly excited. Chao Ying thought about her arduous studies in the orphanage and couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. However, she quickly rallied, knowing that with her mastery of first-year knowledge, she could delve into subjects that piqued her interest once she arrived at school. Western alchemy bore a striking resemblance to Huaxia's artifact refining. She simply had to give it a try. Walburga watched as the girl across from her became inexplicably excited, confused as to what she had said to spark such enthusiasm. Regaining her composure, Chao Ying shyly smiled at Walburga while tenderly petting the kitten in her arms. Chapter 16. The Loyal Badger Friend. Oh, by the way, Ying, which house do you wish to join? I hope you will choose Slytherin, Walburga inquired, probing Chao Ying's preference. She certainly did not want her new friend to be sorted into that dreadful Gryffindor. To be precise, I am unsure. I might end up in Slytherin or Hufflepuff. Chao Ying contemplated before responding. What? Hufflepuff? Why? That house only receives students that the other houses reject. I would prefer you to join Ravenclaw, Walburga exclaimed, her disbelief evident as she regarded Chao Ying, unable to fathom her inclination towards that lesser house. Oh dear. Hufflepuff is filled with kind and loyal individuals. You should take pride in having a steadfast friend, shouldn't you? Chao Ying playfully winked at Walburga. She had learned that from Professor Dumbledore, and she couldn't help but wonder how he was faring with his former lover. Such gossip intrigued her. The little badger's nosiness was clearly reflected in Chao Ying, a testament to the reputation of an informant. Walburga gazed at the girl before her, torn between the honor of pure-blood status and the budding friendship. Never had she seen a Slytherin and a Hufflepuff befriend each other. But Chao Ying's adeptness in magic and her refined demeanor made it hard for Walburga to let go. Very well, we'll leave it at that for now. Perhaps Ying will be sorted into Slytherin after all. With a resigned sigh, Walburga decided to proceed as such. After her internal conflict, she maintained her composure and engaged Chao Ying in conversation, discussing the history of the school and the various spells that Chao Ying had mastered. Indeed, the naive and charming Chao Ying was effortlessly maneuvered by this pure-blood girl, and willingly so, as she demonstrated several spells she had acquired. Woolabga gazed at the splendid display of magic before her, reluctant to sever this blossoming friendship. Such a pure and naive girl was a rarity among the pure-blood families. It was beyond her comprehension how children were nurtured in foreign lands, possessing such innocence and perfection as a companion. After showcasing her abilities, Chao Ying stowed away her wand, reverting to her seemingly shy demeanor. Woolabga glanced at the time, reminding Chao Ying that it was time to change into their school uniforms. Just as the two were tidying up their attire, they felt the train come to a complete halt at the station. Chao Ying immediately scooped up her little Siamese cat and followed Woolabga off the train. Hey, first-year students, gather here. A man holding a lantern called out, directing the small wizards. Woolabga, I didn't see you on the train. Who is this? Your new little psychic? Chao Ying marveled at the sight of a gleaming platinum-haired boy striding towards her and Woolabga. Don't say that. This is my new friend, Chao Ying. She hails from the east. Woolabga interjected, preventing Malfoy from continuing, as she introduced Chao Ying. New friend? Oh well, hello? I am Abraxas Malfoy, of the Malfoy family. It is a pleasure to meet you, my friend from the Far East. Chao Ying beheld the boy with his hair slicked back and thought of his future grandson, Draco, resembling an eggshell. A smile spread across her face as she stepped forward to greet him. Hello, Malfoy. I am Chao Ying, and I am equally delighted to meet you. The group followed the larger crowd to the edge of the Black Lake, where the guiding man instructed, 4 of you shall share a boat, the 3 larger ones together. And do not move around while on the boat, lest the octopus of the lake devour you. After hearing the instructions, Chao Ying took Woolabga's hand and approached an empty small boat, with Malfoy following suit. Upon realizing there were no seats left on their boat, Malfoy's 2 companions, Goyle and Crabbe, exchanged glances and opted to sit with the guide instead. Chapter 17. The Dilemma of the Sorting Hat. Once everyone was seated, the boat began to sway and drift towards the castle. It's so dark. Are you scared, Woolabga? Chao Ying remarked, glancing at the surrounding inky blackness, conjuring up images of horror films. Oh, this lantern on the boat is hardly illuminating. A bit, how about you, Woolabga inquired, turning to the silent Malfoy. No, I am not afraid at all. I am a noble Malfoy. How could I fear the dark? Despite Malfoy's bravado, his trembling voice betrayed his true feelings. Chao Ying and Woolabga exchanged knowing smiles, choosing to remain silent. With a flick of her wand, Chowing summoned a soft glow from the tip of her wand, illuminating their small boat. Cool. No wonder Woolabga is eager to befriend her. She truly is a member of the Black family, with such discerning taste. Malfoy mused, impressed by Chao Ying's effortless spellcasting. Before long, the boat arrived at its destination. Cool. This castle is far more magnificent than Universal Studios. Chowing gazed up at the towering castle before her. Oh, welcome to Hogwarts, young wizards. Please follow me, Dumbledore announced as he opened the grand doors of the castle, leading the newcomers to the dining hall. All right, first tidy yourselves up. I expect you to make a good impression on the professors and upperclassmen. Dumbledore added with a wink towards Chowing before ushering the young wizards into the dining hall. Standing at the owl podium, Dumbledore had a chair and a tattered hat beside him. As Chowing beheld the familiar sorting hat, she quickly covered her ears, hoping to endure less torment during its song. Yet she still reminded Malfoy and Woolabga beside her. Ahem ahem. The hat twisted and cleared its throat before singing in a voice akin to a rusty bell. You may think me unappealing, but do not judge by appearances. If you can find a hat more clever than I shall allow it to eat me. Try me on, and I shall reveal to you which house you belong to. Perhaps you belong in Gryffindor, known for its buried courage. Though I have no ears, I assure you, you are entirely safe here, for I am the thinking hat. Finally, the song concluded. Everyone in attendance instinctively rubbed their ears, unable to endure such a cacophony. Dumbledore began to call out names from his list. Kramer Abbott, Hufflepuff. Oh, a pureblood in Hufflepuff, how embarrassing. Malfoy sneered at Chowing. What's wrong with Hufflepuff? I like Hufflepuff. Chowing retorted, unable to resist snapping back at Malfoy's smug pureblood expression. Hearing her words, Malfoy widened his eyes, ready to retort, but upon noticing Woolabga's silence, he quickly quelled his thoughts, deciding against being the one to stand out. Abraxas Malfoy. Upon hearing his name, Malfoy eagerly strode to the chair, and before the sorting hat even touched his head, it shouted, Slytherin. Malfoy strutted off the stage, casting a haughty glance at Chowing as he made his way to the Slytherin table. Woolabga Black. Slytherin. With only Chowing remaining. She felt the weight of all eyes upon her as she took her seat and donned the hat. Huh, I can't see anything. Overwhelmed with nerves, Chowing felt her mind go blank at the sorting hat's words. 3 lines of sweat forming on her forehead. Is this really happening to me? Taking a deep breath to relax, she finally heard the sorting hat's voice. You possess courage but lack enough. You have wisdom, yet no thirst for knowledge. You have ambition to grow stronger, coupled with a kind and simple nature. It's a dilemma. Which house would you prefer, young wizard? The sorting hat tossed the question back to Chowing. 6. I can choose. Chowing thawed in disbelief. Hufflepuff, where there is sunshine and a kitchen. All right then, Hufflepuff. The sorting hat exclaimed. Chapter 18. The awkward Professor McGonagall. As Chowing removed the sorting hat from her head, she flashed a grin at Dumbledore, who stood nearby, before running towards the Hufflepuff table, where applause erupted. Hey, she really went a Hufflepuff. Woolabga, are you not angry? She has betrayed us. The platinum-haired boy glared at Chowing, who was now seated at the Hufflepuff table, her cheerful demeanor only fueling his irritation. Don't forget your place, Malfoy. Just look at yourself now. Woolabga was hardly surprised that Chowing had ended up in Hufflepuff after spending time together on the train. She had realized that this girl was certainly not cut out to be a Slytherin student. She was simply too innocent. Well, Black. Your little sidekick has gone to that rubbish house. How embarrassing. A new Slytherin student with dark hair, mocked Woolabga. Rochelle, are you provoking Black? Woolabga replied with an impassive expression regarding the boy, a mere half-blood from the Rochelle family, daring to speak to her in such a manner. Meanwhile, the cheerful Chowing, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing in Slytherin, was quickly pulled into a seat by a second-year student beside her. Hello there, cutie. I'm Diana Millen, a second year. The upperclassman enthusiastically introduced herself as she sat down next to Chowing. Hello, I'm Chowing. You can just call me Ing, Chowing replied, feeling at ease in the warm embrace of Hufflepuff's hospitality. Hello, Ing. I am Kevin Kennedy, a second-year student seated opposite Chowing, greeting her warmly. Chowing reciprocated with an enthusiastic smile. Hello, I am. After a few introductions initiated by Chowing, the Badgers eagerly introduced themselves to one another. Ding ding ding. Dumbledore gently tapped his cup on the table, signaling everyone to pay attention. First, let us extend a hearty round of applause to welcome our new students. Principal Armando Dippet proclaimed as he stood. At that moment, Chowing, clapping, suddenly caught sight of Professor McGonagall at the Gryffindor table. Hi, senior. Chowing excitedly waved at McGonagall, forming the words with her lips. McGonagall, noticing Chao Ying's greeting, let out a soft huff. So you finally see me. It turned out that McGonagall had been watching Chowing since she entered. But Chowing had been engrossed in conversation with her new friends and hadn't glanced at Gryffindor once since the sorting. Oh, poor Chowing. still oblivious to the unfolding circumstances. After the applause subsided, Principal Dippet raised his hand to quiet the crowd. We are also delighted to celebrate our returning students who have completed another year at school. Now, I shall reiterate several important points for both new and returning students. First, entry into the Forbidden Forest is strictly prohibited at all times. Second, the use of magic in the corridors is forbidden. Third, nocturnal wanderings are not permitted. Now, please enjoy your dinner. As soon as Principal Dippet finished speaking, an array of delectable dishes appeared on the tables before each house and its professors. Chowing gazed in amazement at the feast before her. How splendid! An automated dining table, she exclaimed, eagerly beginning to eat the mashed potatoes in front of her. Oh, darling, eat more. Try this, it will surely delight your palate. Oh, and this too. Mian, noticing the younger badger beside her, couldn't resist adding chicken legs and steak to Chao Ying's plate. Oh, thank you, Senior Diana. I promise I will finish it all. Chao Ying beamed at her generous benefactor, feeling elated. How wonderful. Joining Hufflepuff was definitely the right choice. Diana, pleased with her successful act of kindness, thought to herself how adorable the obedient younger student was. Chapter 19. A schedule more intense than university. After a satisfying meal, the younger badgers followed their upperclassmen to the dormitory entrance. Oh, little badgers, pay close attention. Our secret code is quite simple. Just tap out the Hufflepuff rhythm on the wooden barrel. If you make a mistake, that barrel will douse you in vinegar. And this vinegar cannot be washed away. Mike Macmillan, the head of Hufflepuff, warned the new students. Oh, Mike, stop teasing them. Little badgers, if you do misstep, you can come to me for an antidote to the vinegar scent, the gentle head girl, Vivian Marie, said, demonstrating the Hufflepuff rhythm on the barrel. After her tap, the door opened, and the two upperclassmen led the new students into the common room. Wow, how warm and vibrant. Upon entering the Hufflepuff common room, adorned in hues of yellow and brown, the sunlight streamed through the windows. The common room, located on the lower floor, featured several Hufflepuff-style sofas beside the fireplace, with potted plants on the tables, likely gifted by the house's matron. The new badgers observed their surroundings carefully, and Chowing once again felt grateful for her choice in Hufflepuff. This is simply paradise. After listening to the upperclassmen share important information and the plans for the next day's classes, the younger badgers excitedly dispersed to find their dormitories. This year's new Hufflepuff students happened to be an odd number, so Chowing was fortunate enough to have a 3-person room all to herself. Upon finding her dormitory, she eagerly pushed open the door, for her little pet had been left hungry all day. She shuddered at the thought of how her little feline might retaliate. As soon as she entered, she spotted her little cat waiting at the door. Oh, come here for a kiss from Mommy, Chowing exclaimed, scooping up the little Siamese cat and burying her face in its fur. The famished feline, seeing its owner embrace and kiss it upon entry, wondered if its owner had failed to catch any prey that day. Ah, the feeble two-legged creature still relies on me. Tonight, I shall hunt for her in the nearby woods. Thus, a perfect misunderstanding ensued. After savoring the cat's warmth, Chowing felt her fatigue dissipate. She single-handedly cradled her cat while searching for her belongings, which had been tidied by the house elves. After a thorough search, she finally found her things in the washroom. Quickly replenishing the cat's food, she began her own evening routine. After freshening up, Chowing lay down on her bed with her pet. Casually, she noticed a piece of paper on her bedside table. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be her first-year class schedule. On Monday, from 9 to 11, she had herbology with Gryffindor, and in the afternoon, a charms class from 3 to 5 with Slytherin. What an extraordinary schedule, she marveled. Classes beginning at 9 in the morning, with no early or late sessions. A total of only 12 classes a week, including physical education and flying lessons. I recall my university days, which were a nightmare of early mornings and late nights, with 4 classes a day. Oh my goodness, Hogwarts is even more rigorous than university. After her excitement, Chowing carefully pinned the schedule to her desk. Given her poor memory, it was indeed strange that she had never been able to remember a class schedule during her university years. She could memorize texts rapidly, yet a simple schedule eluded her. After her exhilaration, fatigue quickly set in, and as waves of weariness washed over her mind, Chowing drifted into a deep sleep, filled with anticipation for the classes that awaited her the next day. Chapter 20. A new friend, Augusta. At 7 o'clock in the morning, in the Hufflepuff girls' dormitory. Meow meow. Meow. Lazy owner, hurry up and get up to hunt. I am hungry. The logical little cat, the house elf, trod on Chowing, meowing insistently, attempting to rouse her for breakfast. Heavy. What a suffocating feeling. Still in a dreamlike state, Chowing awoke, bewildered, rubbing her eyes and glancing at the alarm clock on her bedside table. 7 o'clock. I could die? The cat, seeing its owner awake, leaned closer, meowing loudly. Okay, my dear, I'm awake. With no choice but to abandon her cozy slumber, Chowing rose from her bed and headed to the washroom to refill the cat's food. Watching the cat indulge in its meal, her morning irritability vanished without a trace. After a quick wash-up, Chowing grabbed the books and supplies needed for her morning class according to her schedule and prepared to head to the Great Hall for breakfast. Arriving early, the Great Hall was still relatively empty, as Chowing munched on somewhat dry sandwiches. She couldn't help but reminisce about the delectable dishes she had enjoyed in her past life. I suppose I should find time to explore Hogwarts kitchens. They seem to be located near the Hufflepuff dormitory, as depicted in novels. After satisfying her hunger, Chowing took out her herbology textbook, Magical Herbs and Fungi, to review, having already perused it before the term began. However, revisiting the material was always beneficial. As more students entered the Great Hall, the cacophony of voices pulled Chowing from her studies. After breakfast, the heads of houses escorted the first-year students to class. Due to Hogwarts' moving staircases, a moment of inattention could lead students to entirely different floors. Mike, the Hufflepuff head boy, guided a group of young badgers to the greenhouse at the back of the castle before turning to leave, as he too had classes to attend. Meanwhile, Professor Herbert Billy awaited the first-year students at the greenhouse entrance, ready to commence herbology alongside Gryffindor. Good morning, children. My name is Herbert Billy, but you may refer to me as Professor Billy. Without further ado, today we shall venture into Greenhouse 1. Let us proceed. With that, Billy led the little lions and badgers into the greenhouse. Today, our task is to fertilize the Mibumabo. So, who can tell me what Mibumabo is? Billy encouraged the fresh students before him, hoping someone would take the initiative to respond. Standing in the front row, Chowing immediately raised her hand, signaling that she knew the answer. All right, let us hear from this young witch. May I ask your name, dear child? Billy inquired cheerfully about his student's name. Oh, I am Ing Chao, Professor Billy. Mibumabo is a plant native to ancient eastern lands. It resembles a small gray cactus, but instead of spines, it is covered in bulbous protuberances that serve as formidable defensive mechanisms. These bulges are its potent weapons, capable of ejecting a thick, foul-smelling, dark green liquid, Chowing replied, her excitement evident. Oh, what a splendid answer. Hufflepuff earns 2 points. Billy generously awarded points to the badgers. Now, children, don your dragon hide gloves. Pair up and come to me to collect dragon dung for fertilizing the Mibumabo. Remember, do not touch it. Billy warned the new students, as each year, mischievous children would inevitably touch it and find themselves in the infirmary on the very first day of school. Ugh, this dragon dung reeks. Chowing exclaimed as she teamed up with a girl from Gryffindor to collect their supplies. Hello, Ing. You are truly impressive, the Gryffindor girl praised, her admiration evident in her gaze. Oh, it's nothing special. I just happened to see it this morning, Chowing replied, feeling a bit flustered under the girl's adoring look. As they fertilized the Mibumabo with dragon dung, they struck up a conversation. Upon learning the girl's name, Chowing was astonished to discover that this cheerful and charming girl was none other than the future sword master Neville's grandmother, an eccentric and stubborn old lady. Chapter 21. A long-awaited familiar dish. After the morning herbology class concluded, Chowing reluctantly parted ways with her new friend, Augusta. The pungent odor of dragon dung lingered, prompting both girls to head back to their dormitories for a thorough wash. Once refreshed, Chowing, feeling the pangs of hunger in her slightly deflated stomach, resolved to seek out the small kitchen. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic upperclassmen in the common room, she noticed a portrait of a pear hanging on the wall. As she reached out to tickle the pear, it erupted into a fit of giggles, and a green handle appeared in front of her. Grasping the handle and pressing it down, the wall before her swung open like a door. What greeted her was a flurry of peculiar house elves busily preparing lunch for the little wizards. Chowing stepped inside, and a house elf clad in a yellow pillowcase, embroidered with tiny flowers, approached her. Oh, esteemed little witch, how may I assist you? Coco inquired humbly, bowing her head to the ground. I need some flour and vegetables, Chowing replied cautiously, fearful of inciting any frenzy in the little elf. Oh, Merlin's beard. The little witch has been left hungry. Coco is truly despicable. I shall punish myself. As soon as Chowing finished speaking, she watched in horror as the elf began banging her head on the floor. Other elves, witnessing Coco's actions, soon followed suit. Enough. How can we avoid this, huh? Poor Floor, no, poor little elves, Chowing declared sternly, feigning anger. Upon receiving her command, the little elves ceased their self-inflicted torment and resumed their diligent work, with Coco hastening to gather the requested items for Chowing. How surreal, Chowing mused, wiping non-existent sweat from her brow, reflecting on the extent to which these elves had been brainwashed by wizards. It was truly unsettling. Before long, Coco had gathered everything Chowing needed, and she began washing the vegetables to prepare a meal. Coco, do you know how to knead dough? Chowing suddenly recalled her own lack of skill in that area. She had only ever watched her mother do it in her past life, and knew only the steps. Esteemed little witch, Coco can knead dough. I learned from a chef on Chinatown. Coco exclaimed excitedly. All right, then come help me knead the dough. We should make enough for 10 people, Chowing instructed as she chopped the scallions in her hands. Soon, she had diced the necessary ingredients: scallions, garlic, ginger, shiitake mushrooms, tofu, potatoes, tomatoes, and beef. Since pork is less common in foreign lands and tends to have a strong odor, she opted for beef instead. Next, she found a suitable pot, adding a dash of oil before tossing in the diced beef, stirring until browned, then incorporating the scallions, ginger, and garlic. Subsequently, she added the remaining vegetables and an appropriate amount of seasonings. After bringing it to a boil, she reduced the heat and covered it, allowing it to simmer for 20 minutes. When she lifted the lid, the aroma of rich meat and broth filled the kitchen, and as she sampled a spoonful, she added a splash of vinegar for extra flavor, stirring until satisfied before extinguishing the flame. Coco had also let the dough rest, and Chowing instructed her to roll out a portion for herself and to drop it into the boiling water prepared earlier for her initial taste. Soulful broth. Pour it over, Chowing declared as she fished out the cooked noodles and ladled the savory meat sauce atop them, relishing her meal. Delicious. The familiar flavors brought tears to her eyes as she savored each bite, reflecting on the 11 years she had endured. The culinary desert that was Britain truly lived up to its reputation, with potatoes dominating every meal. She felt as if she might turn into one herself. After finishing her meal with satisfied slurps, Chowing looked at Coco and, not wanting her assistance to go unacknowledged, gently commanded, Coco, I order you to prepare a bowl of noodles for yourself to enjoy with this broth. Coco gazed at the little witch with gratitude, bowing in appreciation before setting off to prepare her meal. As she departed, Chowing remembered her friends at Hogwarts and decided to share a taste of her homeland's culinary delights with them. Thus, she instructed Coco to prepare noodles and broth, awaiting her further orders. Chapter 22. Dumbledore's Resentment. Exiting the kitchen, Chowing made her way directly to the Great Hall, intending to inquire whether her friends wished to partake in her culinary offerings before serving them. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was bustling with activity, as it was lunchtime for the young wizards, filled with their laughter and chatter while professors exchanged pleasantries. Upon entering, Chowing resolved to seek out Slytherin and find Walburga, as their house was the farthest from her own. With her decision made, she approached the Slytherin table. Oh, a little badger is seeking a little snake? Students and professors dining nearby whispered among themselves as they observed Chowing boldly heading towards the Slytherin long table. Hi, Walburga, I just prepared some dishes from the east. Would you like to try some? Chowing asked directly upon finding Walburga. Walburga gazed at the expectant Chowing and the nearby Draco, a smile gracing her lips. Of course, I would be honored, Ing. After hearing Walburga's affirmative response, Chowing smiled and turned to head towards Gryffindor to ask Professor McGonagall and Augusta. Hey, silly little badger, why don't you ask the esteemed Malfoy if he wishes to partake? Draco called out, noticing Chowing about to leave. Confused, Chowing turned to the platinum-haired boy. What? With that attitude, why would I bother? I believe the esteemed Mr. Malfoy should understand that one ought to say please when asking for a favor. Chowing retorted, yet still had Kiki serve him a bowl. After all, he would one day have an adorable grandchild with a shell like an egg. After seeing Malfoy smirk and apologize, Chowing turned and made her way to the Gryffindor table. With the consent of Professor McGonagall and Augusta, Kiki prepared 2 bowls for them. Upon returning to her own table, Chowing was met with the eager gazes of the badgers, hungry and yearning for food. All right, arrangements will be made. The poor little house elf was working so hard in the kitchen that it seemed as if the ladle would burst into flames. Dumbledore observed as Chowing traversed from Slytherin to Gryffindor and then back to Hufflepuff, providing them with mysterious delicacies from her homeland, yet not casting a glance in his direction. Oh, poor Dumbledore, forgotten by his culinary companion. Just as Chowing was receiving the badger's gratitude, she suddenly sensed a powerful wave of resentment. Confused, she turned to find Professor Dumbledore wearing an expression of discontent. Merlin, how could she have forgotten him? Realizing her oversight, Chowing promptly asked Kiki to prepare a bowl of rice for each of the professors, as she certainly had not forgotten that her own headmaster was also present. It was only fair that everyone receive their due. Thus, the hall was filled with the delightful sounds of slurping noodles. The homemade noodle dish received unanimous praise from both the young wizards and the professors. After lunch, Chowing followed the badgers back to their dormitory in preparation for a midday rest. After bidding farewell to her enthusiastic classmates, she pushed open her dormitory door and entered, replenishing her feline companions' food and water. Once her tasks were complete, she lay back on her bed, finally able to relax. After an hour and a half of rest, Chowing picked up her prepared bag, ready to attend the charms class, which was shared with Slytherin. She hoped to sit beside Walburga, for who wouldn't he adore a beautiful older sister? Besides, She was the mother of both Regulus and Sirius. Accompanying her year leader to the fourth-floor charms classroom, the badgers and snakes entered and chose their seats. Chapter 23. Mastery of Magical Control. Upon entering the classroom, Chowing spotted Walburga seated in the front row and eagerly made her way over. However, a little badger beside her suddenly tugged at her sleeve, suggesting they sit at the back instead. Chowing, glancing at the young witch who had pulled her, politely declined, expressing her desire to find her friends from Slytherin. But we're supposed to sit by house. Look, exclaimed Jenny McMean, anxious that Chowing might face hostility from the other Slytherins. Don't worry, Jenny. Rules are meant to be broken. Besides, the professor didn't say we had to sit by house. I'm fine, you go find someone else. Chowing waved her hand dismissively, indifferent to Jenny's concerns. After all, she was an adult who simply thought, who cares? With that, she walked over to Walburga, squeezing past Malfoy, who had intended to sit beside her. Why are you sitting here? Malfoy asked, puzzled, as everyone seated was from Slytherin, and a Hufflepuff had no business there. To see you, can't you tell? Chowing shot a glance at Malfoy, who was sitting in the aisle next to her, and flashed a shy smile at Walburga. Hey! Malfoy turned away, refusing to look at her, though the flush creeping over his ears betrayed him. Before Chowing could continue her teasing, Professor Flitwick, the charms instructor, entered the room, prompting her to stop and prepare for class, even though she had mastered all the first-year spells long ago. All right, young wizards, turn to the first spell, the levitation charm, Professor Flitwick announced, standing atop a stack of books. It was said that he was half-elf and half-human, which explained his diminutive stature. But anyone who underestimated him would surely be in for a rude awakening, as Flitwick was a renowned dueling master. Okay, the incantation is Wingardium Leviosa. Pay attention to the pronunciation. Young wizards, it is Wingardium Leviosa. Remember, that gar must be pronounced long and clear. Additionally, the wand movement is crucial, a swish and a flick. Now, take up your wands and give it a try. Flitwick instructed earnestly. Wingardium Leviosa. The classroom immediately filled with the sounds of young wizards casting the charm. Wingardium Leviosa. With a gentle flick of her wand, Chowing watched as the feather before her gracefully levitated, soaring through the air as she controlled its every movement. Incredible. Hufflepuff gains 2 points. Astonishing control of magical power. Flitwick exclaimed, clearly impressed. Child, tell me your name. Noticing the powerful magical control from the student in the front row, he eagerly inquired. Thank you, Professor. My name is Ying Chao, she replied modestly, as she had already been adept with the charm even without a wand. After praising her once more, Flitwick descended from the podium to assist those who were struggling. You're amazing, Ying. No wonder I chose you as a friend. Walburga praised her, clearly impressed. You're quite talented yourself, Walburga. Give it another shot. Let us see where you might be going wrong. Chowing encouraged, accepting Walburga's compliment. Walburga took her wand and tried again. Wingardium Leviosa. But the feather remained stubbornly still. Oh dear, remember, a swish and a flick. Focus on the movements. Chowing observed the reason for Walburga's failure and quickly offered her guidance. Walburga promptly tried again, and indeed, the feather began to float under her control. Oh, Slytherin gains a point. Flitwick noted the successful attempt and awarded Walburga with points. Why, Ying, your movements look just like mine. How come you can do it without a wand? Walburga queried, puzzled. Seeing the expression on Walburga's face, Chowing felt compelled to demonstrate. She set down her wand and focused on the feather, causing it to float effortlessly to Walburga. You can perform wandless and silent magic. Walburga gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her voice barely above a whisper. Upon seeing Chowing nod, Walburga felt incredibly fortunate to have met her at the train station, having made a powerful wizard friend from the Black family. Chapter 24. The Library Rendezvous. Following the charms class was Professor Binns' History of Magic course. Professor Binns was a ghostly instructor, said to have forgotten his body one day while teaching, so deeply entrenched in his vocation that he remained as a ghost, forever teaching at Hogwarts. For Chowing, history of magic was akin to the history lessons of a past life, tediously dull, often lulling her to sleep. Indeed, as the class commenced, a wave of young wizards succumbed to slumber, even the knowledge-hungry eagles dozing off as if pecking at grains. Finally, after a grueling hour and a half, the bell rang, awakening the young wizards, who had been dreaming of Merlin. They gathered in groups to head to the hall for a meal. Chowing rubbed her numb arms, preparing to find Professor McGonagall to arrange a meal before their study session, as she had not forgotten their library rendezvous from before the term began. In the Hogwarts hall, at the Gryffindor table. Hey, Minerva, it seems that little badger from lunch is looking for you. Do you see her? A sixth-year lion observed as Chowing peered around. Humph, she remembers me. She's not the only Gryffindor friend I have. Perhaps she is searching for them, McGonagall replied awkwardly, recalling how Chowing had initially sought out the first year before eventually approaching her. At that moment, Xiaoying spotted McGonagall's location and happily made her way over. "Hi, Professor McGonagall, may I join you for dinner?" Seeing that Xiaoying truly sought her out, McGonagall's previous discomfort dissipated, and she nodded graciously. Of course. Xiaoying settled into the seat graciously offered by her senior, expressing her thanks before she picked up a bowl of pumpkin porridge and began to sip it slowly. "Senior, are you planning to study in the library later?" After finishing her meal, she turned to McGonagall, who had already completed her own. Without a moment's hesitation, McGonagall agreed to accompany her to the library. Once they had eaten, the two made their way to their dormitory to gather their necessary items, agreeing to reconvene in the common room. After parting ways, Xiaoying returned to her dormitory, first attending to her little cat by replenishing its food and water, before she finally retrieved the paper she needed for her assignments. She truly could not comprehend why assignments were measured in inches here. Though perplexed, she maintained her respect for the system. After checking her pens and paper, she promptly left her dormitory to meet McGonagall in the common room. Upon reuniting with McGonagall, the two found a spot near the window in the library. As Madame Pants enforced a strict silence, they settled down to study independently. "Let us see. I need to write a 10-inch paper on how to care for a niffler and another 10-inch essay on the International Wizarding Secrecy Act." Once Xiaoying had established her study direction, she gently slid her chair back and proceeded to search the shelves for relevant materials. The Tales of Beetle the Bard caught her eye, and she carefully pulled it from the shelf. Was this not the book that contained the story of the Deathly Hallows? As she flipped through the pages, she discovered information pertinent to the secrecy law and promptly took it along with her other findings to register with Madame Pants. Returning to her seat, Xiaoying cautiously set aside the wizarding tale, intending to read it later in the evening. She then took out her assignment paper and began to sift through her materials, preparing to write her paper on caring for a niffler. A 10-inch essay is neither too lengthy nor too brief, yet Xiaoying found herself writing for nearly an hour. As she neared completion, she looked up to see that the library had emptied significantly. Madame Pants began urging the young witches and wizards to return to their dormitories, for Hogwarts had a curfew. Reluctantly, Xiaoying registered the books she had used and returned to her dormitory with McGonagall. Chapter 25, Seeking the Marriage Certificate. On September 3rd, the weather was clear and perfect for outdoor activities. As usual, Xiaoying was roused by her feline companion and quickly completed her morning routine, ensuring her cat was fed before glancing at her class schedule, which revealed only 2 classes for the morning. "This is simply splendid," she exclaimed, as it afforded her ample time to study in the library that afternoon. The previous night, she had stayed up late to finish the Tales of Beetle the Bard. Although the content was of little assistance for her History of Magic assignment, the section on the Deathly Hallows and Horcruxes had captivated her deeply. Thus, she resolved to venture to the library that afternoon to complete her unfinished History of Magic work. After packing her bag with the necessary books, Xiaoying headed to the small kitchen to have a quick meal before her classes. Chuckling to herself as she munched on a pear, she pushed the door open and entered. "Hi, Coco, may I have a sandwich and some milk?" After placing her order, she took a seat at a nearby table to await her breakfast. Once she had finished her meal, she exited the kitchen in search of the Transfiguration Classroom. Transfiguration Classroom, 4th floor of Hogwarts. "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore." Xiaoying greeted Albus, who was standing at the doorway of the Transfiguration Classroom. Good morning. You've arrived quite early," Dumbledore noted, glancing at the clock which indicated there was still half an hour before class commenced. Feeling somewhat awkward, Xiaoying rubbed her nose, recognizing that her late-night study session had left her unable to sleep, hence her early rise. "I was simply eager to attend your class, which is why I arrived a bit early," she replied with a toothy grin. Dumbledore smiled in return, delighted to be so well-liked by his students. Soon, other students began to trickle into the classroom, preparing for the lesson, which today included both Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students. "Hi, Ing. I'm so glad we can attend class together again. May I sit beside you?" Augusta rushed over excitedly upon spotting Chao Ing in the front row. Looking up from her textbook at the eager young girl, Xiaoying beamed. "Of course, Augusta, I'm equally thrilled to share this class with you. All right, children. Today we shall learn to transform a matchstick into a needle. First, please open your beginner's guide to Transfiguration and turn to Chapter 1. Dumbledore waved his wand, ensuring that matchboxes landed steadily on each student's desk. "All right, children, take your wands and repeat after me. Transfiguration." Dumbledore elegantly transformed the matchstick before him into a beautifully patterned large sewing needle. Xiaoying gazed in awe at Dumbledore's wand work. He wasn't even using the Elder Wand, which meant he still had his marriage certificate with Grindelwald. Suddenly exhilarated, she calculated the time. It was now 1936, and there were several years until their fateful duel. She must return to China immediately after graduation. Xiaoying recalled the letter her family had left her, urging her to avoid the war, as otherwise, she would become collateral damage. Noticing Xiaoying lost in thought, Dumbledore approached her with a smile. Ahem, Ing. Why not give it a try? He gently reminded her to stay focused during class. Regaining her composure, Chowing offered an embarrassed smile. Oh, right, Professor. She then waved her wand at the matchstick, whispering, transfiguration, and the matchstick instantly transformed into a small, silver sewing needle. Excellent work, Hufflepuff. 2 points for your house. Dumbledore was unsurprised by her success, having heard Flitwick praise her to other professors since yesterday's charms class, lamenting that she had not been sorted into Ravenclaw. Chapter 26, Animagus. After awarding the points, Dumbledore moved on to assist other young witches and wizards with their transformations. Ing, come help me. Merlin, this is so difficult. Augusta exclaimed, having attempted the transformation herself after watching Chao-Ing achieve it effortlessly. Chao-Ing, hearing her plea, carefully examined Augusta's attempt and discerned that she seemed unfamiliar with the structure of a needle, resulting in her transforming the matchstick into a mere thin rod. Oh dear. You need to visualize how a needle looks in your mind. Take a look at mine, Chao-Ing offered, extending her own needle for Augusta to observe closely. As the class neared its conclusion, Augusta managed to transform her matchstick into a needle, earning a point for Gryffindor. After class, Dumbledore assigned a 5-inch essay to those who had not successfully transformed their objects. Once again, Chao-Ing received a grateful glance from Augusta as she prepared to depart. Just as she finished organizing her books and set out for the eagerly awaited flying lesson, which was to be shared with Ravenclaw, she noted that the eaglets showed little interest in such physical activities, alleviating any urgency to secure the best broom. Professor Dumbledore, may I inquire about how to become an animagus? McGonagall burst into the classroom, panting as she addressed Dumbledore. Chao-Ing, still within earshot, immediately thought of Professor McGonagall's cat animagus. Gryffindor, the most courageous house. Our headmistress can transform into a cat. Dumbledore looked at his exemplary student without hesitation. Of course. I've been prepared for this, Minerva. I'd like to know too. Chao-Ing chimed in stealthily, edging closer to McGonagall as she directed her request to Dumbledore. Oh, Ing, you're only a first year. Your magical capacity may not be sufficient, even though your control over magic is quite impressive. I am more than willing to offer assistance during your 3rd and 4th years. Yet Dumbledore immediately declined Chao-Ying's request, deeming the completion of the animagus transformation exceedingly perilous, particularly for a first-year student like her, whose magical abilities were still rather unstable. Unsurprisingly, Chao-Ing anticipated Dumbledore's refusal, for he had always been a remarkably responsible teacher, unwilling to place his students in jeopardy. So, Harry Potter queried, seemingly indifferent. After an amicable farewell to McGonagall and Dumbledore, Chao-Ing secretly marked the task of researching animagus information in her mind. It was impossible for her to simply comply. She sensed that her magical prowess had already reached a level comparable to that of 3rd and 4th year students, and therefore, she believed that completing the animagus transformation would not pose a danger. Before long, Chao-Ing arrived at the grassy expanse outside the castle, where she reunited with her fellow Hufflepuffs. Just as she was about to exchange a few words with others, she noticed a lady with short brown hair approaching them. What are you all lingering for? Stand to the left of the broomstick. Madame Hooch instructed swiftly, her eagle-like golden eyes surveying the students. Pleased by their prompt compliance, Madame Hooch declared, now, together, chant up and grasp your brooms. Chao-Ing gazed at the broom beneath her feet, her excitement bubbling over as she called out up. The broom leapt into her hands instantly. Fantastic. It appears I possess some innate flying talent. As the young witches and wizards succeeded one after another, Madame Hooch instructed them to mount their brooms and await her command. Following her cue, Chao-Ing gently pushed off the ground, and the broom began to ascend gracefully. Carefully controlling her broom, she attempted to swirl through the air, feeling the gentle breeze caress her face. Unable to contain her exhilaration, she suddenly commanded the broom to soar higher and fly swiftly. Observing Chao-Ing mastering the art of flying with remarkable speed, Madame Hooch nodded approvingly, perceiving her as a promising candidate for Quidditch. Chapter 27, Mandrake. Once she had fully embraced the freedom of flight, Chao-Ing soared above the castle, gazing down at the diminutive Hogwarts below. How beautiful! She marveled, admiring the shimmering surface of the black lake beneath the sunlight. A sudden impulse overtook her, and she directed her broom towards the lake. Skimming closely above the water's surface, she extended a hand to touch the frigid lake, guiding the broom forward and tracing ripples across the lake's surface. Upon hearing Madame Hooch's sharp whistle, she flew toward the grassy area, preparing to regroup for the lesson's conclusion. After confirming the head count, Madame Hooch signaled for the students to disperse. However, just as Chao-Ing turned to leave, Madame Hooch called out to her. Oh, little badger from Hufflepuff, would you be interested in participating in the Quidditch tryouts? Your performance was truly impressive, Madame Hooch exclaimed. Upon receiving this invitation, Chao-Ing readily accepted. Who wouldn't love Quidditch? She had always enjoyed watching the matches in the films, particularly relishing the sensation of soaring through the air. After agreeing with Madame Hooch to attend the tryouts on Saturday morning, Chowing resolved to first visit the library to seek out books on animagus transformation. After all, acquiring an additional skill would equip her with greater confidence in facing future uncertainties. The library was enveloped in tranquility, with only the sounds of pages turning and quills scratching against parchment. Chowing made her way directly to Madame Pants, the librarian. For there was no one more knowledgeable about the locations of books than she. "Excuse me, Madame Pants. Could you please direct me to the section where I might find books on animagus?" Chowing inquired in a hushed tone. "Oh, curious little badger. This is not something typically accessed by students of your year," Madame Pants remarked, glancing at the first-year student before her, who was not even from Ravenclaw, the house known for its penchant for advanced reading. Chowing, anxious, looked up at Madame Pants and swallowed hard. "I am merely curious and wish to borrow it for a look," she stammered, fearing that Madame Pants would deny her request due to her lower year status. However, Madame Pants, oblivious to the young badger's unease, soon retrieved a book related to animagus transformation from a nearby shelf. After Chowing registered the book, Madame Pants handed it to her, reminding her to take good care of it. With the book in hand, Chowing hurried back to her dormitory, eager to transcribe the necessary steps. First, one must continuously hold a single leaf of mandrake in their mouth for a month. When the full moon arrives, the leaf should be removed, and a crystal vial filled with saliva must be prepared, soaking the leaf within so that it absorbs pure moonlight, alongside adding hair and dew. During the stormy period, at each sunrise and sunset, the wand's tip should be directed toward the heart while reciting the incantation, Amato, Onimo, Onomato, Animagus. At the moment a lightning bolt cleaves the sky, one must immediately rush to the location where the crystal vial is buried. If all the aforementioned steps are executed correctly, one will discover a mouthful of blood-red potion inside. It is crucial to depart at once to a vast and safe location, ensuring that the transformation process does not attract attention or endanger one's body. Pointing the wand's tip toward the heart, recite the incantation Amato, Onimo, Onomato, Animagus, and then drink the potion. If everything proceeds smoothly, one will experience intense pain and 2 rapid heartbeats, with visions of the creature they are about to transform into surfacing in their mind. Chowing closed the textbook and carefully tucked away her organized notes. The next step was to find a single leaf of mandrake. She pondered the means of acquiring it, realizing that she certainly could not ask the professors, as they would undoubtedly deter her. Purchasing it, that seemed implausible, as she wouldn't be able to visit Hogsmeade until her 3rd year. Oh, how could she forget? The badgers must have their own connections, whether through the greenhouse or from informants. There were always ways. Having concluded her thoughts, Chowing sprang from her bed and dashed toward the Hufflepuff common room. Chapter 28, The Meaning of Taurus. Sure enough, Chowing procured a leaf of mandrake from an upper-year badger. Once she had it in her possession, she was uncertain whether the leaf required washing, fearing that cleaning it might lead to unforeseen consequences. Without further ado, she placed it in her mouth. At 10 o'clock that evening, atop the astronomy tower, Hufflepuff and Slytherin students attended astronomy class together, each required to use their telescopes to observe and record constellations. Professor Sinistra assigned the task of recording the M31 in Andromeda before allowing the young wizards to observe independently. The towering tower was particularly cold, prompting Chowing to instinctively wrap her robe tighter around herself in an effort to keep warm. Not far away, Walburga noticed the shivering Chowing and instinctively approached her. "Hey, you're a witch, Ing. I think you should cast a warming charm on yourself to prevent freezing your brain," Walburga suggested, waving her wand to cast a spell that would warm the trembling Chowing, sparing her from further discomfort. "Thank you, Wal. It's not that my brain is frozen or anything, but what a perfect warming charm," Chowing exclaimed as she swiftly regained her composure, lavishing praise upon Walburga. Having been a muggle in her previous life, Chowing often forgot to utilize spells, but Walburga's unrelenting teasing prompted her to acknowledge her oversight. Walburga, bemused by Chow Ying's peculiar accent, wondered what she had done to elicit such a response. Did she cast a tongue-twisting spell? Why was her speech so muddled? In response to Walburga's confusion, Chowing quietly confided that she was practicing to become an animagus. With the leaf still in her mouth, she admitted that it was indeed a trial, as she constantly felt on the verge of swallowing it. Walburga gazed at Chowing in astonishment, recognizing her as a truly bold witch. At this point, it was no longer a matter of whether Chowing possessed exceptional talent, whose first-year wizard has only attended school for 2 days, yet has already commenced practicing the advanced animagus transformation. Particularly so, when the individual who has mastered it is among the most distinguished in all of Britain. Walburga never harbored doubts about Chow Ying's potential for failure. Her trust in Chow Ying was inexplicably profound. "Cool. By Merlin's white stockings, you are indeed bold. Moreover, Once you've perfected it, do summon me. I shall be there to witness. Chowing readily acquiesced to Walburga's request, for what was there to lose? Only by becoming stronger would these pure-blood aristocrats afford her greater respect, and the blacks were no exception. Chowing never questioned the authenticity of her friendship with Walburga, yet she remained acutely aware that Walburga belonged to a pure-blood lineage, an extreme family committed to preserving their bloodline's purity. The friendships in Slytherin invariably intertwine with interests. This fact is undeniable. Wal, I've heard that the Black family names their children after stars. Which star are you? Chowing only knew that two of Walburga's future sons would be named after Sirius and Leo. Walburga smirked proudly. I am Taurus, which signifies power, ancient power. Wow, that sounds fitting for you, Wal. You shall undoubtedly seize the power you desire. Chowing recalled how, in the original narrative, after Walburga wed her cousin, the affairs of the Black family were entirely under her control, prompting her to admire this formidable woman. Upon hearing Chow Ying's words, Walburga merely raised an eyebrow without responding, lowering her gaze to search for her Taurus constellation through the telescope. Observing Walburga's actions, Chowing promptly began adjusting her own telescope to observe the Andromeda Galaxy, M31, as assigned by the professor. Chapter 29, Potions Class. Today marked the first Potions class for Hufflepuff, conducted alongside the Ravenclaw Eaglets. In the dungeons of Hogwarts, the Potions classroom awaited. This lesson does not require the use of wands, nor incantations. Thus, I anticipate that some of you may struggle to appreciate the profound science and intricate craft of potion making. However, for the select few genuinely inclined toward this art, I can instruct you on how to muddle the mind, deceive the senses, gain renown, live splendidly, and even teach you the secrets of immortality. Chowing observed Professor Horace Slughorn passionately delivering his speech at the podium, unable to suppress a smirk. Very well. If immortality truly exists, then why haven't you imparted this knowledge to Voldemort? The Philosopher's Stone merely allowed Nicholas Flamel to maintain his existence, without granting true immortality. After concluding his address, Slughorn nodded to several pure-blood students from Ravenclaw and inscribed the task for the lesson on the blackboard to concoct a Scabbers potion. Regardless, Professor Slughorn remained a leading figure in the potion-making realm, a skilled potion master. Following the crowd, Chowing ventured to the storage cabinet to procure the materials required for the Scabbers potion, returning to her seat to commence the preparation. As potion-making necessitated partners, and given that Chowing was the sole odd-numbered Hufflepuff, she found herself working alone. All right, a slug with antennae. Ugh, truly revolting. Carefully, Chowing utilized tweezers to place the slug into the cauldron for preliminary steaming, pondering, can this truly be consumed? Once the slug was steaming, she ground 6 snake fangs in a mortar, holding her breath. After all, these were venomous fangs. A single misstep could be fatal. Soon, she had finally ground the fangs, sifting out the larger particles to return to the fine powder. Subsequently, she set the cauldron over a flame, adding the snake fang powder and dried nettles, adjusting the heat. Watching the temperature rise to 250 degrees Fahrenheit, she waited a few seconds before adding the steamed slug, its appearance even more repulsive. Cautiously withdrawing the cauldron from the flames, Chowing only dared to add the porcupine quills once the temperature had lowered. She certainly did not forget Neville's disastrous outcome in the film. After stirring clockwise 5 times, she waved her wand, completing the potion as pink smoke billowed from the cauldron, transforming the potion into a brilliant blue. Silently applauding herself, she thought, fantastic. A perfect potion. Hufflepuff shall gain points. Professor Slughorn, observing the cauldron's vibrant pink smoke, approached with an empty crystal vial in hand. A flawless potion. A Hufflepuff child with black hair and purple eyes. I presume you are the spell-casting prodigy Professor Flitwick spoke of? Chowing, is it? Slughorn carefully collected the potion from her cauldron, raising it high for the other students to see. Yes, Professor, thank you for your praise. Chowing marveled at the absence of impurities in her blue potion, astonished that such repugnant ingredients could yield such a dazzling product. What a modest child. I believe that if you can produce such high-quality potions consistently, I would be more than willing to invite you to join my slug club. Slughorn favored not only the pure-blooded students, but also cherished teaching those of exceptional talent, whether muggle-born or half-blood. He was the epitome of a Slytherin. Chapter 30, Practical Class. Enjoy more, please. With Professor Slughorn's heavy expectations and bathed in the admiring gazes of her fellow badgers, Chowing maintained her composure as she exited the potions classroom with a hearty laugh, for she had completed her potion and could leave early. Once in an unoccupied area, she could no longer contain her smile. The thrill of her discreet triumph was intoxicating. Ha ha ha, what a delight. After reveling in her joy for a moment, Chowing stowed her smile, reverting to her composed demeanor, anticipating the upcoming defense against the dark arts class. She felt a surge of excitement for how the lesson would unfold. I hope it isn't like those abstract teachers in the films who teach nothing of practical use. With eager anticipation, she briskly made her way to the defense against the dark arts classroom. Upon entering, she found the room empty but chose to sit in the front row. Who could comprehend the joy of sitting in the front row? Observing the teacher's movements clearly was paramount, for the execution of spells hinges on both incantation and gesture. Chowing opened the Dark Arts Defense Guide, with the first chapter discussing vampires. Soon, she became engrossed in the captivating text, unaware of the steady stream of students entering the classroom. As Augusta entered, she immediately spotted Chowing lost in her sea of knowledge and rushed over with enthusiasm. I am so thrilled to be in class with you again. Chowing looked up in confusion at the little girl before her. Oh, it's Augusta, the little lioness who is always alone. Hi, Augusta, come sit beside me. Where are your friends? Chowing was curious as to why Augusta was always solitary when they encountered one another. Because I am from a pureblood family. Augusta replied with a hint of dejection. Even though we are not yet in Voldemort's era, the conflicts between purebloods, muggles, and half-bloods still persist. Oh dear, how unfortunate. Augusta, they simply do not yet recognize the true you. In my eyes, you are a genuine Gryffindor, vivacious, kind, and brave. Does being a pureblood girl in Gryffindor not demonstrate your courage? After comforting Augusta, the defense against the dark arts teacher entered the room just in time. In this lesson, we will not be discussing vampires. Instead, I shall teach you how to defend against them. So, children, please close your books. As Galatea Mellis entered the room, she presented the young wizards with a delightful surprise. The first incantation, Impedimentum, created an obstacle preventing others from approaching. Thus, I now require a young wizard to serve as my assistant, and I can grant points to his or her house. Mellis surveyed the eager faces of the Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs below. Upon hearing the mention of house points, the young wizards eagerly raised their hands, all of them pitifully bound by the allure of academic credit. Naturally, Chowing was no exception, raising her hand high. Oh, such enthusiasm, my dear children. You there? The little lion in the front row, Mellis called out to Augusta, seated beside Chowing, gesturing for her to come forward. Go for it, Augusta, Chowing encouraged, giving her hand a gentle squeeze, which earned her a warm smile in return. All right, child, I shall cast a spell upon you first. Can you use your obstacles to defend against it? Mellis addressed the slightly anxious Augusta. Nodding firmly in understanding, Augusta grasped her wand and prepared herself. When the incantation Pertego was uttered, the two magical energies collided and then vanished. Splendid. 2 points for Gryffindor. Augusta, that was quite an impressive spell, Mellis declared, not overstating her praise. Though her own magical prowess could be considered at the third-year level, the young girl's spell had successfully countered hers, demonstrating remarkable skill. Gratefully, Augusta accepted the professor's commendation, returning to her seat, where she finally allowed her excitement to show to Chowing. Chapter 31. The Quidditch Tryouts. Thus, Chao Ying's magical education swiftly approached its first respite. Chao, do not forget the Quidditch tryouts this morning. Aaron Diggory, chatting with other Hufflepuffs in the common room, noticed Chao Ying, who was clutching a book and seemingly preparing to head to the library to study. He hurriedly reminded her. Upon being reminded, Chao Ying suddenly recalled the Quidditch tryouts scheduled for that very morning. Gratefully, she nodded to Diggory, realizing why Cedric had been so gentle and helpful. It was in his nature to be so. Was the Diggory family renowned for their warm-heartedness? It seemed she would not be able to study in the library with Senior McGonagall today. With a sigh of regret, she turned back to her dormitory to stow her book and prepare to attend the tryouts. On the castle's lawn, Madame Hooch awaited the first-year students who were about to participate in the selection process alongside the Quidditch team members from the four houses. As Chowing stepped onto the grassy expanse, she immediately noticed a crowd gathered around the Quidditch pitch. Clearly, everyone was quite captivated by the prospect of Quidditch. As she approached the pitch, she marveled at how nearly half of the seating was filled with students. Madame Hooch, intently watching the entrance, quickly spotted Chowing as she walked in and waved her over. I'm so pleased you could join us for the tryouts. Please go change with the senior students. A few others have yet to arrive. Chowing was delighted to see that the senior student Madame Hooch had pointed out was none other than McGonagall. Oh, how could I have forgotten? Professor McGonagall has always been an ardent Quidditch enthusiast. It was her who admitted Harry Potter as a first year due to his extraordinary talent. After a warm embrace with McGonagall, Chowing followed her to the Quidditch changing room to prepare. I never expected you to participate in the tryouts as a first year. It seems your talent is exceptional, McGonagall remarked, her face reflecting her astonishment. Once dressed, Chowing shyly brushed her hair, which had become tousled from the fabric, replying, I suppose it's all right, senior. I mainly enjoy the feeling of soaring through the air. It truly feels liberating. For some reason, Chowing often felt bashful around Professor McGonagall, perhaps due to her profound impression of the character from the original narrative. In her heart, she held a deep-rooted respect and affection for her teachers. Listening to Chowing's sentiments, McGonagall nodded in agreement, confessing that her own passion for flying had led her to Quidditch as well. Once Chowing was ready, McGonagall escorted her back to the pitch, offering her a few encouraging words before returning to her own house team. As the students gathered for the tryouts, it became apparent that Chowing was the only first year among a sea of second-year wizards. Madame Hooch nodded to the Quidditch players from various houses, and soon they mounted their brooms and soared into the air. Well, children, it is evident that your selection process will involve a match against them. However, you need only score 5 goals to pass. This is the requirement for the beaters and chasers. As for the seekers, we will release the golden snitch, and based on your performances, we shall select the players. Let the tryouts commence. Observing the students nodding in understanding, Madame Hooch released both the bludgers and the quaffle, along with the shimmering golden snitch. Chowing chose the position of a beater, preferring the exhilarating impact of powerful strikes rather than chasing the elusive golden snitch. She relished the cathartic release this sport provided, enjoying the sensation of sending the balls flying with her strikes. Unsurprisingly, as she mounted her broom and seized her bat, Chowing charged into the fray like a wolf among sheep, swinging her bat with vigor, flying swiftly and steadily. Before long, she broke through the encirclement of several upperclassmen, successfully sending a bludger into the goalposts. After several more attempts, Madame Hooch summoned her to the ground, officially notifying her of her selection as a Quidditch beater. Chapter 32. A visit to the Forbidden Forest amidst the rigorous studies and Quidditch practices. A month passed swiftly for Chowing, as if time were accelerated. Tomorrow would mark a full month since she had begun chewing on the mandrake root. With a crystal vial ready to be filled with her saliva, Chowing stealthily slipped out of the common room during dinner time. Having evaded the groundskeeper, she clutched her wand tightly and cautiously ventured into the Forbidden Forest. Even before the sun had set, the forest was shrouded in an eerie stillness. The sounds of insects were utterly absent. How terrifying! It is far too quiet, she thought, recalling the whispers of the forest's connection to the mysterious woods beyond. Wrapping herself in an improvised protective charm, she fortified herself, while the original spell merely conjured a shield. Her version offered comprehensive protection, as she could not vigilantly monitor every angle. Chowing's goal in the Forbidden Forest was to find the perfect spot to bask in the moonlight, a crucial task. Should today be overcast, she would need to wait another month to try again. Fortunately, luck was on her side. The day was splendidly sunny. Unbeknownst to her, Chowing had wandered deep into the forest, where a magnificent lake came into view. It was breathtaking. Words failed her in describing the ethereal unicorns that frolicked by the water's edge. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon their coats, casting a soft halo that seemed to echo the glow of the moon above. The unicorns noticed the solitary girl but, to Chowing's surprise, did not exhibit any defensive behavior. Recognizing her lack of hostile intent, she tucked away her wand and spotted a massive stone by the lake, perfect for placing her crystal vial, completely unobstructed. Cautiously, she made her way to the water's edge and retrieved her pocket watch, awaiting the stroke of midnight. The unicorns, seeing the human girl seated by the lake, resumed their natural behavior, grazing and drinking, undisturbed by her presence. Leaning against the giant rock, Chowing quietly admired the pure and beautiful creatures, relishing the serene moment as she observed their lives unfold before her. At that moment, a curious little golden unicorn cautiously approached Chowing. The newly born creature had yet to encounter a biped, and the adult unicorn nearby did not deter its curiosity. Sensing no malice in the human child, the unicorn race is known for its remarkable tolerance towards younglings and females. Chowing gazed in delight at the little unicorn now standing before her, exclaiming, "By Merlin's black stockings, a divine gift from the heavens. It is simply exquisite. Look at those tiny horns, that lustrous mane." The unicorn, named Bobo, regarded the biped with intrigue, nuzzling its head against hers. Chowing was taken aback by the unicorn's unexpected affection, but soon responded by gently stroking its head. "Ah, the sensation. Mother, I have touched a unicorn." Bobo, enchanted by Chowing's adept petting technique, sprawled before her, reveling in the affection. With the unicorn relaxed, Chowing felt entirely at ease, caressing it from head to tail. However, she noticed the little unicorn was shedding quite a bit. Certainly, it was not her doing. Observing the golden strands in her hand, she realized their immense value. Chowing cautiously offered the hair back to Bobo, saying, "It seems you're shedding a bit, darling. May I keep some?" Sensing the end of its massage, Bobo looked up to see its own hair in the biped's hand and nonchalantly nodded, thinking it would shed every season anyway. "Take what you want, just continue the massage." Seeing Bobo's indifferent demeanor, Chowing gleefully collected the golden hair, feeling quite triumphant. After a lengthy session of petting, her hands grew weary, and she declined further affection from the little creature. Glancing at her watch, she prepared for the next phase. Soon, it was midnight. Hurriedly, she spat the leaf she had been chewing into a vial, adding a strand of her hair, she had purchased, and the pupa of a moth under the moonlight. Carefully, she placed the crystal vial in a dark spot behind a massive rock, casting a modified protective charm to envelop the entire stone. Satisfied, she nodded, feeling assured of her success. After one last pat on the little unicorn and securing a handful of golden hair, Chowing retrieved her wand, ready to return to her dormitory for a well-deserved rest. Chapter 33. Her true identity. Once she cautiously exited the forbidden forest, Chowing cast a disillusionment charm upon herself as she entered the castle. Today was Dumbledore's patrol night, and she had to be particularly careful. Silently maneuvering past the Grand Hall, she spotted the staircase leading to Hufflepuff. Time was of the essence. Onward she dashed. Who goes there? Another student wandering in the night? Just as Dumbledore reached the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, he witnessed the spiral staircase turning toward him. It must be another night roamer. He knew that the staircase would only move if someone ascended. With a flick of time magic, he noted it was already 1 in the morning and resolved to teach this nocturnal student a lesson. Chowing, rushing up the staircase, collided directly with Dumbledore. Damn, what luck! Truly, fortune can be fickle. Just moments ago, she had been reveling in her good fortune after acquiring 2 strands of unicorn hair, only to now find herself face to face with the patrolling professor. Grateful for having cast the disillusionment charm in advance, she tiptoed, attempting to sidestep Dumbledore and slip outside. Revealed. The perceptive Dumbledore wasted no time in casting a revealing charm, and before Chowing could react, she found herself unveiled before him. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore, she greeted, forcing a laugh as she found his gaze fixed upon her. Undoubtedly, she had been exposed. Good evening, Ing. It appears Hufflepuff will lose 5 points due to your nocturnal escapades. I never expected you to venture out at night. I assumed you would be studying in your dormitory. Dumbledore regarded the unveiled badger with surprise, initially thinking she was an upperclassman. Her disillusionment charm was indeed quite skillful. Chowing, hearing Dumbledore's astonished tone, forced a sheepish smile. Professor, I was just… never mind. I can't think of an excuse. Dumbledore chuckled warmly at the flustered badger attempting to justify herself, but said nothing further, urging her to return to her dormitory for a good night's rest. Oh, all right, Professor. Good night. Chowing exhaled, relieved as she bid farewell to Dumbledore. Losing points was trivial. She could easily earn them back in class tomorrow. What she truly feared was being confined. She had no desire to seek out a professor for tea. Dumbledore stood at the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room, watching as Chowing genuinely entered before turning to leave. That mischievous badger hadn't cleaned up the unicorn hair on her robes. Indeed, she was not as quiet and demure as she appeared. His instincts had not failed him. Oh, for the remarkable disillusionment charm executed by Ms. Chowing, Hufflepuff gained 6 points. In the tranquil hall, the yellow gemstones shimmered, increasing in brilliance. Meanwhile, back in her dormitory, Chowing discovered the golden unicorn hair clinging to her robes. Oh no, he must have seen it. It's so obvious, the golden hair against the black robe. She fervently hoped Dumbledore would not deduce her excursion into the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly face detention. Regretful, Chowing meticulously collected the strands of unicorn hair from her robe, knowing their worth must be preserved. They might prove useful someday. A cleaning spell would only eliminate the hair entirely, rather than gathering it. Once satisfied that no traces remained, she hung her robe on a hook, anticipating that a house elf would come to collect it for cleaning. After changing, she began her nighttime routine, remembering to feed her little house elf, who seemed to be eating less lately. Had it perhaps dined elsewhere? Chapter 34. What other surprises do you have in store for me? Since expelling the mandrake, Chowing needed to point the tip of her wand at her heart at sunrise and sunset, reciting the incantation, Amato, Onimo, Onomato, and Nimigus. The wait for the storm could extend for weeks, months, or even years. During this period, the crystal vial must remain undisturbed and shielded from sunlight. Yet, under the protection of Chao Ying's spells, this step proceeded without a hitch. It must be said, Chowing's luck was occasionally remarkable. After merely a week of reciting the incantation, last night, she distinctly felt a second heartbeat in her chest. As customary, she recited the spell again at sunset, feeling the powerful thumping in her chest. For reasons unknown, she sensed that today might present an opportunity for her transformation. As if on cue, the astronomy professor announced that a storm would occur that very night, resulting in the cancellation of their class. The badgers cheered, relieved to avoid the cold, and Chowing joined in their jubilance, feeling exceptionally fortunate. Thinking she should prepare early, Chowing turned to head to the hall for an early meal, planning to wait in the Forbidden Forest afterward. At the Slytherin table, Walburga was dining elegantly with her pure-blood sisters, discussing matters of lineage. Upon spotting the hurried Chowing entering the hall, she noticed her briefly drinking some porridge before swiftly leaving and felt a twinge of curiosity, not concern. After signaling her companions, she pursued Chowing. "Hey, Ing, why are you in such a rush? What is going on?" Walburga called, lifting her skirts to catch up with Chowing. "Oh, it's you, Wal, just a little something. What is up?" Chowing responded, recalling that she might need assistance during her transformation in the Forbidden Forest. Her unwitting assistant had come to her. "There is nothing much to say, merely observing your haste." I approached to watch as Volja glanced at Chowing, seemingly unconcerned, before turning to leave. "Oh dear, do not depart just yet. In fact, I find myself in a bit of a predicament and require your assistance," Chowing implored, grasping Volja's hand. Volja raised an eyebrow, regarding Chowing with curiosity, urging her to continue. "This evening, I need you to safeguard me. You are aware that a storm is brewing." Chowing squinted playfully at Volja, offering a warm smile. "Ah, so that's it. Certainly. We are friends, are we not? Shall we proceed?" Volja recalled the audacious individual before her, who was secretly practicing animagus transformation. Indeed, if she hadn't encountered any setbacks, today would mark her final step, transformation. Chowing nodded, leading Volja away from the castle towards the Black Lake. The lake was nestled close to the Forbidden Forest, where their passage would go unnoticed. Soon, they arrived at the lakeside at the heart of the Forbidden Forest. "Oh, a unicorn. How magnificent. By Merlin, you never mentioned this place harbored unicorns," Volja exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment as she beheld the herd of unicorns. "Do not be surprised, Volja. There are even greater wonders to behold." Chowing waved toward the unicorns, and a golden foal trotted over eagerly. Chapter 35, The Werewolf Assault. Volja's hand, which had shielded her mouth, could no longer contain her astonishment. What was the reason for the unicorn's unusual affinity towards her? It was utterly extraordinary. Chowing gently petted the little unicorn, retrieving a comb from her bag, and began grooming it by the lakeside. Cautiously, Volja edged closer to Chowing, marveling at the gentle unicorn and the tender act of grooming, still feeling as though she were in a dream. "You should give it a try, Volja. It is quite docile. Do not be anxious," Chowing encouraged, extending the comb toward her. Inexplicably, the task of grooming the unicorn fell to Volja. She stroked the silky fur, gazing intently at Chowing, then lowered her head in contemplation. Suddenly, thunder rumbled as dark clouds began to gather ominously in the sky, the friction between them creating a deafening roar. Realizing that rain was imminent, Chowing hastily cast a protective rain charm and an enhanced armor spell over both Volja and the little unicorn, knowing she would soon be preoccupied with her own safety. Startled by the thunder, Volja watched as Chowing effortlessly conjured two spells she had never witnessed before, her expression a mix of complexity. She gripped her wand tightly, prepared to defend Chowing. With a flash, lightning streaked across the sky as Chowing drew her wand, pointing its tip toward her heart, reciting, "Amato, Onimo, and Amato, Animagus," swiftly uncorking a vial and consuming the crimson potion. Before she could even set the vial down, a wave of intense pain coursed through her, accompanied by 2 racing heartbeats. Gradually, an animal's silhouette materialized in her mind. Was it a white cat? Before she could fully comprehend, a searing pain tore through her body. "Damn, this is unbearable." The agony rendered her voiceless. Just as the sensation of tearing subsided, another wave of compression enveloped her. At last, having completed her transformation, Chowing propped her weary body up and raised her hand to inspect what she had become. Before her lay a pair of large white paws adorned with thick pads. Such large paws. I can't possibly have transformed into a Maine Coon, can I? How splendid. Filled with anticipation, Chowing clumsily made her way to the lakeside with her unfamiliar limbs. If her eyes did not deceive her, she had transformed into a snow leopard. "Buddy, oh, why can't I pet myself?" Chowing gazed at her reflection in the lake, her ears twitching adorably, her eyes retaining the same violet hue, while her black robe had morphed into a beautiful pattern on her fur. This was truly magnificent. Contemplating how she could easily swat a sheep with a paw when she grew up, she felt increasingly satisfied with her animagus transformation. Not far off, Volja watched in delight as Chowing took on the form of a snow leopard. Before either could utter a word, a series of howls erupted from the forest. Chowing quickly reverted to her human form, brandishing her wand and fixating her gaze on the source of the sounds emanating from the woods. Suddenly, 3 werewolves burst forth from the trees. "Ah, I see." Chowing swiftly cast a series of protective spells over herself and Volja, focusing intently on the advancing werewolves. Meanwhile, Volja, overwhelmed by fear, found her resolve wavering. After all, she was still merely a first-year student. The 3 werewolves, having readied themselves, lunged at the pair with menacing howls. Obstacles abound. Chao Ying reacted swiftly, creating a barrier to separate the werewolves. The creatures shook their heads, undeterred, and continued their assault. Oh shift! Their magical resistance is formidable. Chao Ying cursed under her breath, observing the untouched werewolves before her. What should we doing? I don't want to become a werewolf. Volja quickly regained her composure, proving her noble upbringing. With me here, do you truly think you will become a werewolf? Stay close to me. We are returning to the dormitory. Chao Ying teased, gripping Volja's hand as they began to move cautiously. Volja ignored Chao Ying's jest, gripping her wand tightly, bracing for the inevitable confrontation. Chapter 36, A Life Ode. The werewolves cared little for moments of tenderness. Recovering their wits, they resumed their assault. All petrified. Bind them swiftly. All petrified. Chao Ying unleashed a flurry of spells, reducing one werewolf to ash in an instant. Cool, Ying. Before Volja could express her thoughts further, Chao Ying seized her hand, urging her to flee. While the others are momentarily stunned, isn't it foolish to remain here? We can praise each other later. As they sprinted, the haunting howls of the wolves echoed behind them. If we can't defeat them, they will summon reinforcements, won't they? Chao Ying dared not pause, aware that Volja's life hung in the balance. No, I can't. I can't keep running, Ying. Volja gasped, her breath ragged, her robes torn by branches, struggling to catch her breath. Even if you can't run, you must. Have you come to terms with wanting to become a werewolf? Without a moment's hesitation, Chao Ying gripped Volja's wrist, propelling them toward the castle. Two wolves soon closed the gap, and Chao Ying swung her wand, casting spells without respite. Yet, amid their frantic flight, her aim was wildly off. Only a few spells struck true, serving merely to hinder the wolves for a fleeting moment. After a brief contemplation, Chao Ying declared to Volja, I will engage them as a leopard. You cast spells to support me. Volja nodded resolutely, raising her wand toward the werewolves. After bestowing several layers of protective charms upon Volja, Chao Ying transformed into a snow leopard. Meow, she roared, attempting to intimidate the two werewolves. But the sound that escaped her surprised even herself. All right, I shall refrain from calling out. Hearing the sound, Volja couldn't help but chuckle before swiftly resetting her serious demeanor. Enraged, Chao Ying lunged at one of the werewolves while the others circled around her. In moments, the three were engaged in a fierce struggle. In her animal form, Chao Ying could not be infected, which made her particularly ruthless. With just a few bites, she left the two werewolves bloodied and battered. In the pouring rain, the mingling blood rendered it impossible to discern whose was whose. Volja, hesitant to intervene, feared that any action might inadvertently harm her ally. With a powerful bite, Chao Ying severed the neck of one werewolf, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The remaining werewolf, witnessing this, turned and fled. At long last, after the fierce battle, Chao Ying staggered and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Upon witnessing her fall, Vorbujka rushed over, extracting a healing potion from her necklace to administer to Chao Ying. Ugh, how utterly vile. The moment the potion touched her lips, Chao Ying jolted awake, exclaiming, what an atrocious taste. Ack, I'm fine now, no more? It's simply revolting. Though merely fatigued, she resisted Vorbujka's attempts to feed her more potion, gently pushing her hand away as a sign of polite refusal. Seeing Chao Ying recover, Vorbujka breathed a sigh of relief. She had feared the worst and realized she owed her life to Chao Ying's unwavering protection. Unlike others, Chao Ying had steadfastly shielded her from harm. Once Chao Ying had rested sufficiently to regain her human form, the two supported each other as they made their way back to the castle. Get some rest, Vorbujka. I truly apologize for putting you in such peril, Chao Ying lamented, regretting her decision that had nearly endangered Vorbujka. She shuddered at the thought of what might have happened had Vorbujka been bitten by a werewolf or suffered a worse fate. Fear not, Ying. Tonight was indeed an exhilarating adventure, was it not? Do not burden yourself with guilt. Accompanying you was my own choice. Now, return and rest well, Ying. Sweet dreams. Vorbujka sought to alleviate Chao Ying's despondency, feeling indebted to her for saving her life. Ignoring her noble etiquette, Vorbujka embraced Chao Ying tightly before leading her into the rest area. Good night, she declared, her heart brimming with warmth. Feeling a sense of obligation, Chao Ying watched Vorbujka enter the resting chamber before turning to retreat to her own quarters, utterly exhausted. Chapter 37. A chance encounter with Dumbledore at the same time. In the familiar corridors, after bidding farewell to Vorbujka, Chao Ying had just reached the dormitory entrance when she unexpectedly encountered the patrolling Dumbledore. However, this time, before Dumbledore could cast a spell, Chao Ying dispelled her own invisibility charm. Indeed, Ying, I can scarcely think of anyone from Hufflepuff who would be out wandering at this hour besides you. But what has happened to you? Dumbledore remarked, intending to tease the nocturnal wanderer, but halted upon noticing Chao Ying's disheveled appearance, her clothing adorned with leaves and mud. Chowing had no desire to deceive Dumbledore and, feeling uncomfortable, averted her gaze. Oh, just a minor mishap. I accidentally encountered a few werewolves. Werewolves? A few of them, Dumbledore exclaimed, raising his wand to inspect her. Thank Merlin, you were not harmed. I would not wish for any of my students to transform into werewolves overnight. I am uninjured, Professor. But they certainly did not fare well. Chowing accepted Dumbledore's concern, recognizing the bond they shared as both teacher and friend. Oh, unscathed? Then starting tomorrow, you shall serve detention in my office. Noting Chao Ying's nonchalant demeanor, Dumbledore felt it necessary to impart a lesson. Her audacity was truly remarkable. Oh no, Professor. Actually, I am a bit hurt. Perhaps we could forego the detention? Chowing pleaded, her voice rising in desperation. She would rather endure point deductions than face the drudgery of serving detention, especially with assignments from multiple years to grade. Dumbledore coldly declined her request, watching as she turned back toward the resting area, shaking his head in disbelief. She hardly resembles a mere badger, aside from her passion for food. Her adventurous spirit is more akin to that of a lion. After returning to her dormitory, Chowing swiftly washed up and gazed into the mirror, admiring her reflection as a snow leopard. The Siamese cat, still munching on cat food, curiously approached the now large feline, sniffing her. Still the same two-legged creature. So, she is a cat after all. Lost in her own beauty, Chowing was suddenly bewildered by her enthusiastic little maid licking her fur. No, you truly think you are my maid? Stop. You needn't lick there. Chowing quickly transformed back into her human form, halting the cat's immersive grooming session. After freshening up once more, Chowing lay on her bed, reflecting on the night's harrowing events. It had been perilously close to jeopardizing pivotal characters. She shuddered to think of the consequences had she and Vorbujka perished in the Forbidden Forest. Not to mention whether Sirius and Rael would ever be born, or if Hogwarts could continue its operations amidst such danger. No parent would agree to let their children study in such a treacherous environment where lives could be lost. Chowing felt immensely grateful for her extraordinary performance that night, as well as her successful transformation into an animagus. This was her first experience taking a life. Even if it was that of a werewolf, in her past life, she had not even dared to harm a chicken. Yet, for survival, she had to adapt and accept the harsh realities of a non-peaceful era. Realizing the importance of strength, Chowing silently resolved to learn more practical spells. Oh, and she mustn't forget about that classroom on the 8th floor. She needed to find time to explore it. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, exhaustion gradually enveloped her, and she drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 38. Fiery Flames. After setting her goal to grow stronger, Chowing dedicated her time outside of classes and Quidditch practice to the library and the 8th floor room of requirement. Knock, knock, knock. Dumbledore's office door echoed with a firm rap. Please, he called, swallowing the last of his Honeydukes confection. Apologies for the interruption, Professor. I have some questions I wish to discuss with you, Chowing announced, lowering her hand from the door and stepping inside to seek Dumbledore's counsel. Given your abilities, I doubt first-year inquiries will pose a challenge for you, Dumbledore remarked, somewhat surprised by her visit. He gestured for her to sit and instructed a house elf to pour her a cup of red tea. Chowing took a delicate sip of the tea, savoring its sweetness. Indeed, Professor, I wish to learn more powerful spells. She set her cup down, her expression earnest as she gazed at Dumbledore, hoping he might provide her with special instruction. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment, absent-mindedly stirring his spoon, deep in thought, his keen gaze fixed on Chowing. Why? I sense a sense of urgency in you. Tell me your reasoning. I do not wish for you to become like him. The mention of a certain individual stirred within him memories best left untouched. That golden bird long vanished from his world. Realizing Dumbledore's sudden alertness, Chowing understood while the thoughts running through his mind. I and my beloved have perished within the tower, and my heart has been lost to the heat of summer. Professor, I merely felt a resonance from the events in the Forbidden Forest. I believe I am still too weak and wish to better protect myself. She popped a piece of sugar into her mouth, savoring the delightful taste of the Honeydukes confection. Is that so, Ing? Dumbledore observed the girl indulging in the sweets, pondering how she might differ from him. He had long understood that she harbored love within her heart. What do you wish to learn, Ing? He inquired, calming the complexities of his emotions regarding a certain individual. I wish to learn Fiendfire, Professor. I know it is your area of expertise in fire magic, though your other spells are also remarkably powerful. Chowing complimented him, expressing her desire to learn the infamous spell known as the Firemaker's Path. Dumbledore regarded her with a complex expression, marveling at her comprehensive knowledge. Fiendfire is a relatively straightforward spell. However, the challenge lies in controlling it, Ing. You must understand that it requires not only immense magical power, but also a fearless heart, lest you be consumed by its flames. Listening intently to Dumbledore's words, Chowing nodded in understanding, suddenly transforming into a snow leopard to demonstrate her readiness before returning to her human form. Professor, I understand. You see, I have mastered the art of animagus transformation, and I am not afraid of learning fiend fire. My only concern is the day I might find myself in peril without the means to safeguard myself. Upon witnessing Chao Ying's animagus form, Dumbledore immediately comprehended the reasoning behind her nocturnal escapades. She truly is audacious. Recognizing the futility of dissuading her, Dumbledore escorted Chao Ying to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. After traversing the space 3 times, he opened the door that appeared before them and stepped inside. The room was eerily vacant, and with a gentle flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a swirling mass of crimson fiend fire. Chao Ying watched in awe as the flames, under Dumbledore's command, morphed into a phoenix before reverting to their original form. Now, Ying, fiend fire is the incantation. I encourage you to try and retract it, Dumbledore urged, his gaze supportive. In truth, fiend fire belongs to the realm of dark magic, and teaching it to Chao Ying bore a weight of responsibility. However, he trusted that this remarkable girl would not wield it for nefarious purposes. Fiend fire, Chao Ying declared, waving her wand to release a burst of violet flames. Such a peculiar hue, reminiscent of my own eyes, she mused, as she skillfully shaped the purple fire into the form of a snow leopard. Dumbledore, astonished by the unique coloration of her flames, recalled that only Gellert had previously wielded non-red fiend fire. Now, Chao Ying had joined that rare company. Observing her effortless control over the flames, Dumbledore could not help but marvel at her prodigious talent. Chapter 39, The True and False Grindelwald. Since Chao Ying began her magical studies with Dumbledore, her days had revolved around classes, the dining hall, and the room of requirement, and before she knew it, Halloween had arrived. Just after potions class, she hurriedly cleaned her cauldron, eager to head to the Great Hall for dinner. Hello, Ying. Today is Halloween. Shall we take a break from our practice? I think it would be wise for you to unwind a bit, Dumbledore suggested, intercepting her as she rushed toward the hall, hoping to persuade her to rest, which would also afford him a moment of respite. After a month of continuous training, even Dumbledore felt the strain. He wondered how the young badger before him managed to endure it all. Halloween? Already? Completely absorbed in her quest for power, Chao Ying had lost track of time. She looked up at Dumbledore, who appeared eager for a break, and felt a desire to relax herself. Maintaining such tension was unsustainable. Nodding in agreement with Dumbledore's proposal, she accompanied him into the hall. Ying, there's a Halloween ball later. What are you planning to dress as? Alan Diggory inquired as he offered her a cup of pumpkin juice upon her taking a seat beside him. Contemplating his question, Chao Ying mused over her potential costume. Perhaps the Grim Reaper? Or a Minotaur? Oh, I've got it. A mischievous smile spread across her face as she leaned towards Alan Diggory and whispered, it's a secret. Absolutely explosive. Alan Diggory, shaking his head in resignation at her enigmatic demeanor, wondered what scheme this younger student was concocting and wished her luck. Being a Quidditch player for Hufflepuff, Alan Diggory shared a good rapport with Chao Ying. After a swift meal, she returned to her dormitory to prepare for her mysterious transformation. All right, golden hair and deep blue eyes. Let me think about how to achieve this. Chao Ying contemplated, ultimately deciding to use transfiguration for her hair and a potion for her eyes. After formulating her plan, she strolled through the common room, successfully acquiring a vial of magical eye drops and a hair dye gifted by a senior. With her hair and eyes settled, Chao Ying retrieved her Muggle cosmetics and set about beautifying herself in front of the mirror. Before long, a striking boy with golden hair and blue eyes, bearing deep features, appeared in the reflection, albeit merely an 11-year-old's likeness. As she had yet to learn how to concoct an aging potion, she could only emulate his youthful visage. Donning seldom-worn attire, she transformed it into a set of Durmstrang robes with her wand. After arranging her outfit in front of the mirror, she prepared to seek out Dumbledore to surprise him. Along the way, she received numerous compliments, especially from the senior girls. After deftly evading their exuberant affections, she finally arrived at the door to Dumbledore's office. Who are you? Grindelwald inquired, gazing at the small boy before him with a sense of uncanny familiarity, instinctively questioning. Chao Ying, somewhat bewildered, regarded the man before her, wondering who had pilfered her idea. Was their connection common knowledge? Happy Halloween, sir. I am Chao Ying, a student of Professor Dumbledore, she managed, regaining her composure and politely greeting the man who had seemingly copied her concept. Dumbledore's student? How infuriating. Coming to find me on Halloween. Grindelwald glared at the boy before him, remarking, he's just average looking. The inexplicably tense atmosphere left Chao Ying somewhat disoriented, and she instinctively raised her hand to knock on Dumbledore's door. Tap, tap, tap. Hearing the knock from his office, Dumbledore, indulging in sweets, recognized it as students seeking their fill of candies and called out, come in. Chapter 40. I should be on the roof. Upon hearing Dumbledore's voice, Chowing pushed the door open and gestured for the man to enter with her. Initially hesitant, Grindelwald noticed the boy's challenging gaze and stepped inside without hesitation. "Ah, children, allow me to treat you to some new candies I procured from the Duke of Honey," Dumbledore exclaimed, turning to present a handful of sweets to the mischievous young wizards, only to find Grindelwald and the boy standing before him. Dumbledore's hand, laden with candies, trembled slightly as he froze in place. Observing the silence between the two men, Chowing stepped forward to take the candies from Dumbledore's hand. "Thank you, Professor. These new treats are delightful. May I have another handful?" she asked, popping a candy into her mouth. Dumbledore's carefully selected sweets were indeed delicious. Hearing the voice of this young Grindelwald, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing it was merely Chowing, he had feared that Grindelwald had brought his son to confront him. With a bittersweet smile, he watched Chowing savoring the treats and gently patted her head, signaling her to help herself. Observing the camaraderie between the two, Grindelwald stepped closer, a hint of jealousy in his demeanor. "Albus, why not share your sweets with me?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Dumbledore's heart raced as he looked at the man, perhaps too close for comfort. "Gellert?" "Indeed, it is I," Grindelwald replied with a playful glint in his eye, relishing Dumbledore's evident unease. Realizing the implications, Dumbledore swiftly positioned himself protectively in front of the candy-eating Chowing, confronting Grindelwald. "What brings you here? I should think a man of your standing would not deign to visit little Hogwarts." He had heard tales of Grindelwald's exploits in Paris and the throngs of admirers he had amassed. Dumbledore feared that this man might set his sights on England's sanctuary as well. Grindelwald, noting Dumbledore's guarded posture and his protective stance before the boy, felt his temper flare. "I merely came to extend an invitation. Albus, have you forgotten our quest for the greater good? Join me, Albus," Grindelwald implored, softening his tone. At that moment, Chowing realized that the man across from her was indeed the notorious Grindelwald. She awkwardly smiled at him and took refuge behind Dumbledore. "This is hilarious. What a scene, the Dark Lord pursuing his lady. I should be on the roof, not in here." Grindelwald regarded the boy behind Dumbledore, contemplating whether this was a provocation. Feeling offended, Grindelwald fervently questioned Dumbledore. "Who is he? Your new boyfriend? Do you no longer love me, Dumbledore?" The inexplicably wounded Chowing poked her head out, pointing at herself in bewilderment. Dumbledore, witnessing the sudden outburst from the agitated Gellert, felt a surge of anger at his insinuations. "Is this truly how you perceive me, Grindelwald? She is merely my student." Upon realizing his misunderstanding, Grindelwald hastily embraced his beloved, repeatedly apologizing and hoping for forgiveness. Observing the two entwined in each other's arms, Chowing discreetly exited and closed the door behind her. "No, I haven't heard that Grindelwald had come to Hogwarts." As the narrative appeared to unravel once more, Chowing felt a twinge of uncertainty about whether she was still within the original storyline. Or perhaps, was this merely a parallel universe? Lost in contemplation, Chowing unconsciously returned to her dormitory, lying on her bed as she pondered whether to adhere to the original tale or to instigate some alterations. Chapter 41, Under the Prophecy. At that moment, the Transfiguration classroom office was far from the harmonious scene Chowing had envisioned. Once Chowing had stepped out, Dumbledore promptly pushed Grindelwald away. He was not eager to be deceived again. "I shall not join you, Gellert. You must leave." Standing before Grindelwald, Dumbledore could not help but reminisce about that summer. He understood that they could never return to those days. Grindelwald gazed silently at Dumbledore, then lowered his head to produce a necklace from his pocket. "Albus, you still love me. This can prove it." Dumbledore's eyes fell upon the blood pact in Grindelwald's hand, a reminder of the passionate promises they had exchanged in the barn during those 2 tumultuous months. "And what of you, Gellert?" Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Grindelwald's face, seeking to decipher his thoughts through his expression. It had been many years since their last meeting. All he knew of Grindelwald had come from the Daily Prophet and hearsay. Grindelwald remained silent, his eyes lingering on Dumbledore. "You must go, Gellert. Pursue your desires. I shall not oppose you, as you well know. However, I will not join you." After receiving no response, Dumbledore swallowed the bitterness rising in his throat, urging Grindelwald to depart. "Al, I do love you. And I am deeply sorry for coming to you only now. I have missed you, Al, immensely," Grindelwald confessed, clutching Dumbledore tightly, expressing his love and longing. "Al, I believe you should see this, my prophecy for you from yesterday." Grindelwald released Dumbledore and extracted yesterday's memories from his mind. Dumbledore accepted Grindelwald's memories, integrating them into his own consciousness. "Sir, Professor Dumbledore has recently been seen with a Hufflepuff girl, but our sources cannot ascertain their whereabouts." Dumbledore heard a strikingly beautiful woman with dark hair reporting to Grindelwald about his investigation. "Winda, I expect more accurate information. You may leave." Dumbledore observed as Grindelwald quietly contemplated the blood pact, unsure of what he wished to reveal. Moments later, Dumbledore noticed a change in Grindelwald's eyes, realizing he was entering a prophetic state. As the memory shifted, Dumbledore beheld himself and Grindelwald confronting each other with wands drawn, the blood pact shattering upon the ground. Abruptly snapping back to reality from the memory, Dumbledore regarded Grindelwald with a complex expression. They were indeed. Dumbledore recognized that their ideologies were not entirely aligned. Grindelwald believed that Muggles would pose a threat to the wizarding world, thus he sought to overthrow the statute of secrecy and dominate the Muggles. Conversely, while Dumbledore wished to dismantle the statute, he did not envision a severance with Muggles. He acknowledged their wisdom and advocated for a harmonious coexistence between the magical and non-magical realms. Grindelwald, perceiving Dumbledore's silence and apprehension, approached and embraced him, before turning towards the fireplace, vanishing into the green flames. Dumbledore slumped into his chair, reflecting on Grindelwald's earlier assertion that he would never stand against him. Gellert, how can I trust your words now? Can I still believe in you? Upon returning to Austria through the fireplace, Grindelwald summoned Winda. Winda, there is no need to contact the Ministry of Magic in Britain any longer. Chapter 42, A Successful Departure. Having felt the weight of Grindelwald's oppression, Chowing became more diligent in her spell work, eliciting a mix of pride and concern from Dumbledore regarding her fervent dedication. I fear I may have little left to teach you, Dumbledore remarked, accepting the spell she had sent him, wiping the sweat from his brow as he gestured for her to pause. He had never encountered a student so gifted and industrious. Indeed, even he felt overshadowed by her prowess. Upon noticing Dumbledore's gesture, Chowing retracted her spell, casting a refreshing charm upon herself to tidy up. Really, Professor? She inquired excitedly. Stepping closer to him, Dumbledore nodded, affirming that her spells had surpassed his instruction. Yes, thank you, Professor, Chowing exclaimed, enveloping Dumbledore in a heartfelt embrace, expressing her gratitude and excitement. No need for thanks, Perhaps you could gift me some honeydew sweets as a Christmas present, and I would be even more delighted. Dumbledore teased, winking at her, hinting at the possibility of receiving candy as a gift. Oh, I fear that may not be possible, Professor. In fact, you ought to regulate your sugar intake. I doubt you wish to ingest any peculiar dental potions, do you? Dumbledore truly ought to be grateful for being a wizard, otherwise, given his penchant for sweets, he would undoubtedly be plagued by cavities and diabetes. After Professor Slughorn discovered that Chowing had been secretly practicing spells with Dumbledore, he began inviting her to his office every Friday evening to hone her potion-making skills, recognizing her remarkable talent worthy of cultivation. Thus, with additional potion lessons, Chowing proudly accepted the responsibility of brewing dental potions for Dumbledore, who truly had an insatiable sweet tooth. To alleviate her workload, she discreetly modified the potion, adjusting its unpleasant taste and texture without compromising its efficacy. Dumbledore shrugged, resigned to the situation, as he exited the well-practiced room alongside Chowing, preparing to relish the forthcoming Christmas holiday. Wishing you a Merry Christmas in advance, Professor, Chowing said to Dumbledore as he escorted her to the common room. She would be taking the train back the following morning. And to you as well, Merry Christmas, Dumbledore replied with a smile, waving goodbye as he departed. The next day, at 8 in the morning, Chowing placed her luggage into a small bag and, together with the Hufflepuffs, boarded a carriage to the train station. Hey, let us sit in the same carriage later. Just as she was helped down from the carriage, she heard someone calling her name. Turning around, she recognized the platinum-haired Malfoy. Chowing politely nodded at him and his companions, Goyle and Crabbe, smiling as she declined his invitation. Thank you for your kind offer, Malfoy. But I would prefer to sit with the ladies, such as Walburga, if that's all right, Walburga, she said, clasping her hands together and feigning a pitiful expression towards Walburga. Walburga, maintaining her poise, nodded and, after bidding farewell to the girls beside her, stepped over to join Chowing. Before Malfoy could interject, everyone was reminded to hurry aboard the train, and amidst the commotion, Chowing found a compartment, pulling Walburga in with her. However, Malfoy and a Slytherin boy managed to squeeze in as well. Hello, I am Barty Crouch, a first-year student observing a Hufflepuff girl engaged in conversation with Black and Malfoy. After a moment of contemplation, I extend my hand for an introduction. Chapter 43, At the Orphanage. Barty Crouch? Oh, it is a pleasure to meet you, says Ying Chow, shaking hands with Crouch. She scrutinizes the future head of the Ministry of Magic, the very man who was slain by his own son. With impeccably styled blonde hair and a courteous smile that epitomizes aristocratic standards, he presents himself as quite the conventional lad. After forming this judgment, Chow turns back to continue her light-hearted banter with Walburga, while Crouch, preferring silence, retrieves a book and immerses himself in its pages. Might I have your address? I presume you wouldn't mind receiving a Christmas gift from me. Of course, if you prefer not to, I can provide you with mine, Walburga remarks, hastily jotting down the address of the Black family estate on a piece of paper and handing it to Chow. Once she has stowed the paper carefully, Chow, without hesitation, shares her own address with both Walburga and Malfoy, the Wu's orphanage in Hackney, East London. An orphanage? How did you end up there? Malfoy inquires, somewhat taken aback by Chow's revelation, which starkly contrasts with the mysterious Eastern lineage he had envisioned. Chow shrugs nonchalantly, indicating that it is not a matter of significance. I was sent to the orphanage shortly after my birth. In England, my family likely consists of just me. They left me with a golden key, the key to Gringotts, and a letter. The mention of a golden key leads Malfoy to ponder, contemplating the implications of her status as a potentially fallen Eastern aristocrat. He glances at Chow, then bows his head in thought, weighing the advantages and disadvantages of associating with her. Walburga, however, is indifferent to Chow's status as an orphan. She is strong in her own right and does not need her family to validate her worth, especially considering that Chow had once saved her. Walburga has long regarded Chow as her friend. As the Sorting Hat had proclaimed, in Slytherin, one would find genuine friends. Yet those cunning and treacherous would stop at nothing to achieve their aims. Walburga and Malfoy stand as prime examples. What are your plans for the holidays, Ing? Will you visit my home? Walburga extends a heartfelt invitation to Chow, hoping she can spend Christmas together, despite her desire to see the Black estate. Thoughts of Martha and Mrs. Cole at the orphanage prompt Chow to shake her head in refusal. She much prefers to celebrate the holiday with her family. Walburga takes no offense at Chow's decline, expressing her regret before smoothly transitioning the conversation back to studies, discussing topics that Chow has yet to fully grasp. Due to Chow's enthusiastic participation in class, Hufflepuff's performance has far surpassed that of the other three houses, evident from the beaming countenance of Professor Beasley. Unbeknownst to Chow, who believes herself to be rather unassuming, she has become a figure of great interest within the school. After traversing endless fields of wheat and verdant pastures, and passing through a tunnel, the train arrives at King's Cross Station. After bidding farewell to Walburga and the others, Chow quickly spots Mrs. Cole awaiting her. To her surprise, Tom Riddle is also present. Mrs. Cole, Tom, I'm here, Chow exclaims, waving her hand excitedly as she approaches them. After embracing Mrs. Cole, she flashes a warm smile at Tom. His presence to fetch her is already a delightful surprise. Chapter 44, A Deal. Tom gazes at Chow, who is smiling at him, feeling perplexed. After all, she had not shown him any favorable expressions during their time at the orphanage and had consistently ignored him. Upon collecting Chow, Mrs. Cole drives the two children back to the orphanage. As they arrive at the entrance, Chow spots Martha waiting at the door. Once the vehicle has come to a complete stop, she opens the door and rushes towards her. I missed you so much, Martha, Chow exclaims, enveloping Martha in a warm embrace, relishing the familiar comfort. Martha, equally thrilled, hugs Chow tightly, noting how much the little star has grown and slimmed down since their last meeting. I missed you too, my little star. We all longed for your return. Once Mrs. Cole has parked the car, the group enters the orphanage, where a meal has already been prepared, awaiting Chow's arrival. Eat up, Ing. You've lost so much weight after these months apart. During the break, let Martha pamper you properly. Mrs. Cole hands Chow a cup of warm milk, recalling her preference for it hot. After expressing her gratitude to Mrs. Cole, Chow quickly finishes her meal and heads upstairs to rest, feeling fatigued from the lengthy train journey. Although she misses dinner, Martha has thoughtfully saved her some bread and milk in the kitchen. After devouring the food ravenously, Chow retreats to the backyard beneath the large tree and uses the levitation charm to ascend to a branch. The weather in England obscures any stars from view. Lying on the branch, Chow gazes up at the pitch-black sky, letting out a wistful sigh, wondering when she might return to her homeland. Meanwhile, Tom stands by the window, quietly observing Chow. Upon hearing her footsteps, he had anticipated she would come here. She seems to have grown stronger. Where has she been all this time? Suddenly, Chow catches sight of a silhouette at a second-floor window. Sitting up, she focuses her gaze to discover it is Tom Riddle. Noticing that Chow has spotted him, Tom waves through the glass. A thought crosses Chow's mind. Since she has resolved to deviate from the original storyline, she might still need Tom's assistance with certain matters in the Muggle world. After a moment of reflection, she gestures for him to join her. Tom, we are kindred spirits, as you have always known. Thus, I wish to propose a deal. Tom raises an eyebrow, inviting her to elaborate. I require your help in the Muggle world to generate income, purchasing a substantial quantity of items, including, but not limited to, potions and firearms. In exchange, I will teach you how to control your magical abilities, impart spells, and more. What do you say? Considering her eventual return to her homeland and the unique circumstances at hand, she perceives a chance to contribute to her country, even if only materially. With that, Chow channels her magic and floats down to Tom's side. Ing, you may be overestimating me. I am still but a child and have yet to attend school. I'm sure you haven't forgotten that. Tom is not surprised by Chow's power. Rather, he is intrigued by her unwavering trust in him. He experiences an unprecedented sensation, one that is not unwelcome. That is precisely what I wanted to convey. I will sponsor your education, Tom. You need only help me earn more money in return within the next decade. During this time, I shall provide all that you require. Chow continues to paint a picture of their potential future together. She marvels at her own audacity in enlisting the future Dark Lord to work for her. Perhaps a testament to her growing prowess in magic that has alleviated her fears of him. With that realization, she silently commends herself. Fear stems from a lack of strength. Chapter 45, Signing the Contract. Upon hearing that Chow is willing to support his education, Tom is filled with astonishment. During her absence over the past months, he has devoted himself to studying in the library, becoming a second version of Chow. Immersed in knowledge, Tom is no longer content with the confines of the small library. Yet the orphanage's limitations prevent him from accessing more books. With that thought, Tom nods in agreement. Given the circumstances, once you possess your wand, we shall formalize our contract. Tom, for now, let us draft a written agreement. Do you consent? Upon witnessing Tom's agreement, Chowing extracted a sheet of paper and a quill from her small bag, preparing to draft a written agreement. Certainly. This is beneficial for both of us, is it not? Tom expressed no objections to the contract, as it served as a guarantee for their interests. Party A, Chowing. Party B, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Both parties, adhering to the principles of fairness, equality, and mutual benefit, hereby establish the following cooperative agreement. This contract is made in duplicate, with each party retaining one copy, both possessing equal legal validity. Signature of Party A, Chowing. Signature of Party B, Tom Marvolo Riddle. The two swiftly deliberated on the contents, ultimately affixing their signatures at the conclusion. To avoid detection by the Ministry of Magic through the use of wands, Chowing employed a non-wand spell to replicate the paper, producing two identical copies, one for herself and one for Tom. Let us tidy this up, Tom. Tomorrow we shall venture to Diagon Alley to procure your supplies. Do remember to rise early. We have much to accomplish. After securing the agreement, Chowing formally shook Tom's hand, offering a kind reminder. Tom sensed the significance the girl placed on him and solemnly nodded, indicating his commitment to awaken early. Observing Tom's serious demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he was, after all, still a child. Having resolved yet another matter, Chowing left the courtyard with a light step, heading back to her room to rest. Tom remained beneath the tree, watching her vanish from sight, and picked up the freshly filled agreement, attentively reading it over and over. Once back in her room, Chowing suddenly recalled that her pet had yet to eat. She hurriedly released her small kitten from its cage and filled its bowl with cat food. After washing up, she lay down with the growing kitten in her arms and began to contemplate what she needed to prepare for Tom the following day. There was no need for textbooks. He could continue using hers from the first year, as she had no further use for them. However, she would need to purchase second-year textbooks. With this thought, she retrieved a piece of paper and jotted down the titles of the required second-year books. Oh, and a second-hand wand, she mused. Recalling that practicing spells would necessitate a wand, she decided it prudent to acquire a second-hand one, devoid of traceable fibers, ensuring it would go unnoticed by the ministry. A perfect solution. Oh, and the cauldron needed for potions, she noted, quickly referencing her list from the first year and accumulating a substantial inventory of items she needed to buy. Most importantly, she considered the need for her own residence. It would be far more convenient to have a place of her own, as the orphanage was not suitable for practicing magic with Tom. Thus, it was essential to find an adult to adopt both herself and Tom, allowing her to gain independence. Perhaps securing a house wasn't too urgent. Recalling having seen a property deed in her vault, she scratched that item off her list, feeling a sense of relief as she looked at her lengthy list. Chowing carefully tucked it away, cuddled her kitten, and drifted off to sleep, ready to embrace the new day. Chapter 46, A Magical Shock for Voldemort. As the sunlight filtered through her window, Chowing slowly opened her eyes. Upon regaining consciousness, she remembered she was back at the orphanage and that she was to accompany Tom to Diagon Alley for shopping that day. With a deep sigh, she threw back the covers, stretched her limbs, and made her way to the bathroom to wash up. "Children, come down for breakfast," Martha called from the bottom of the stairs. Hearing the bustle from above, she returned to the kitchen, where Mrs. Cole was setting out breakfast. "Good morning, Martha." "Good morning, Mrs. Cole." After changing into a white dress, Chowing slung her small bag over her shoulder and descended the stairs, greeting the two busy women. "Good morning. You look lovely. It's rare to see you in a dress," Martha teased as she arranged the tableware. "Thank you for the compliment, Martha. I quite like this dress," Chowing replied, unfazed by Martha's light-hearted banter. Who could refuse the allure of beautiful clothing, herself included? "No need to thank me. This was actually left for you by Mrs. Cole. A couple of kind ladies recently gifted new garments to all the children in the orphanage. Martha waved her hand dismissively, indicating that it wasn't her doing, and then invited Chowing to sit while they waited for everyone to gather. Before long, the children trickled down the stairs, taking their seats and awaiting Mrs. Cole. Chowing noticed Tom nodding in her direction, and she returned his gesture with a smile, greeting him. Under Mrs. Cole's guidance, they all bowed their heads for the mealtime prayer. Half an hour later, after finishing breakfast, Chowing and Tom exited the orphanage. Chowing scanned the vicinity, confirming the absence of onlookers, before producing her wand and giving it a flick. With a resounding crash, a double-decker bus materialized before her and Tom. Welcome aboard the night bus, exclusively for witches and wizards in distress, avoiding the stumbling pedestrians and inebriated drunks of the streets. Simply raise your hand, and the magical night bus will appear before you. Prepare for a bumpy ride. A tall man clad in a purple uniform leaned out, addressing the two standing at the bus door. Chowing took Tom's hand and boarded the bus, discovering that several beds were already occupied. Reluctantly, they ventured deeper into the bus, finding 2 vacant beds on which to sit. 11 silver sickles per person. However, if you pay 14, you'll receive chocolate. Pay 15, and you'll get a hot water bottle and a toothbrush in your choice of color. Stan enthusiastically recommended, standing before them. Clearly, Chowing had no intention of spending her money on such trifles. Leaky cauldron, sir? Stan called to the driver after accepting a gold galleon and 5 silver sickles from Chowing, indicating they were ready to depart. Tom, you'd better hold on tight. This might just be the most unforgettable journey of your life. Chowing grinned mischievously at Tom, for it was time to give Voldemort a taste of magical astonishment. Before Tom could inquire why, the night bus veered at an odd angle, maneuvering between 2 cars and accelerating. Upon arriving at the leaky cauldron, the two stumbled off the bus and rushed toward a trash bin to vomit. Tom wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, glaring at Chowing with lifeless eyes. He had no desire to experience such a mode of travel again. Chapter 47. Back to Gringotts. Once they composed themselves, Chowing led Tom into the leaky cauldron. The pub was bustling with a diverse array of witches and wizards, and the 2 young sorcerers went unnoticed amidst the revelry. Upon reaching the pub's back courtyard, Chowing produced her wand and tapped it against the side of the trash bin. With the sound of shifting bricks, Diagon Alley materialized before them. Let us go, Tom. Remember the sequence we discussed. This is your sole passage to Diagon Alley. She waved her hand before him, reminding him once he regained his focus. All right, Ing. Where to next? Tom marveled at the enchanting scene before him. The throng of robed wizards, the circling owls, and an array of peculiar and novel sights overwhelming his senses. First, we must visit the bank, Tom. I need to open a vault for you. It's essential, as your funds will be safely stored there according to our agreement. With a plan firmly in mind, Chowing led Tom toward the towering white edifice in the distance. Oh, esteemed Miss Ing, welcome to Gringotts, the safest wizarding bank in the world. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by the excited goblin, Grip Hook, at the counter. Hello, Grip Hook. Please take us to my vault. I need to retrieve something. Chowing handed the key to the lever, her gaze subtly urging Tom not to fixate on other areas of the grand hall. For fairies are not benevolent creatures. Upon learning that Chowing had come to collect money, the lever's expression soured. He proceeded to lead them to the minecart. The fairies regarded the treasures of the vault as their own, driven by insatiable greed. Do not linger your gaze upon them, Tom. They are far from amicable. Chowing whispered, cautioning him. Their dealings with these avaricious fairies were inevitable, and they must not let minor grievances create a rift between them. After boarding the minecart, Tom nodded in understanding, instinctively clutching at Chao Ying's garment as he beheld the meandering tracks and the unfathomable darkness of the mine. Soon, the cart halted before the entrance to Chao Ying's vault. Supporting one another, Chao Ying and Tom disembarked, feeling a sense of vitality upon stepping onto the sturdy stone slabs. The lever approached the door, marking it with a scratch before inserting the key to unlock the grand vault door. Tom, come inside, Chao Ying beckoned. Having long accepted her wealth, no longer dazzled by the treasures within the vault, rousing the astonished Tom from his reverie as she stepped inside. Who is she truly? Tom followed closely behind Chao Ying, passing by several towering piles of jewels and gold coins. Does she truly need my assistance in amassing wealth? Surely, this fortune could sustain her for several lifetimes. Tom could not fathom Chao Ying's rationale for employing him to earn money in the Muggle world. Perhaps such thoughts were beyond the imagination of the impoverished. All right, Tom, choose a bag in your favorite color. This enchanted pouch will never be full. I shall search for a Christmas gift for Walburga. How absurd. What Christmas do the Chinese celebrate? Chao Ying lamented, vexed at the thought of procuring a gift for Walburga. Before instructing Tom and turning to select gifts, watching Chao Ying walk away, Tom was somewhat taken aback by her trust in him. Was she not concerned he might pilfer her treasures? He pondered whether Chao Ying was excessively trusting or merely naive. Chapter 48. Grimmauld Place. Tom regarded the several fabric bags atop the mound of gold coins and casually grabbed a dark green one, a color he particularly favored. Meanwhile, Chao Ying had decided on a gift for Walburga, an exquisitely Slytherin-style butterfly gem brooch. Similarly, she selected a ring adorned with a square green gem, clearly Slytherin, which would be perfect for Malfoy. Of course, she did not forget her two Gryffindor friends, Augusta and McGonagall, choosing 2 pairs of earrings imbued with the essence of Gryffindor, embellished with red gemstones and silver tassels. After preparing several significant gifts for her close friends, Chao Ying noticed Tom waiting patiently for her and considered him an ally, thus casually picking up a ring akin to Malfoy's as a Christmas gift for Tom. Tom, this is your seed money. I believe you will not require my assistance for your future tuition. 2 years should suffice for you to earn it, she stated, taking the bag Tom had chosen and filling it with several hundred galleons, merely providing him with startup funds for his business. Chao Ying would not bestow upon him excessive wealth, for that would render her support meaningless. Tom understood her intentions and was profoundly grateful for the opportunity she had afforded him. He would not be so ungrateful as to complain about her not giving him more. Chao Ying was pleased with Tom's perceptiveness. He was a clever boy who would seize the opportunity she presented. She would not let herself down. Chao Ying surveyed the vault and discovered a box containing property deeds, haphazardly stacked. She approached and picked up the most recent one, reading 13, Grimmauld Place. It struck her that the Black family residence was located there, presenting her with a chance to visit the Black ancestral home. After securely stowing the deed, Chao Ying led Tom out of the vault, where they reboarded the mine cart alongside the lever, returning to the Grand Hall. Accepting the key handed to her by the lever, Chao Ying turned to Tom, inquiring if he required a vault of his own. Upon receiving a positive response, she produced 17 galleons to give to the lever in exchange for a small numbered key. Tom, this is your vault key. You may store your earnings here. Tom accepted the key, carefully placing it in the pocket of his clothing and nodding in gratitude towards Chao Ying. Upon exiting Gringotts, Chao Ying did not hasten to take Tom shopping. Instead, she led him to Florian's ice cream parlor. Tom, holding the ice cream Chao Ying had treated him to, felt somewhat bewildered. It was his first experience with ice cream, and even more so, magical ice cream. Sit here, Tom, relax, and do not feel anxious. I would like to inquire about your thoughts regarding us. Chao Ying smiled, guiding him to a spot in the shop to sit down. What is it, Ying? Tom cautiously took a bite of the volcanic ice cream, the delicate texture and overwhelming sweetness causing his brow to both relax and furrow. I wish to find someone to adopt us, merely in name, Tom. An orphanage is unsuitable for wizards like us, especially those who require personal space. I have a house. We can reside there. Chao Ying revealed, producing the property deed and gesturing for Tom to see it, assuring him she had not deceived him. Upon hearing Chao Ying's words, Tom felt a surge of emotion. In his youth, he had hoped for a family to adopt him, yet due to the exclusion from other children, he had left a poor impression on potential guardians, who would favor a taciturn child. Of course, Ying, I would be delighted to be with you. But how shall we find someone to adopt us? Tom inquired, perplexed. Chapter 49, Adult Chao Ying. Observing Tom's confusion, Chao Ying smiled mysteriously. There exists a marvelous potion. An age enhancement potion, Tom. It can temporarily transform one into an adult. We can procure a few vials shortly, or, given sufficient time, I could brew a batch myself. My potions are the finest from first year. Empowered and exceptional, Tom mentally affixed yet another label to Chao Ying, since he had observed her at the orphanage. The labels he had assigned her were innumerable. Once they reached an agreement, the two finished their ice cream in the shop and set off to procure the items Tom required. The Muggle clothing store. Oh, delightful children. Welcome to the Muggle clothing store, exclaimed the tall shopkeeper, warmly greeting Chao Ying and Tom as they entered, eagerly introducing the garments within. Chao Ying raised her hand, politely interrupting the overly enthusiastic woman with a smile. Allow me to interrupt, madam. Please tailor a few outfits for my brother and me, with patterns of our choosing. The talkative shopkeeper did not take offense, for those who frequented the store were undoubtedly affluent nobles. The customer is always right, is it not? Very well, miss. Let me take your measurements first. Before long, they had their measurements taken and patterns selected. After providing their new home address, Chao Ying and Tom hurried to their next destination. Textbooks, cauldrons, wands. Chao Ying checked off the items from her list, with only the textbooks and wands remaining. Earlier, at the owl shop, Tom had chosen a massive owl, and Chao Ying had also purchased numerous treats for her own cat. Ying, I would like to use your textbooks. There's no need to buy new ones, Tom remarked, glancing at the list and believing it wiser to utilize Chao Ying's books, along with her notes. Chao Ying nodded in agreement. She had intended for Tom to use her books anyway. Purchasing another set would be wasteful. Money ought to be spent judiciously. Tom's thoughtfulness delighted her, and she felt equally pleased. Tom, if we are to procure a second-hand wand, we must venture to Nocturne Alley, a haven for nefarious wizards. Therefore, let us first acquire some aging potion, assuming adult appearances will ensure our safety. Chowing divulged her plan to Tom, for it is essential that both parties consent to such undertakings. Autocracy is ill-advised. Tom nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing that among the two, Chowing possessed greater prowess and insight, making it prudent to heed her counsel. With mutual consent established, they ceased their banter and proceeded to the apothecary, where they purchased 3 vials of aging potion. They then retreated to a shadowy corner to consume the potions. As Chowing felt the transformation of her body, the elevation of her perspective, her waist-length hair, and her curvaceous figure were undeniable indications that she had indeed become an adult. Tom, having also imbibed the potion, marveled at his own newfound stature, captivated by the wonders of magic. After admiring themselves, Chowing gazed at the adult Tom, struck by his breathtaking appearance. His deep-set eyes, pale complexion, and lustrous lips made him truly the man who could ensnare Bellatrix's very soul. Noticing the blush that crept upon Tom's face at her unabashed scrutiny, she felt a twinge of amusement. How forthright she had been, fixedly observing his lips. Sensing his shyness, she withdrew her gaze, donned the hood of her robe, and signaled for Tom to do the same as they stepped into Nocturne Alley. Chapter 50, Nocturne Alley. As they traversed the narrow alley, hooded figures bustled about, while vendors hawked their wares, presenting withered hands and unidentifiable bones. This was Chao Ying's inaugural visit to Nocturne Alley, and recognizing the unsavory nature of its inhabitants, she reined in her curiosity, understanding that ignorance is bliss. She must not reveal her novice status. Tom, observing the peculiar items on display, felt an unsettling chill creep up his spine. Perceiving Tom's unease, Chowing extended her hand to comfort him silently. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Borgin and Burke's, the largest establishment in the alley. Chowing regarded the dimly lit shop with trepidation as she pulled Tom inside. Upon entry, she noticed a glass case displaying a withered human hand, which she surmised to be the infamous Hand of Glory. A smile crept onto her face as she recalled Harry Potter's ill-fated encounter with it. She surveyed the shop's macabre merchandise, bloodstained cards, a glassy eyeball, sinister masks glaring down from the walls, and an array of human bones and rusted, jagged instruments suspended from the ceiling. Truly, this was the essence of Nocturne Alley. With a sigh, Chowing approached the man reclining behind the counter. Ahem, pardon the intrusion, Mr. Borgin. I am in need of a second-hand wand. She placed a small pouch of galleons on the counter. Upon hearing the clinking of coins, Borgin donned a warm smile, his attention piqued by the two patrons. Oh, of course, wands. I believe we have some in stock. Chowing watched as Borgin promptly retrieved a wand, the origins of which remained a mystery. Riddle, give it a try. Select one that suits you. She encouraged Tom with a gentle nudge. Tom found it peculiar that she referred to him as Riddle, but trusting her instincts, he approached the counter and seized a wand. As he waved it, a gust of wind swept through the shop, clearly indicating it was ill-suited for him. Noticing the wand's unicorn hair core was not a match, Borgin offered him a U-wand instead. Chowing recognized the familiar form of the U-wand and surmised it was the very one she sought. Indeed, as Tom grasped it, the wand emitted a brilliant radiance, filling him with a comforting warmth. This was undoubtedly his wand, a U-wand with a phoenix feather core, capable of recognizing parcel tongue, a powerful artifact, priced at 100 galleons. Borgin observed Tom, intrigued by the prospect of a new parcel mouth entering the magical realm. 100 galleons? That's highway robbery. I'll offer 20 galleons. Nothing more. Chowing retorted, appalled at Borgin's exorbitant price. It seemed she had met her match. Borgin regarded the assertive woman, realizing she was the one calling the shots. 80, he countered. 25, Chowing replied, bemused. Everyone in Nocturne Alley was aware of how such items came into existence. 50, any less and I won't sell, Borgin insisted. After all, one does not obtain stolen goods without consequence. Chowing shrugged. All right, I'll meet you halfway, but any less, and it may be a battle to the death. After a jovial negotiation, Chao Ying and Tom exited Nocturne Alley, prepared to leverage the potion's effects to adopt themselves at the orphanage. Chapter 51, Adopting Myself. Upon returning to the orphanage via the night bus, both found themselves retching by the roadside. To their astonishment, as the effects of the potion wore off, they reverted to their youthful forms. This complicates matters, Tom. It seems you must enter first. Watch my performance. Chowing winked at Tom playfully, urging him to proceed. Once Tom vanished from view, Chowing stealthily scaled the back fence of the orphanage, casting a disillusionment charm to return to her room. She quickly donned a tailored cheapao, made a few adjustments to her appearance, and after consuming the final vial of aging potion, returned to the orphanage's entrance. Ding dong. Martha, watering the flowers in the front yard, set down her watering can, and approached the door to investigate. "Good day, madam. I have come to escort our family's young lady home. Her name is Ing." Chowing smiled, her eyes unwavering as she spun her tale. Martha regarded the woman before her. With an oriental visage, she bore a striking resemblance to Ing, and thus understood that Ing was indeed departing. After a brief exchange, Martha led Chowing to the hall to await Mrs. Cole. "Oh, I do apologize, madam. Ing has gone out and has yet to return." Upon descending the stairs, Mrs. Cole could discern that the woman seated on the sofa was indeed Ying's kin. "Fear not, madam. Miss Ing has returned home. I was merely following protocol, as she entrusted me with her farewells. Due to family matters, she could not bid you farewell in person." Chow Ing articulated her sentiments. She cherished her time there, but recognized her own life awaited her. She could not linger indefinitely. Mrs. Cole and Martha nodded in understanding. The substantial sum Ing's family had provided upon her arrival at the orphanage indicated they were of no ordinary means. "Oh, by the way, madam, Miss Ing wishes to adopt Tom Riddle, to be precise. Both Mr. and Mrs. Riddle have consented, and Tom will have a wonderful life," Chow Ing added, recalling Tom. Though slightly perplexed, Martha and Mrs. Cole did not question the depth of Ing and Tom's relationship. They simply hoped Tom would find a prosperous home. Before long, Chow Ing finalized the adoption paperwork, and once Martha returned with Tom in tow, she led him away from the place they had called home for so many years. Utilizing the same mode of transportation, they paid 22 galleons and finally arrived at Grimald Place. Chow Ing produced the deed to the property, and as if responding to a magical summons, they approached a seemingly empty patch of land. Exchanging bewildered glances, they wondered, what? An empty lot? Just as they were engulfed in confusion, the deed in Chow Ying's hands soared into the air, drifting toward the vacant space and merging with the void. Before the two stood a quaint Gothic castle. The nameplate on the wrought iron gate proclaimed it as Miss Chow Ying's abode. "Marvelous!" exclaimed Chow Ying, as she eagerly pushed open the iron gate, ushering Tom inside. The courtyard before the castle featured a magnificent fountain, flanked by verdant lawns. And soon they found themselves at the castle's entrance. With a sound that sliced through the air, an elderly house elf appeared before them. "My heavens, the esteemed Miss Ing. You have finally returned. Dodo is overjoyed. I have awaited your return for over a century." The elf bowed deeply, offering his unwavering loyalty. Unfazed by the peculiarities of her time travel, Chow Ing nodded calmly, gesturing for Dodo to rise. "Very well, Dodo, please prepare a room for this gentleman. He will henceforth be my brother and your master." Upon receiving the command, Dodo bowed to Tom and vanished with a snap of his fingers. Chapter 52. The Dawn of a New Life. After Dodo's departure, another elf donned in a white pillowcase appeared. Under the guidance of this sprightly creature named Sha, Chow Ing and Tom explored the castle. Sha, brimming with exuberance, leapt ahead, clearly a newly minted elf, embodying a vivacious spirit. Reflecting on the need to teach Tom potion making and spell casting, which was unsuitable for the upstairs rooms, she halted Sha. "Sha, lead us to the castle's basement or dungeon. I must inspect it." At her command, Sha squealed with excitement and led them out of the castle to its rear. Chow Ing gazed at the damp iron door before her, unmistakably the dungeon. Sha respectfully approached and opened the grand door, igniting the torches within with a snap of her fingers. "Allow me to descend first," Tom gently interjected, taking hold of her hand, signaling his intent to go ahead. Seeing Tom's considerate gesture, Chow Ing smiled and stepped aside, permitting him to lead the way, regardless of whether his concern was genuine. His perceptiveness was a testament to her nurturing of him. As Tom descended, Chow Ing followed closely behind. Contrary to her expectations of bloodstains and disarray, the dungeon appeared clean and unused, its empty chambers indicating a lack of prior occupancy. After surveying the dungeon, she envisioned how to transform and utilize the space. Summoning Sha with a gentle wave, she observed the elf bowing so deeply that her large ears nearly brushed the ground. With a resigned smile, Chow Ing instructed Sha, "Please convert this dungeon into a suitable room for potion making and spell practice. Can you manage that?" As anticipated, Sha was elated at the prospect, enthusiastically declaring her willingness to serve her mistress. The magic of house elves proved formidable. They wielded their powers flawlessly without the need for wands. Chow Ing pondered how such potent beings could be so subservient to wizards. Nevertheless, benefiting from this circumstance, she dismissed notions of equality, recognizing that such grand tasks were best left to those equipped to handle them. Upon exiting the dungeon, Sha guided Chow Ing and Tom back to the castle. Even in the absence of their master, the elves had meticulously maintained the vast castle's cleanliness. "Tom, let us dine first. The elves will require a bit of time to arrange the rooms." After a long day, hunger gnawed at Chow Ing, and after consulting Tom, she instructed Sha to prepare dinner for the two of them. Before long, Sha arrived, levitating several plates with her magic. To Qiao Ying's surprise, the meal consisted entirely of Chinese cuisine, featuring her beloved stir-fries. The meal concluded with 2 bowls of rice and 2 bowls of seaweed egg drop soup. As she beheld the familiar dishes, tears of joy welled in her eyes. Finally, she could bid farewell to British fare. Concerned about Tom's potential aversion to Chinese food, she inquired, "Tom, this is all Chinese cuisine. If you find it unpalatable, you can ask the elves for British dishes." Tom, gazing at the unfamiliar yet enticing spread, was unexpectedly drawn in by the aromas wafting into his nostrils. Recalling the bland potatoes and bread from the orphanage, he shook his head, affirming that he could enjoy the Chinese meal alongside her. The elves, considerate as ever, divided each dish into 2 portions. Dining customs in foreign lands dictated such practices, and even Qiao adhered to them. Once they finished their meal, Dodo reappeared, announcing that the rooms for the 2 masters were ready. "Tom, rest well. Tomorrow marks the commencement of our new lives." With that, Qiao followed Shasha to her chamber. A new life, indeed, Tom thought, his eyes shimmering as he watched the girl who had liberated him from the orphanage depart. Under the influence of the love potion, he remained unaware of the feelings blossoming within him. He only knew that this girl had bestowed upon him a fresh beginning. Chapter 53, Tom's Reflections. A gentle breeze parted the clouds, allowing the silvery moonlight to cascade into the room. The night sky resembled an expansive ocean of deep indigo, with stars twinkling like scattered pearls, quietly illuminating the stillness of the night. Tom sat quietly by the window, gazing skyward, his thoughts drifting back to the years spent in the orphanage. His striking appearance, coupled with his reticent demeanor, had rendered him a target for bullying and ostracism by the other children. Eventually, a remarkable power had repelled his tormentors, yet it only intensified their perception of him as a freak. In his solitude, he discovered his unique ability to converse with snakes, which became his sole companion. As time passed, he uncovered the existence of another like him within the orphanage, a girl who basked in the affection of all. She and he were kindred spirits. Observing her from the shadows, he cautiously approached, and they finally became acquainted. She witnessed him exacting punishment on those who had bullied him, yet remarkably, she did not betray him. When she instructed him not to gaze upon her, he wondered why. He felt a connection, as if she understood so much more than others. She was enigmatic. Tragedy struck when a child of his age perished in the orphanage, instilling fear within him. He dreaded lying motionless on the medical room's bed. He saw her then. She claimed not to fear death, a sentiment that bewildered him. She shared with him the poetry of her homeland, yet despite scouring the library, he found no trace of it. She spoke of death as a grand adventure, a notion he could not comprehend. He only knew that death meant the end of all things. Eventually, she was taken away by a man who appeared at the orphanage's door, one who possessed extraordinary powers like theirs. She never returned, and he knew not where she had gone. Months passed as he devoured every book in the library, even children's literature, for she had urged him to read more. "She is returning," he heard Mrs. Cole announced that she would be picked up the following day. He yearned to see her, the girl who had vanished for months. She seemed taller, altered in some way. Yet she greeted him, affirming he had not erred in his anticipation. She descended the stairs, undoubtedly heading to the tree in the backyard, her secret haven, which had now become his. What thoughts occupied her mind? The sky was overcast, devoid of color. Had she noticed him? A bargain? She wished to strike a deal with an orphan who possessed nothing? What could she desire? Firearms? Drugs? Fortunately, I finished reading the books in the library. Otherwise, I might have been utterly oblivious to what she was saying. Naturally, I would agree, for I possess nothing, and she is willing to support me. All I must do is earn money for her, a substantial amount of it. She stated that whatever I desire, she will grant me. She is also knowledgeable about signatures and seals, concepts I had never encountered before, and I sensed her deep regard for that piece of paper. Thankfully, I possess the ability to write, a rarity among the orphans. My name is Tom Marvelo Riddle. Rather ordinary, I must say. There are several Toms in the orphanage. I am indeed unique, and someday, I will adopt a name that truly belongs to me. I believe we are friends now. She took me to the enchanting world of magic, despite the mode of travel being rather uncomfortable for both of us. Once I learned magic, I aspire to master a spell that allows me to fly. She bestowed upon me a wealth of gold. So this is the currency of the wizarding world, along with a marvelous bag for holding it. She guided me through numerous purchases, including that overly sweet ice cream, which I truly cannot fathom why she loves it so much. It is excessively sugary. She declared her intention to take me away, which is simply astounding. We consumed a bottle of a wondrous potion. She claimed it would make us grow, and indeed, she did not deceive me. She looks exceptionally beautiful as an adult. But why is she staring at me? Is it because I am unattractive? How peculiar are the inhabitants of this alley, along with the wares they sell? I beheld such items for the first time, yet she forbade me from gazing too long. Surely, Her words must hold truth. I now possess my own wand. It feels like an extension of my hand, a truly magical sensation. Parcel tongue? What is that? I only know that I can converse with snakes and command them. Eastern attire suits her better. She is quite cunning, having outwitted both Mrs. Cole and Martha. House elves, how unsightly they are. She proclaimed me their master. I am not her brother. I am her ally. A new life, indeed. Chapter 54. The burden of expectations. A steady rhythm of breathing emanated from the large bed in the room. I can hardly breathe. As Chowing opened her eyes, she discovered the source of her near asphyxiation, the little maid. Little maid, you must understand that you are no longer a kitten. You are now a plump little pig. If this continues, your dear master might be crushed by you. Shoving the cat sprawled across her chest aside, Chowing finally gasped for air. Sha-sha. Esteemed master, please feel free to command Sha-sha. The sharp, high-pitched voice of Sha-sha jolted Chowing awake. From now on, the cat will rely on you for care. Do not overfeed him, and encourage him to exercise. What magical creature is as rotund as he? Observing the mere months-old feline maid, who already weighed heavily upon her, Chowing resolved to regulate his diet. Could it be that he truly possesses the bloodline of a cat-like creature? Ruffling her hair in confusion, Chowing decided to let herself off the hook and turned to freshen up before heading downstairs for breakfast. Meanwhile, Tom, who had long been awake and ready, sat at the dining table awaiting Chowing's arrival. I'm so tired. Tom, good morning. You're up quite early. Leaning against the banister as she descended the stairs, Chowing noticed Tom, who appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. Good morning, Ing. Tom set down the Daily Prophet in his hands, which the house elf Dodo had shown him. It seemed Dodo had anticipated Chowing's late rising. After Chowing took her seat, Dodo promptly served 2 bowls of wontons accompanied by spiced chili oil. Wonderful, Dodo. You are truly a capable little elf. Hearing the praise from his master, Dodo was filled with excitement and bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Gazing at the gleaming elf, Chowing waved her hand for him to withdraw. Tom, you need not wait for me in the future. If you arrive early, have them prepare your meal first. I certainly want to be rising early during the holidays. As Chowing scooped a spoonful of chili oil into her bowl, she advised Tom, Goodness, the competition at school is enough. I truly do not want to rise early during the break. Tom mimicked Chowing, scooping a spoonful of chili oil into his bowl, but after taking a bite, his face turned crimson from the heat. I understand now, Ing. Ow, that's spicy. Seeing Tom's flushed face, Chowing couldn't help but laugh. She had a high tolerance for spice and relished it. British cuisine is rather bland, so Tom's inability to handle spice was to be expected. Tom, drink some water. Just a bit at first. Watching Tom gulp down water, Chowing suddenly remembered something she had yet to mention. Oh, right, Tom. I wish to hire a few teachers to come to our home to instruct you. For your future social interactions, you must master etiquette, dance, and so forth. Of course, I will still teach you magic, and I will find teachers from the Muggle world as well. What do you think? Tom had no objections to Chowing's arrangements. After all, he would be the one benefiting. Having teachers come to instruct him was nothing short of splendid, especially since he no longer wished to associate with those foolish children. Once Tom agreed, Chowing summoned Dodo once more, this evidently experienced little elf. Dodo, I need you to find some teachers for Tom. Whatever the pureblood children are learning, just replicate that. And also seek out Muggle teachers, if you can. To his young master's request, Dodo assured her that it would be done. Whatever his young master needed, Dodo would procure, even if it meant binding them. Indeed, house elves are remarkable. Chowing marveled as she savored another wonton. Delicious. Of course, Chowing would not squander her holiday entirely, in addition to teaching Tom. She would also need to brew some potions to prepare for her upcoming potions class in the next semester. Chapter 55. The Gunter family. The Daily Prophet announced, the election for the president of the International Wizarding Federation is underway, with Grindelwald participating. Grindelwald? What is happening? Wasn't he the election in 1932 according to the original text? How has the timeline shifted? At that moment, Chowing recalled encountering Grindelwald at Dumbledore's door. Indeed, if it were the normal 1932 timeline, they would have already severed ties, and Grindelwald would not have sought Dumbledore at school. Tom, observing Chowing lost in thought, noted her gaze fixed on the newspaper he held. Grindelwald? Who is he? He inquired, eyeing the man waving in the picture. Chowing, momentarily disrupted from her thoughts by Tom's inquiry, instinctively responded about Dumbledore's former lover. Dumbledore? The man who took you away, right? Tom raised an eyebrow, digesting this shocking revelation. Realizing what she had just said, Chowing noticed that Tom did not display any signs of disgust or revulsion, which struck her as remarkable, considering that in this era, homosexuality was deemed a malady and not accepted by the public. Don't you find it strange? 2 men in a romantic relationship? Chowing tentatively probed, searching Tom's expression. Tom cleared his throat. gesturing towards the man in the picture. So what? He is powerful enough. Who would dare to challenge him for that? If someone does, I would mourn for that person. Indeed, true to his future identity as the second Dark Lord, he firmly believed in the supremacy of strength. In response, Chowing shrugged and gave Tom a thumbs up in agreement. What does that mean? Tom asked. Mimicking Chowing's gesture, his curiosity piqued. It signifies agreement, Tom. I concur with your belief in the supremacy of strength. Chowing pushed her chair back and stood, preparing to head to the study. Surely, there must be a plethora of books within. Perhaps she could uncover some extraordinary spells. Agreement? Precisely, strength is paramount. Seeing Chowing prepare to depart, Tom hastily followed her. Oh, by the way, Tom, today you may commence your study of magic. Please bring the history of magic with you to the study. With that, Chowing turned and ascended the staircase to the second floor, making her way towards the study. At the end of the narrow corridor on the second floor stood the study, and as she gazed at the various oil paintings adorning the walls, she was reminded of the moving portraits in the magical world, which could hold a fragment of one's thoughts. Unfortunately, the castle housed only ordinary oil paintings. Upon entering the study, Chowing felt it should not merely be termed a study, but rather a small library. The shelves embedded in the walls were filled with books, and the room's bookshelves were also overflowing with volumes. A square table by the window held a vase, adding a splash of color to the otherwise somber room. Tom, why don't you begin with the history of magic? Once you finish this book, you will truly grasp the essence of the magical realm. Chowing gestured for Tom, who was following behind, to close the door and encouraged him to study independently. At this moment, she intended to delve into her family's background. Typically, there should be genealogies and such available here. Tom nodded and settled at the table by the window, quietly engrossed in his book. As he flipped through titles such as A Beginner's Guide to Ancient Magic Runes, Wizarding Ruins, Forgotten Ancient Magic and Spells, The Pureblood Directory, and The Pureblood Handbook, Chao Ying's gaze fell upon a book on the bookshelf regarding bloodlines. She reached for a volume titled The Pureblood Directory, casually flipping through its pages until she stumbled upon the section about the Gaunt family. Chapter 56, Bloodline Theory. An ancient pureblood family, one of the Sacred 28. Notorious for their violent, enigmatic, and cold demeanor, known for intermarriage, Parseltongue, and as descendants of Salazar Slytherin. The Deathly Hallows Resurrection Stone. A fallen aristocracy. Family members from the small village of Little Hangleton in northern England included Father Marvolo, son Morphin, and daughter Maripy. Marvolo, Tom Riddle. Observing the boy seated by the window in the sunlight, engrossed in his book, Chowing felt a pang of conflict over whether to reveal to him his true heritage. With a soft sigh, she concluded that the choice lay with him. Perhaps it was best to leave it in his hands. Gently closing the book, Chowing approached Tom. Tom, would you like to know about your lineage? She inquired, sitting beside him. My lineage? Tom looked up at her earnestly. Of course, at all times. Understanding his eagerness, Chowing pushed the open book towards him, indicating the page for him to examine. Gaunt. Tom looked at Chowing, puzzled, unable to comprehend its relevance to himself. Your mother belonged to the Gaunt family. Your name, Marvolo, is derived from your grandfather, Chowing explained, pointing to the name Marvolo Gaunt recorded in the text. So, my ability to converse with snakes is because I am a descendant of Slytherin. Upon realizing his ancestor was one of Hogwarts' founders, Tom could hardly contain his excitement. Chowing nodded in affirmation, secretly musing. Indeed, your ancestor left you not only a legacy, but also a hidden chamber and a basilisk. But what of my father? Is he also a pureblood? Am I the son of my mother and her brother? Tom was fervently eager to learn about his father, and the revelations about his mother only deepened his curiosity about his paternal lineage. Yet, upon discovering the tradition of intermarriage in his family, he couldn't help but question if he was indeed the offspring of his mother and her brother. No, Tom, your father was merely an ordinary man, a wealthy muggle. Chowing shook her head, dispelling Tom's fantasies. Why? How could this be possible? My mother is pure blood. How could she marry a muggle? Tom protested vehemently, unable to conceive that his father could possibly be a muggle. In truth, it was your mother who enchanted your father with a love potion to conceive you. Once she ceased administering the potion, she was abandoned because that man did not love your mother, which is why you ended up in the orphanage. Observing Tom's agitation stemming from his lineage, Chowing felt compelled to reveal the harsh truth. Upon hearing her words, Tom felt a wave of disdain for this previously unknown relative, a woman lost in a delusion of false love, a muggle. Noticing the expression on Tom's face, Chowing felt compelled to speak. Tom, lineage does not define one's worth. In the East, only when selecting pets do people concern themselves with bloodlines. Even pure-blooded wizards may lack the magical aptitude of some half-blood or muggle-born wizards. Without the application of magic, all is mere talk. Pausing, she continued, Tom, you are a bright child. Although you are of mixed blood, Your talent is exceptional, proving that lineage holds little significance. Hearing Chao Ying's perspective on bloodlines, Tom temporarily set aside his concerns and began to peruse the book in his hands. The sacred 28 pure blood families. Malfoy, not Black. What about you, Ying? What is your bloodline? Tom suddenly inquired without lifting his gaze. Me? As I mentioned, Tom, bloodlines are irrelevant in the East. If one must insist, all existing people of the East are aristocrats, considering our over 5,000-year history. Which family does not have an ancestor who was an official or emperor? Reflecting on her namesake, Chao Mingda, she smiled as she answered Tom's question. Chapter 57, The Forgetfulness Potion. In the castle's dungeon, the second chamber, the transformed potions classroom. Tom, today we shall brew the forgetfulness potion. Tell me, what ingredients are required? 2 drops of leafy river water, 2 sprigs of valerian, 2 standard ingredients, and 4 mistletoe berries. Listening to Tom's correct answers, Chowing nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, a gifted and diligent student brings immense pride to a teacher. Very well. Now watch me closely and pay attention to the details. With a gentle flick of her wand, she ignited the cauldron, adding 2 drops of leafy river water. After a 2-minute wait, she introduced the 2 sprigs of valerian into the cauldron, stirring clockwise 3 times. With another wave of her wand, she allowed it to brew for a while longer. During the waiting period, Chowing added the 2 standard ingredients and 4 mistletoe berries to the mortar, grinding them into a fine powder. She then combined the crushed mixture into the cauldron, stirring counterclockwise 5 times. After another wave of her wand, the potion became remarkably clear. Carefully bottling the potion, Chowing handed it to Tom, inviting him to observe the exquisite elixir. Give it a try, Tom. It's quite simple. Use your magic to feel it, and avoid waving your wand like a gorilla. Encouraged by Chao Ying's gaze, Tom felt a surge of enthusiasm as he gently waved his wand to clear the cauldron and began crafting the potion. Chowing watched as Tom meticulously replicated her actions, even surpassing her in elegance. She nodded in approval, finding it hard to believe this was Tom's first attempt at potion making, despite the forgetfulness potion being part of her curriculum for the semester. Before long, the potion was complete. Tom carefully poured it into a crystal vial and presented it to Chowing. Upon receiving the vial, Chowing noticed some impurities lingering in the potion. Remembering that Tom's steps and actions had been flawless, even exemplary, she understood that the imperfections were due to Tom's inability to control his magic correctly, leading to the presence of impurities. Observing Tom's eager expression, Chowing realized that education should not rely on punitive measures, despite her own first potion being flawless. Thus, she extended her thumb towards Tom in affirmation, saying, "Remarkable talent, Tom. For your first time brewing a potion, achieving such quality is truly impressive." Listening to Chao Ying's praise, Tom did not let pride overwhelm him. He recognized the considerable gap that still existed between himself and Chao Ying, fully aware of the differences in the quality of their potions. After Chao Ying nodded at Tom, he proceeded to clean the cauldron, preparing to make another attempt. Observing Tom's actions, Chao Ying felt compelled to remind him of the reasons for his previous failures, considering that these ingredients were indeed costly. Wait a moment, Tom. I believe you should reflect on the cause of the impurities in your potion. It would be prudent to think it through before you proceed with your work. Tom was receptive to her advice, halting his actions as he contemplated the process he and Chao Ying had undertaken. Is it the magic, Ying? Each time I wave my wand, the control of my magic also influences the quality of the potion, correct? A light of realization sparked in Tom's eyes as he grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, Tom, mastering the control of your magic is paramount. You must learn to harness your magical energy before concocting potions. You've hit the nail on the head, blind one. After days of guidance, Chao Ying had exhausted her repertoire of compliments for Tom, who seemed to grasp concepts with remarkable ease. Realizing that potion making was not feasible today, Tom waved his wand to return the tools to their rightful places, intending to practice spells and improve his magical control. Chapter 58, Christmas Eve. This one is for Walburga, this one is for Senior McGonagall, and this one for Augusta, Malfoy, Senior Diggory, Tom, Mrs. Cole, and Martha, and then there's this, and this. Chao Ying sat on the carpet, meticulously wrapping cards and gifts in preparation for Christmas the following day. The spacious room was adorned with a plethora of presents, all surprises she had prepared for her friends. At last, I've finished wrapping them all. Now I just need to borrow Tom's owl. After a morning spent packaging gifts, Chao Ying was utterly exhausted. Lying on the plush carpet and gazing at the crystal chandelier above, she couldn't help but lament how swiftly time had passed. Christmas was upon them. And in just a week, she would be returning to school. Tap, tap, tap. The door to Chao Ying's bedroom was knocked upon. "Master, the Christmas tree and decorations have been prepared by Master Tom," shouted Shasha from outside the door. "Okay, I'll be right down." Chao Ying replied weakly as she scrambled to her feet, ready to descend and help Tom decorate the Christmas tree. The castle's adornments would be prepared with Shasha's assistance. Tom, wait for me. I want to place the star on top. Even before she reached the bottom of the stairs, Tom had already heard Chao Ying's voice and her hurried descent. No rush. Ying, I'm waiting for you, Tom called up with a resigned smile. Having lived together for a month, their relationship had grown considerably closer, and Chao Ying was gradually revealing her more spirited side. When Chao Ying finally reached the bottom, she found Tom sitting on the sofa, engrossed in a book. The month of noble education had begun to unveil his elegance. Wow, Tom, you look like a charming little gentleman now. Chao Ying lavishly praised him, recalling that the books suggested appropriate praise for children to cultivate their self-confidence. Yet, it seemed Tom did not require such encouragement. Thank you for the compliment, Ying. If you join me in etiquette classes, I believe you too would possess such grace. Remembering the various etiquette lessons he had attended over the past month, Tom couldn't help but tease Chao Ying, who occasionally displayed a carefree attitude. Upon hearing this, Chao Ying waved her hand dismissively, rejecting the notion. The Western noble etiquette is quite inhumane, I must decline. The corset of the formal dress had already made it difficult for her to breathe, and she could not fathom how those nobles managed to dance in such cumbersome attire. Of course, those tortuous gowns were now gathering dust in her wardrobe. The two ceased their playful banter and moved to the center of the hall to decorate the pine tree that Dodo had somehow procured. Wingardium Leviosa. In perfect unison, they cast spells to hang decorations on the tree. However, Tom had to chant the incantation aloud, while Chao Ying relied on her silent, wandless magic. After all, her wand contained traces of illicit magic, which could attract the attention of the Ministry of Magic, and she had no desire to expose the fact that she and Tom, two underage wizards, were living independently. Ying, your magical prowess is truly remarkable. You execute wandless, silent spells with such finesse. Each time he witnessed Chao Ying cast spells, Tom was astounded by her formidable abilities. It's nothing, Tom. In a couple of years, when your magic stabilizes, you'll be able to do the same. Your talent is evident to us all. With a smile, Chao Ying winked at Tom, placing the final star atop the tree. Masters, dinner is ready. Dodo suddenly appeared before them, bowing deeply as he spoke. Gazing at the meticulously decorated pine tree, Chao Ying felt that something was amiss. Oh yes, it looks too rigid, devoid of any lively spirit. Realizing this, she turned to Tom with a beaming smile. Tom, let's add some snowflakes to adorn our Christmas tree. Use the weather modification spell I taught you yesterday. Understanding that Chao Ying intended to test his skills, Tom nodded and waved his wand towards the tree. Snowflake creating spell. As the incantation echoed, a small cloud appeared above the tree, gently releasing a flurry of snowflakes. Chapter 59, Walburga's Howling Letter. Ding dong, ding dong. As the knocking on the window grew more fervent, Chao Ying, who had been burying her face in her pillow, could no longer remain asleep. Barefoot, she approached the window and opened it to allow the owl to enter. After a prolonged period of knocking, Catherine perched on the windowsill, raising her paw to signal the clueless human to retrieve the letter. Very considerate, Chao Ying, she remarked as Chao Ying reached out to take the letter, glancing at the crimson envelope with an inexplicable sense of unease. Who has sent me this letter? Driven by curiosity, Chao Ying ultimately opened the envelope. Ying Chao, if you still consider me a friend, you should remember to inform me that you have moved. And right near my home, no less. If it weren't for the house elf creature knowing Dodo from your place, I would have thought you were dead when my gifts were returned. I hope you take care of yourself. The opened envelope suddenly transformed mid-air into a mouth, its sharp voice echoing throughout the castle in a fit of anger. Oh, Merlin's undergarments. I completely forgot to inform them about my move. Upon recognizing that the irate voice belonged to Walburga, Chao Ying suddenly remembered that she had neglected to notify them of her relocation, resulting in the return of their gifts. However, it was the first time she had witnessed Walburga display such overt emotion. Unrepentant, Chao Ying wickedly imagined what a furious Walburga might look like. While her assistant hastily handed over the gifts prepared for her to the owl. Go on, owl. I hope Walburga will forgive me upon seeing the gifts. Meanwhile, Tom, who had been waiting downstairs for Chao Ying to join him for breakfast, couldn't help but feel intrigued by the loud outburst from the girl living nearby. It was evident that she shared a close bond with Ying. Realizing he had also failed to inform his other friends of the move, Chao Ying quickly dressed and prepared to use Tom's owl to deliver gifts and an apology letter to her friends. Shortly after, with the sound of hurried footsteps descending the stairs, Tom looked up to see Chao Ying coming down with a pile of presents. Oh, she completely forgot about it. It seems no one was notified. Seeing such a vast array of gifts, Tom rubbed his aching head, silently mourning for his owl. Tom, Ying, speak normally. You can use the owl as you please, Tom said, feeling a chill run down his spine at the sight of Chao Ying speaking in a high-pitched voice. Thank you, Tom, and Merry Christmas. This is your gift. successfully witnessing Tom's discomfort at her antics. Chowing retracted her playful tone and presented him with the Christmas gift she had prepared. For me? Thank you, Ing. Your gift lies beneath the tree. You may retrieve it shortly. Tom gazed in astonishment at the present that Chowing had prepared for him. For this marked the first occasion he had received a gift from another. Chowing waved her hand dismissively, indicating that no thanks were necessary. She set down the gift cradled in her arms, instructing Dodo to deliver it to the owl, while she herself approached the tree to examine the gift Tom had prepared for her. Oh, it is a vial of exquisite potion. Chowing scrutinized the potion's quality and sensed Tom's magic within it, realizing that this was a concoction he had brewed himself. The exquisite potion was no trivial matter. It was already considered a high-level potion, demonstrating that this lad had put thought into his gift. I adore you, Tom. I truly cherish your present. Congratulations on your ability to brew high-level potions. After carefully stowing the crystal vial, Chowing sat beside Tom, expressing her gratitude. Adore me? Tom was perplexed by Chao Ying's declaration of love, yet he nodded nonchalantly. Now, let us see the gift I have bestowed upon you, Tom. Under the fervent gaze of Chao Ying, Tom cautiously unwrapped the gift box. It was a ring. Tom lifted the ring from the box, examining it closely. A green gem was encircled by a silver serpent, embodying the essence of Slytherin. At Chao Ying's urging, Tom slipped the ring onto his thumb, and to his surprise, the initially oversized ring shrank to a perfect fit. How splendid, Ing. I absolutely adore it. Is this an alchemical creation? How does it adjust its size automatically? Even Tom, who typically exuded composure, was astounded by the marvel of this alchemical product. In truth, Chowing believed these gemstone accessories to be merely decorative and had not considered the possibility of them being alchemical. Yet, how could she confess this? Instinctively touching her nose, Chowing nodded in affirmation, replying, of course. Engrossed in admiration of the ring, Tom failed to notice Chao Ying's subtle gesture. Upon receiving her answer, he curiously inspected the ring on his finger, attempting to discern its structure. Chapter 60, An Appointment at Diagon Alley. Dear Walburga, upon reading your letter, I feel as though we are face to face. I hope we can venture together to Diagon Alley. I eagerly await your response. Yours sincerely, Chowing. After meticulously reviewing the letter for any errors, Chowing sealed the envelope with her handmade wax seal. Dodo, please deliver this letter to Creature, so he may pass it on to Walburga. With a sound reminiscent of air being torn, Dodo promptly appeared in the study, respectfully accepting the envelope before vanishing once again. It seemed even the house elf had its own circle of acquaintances, reflecting on the book's portrayal of Dobby, who was so distinct from other house elves, and Creature, who awaited Regulus. Chowing fell into contemplation once more, realizing the necessity of forging a good rapport with the Black family to facilitate a change in their destiny. After watching Dodo disappear, Chowing exited the study, intending to find Tom in the dungeon, where he was practicing spells. She needed to remind him of a few things before her departure. The first room on the left on the third floor of the Black family residence. Suddenly, a house elf appeared before Walburga, presenting a letter with both hands. Esteemed Miss Walburga, a letter from Chowing. Walburga accepted the envelope from Creature, her eyes drawn to an unusual wax seal resembling a human face. Is this your family crest? How peculiar. Perhaps such designs are customary among the people of Huaxia. While she did not comprehend Chao Ying's self-created crest, Walburga respected it nonetheless. Upon extracting the letter, she discovered an invitation to visit Diagon Alley, prompting a smile to grace her lips. This would be her first shopping excursion with Chowing. After jotting down her agreement on the letter and handing it to Creature, Walburga began rummaging through her wardrobe for attire suitable for their outing. After much deliberation, Walburga selected a dark green velvet dress, perfectly complementing the green butterfly brooch that Chowing had gifted her for Christmas. Without fail, this too was an alchemical creation. When she unwrapped it, both she and her family had been utterly astonished. After all, such a potent protective alchemical item was scarce on the market, even among the Black family. Meanwhile, Chowing was still instructing Tom on the tasks he was to undertake in her absence. Mastery of magic is not achieved overnight, Tom. Overexertion of your magical abilities can be detrimental to your health. Once I depart, begin by reading in the study. Additionally, the Muggle Studies teacher will arrive this afternoon to provide lessons, so be sure not to reveal any secrets. As Chowing continued her instructions, Tom nodded in understanding, his expression revealing no impatience. He could sense that her words were laced with concern, and he relished the warmth that Chowing provided, akin to that of family. Once she had finished, noting that the time had come to depart, she reminded Tom to remember to eat before she returned to the castle. There, she changed into a blue dress that cinched at the waist, donning the gemstone necklace Walburga had given her. Observing the refined image reflected in the mirror, Chowing styled her hair into a half bun and drank the beautiful potion Tom had prepared for her, enhancing her radiant appearance. Absolutely stunning. After blowing a kiss to her reflection, Chowing made her way downstairs to the hall. She had arranged to meet Walburga at Gringotts, and the funds she had previously withdrawn had been spent on potion brewing. She needed to collect more money from Gringotts and find time to sell the potions she and Tom had practiced making. It seemed the moment had arrived to establish her very own potion shop. Number 13, Grimmauld Place. As green flames erupted from the fireplace, Chowing spotted Walburga. "Thank you. Ing. Your castle is remarkable, reminiscent of Hogwarts." Upon emerging from the fireplace, Walburga was captivated by her surroundings. The Gothic low-key decor and exquisite reliefs all showcased the family's rich heritage. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two girls grabbed a handful of flue powder and prepared to venture to Diagon Alley, planning to return afterward for a more thorough exploration of the castle. Chapter 61, Return to Hogwarts. Since Chowing invited Walburga to Diagon Alley, Walburga had gained a deeper understanding of her unassuming friend. After conferring with her family, the heads of the Black family consented to her companionship with this mysterious Eastern girl. After all, who could resist a powerful friend of such esteemed lineage? According to Walburga's understanding, there were two house elves residing in Chao Ying's castle, an uncommon occurrence for muggles or half-blood wizards. Thus, the two girls spent their time visiting each other's homes, with Chowing becoming increasingly enamored with the Black family's vast library, filled with ancient tomes. Most of their time was spent in each family's study, resulting in a wealth of knowledge over the course of a week. At King S. Cross Station, beside the Hogwarts Express. "Tom, remember my words. Once you have mastered your studies, then consider investments. Also, take care to rest while at home. Do not practice spells incessantly." Having stowed her luggage, Chowing stood outside the train, imparting her advice to Tom with meticulous care. There was no alternative. She feared that without her watchful eye, this audacious young man would be easily deceived in the Muggle world. After all, despite Tom's intelligence, he was still a child. Their agreement spanned a decade, allowing for no rush. Moreover, she was concerned he might overexert himself at home, rendering himself mute. Chowing was well aware of the intensity of Tom's training, which made her feel inadequate by comparison. He was remarkably diligent, and she silently mourned for the future classmates he would encounter. "Very well, Ing. Tom is no longer a child. He will take care of himself. The train is about to depart. Let us board." Tom Chong cast a grateful glance at Walburga, who returned the gesture with a nod toward Chowing, signaling her to board the vehicle. Due to the mutual visits between Chowing and Walburga, Tom and Walburga had become acquainted ahead of time, and Walburga held high hopes for this exceptionally talented younger brother. All right, I see you all find me bothersome. One day, you shall realize my absence." With a resigned shrug, Chowing embraced Tom before taking Walburga's hand and leading him back to the compartment designated for their luggage. Once back in the compartment, the pair changed into their school uniforms before resuming their lively conversation. Clang, clang, clang. Their animated discussion was abruptly interrupted by a sudden knock at the door. "Hey, Walburga. Ing, I've finally found you." Abraxas Malfoy had been searching for them since boarding the train, and to his surprise, he discovered these two had retreated to the last carriage. Chowing looked at Malfoy, who had comfortably settled into her compartment, with an expression of confusion. "What are you doing here, Malfoy? Aren't you being a bit too familiar?" Abraxas, noting Chowing's accusatory tone, recalled the exquisite ring she had gifted him for Christmas, a fine piece of alchemical craftsmanship. He held back a retort. Not hearing any retort from Malfoy only heightened Chao Ying's suspicions. After all, it was uncharacteristic of this young master to remain silent. "What's the matter, Abraxas? Is there something you need?" Walburga, sensing Chao Ying's eagerness for a confrontation, realized that if he didn't intervene, the two would soon be at odds again. Upon hearing Walburga speak, Abraxas casually touched the ring on his finger, showcasing it to Walburga. "Oh, it's nothing much, just showing you the ring Ing gave me. By the way, Ing, I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. I truly adore your gift." Chowing regarded the boastful Malfoy before her, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its feathers. Walburga, observing Malfoy's gestures, pointed to the butterfly brooch adorning his chest, indicating that he too possessed a special item. Well, they didn't know each other first, he thought, as he quickly reassured himself. "Just came to chat with you too. Is that so wrong?" Malfoy raised his chin slightly, assuming his aristocratic demeanor. Oh, a warm welcome for the esteemed Mr. Malfoy." Chowing, caught off guard by Malfoy's pretentiousness, instinctively activated her sarcasm mode. Walburga, witnessing their exchange, rubbed his temples, deciding to ignore the two childish individuals for the moment, and pulled out a wizarding fashion magazine to peruse. Chapter 62, The Mirror of Ariste. Upon returning to school, Chowing enjoyed a remarkably leisurely semester. The previous term had been overly demanding, and this semester she resolved to take her time. Thus, aside from attending classes punctually and participating in Quidditch practice, she would seek out Dumbledore to share sweets whenever she had the chance. Unfortunately, Hogwarts stipulated that only third-year students and above could visit Hogsmeade. So Chowing had no choice but to raid Dumbledore's candy stash, her dear friend. As usual, after finishing Quidditch practice, Chowing washed up in her dormitory before climbing the stairs to find Dumbledore. With the Hufflepuff team set to compete against Slytherin soon, she was cautious not to be seen openly socializing with Walburga and Malfoy, especially since their Quidditch captain always seemed to glare at her, wary of her discovering Slytherin's training strategies. Nevertheless, Chowing remained unfazed. Tap, tap, tap. Albus, I'm here. Hurry and hand over your candy. Without waiting for a response, she pushed open the door and stepped inside. Dumbledore, who was engaged in a dispute with someone from the Ministry of Magic, watched as her initially cheerful expression morphed into one of confusion, and he smiled, beckoning her over. What is going on? Ministry officials? Is Grindelwald attempting to seize control of Britain? A bewildered Chowing approached Dumbledore, playfully winking at him, silently inquiring about the situation. Since he refused to intervene, we must take certain measures against you. I trust you won't object. The Minister of Magic ignored the unexpectedly arrived student and directed his threat toward the unyielding Dumbledore. Chowing's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed the apparent leader of the ministry place a pair of restraining handcuffs on Dumbledore. How audacious! How dare they place handcuffs on Dumbledore? Does Grindelwald know about this? The minister, seeing Dumbledore's lack of resistance, nodded in satisfaction and departed through the fireplace with his entourage. You are not a criminal. Albus, how can they treat you this way? Dumbledore looked warmly at the agitated Chowing, feeling a surge of appreciation for her loyalty. It's nothing, Ing. It's merely a surveillance tactic. They are simply afraid. Dumbledore approached a mirror in the room, standing before it with a solemn demeanor. Aristreu ai tubi Caphroitian wohius. As Chowing instinctively read the inscription on the towering golden mirror supported by two claws, she mused, is this the mirror from the book that reveals one's innermost desires? Let me see what lies within my heart. Noticing her eagerness, Dumbledore gestured for her to stand before the mirror. Wow, I'm back in China. Dumbledore? Rael? Serious? As the images within the mirror shifted, Chowing realized that this was indeed what she had longed for. She yearned to return home, to that eastern abode, while also wishing for these beloved individuals to live vibrantly and freely. This is what my heart desires, Albus. This mirror is truly remarkable. Dumbledore observed the girl who had turned to speak to him with astonishment. Everyone could easily succumb to the fantasies conjured by this mirror, himself included. Yet he was taken aback by how lucid Ing was, grasping the mirror's true essence. Indeed, Ing, it reflects our innermost desires. This mirror does not impart knowledge or truth. Many squander their time before it, some even descending into madness. I never anticipated you would be so enlightened. Of course, I know myself better than anyone else, so I am aware of what I truly want. But, Albus, I'm curious, what did you see? The flame of curiosity ignited within her as Chowing gazed excitedly at Dumbledore. A pair of woolen socks. I desire a pair of woolen socks that suit me. In foreign lands, woolen socks symbolize familial affection. Observing the sentimental expression on the tall man before her, Chowing quietly retrieved the small gift she had prepared for him. Tada, how about this, sister? Am I good to you, or what? Dumbledore's azure eyes widened in surprise as he beheld the white woolen socks adorned with tiny blue stars that Chowing presented. Are these for me? Carefully accepting the socks from her hand, Dumbledore's voice carried a hint of joy. Of course, Albus. This is a token of gratitude for your treating me to snacks. What do you think? They will undoubtedly suit you. These oversized socks had been a recommendation from a senior student, and there had been a near misunderstanding that led the older girls to believe she was romantically involved. Thank you, Ing. Dumbledore's voice quivered slightly with emotion. It's nothing. We are good friends, good sisters, Albus. We are family. Watching the usually stoic Dumbledore nearly brought to tears, Chowing felt her mind falter, and comforting words poured forth. Chowing understood Dumbledore's feelings at that moment. The loss of his parents, the rift with his brother, the innocent sister, the shattered man he had become, and a lover who had transformed into a figure of great notoriety, all while his own government demanded he combat them. It was daunting, exceedingly so. Oh, given the current timeline, is Grindelwald about to set Paris ablaze? What an iconic moment. Reflecting on the timeline, Chowing expresses an overwhelming desire to witness this event. She is particularly eager to meet the representative figure of Hufflepuff, the illustrious senior who penned Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Newt Artemis Scamander, a character akin to a Disney prince. Moreover, she is intrigued by the Niffler, a creature reminiscent of a platypus, known for its affinity for shiny objects. Most importantly, there is her idol, Newt's elder brother, Theseus Scamander. Chapter 63, The Quidditch Match. The Daily Prophet. What is the truth? Should we place our trust in the Ministry of Magic? Whose interests are the Aurors truly safeguarding? The wizards of Paris bear witness to Grindelwald's prophecy. Should the statute of secrecy be abolished? Will muggles ultimately destroy the wizarding world? The brilliance of magic resides only within a select few souls. Have the Aurors killed ordinary wizards to conceal the truth? Whom do they truly protect? Listening to the Gryffindor Lion recite the freshly published Daily Prophet. The young wizards enjoying their breakfast engage in hushed whispers. Silence. Children, regardless of the turmoil outside, Hogwarts remains unaffected. Calm yourselves and relish your campus life, commanded Professor Dumbledore. His wand pointed at his throat, his voice amplified, gradually silencing the hall. "Ing, the match is about to commence. Eat more to sustain your strength," said her senior, who had kindly prepared steak for her. With a grateful smile, Chowing looked up from her meal. Today marks the Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Slytherin. And every Hufflepuff student is keenly focused on this event, particularly concerned for their team members. "Ing, go for it. We're all coming to watch your match." Augusta and her roommates, seated at the table opposite Chao Ing, waved enthusiastically to cheer her on. Due to Augusta's exceptional abilities, the professors have praised her highly, except for in charms, and thus the Gryffindors have accepted this outstanding pure blood, discovering her admirable qualities in their interactions. Consequently, she has made numerous friends within her own house. Chowing set down her cutlery, wiped her mouth, and waved her thanks to them. Having eaten her fill, she prepared to change with her teammates. At the Quidditch pitch, the oval stadium buzzed with excitement, teeming with young wizards from various houses. "Ing, this is your first match. Your task is to protect me alongside Aaron, using your bats to knock away the bludgers and defend against the Slytherin players. Understood?" spoke Algie Kelly, the Hufflepuff captain and seeker, whose protection they were entrusted with. "Understood, Captain. We've got this." Chao Ing and Diggory exchanged determined smiles, assuring their captain of their commitment. The seven gathered for encouragement, mounted their brooms, and soared into the stadium. In the professor's box sat Dumbledore alongside the commentator, a Gryffindor Lion. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I am Commentator Wood, and beside me is Professor Dumbledore. This is Hogwarts' final Quidditch match of the season, featuring Slytherin against Hufflepuff, who will seize victory and claim the Quidditch Cup. The players are ready. Please welcome Madam Hooch," Wood announced passionately, brandishing his wand. The young wizards enthusiastically waved banners and flags, rallying their support for their houses. Madam Hooch entered the pitch with the balls, stating, "I hope both teams play with style and skill. Remember, friendship comes first." With a swift kick, the black bludger soared into the air, followed closely by the golden snitch. The match begins. The bludgers rise, and soon after, the golden snitch. Remember, the snitch is worth 150 points. The match concludes once the seeker captures it, Wood elaborated. As the bludgers ascended, both teams' beaters positioned themselves in a triangular formation to protect their seekers. "Fantastic. Hufflepuff's Diana has captured the quaffle. What a charming young lady," Wood exclaimed. "Ah, indeed," Professor Dumbledore interjected, watching the commentator lavish praise on the Hufflepuff girl. "Oh, very well, Professor. Hufflepuff has seized it. Diana, a beautiful pass. Oh no." Intercepted by Slytherin. A stunning shot from Slytherin's captain. Hufflepuff's goalkeeper, Becker, makes a brilliant save. Hufflepuff regains possession. Oh dear, that must have hurt. Diggory was struck in the back of the head by a bludger. Slytherin is in control. A player from Slytherin has been hit by a bludger. It's Hufflepuff's Ing Chow marvelous. Hufflepuff launched an offensive, with Diana soaring high, evading a bludger. The Slytherin keeper lunged, but missed. The quaffle scores. Hufflepuff takes the lead. Amidst the commentator's bias, Hufflepuff claimed the first 10 points. "Are you alright, Aaron?" After sending the bludger flying, Chowing anxiously checked on Aaron's head. Fearing a concussion, Slytherin was utterly despicable. Aaron shook his head, indicating he was fine, signaling Chowing to carry on. The focus shifted to both team seekers. Hufflepuff's Algie and Slytherin's Banson's Parkinson. "Oh wait, what's that?" The golden snitch. Algie spots it, with Parkinson hot on his tail. "No." The Slytherin seeker fouled him, knocking Algie off course. The golden snitch has vanished once more. Wood exclaimed in fury from the stands, denouncing Parkinson's foul play. "Watch out." Algie. Witnessing Slytherin directing a bludger towards Algie, Chowing lowered her broom and swiftly struck it back, hitting the Slytherin player. "Thank you, Ing." Algie sighed with relief, regaining composure as he searched for the golden snitch. Both teams exchanged goals, the score escalating to 70-60. As the timeout concluded, the match resumed. Hufflepuff's Alpha appeared to have spotted something. "It's the golden snitch. Merlin. Alpha is about to catch it." Alpha seized the golden snitch. The match is over. Hufflepuff triumphs with a score of 220-60 against Slytherin. With Alpha's capture of the snitch, all but the Slytherin wizards stood to cheer, celebrating Hufflepuff's victory. The young wizards of Hufflepuff surrounded their Quidditch players as they made their way back to the dormitories, exuberantly reveling in their house's success. Now was the time for the victors to celebrate. Amazing, Ing. We all saw you knock several Slytherin players away with the bludger. You really gave us a breath of relief, exclaimed a group of first-year Badgers, surrounding Chao Ing, who was their pride. Slytherin's playstyle left much to be desired. They were known for underhanded tactics, having previously knocked a Gryffindor off their broom during a match, resulting in a month-long stay in the hospital wing. Slytherin's players were truly vile, but thankfully, Ing and Senior Aaron were there. Otherwise, Algie would have been struck by the bludger. The goalkeeper Becker approached, embracing Chao, Ing, and Diggory, praising. The Badgers on the field witnessed Slytherin's foul play. They nearly hit Algie. Suddenly embraced. Chao, Ing, and Diggory exchanged a knowing smile and began conversing with the surrounding Badgers, planning to fetch some food and drinks from the small kitchen to celebrate their victory. Chapter 64. The Sneaky Marriage Certificate. Although the Quidditch match had transpired weeks ago, the enthusiasm of the young wizards for the Hufflepuff players remained undiminished. Ing, good morning. Good morning. However, during her walk from the dormitory to the library, Chowing encountered no fewer than 10 young wizards greeting her, including not only her own house's Badgers, but even the Slytherin snakes, who would nod in acknowledgement when they crossed paths. After registering her borrowed books with Madame Pants, Chowing finally commenced her weekend leisure. Origins of Alchemy. Alchemy, a philosophical and chemical thought of the medieval era, primarily aimed to transmute base metals into noble ones, particularly gold. It later evolved into various studies, such as the creation of universal medicines, like Azoth, the pursuit of the Philosopher's Stone, and magical stones. Upon seeing references to the Philosopher's Stone, Chowing was reminded of the remarkable figure who had lived for 6 centuries, who had recently intervened to prevent Grindelwald from setting Paris ablaze. Her interest in alchemy stemmed from her desire to experiment with creating alchemical products, as she aspired to open a shop in Hogsmeade. Simply selling potions might prove too monotonous. Offering a range of astonishing alchemical creations would be far more engaging. Time slipped by quietly as Chao Ing immersed herself in her studies at the library all morning, finally grasping the essentials of alchemy. Considering Dumbledore's close relationship with Nicholas Flamel, she resolved to seek him out after lunch, certain he would possess a wealth of literature on the subject. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was greeted by a long-lost friend. Albus, it's a blood pact, isn't it? Newt inquired, holding the stolen blood pact from the Niffler. Dumbledore nodded, accepting the blood pact and wrapping it around his arm. Newt, I cannot accept your invitation to confront Grindelwald, and it is not solely for that reason. But why, Albus? Grindelwald is no virtuous man. You guided me to seek credence. Why not now? What does the blood pact restrict you from doing? Upon hearing Dumbledore's refusal, Newt became irate, unable to comprehend why Dumbledore was unwilling to assist them against Grindelwald. Dumbledore, faced with Newt's questioning, remained silent, stepping closer to raise his hand for him to observe. The previously bare blood pact gradually sprouted silver chains that coiled around Dumbledore's arm, the red vial appearing particularly ominous. Suddenly, the loose silver chains tightened around Dumbledore's arm, even wrapping around his neck. The blood pact vial detached from the silver chains, swiftly etching something onto the wall, as if inscribing a curse. Enough! Stop it, Albus, stop! Witnessing Dumbledore's anguish, Newt shouted, attempting to halt the entanglement of the silver chains. Relieved when the blood pact returned to Dumbledore's hands, Newt inquired, is there no way to destroy it, Albus? Dumbledore nodded, explaining that a certain magical creature, through its song or venom, might shatter it. However, until then, any inclination I have to oppose Grindelwald would be met with punishment from the blood pact. It is our mutual agreement to never harm one another. Knowing a method of destruction existed, Newt resolved to set off in search of it, while Dumbledore indicated he would assist during the holidays since he had classes to attend. Diana, have you seen my spoon? It disappeared the moment I turned my head, after just retrieving a piece of caramel pudding from the table. Chowing turned to find her spoon had vanished. Oh, Ing. In fact, several of our spoons have gone missing, and we're quite puzzled. Diana replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. The Badgers were all suspecting that Peeves had stolen them. Thus, Chowing decided to crawl under the table to search for the spoons, wondering if Peeves had tossed them there. Wow, a wild platypus. Upon lifting the tablecloth, Chowing found herself staring into a pair of beady black eyes. Upon closer inspection, it was a Niffler. Hearing Chao Ying's exclamation, the other Badgers gathered around, eager to discover what a Niffler was. Oh, Ing, that is a Niffler, not a platypus. Diana, who also hailed from the Muggle world, recognized the little creature in Chao Ying's arms. Instantly, the Badgers understood where their spoons had gone. The Niffler had a penchant for precious items, glittering gems, and the Badger's silver spoons. What shall we do? Nifflers never return what they've taken. The surrounding Badgers lamented, fully aware that nifflers were creatures that only hoarded items. Meanwhile, Newt, preparing to leave, realized his own niffler was missing and, fearing it would pilfer everything from Hogwarts, immediately sought Dumbledore's assistance. "Pumpkin, there you are. I finally found you." After searching the entire castle, Newt and Dumbledore arrived in the Great Hall, where they spotted a badger cradling the mischievous niffler. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore. Are you looking for it?" Chowing raised the niffler in her hands and handed it to Newt. "Oh, thank you, my dear student. We've been going mad searching for it. I hope it hasn't caused you any trouble." Newt accepted the niffler and apologized to the surrounding badgers. "In fact, Mr. Scamander, it has stolen our spoons." A young wizard piped up, squeezing beside Newt. He recognized the slightly bashful gentleman as the author of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. Upon hearing the badger's complaint, Newt promptly lifted the niffler by its hind legs and shook it, causing a variety of items to tumble onto the ground. "Cool," the gradually gathering young wizards exclaimed. Following the commotion, Dumbledore escorted Newt to the castle's outer bridge, where he rejoined his companions. "Goodbye, Albus. Await my good news." After watching Newt and his friends disapparate away, Dumbledore returned to the Great Hall. Having finished her pudding, Chowing noticed Dumbledore's return and flashed him a playful smile. "What is that?" At that moment, Chowing noticed a silver chain slipping down Dumbledore's arm, having fallen due to his handling of food. Simultaneously, a small vial glimmering with a crimson hue also slipped out. The Blood Pact. Upon seeing the Blood Pact, Chowing recalled the recent appearance of Newt and the niffler, immediately realizing that Dumbledore would soon seek out the magical creature capable of destroying the Blood Pact, even if that was not the true solution. Dumbledore, noticing the gaze fixed upon him, looked up to find it was Chowing. However, upon observing her intense focus on the Blood Pact in his hand, he understood that this young lady might have uncovered something significant. Chapter 65, My Kin. In the Hufflepuff common room, what should I take home for the 2-week holiday? Gazing at her open suitcase on the bed, Chowing found herself at a loss for what to pack. The Easter holiday in England grants students a 2-week break, but Chowing had not anticipated that Hogwarts would also observe a holiday. "I won't take any books. I want to read them at home," she mused. "As for clothes, there are plenty at home, so there's no need to bring any." After some contemplation, Chowing ultimately decided to return home empty-handed, intending to fully enjoy her 2-week holiday. During this time, she wished to explore the Muggle world with Tom, especially since she had recently learned the art of apparition from Dumbledore, making travel quite convenient. Thus, Chowing, armed solely with her wand, boarded the carriage to the station alongside her classmates from Hufflepuff, politely declining the invitations from the young badgers. She made her way to the end of the carriage and slipped into an empty compartment. How dreadfully dull this is. Why isn't Woolbiga returning home? Resting her chin on her hand, she gazed out at the passing scenery, letting out a deep sigh. With Wool and that insufferable Malfoy absent, the journey home felt exceedingly protracted. Chowing had long since penned a letter to Tom, instructing him not to come for her. She wished to purchase a bouquet of flowers for him upon her return, as it is customary in England to gift crosses, nails, or lilies to family during Easter. She found the notion of gifting crosses and nails rather peculiar, believing that a bouquet of lilies would be far more suitable for Tom. Upon exiting the station, the young witches and wizards, already changed into their attire, blended into the throngs of people, all eager to depart. After waving farewell to a few young badgers, Chowing strolled leisurely down the street, intent on finding a fortunate flower shop. By serendipity, just after crossing an intersection, she spotted a flower shop. The verdant facade stood out vibrantly against the street, adorned with an exuberance of blooms. Upon reading the name of the shop, Miss Chi's Floristry, she realized she had inadvertently spoken in Chinese rather than English. The sensation of encountering a fellow compatriot in a foreign land was indescribable. She felt a warm familiarity from those simple characters. Through the glass, she observed a woman in the shop tending to the flowers, and a profound sense of kinship blossomed within her. Without further hesitation, Chowing pushed open the door and stepped inside. The tinkling of bells announced her arrival. "Welcome to our shop," the young proprietress greeted with a smile. "Hello, I would like a bouquet of lilies," Chowing instinctively replied in Chinese, captivated by the proprietor's warm demeanor. "Oh my, family, you are also from Huaxia." The previously polite and reserved shopkeeper, upon hearing her native tongue, rushed to the girl, clasping her hands and waving them excitedly. "I never expected to meet a fellow compatriot in England. I am utterly moved." Chowing reciprocated the handshake, her face lighting up with joy. "Little sister, you appear to be only 11 or 12. How is it that you are abroad alone? It's quite unsafe out here." Chi Furong regarded the petite girl before her with curiosity, wondering how she could be wandering about on her own. Not wishing to disclose her wizarding identity, Chowing chuckled lightly to deflect the question. No need to worry about my safety. What about you, sister? How did you come to England and open a flower shop?" That is quite impressive. Noticing the girl's evasive gaze, Chi Furong sensed that she was withholding the truth, but did not mind. Everyone has their secrets, after all. I was sent here to study abroad. To be honest, it's an escape. Last year, something significant happened in Huaxia. She began, lost in recollection after Chowing's inquiry. On December 12, 1936, the Xi'an incident took place, where Zhang Xueliang and Yang Huqing orchestrated a military coup to persuade Chiang Kai-shek to abandon his policy of prioritizing internal strife over external threats, aiming for a united front against Japan. By December 25, through the leadership of the Communist Party and Zhou Enlai, an agreement was reached for Chiang Kai-shek to halt the civil war and unite against Japan. I told my father I wanted to stay and join the fight against Japan, but both my parents disagreed and sent me to England to live, she continued, as she unknowingly wrapped the lilies. Tears streamed down her face. Has the situation at home worsened? Chowing silently accepted the bouquet, feeling helpless and sorrowful, knowing she could offer no assistance during such a critical time for her homeland. However, we have already connected with several compatriots, and we decided to return home after we graduate next year. Wiping her tears, Chi Furong smiled shyly at Chowing, slightly embarrassed to have shown such emotion in front of a child. You all are heroes, sister. May I know your name? The young girl inquired, her voice thick with emotion. Before her stood a resilient young woman, embodying the spirit of their national heroes. Unconsciously, Chowing's voice quavered with emotion. I am Chi Furong, little sister. And you? She gently smiled at the girl, inquiring about her name. I am Chowing, Sister Chi. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said, struggling to regain her composure. I'm glad to meet you, Ying. Do come visit me sometime. Although I'll only be here for another year, Chi Furong said, ruffling Chao Ying's hair with a hint of regret. Of course, I can only come during holidays. But Sister Chi, may I have your address in Huaxia? I'll come to find you when I grow up. Chowing, buoyed by Chi Furong's warmth, seated herself on a chair in the flower shop, maintaining eye contact with her newfound friend. My home is in Zhangya, Gansu. If we triumph in 10 years, you must come find me, and I'll take you to eat the best beef noodles in all of Gansu. Chi Furong, filled with hope for victory, joyfully invited her new friend to visit her hometown. Certainly, I will definitely come, and we will achieve victory. Chowing promised, knowing deep down that victory belonged to Huaxia. Time passed, and Chowing realized she must return home. Tom and the house elf would soon grow anxious. Grasping the bouquet, she prepared to bid farewell to Chi Furong. You will wait for me. One to you, Sister Chi? Wait for me while alive. She turned back to ask, having reached the door. Of course, I will wait for you. Ying. Chi Furong smiled as she opened the shop door. The bells jingled softly as the green glass door closed behind Chowing, disappearing from Chi Furong's view. Chapter 66, The Crystal Palace Ablaze. In South London, at Sydenham Hill. Tom, open your eyes. This is simply magnificent, Chowing exclaimed, awestruck by the glass palace before her. Tom, experiencing his first apparition, was still unaccustomed to the sensation of being compressed, as though his entire being had been thrust into a cylinder. To be honest, ugh, this is quite unpleasant. I prefer the train, he retched. Casting a sidelong glance at Tom, who was crouching on the ground, retching, Chowing felt a twinge of guilt but chose not to comment. Having only practiced apparition by herself, she had seized the opportunity to see if she could transport someone else, never anticipating Tom would react so dramatically. Chowing was relieved that, due to Easter, the area was sparsely populated. Otherwise, their sudden appearance would surely have caused a commotion. Once Tom had recovered, the two purchased tickets and entered the Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace, an architectural marvel in London, constructed with a steel frame and primarily composed of glass, had been transformed into a vast botanical garden upon its relocation. Tom, this is breathtaking. If only we had a camera to capture the moment, Chowing lamented, gazing at the vibrant scenery within the palace. A camera? I've seen something about a single-lens reflex camera in a newspaper. It seems Germany just invented one last year. Tom recalled, inspired by the sight of Chow Ying's despondent expression. Still in Germany? Who knows when it will reach England? She sighed, and with that, she and Tom prepared to ascend to the second floor of the palace. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted. Run, run. The glass of the Crystal Palace shattered, and the crowd began to flee toward the exits. Upon hearing the explosion, Chowing seized Tom's arm, casting protective armor around them both as they surged with the crowd towards safety. Filthy muggles. Farewell to this world, she declared. Help, someone please. Unable to resist glancing back, Chowing caught sight of several wizards clad in black robes, wielding their wands to set the Crystal Palace ablaze, occasionally unleashing spells into the throng of panicked people. Insane, she muttered inwardly, deflecting a few spells aimed at the crowd, cursing the wizards under her breath, wondering whose unleashed hounds they were. In no time, Xiao Ying and Tom escaped the inferno of the Crystal Palace, joining the throngs of people who were aghast at the once resplendent structure now engulfed in flames. My God, what on earth is happening? Are those people demons? She pondered, praying fervently for the Ministry of Magic to arrive swiftly, fearing that those lunatics might turn their wrath on the innocent after their destruction of the building. Fortunately, the ministry proved to be quite competent, as Horus appeared within mere moments. Tom, let us depart. It's a shame about the Crystal Palace, Chowing remarked, her grip on Tom tightening as they prepared to venture elsewhere, hoping the Aurors would apprehend those deranged individuals. Tom, observing the nearby chaos, nodded in agreement, taking her hand to signal his readiness. Vauxhall Pleasure Gardens. The unassuming green sign bore the words Vauxhall Pleasure Gardens in white paint. After reciting the words aloud, Chowing led Tom through the crowds to the ticket booth. 1 shilling each, please. After handing the attendant 2 shillings and receiving their tickets, she perused the map, contemplating their next adventure. Tom, let us first dine at the restaurant, and afterward we shall take a hot air balloon ride. Oh, and there's an evening concert. Not to mention the fireworks tonight. We cannot miss that. Having devised her plan, she glanced up at Tom, who was gazing at the balloons floating above. Unsurprisingly, he wholeheartedly agreed with her suggestions. Thus, they followed the map towards the restaurant. Manalata Restaurant. The establishment resonated with the melodious strains of a violin, as patrons engaged in hushed conversations. Good evening, sir. What may I fetch for you? Inquired the waiter, addressing a gentleman who had been seated for quite some time. A cup of coffee, with sugar. Thank you, Dumbledore replied apologetically, offering a warm smile to the waitress as he awaited the arrival of another man. Before long, nodding his gratitude to the waitress who brought his coffee, Dumbledore tilted his head back, eyes closed, in anticipation of his companion's arrival. Do you frequent this place often, Albus? Grindelwald gazed at the seated man with a covetous intensity, noting the subtle changes in him since their last meeting months ago. You've arrived, Gellert. Dumbledore opened his eyes, assessing the figure standing before him. I seldom visit, he replied, feeling the growing heat of Grindelwald's gaze, diverting his own. With a light chuckle, Grindelwald took a seat across from him. Let me see it. At Grindelwald's request, Dumbledore revealed the chain on his arm, exposing the blood pact. There are moments when I still feel as though I wear it around my neck. I have borne it for so many years. What about you, Albus? What does it feel like for you? Grindelwald observed the chain as if it were alive, a satisfied glint in his eye. We can free ourselves from its constraints. Dumbledore did not respond directly to the question. Grindelwald, undeterred, surveyed the dining patrons. Our Muggle friends do tend to chatter excessively, do they not? Yet their tea is quite delightful. Dumbledore regarded the man stirring up chaos across Europe, unable to suppress his concern. What you are doing now is utterly reckless, Gellert. This is precisely what we spoke of pursuing together, Albus. Have you forgotten? For the greater good. This was your idea, Grindelwald insisted, his gaze fixed intently on Dumbledore. Feeling the weight of Grindelwald's penetrating stare, Dumbledore lowered his head, stirring his coffee with a spoon. We were all too young then. Unyielding, for me, for us. Was it not? Grindelwald interjected, continuing, I became involved because I loved you back then. After sipping his coffee, Dumbledore grimaced at its bitterness. Their eyes locked, but Dumbledore was the first to look away, continuing to stir the unmelted sugar cubes. Sister, I would like this French foie gras, and, this mousse cake. Oh, and a cola too. Here you go, Tom, order whatever you wish. After selecting her own items, Chowing handed the menu to Tom for his choices. With nothing to occupy her, Chowing surveyed the restaurant, soaking in its French charm. At that moment, she noticed her old acquaintance, Dumbledore, at a table to their right. Tom, please order first. I will greet my friend, if you don't mind. After receiving his consent, she stood up to approach Dumbledore. Grindelwald cast a scrutinizing glance at the unexpected visitor, recognizing her as the girl who had masqueraded as him during Halloween. Albus, what a surprise to encounter you here, she exclaimed, only to realize the man seated across from Dumbledore. I want to interrupt your date, will I? The realization struck her, and she felt a tinge of embarrassment. A friend, Ing. I am equally surprised to see you here. The food is quite delectable. You should indulge, Dumbledore responded, his gratitude evident as he struggled against Grindelwald's piercing gaze. Ha ha, oh hello, sir. I am a student of Albus, and also his friend. Chowing managed a nervous laugh, nodding a greeting to Grindelwald. Hello, Ing. Chowing noted the enigmatic smile on Grindelwald's face, her internal alarms ringing. I won't disturb you any longer, Albus. I shall take my leave. Ignoring Dumbledore's pleading glance, she swiftly retreated. Once back at their table, Chowing exhaled, relieved to escape Grindelwald's menacing gaze, silently apologizing to Dumbledore for her hasty departure. Chapter 67. Hot air balloons and fireworks. Their orders arrived promptly, and after a delightful meal, Chowing noticed that Dumbledore's table was now vacant, prompting her to lead Tom to the hot air balloon ride. The path was illuminated by countless fiery trees, while violinists donned in triangular hats played lively melodies on the stage beneath a golden shell in the heart of the gardens, singers performing a variety of tunes. Chowing paused to take in the scene, then urged Tom towards the crowd dancing with unrestrained joy. "Tom, get moving. Don't be shy." Having successfully blended into the throng, she called out to Tom, who stood at the periphery. "I refuse," he replied, shaking his head as he watched the revelers whirl in delight. The glow of the bonfire illuminated her face, casting a rosy hue that radiated her exuberance. Soon, a piece of music concluded, and Chowing squeezed her way through the crowd, making her way towards Tom. "What a pity you couldn't come, Tom. This is my first time dancing with so many people. It's simply delightful." Tom observed Chowing's flushed face, glistening with beads of sweat that sparkled under the flickering flames. Responding softly to her words, the two finally arrived at the hot air balloon site. With the assistance of a steward, they settled into the basket of the hot air balloon. As the flames ignited, the balloon ascended gently into the sky. "This sensation is truly marvelous, Tom. It's completely different from riding a broomstick." Chowing leaned over the edge of the basket, gazing at the scattered lights below. Her eyes closed as she savored the gentle night breeze caressing her face. It was Tom's first experience of viewing the world from such a lofty perspective. The diminutive figures and buildings below evoked a sensation within him that was beyond description. Noticing the lack of response from Tom, Chowing opened her eyes and looked at him. Bathed in moonlight, the boy's features appeared remarkably soft. Seeing the joy in Tom's eyes, Chowing couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he was still very much a child. Suddenly, in the dark sky, fireworks erupted, like delicate dancers painting vibrant colors across the night. In that moment, light and shadow intertwined to form a magnificent tableau that was utterly intoxicating. The exploding fireworks blossomed like the colors of a kaleidoscope in the darkness. The yellow stars shone brilliantly, the red sparks blazed passionately, and the blue fireworks resembled a dreamlike ocean. "How beautiful! The colors dance before my eyes," Tom murmured. Watching the long-awaited fireworks, Chowing remained silent, quietly savoring the spectacle. The enchanting display was fleeting, and soon the sky returned to its tranquil state. Meanwhile, the time aboard the hot air balloon had come to an end. Due to the force of gravity, Chowing and Tom descended back to the ground. "Will we be able to see the fireworks again in the future, Ing?" Tom asked as they returned to the square, glancing at Chowing who sat beside him. "Of course, Tom," Chowing replied, winking at him with a smile. The two sat quietly on the steps, observing the dancing crowd in the square, absorbing the festive joy. "Good night, Tom." "Good night, Ing." After returning to her room and freshening up, Chowing lay in bed, recalling her encounters with Dumbledore and Grindelwald earlier that day. I wonder how their conversation went. I hope it doesn't unfold like in the books. What if the Crystal Palace was set ablaze by the pureblood party? How absurd, she mused, feeling a wave of anxiety. Sitting up in agitation, she stared blankly at the wand on her desk, her thoughts racing. Chapter 68, The Final Instructions. "Tom, I will be returning to school tomorrow, so I won't be teaching you any new spells today. Instead, I intend to assess your progress during this time." Although they were in the dungeon, sunlight streamed through the highest window, warming the room. Chowing stood opposite Tom, gesturing for him to take up his wand and duel with her. "First, bow, Tom. It's a matter of etiquette. Then take 3 steps back, turn around, and engage me. Understood?" Tom tightly gripped his wand, nodded, and bowed to Chowing. "Disarm." At the sound of Chowing's voice, the moment Tom straightened up, he was sent flying by the disarming spell. He landed on a nearby mat, rubbing his backside in bewilderment as he stared at the ambushing Chowing. "Tom, your enemies won't adhere to any etiquette. Do you understand?" Chowing raised an eyebrow at Tom's accusatory gaze. All right. You said to pay attention to etiquette, yet you're doing this." Tom grumbled, accepting the wand that Chowing handed him, internally scoffing at her. "Are you ready? Remember what I said, disarm." Once again, history repeated itself, and Tom was sent sprawling to the ground. Watching him rise once more, Chowing mischievously handed him the wand. "I can't help it. It's just too exhilarating." "Ha. It's truly delightful to toy with a novice. I'm beginning to understand the joy Dumbledore found in practicing with me." After receiving the wand, Tom stealthily waved it, attempting to catch Chowing off guard. "Disarm and bind." Swiftly dodging Tom's attack, Chowing retaliated with a binding spell to ensnare the would-be assailant. "You need to practice more, Tom." Ha. Do you now appreciate the benefits of physical training?" Chowing approached Tom, crouching beside him and laughing as she released the spell. Tom rotated his wrist, gazing at Chowing in confusion. "What physical training? I've never seen you train." "I maintained a rigorous training regimen at the orphanage, didn't you know? Though I've been a bit lax these past few days. I'm more than capable of handling you," Chowing retorted defiantly, noticing Tom's dubious expression. Tom could only shrug in acceptance. Thus, the sound of Chao Ying's teasing laughter echoed throughout the spell room. Finally, lunch arrived, marking the end of their playful sparring session. With a refreshing demeanor, Chao Ying walked ahead, while Tom, still sore from the relentless practice, felt as though he had been thoroughly battered. Although the spell room was equipped with soft mats, they hardly cushioned him from being knocked around. Moreover, Chao Ying employed not only disarming spells, but also petrification curses, obstacles, and binding charms, all hurled at him while Tom's attempts at retaliation barely touched her. Today is a splendid day, and all my wishes seem to come true, she thought. Walking behind Chao Ying, Tom observed her humming an incomprehensible tune and secretly resolved to practice more diligently after she left. Next time, he would surely succeed in his counterattacks. Upon returning to the castle, the house elves Dodo and Shasha had prepared lunch. Today, Chef Dodo had made braised pork ribs. Using pork from the pigs, Chao Ying insisted on raising herself. Dodo had even mastered the delicate skill of removing the pig's testicles. Tom, who typically abstained from pork, gave a thumbs up after tasting the braised meat, exclaiming how delicious it was. Oh, by the way, Tom, your mastery of spells is progressing well enough, so you can venture into the Muggle world to conduct a bit of business. Remember, do not attack Muggles, otherwise I'll have to bring you food in Azkaban. Chao Ying instructed, swallowing a piece of meat as she spoke to Tom, who was busy battling with the ribs. Understood, Ing, Tom nodded in affirmation. Having learned under Chao Ying's guidance to abide by the law and refrain from indiscriminately attacking others, even though he currently only knew a few spells that lack lethality. Also, please procure some medicines, such as sulfa and various others. Get plenty. If you run out of money, just write to me. Chao Ying continued, suddenly recalling something. In the empty castle, only the sounds of Chao Ying's incessant instructions and Tom's responses echoed. Chapter 69, The Centaur Forenza. On the Hogwarts Express, after locating their compartment, Chao Ying stood in the aisle, waving goodbye to Tom and Dodo. With a clatter, the train departed from the station. Sitting in the compartment, feeling bored, Chao Ying stared out the window, lost in thought as the scenery raced by. A sudden knock on the door jolted her back to reality. Upon focusing, she realized it was Professor McGonagall. Seeing that Chao Ying had noticed her, McGonagall pushed open the door and entered. Minerva, what brings you here? It feels like ages since we last met. Are you feeling better? Chao Ying excitedly inquired, recalling their last encounter during the Quidditch match last semester. After which McGonagall had been knocked off her broom by a Slytherin player and had spent a considerable amount of time in the infirmary. Much better, no need to worry, McGonagall said, her spirit dampened at the thought of never playing Quidditch again, as Madame Pomfrey had informed her. MD, they played too lightly. Slytherin is so unscrupulous, always resorting to such underhanded tactics to win. The memory of the events during her match against Slytherin made Chao Ying grit her teeth, vowing to exact revenge in the next match. Take heart, senior. Even if you can't compete, you could always become a commentator. That would be quite splendid. Chao Ying comforted McGonagall, realizing why Professor McGonagall took on the role of a commentator in the books. It was due to circumstances like these. McGonagall shook her head regretfully, saying, I would love to, but the newts are fast approaching, and I must prepare diligently. You still need to prepare for the OWLs with 12 O's. Chao Ying thought about shaking McGonagall's shoulder to express her feelings, but the scholarly heart of McGonagall was beyond her comprehension, so she could only show her respect. As they walked, listening to McGonagall imparting knowledge from the upper years, Chao Ying felt her mind spinning, yet she also found herself greatly enriched by the experience. McGonagall was quite pleased. Chao Ying grasped concepts swiftly, comprehending everything she explained and even drawing parallels. Once they disembarked, Chao Ying parted ways with McGonagall, both returning to their respective houses via the carriages back to school. After a brief address from Headmaster Albus Dumbledore in the Great Hall, the Badgers began to share stories about their holiday experiences over dinner. Have you heard? Grindelwald was spotted at a Muggle amusement park in England, apparently dining with someone. A senior student shared a juicy rumor, causing the surrounding Badgers to halt their conversations and listen intently. Upon hearing the familiar name, Chao Ying felt a sense of dread as the tale twisted into something far from the truth, suppressing her urge to clarify. I've heard that Professor Dumbledore has a good relationship with him. Could it be with Professor Dumbledore? A pureblood Badger mused, their lineage often granting them access to obscure information. Clearly, this revelation shocked the Badgers and even the eavesdropping lions. How could that be? How could Professor Dumbledore possibly know Grindelwald? A lion, unable to accept the explosive news, instinctively stood up, shouting at the boy from Hufflepuff. Thus, the sensational tidbit echoed throughout the hall, prompting whispers among the young witches and wizards. Dumbledore, caught off guard by the sudden attention, could only exclaim, I truly appreciate it. Silence. Please, quiet down. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, exasperated, stood up to quell the students' chatter, signaling toward Dumbledore. Children, I'm delighted that you take an interest in my life. Frankly, I did not anticipate that my past friendship with Grindelwald would elicit such astonishment. So, I wish to clarify. Yes, we were once friends. After stating this, he calmly resumed his meal of pineapple pudding, indifferent to the astonished expressions of the young wizards. A new dish. Delicious. After dinner, even on the way back, Chao Ying could hear discussions regarding the relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Upon returning to the dormitory and gazing at the empty room, Chao Ying realized her feline companion had once again ventured out. It was unclear when exactly the little house elf had taken to wandering, as Chao Ying could never seem to find him. Only the always empty food bowl bore witness to his brief returns. However, that evening, Chao Ying too was determined to go out. After refilling the cat's bowl, she changed into more comfortable attire suitable for movement, then quietly slipped out of the dormitory with her wand in hand. The Forbidden Forest at night truly lived up to its ominous name. The moonlight struggled to penetrate the dense trees, casting a veil of darkness all around. As she recalled the ingredients needed for the polyjuice potion, moonlit dewgrass, and the horn of a unicorn, Chao Ying prepared herself to gather these vital materials. Casting a Lumos charm with her wand, she cautiously enveloped herself in a protective spell and ventured deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Before long, she stumbled upon a clearing, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was teeming with the moonlit dewgrass she sought. The grass flourished under the magical energy of the full moon, emanating a soft glow. Chao Ying, ever fortunate, found herself on the night of the full moon, the dewgrass shimmering with a gentle luminescence, indicating it was ripe for picking. Taking out her prepared box and herb knife, she began to harvest, carefully selecting only the largest dewgrass. Soon, however, she paused, having gathered enough. With her items secured, she decided to explore another direction, hoping to encounter a unicorn. Bane, where are you, Bane? As she wandered deeper into the woods, Chao Ying heard the unmistakable sound of children's voices nearby. Oh my goodness! At this hour, how frightening! A ghost, a ghost! Startled by her own imagination, Chao Ying hastily cast a protective spell around herself, hoping it would prove effective. Suddenly, the nearby underbrush began to rustle. Swallowing hard, Chao Ying tightened her grip on her wand, ready to cast a spell at whatever lurked in the shadows. Impedimenta, she shouted. To her surprise, the spell struck true. With her wand glowing, she cautiously approached the shadow, only to discover it was a young centaur. Please don't hurt me. Please don't hurt me. The bound centaur whimpered, prompting Chao Ying to quickly release him. I'm so sorry. I thought you were a ghost. Are you all right? As the centaur, Forenza, stood up, he cautiously observed the young witch before him. I'm fine. Thank you. I was looking for my companion, but I got lost when it grew dark. Realizing the mix-up, Forenza lowered his head in gratitude. Chao Ying gazed at the shimmering centaur in the moonlight, instantly forgiving him. She had not expected a centaur to look like this. His stature, his mane. No worries. Would you like me to escort you home, young centaur? Chao Ying approached, looking into his eyes with kindness. Thank you, young witch. My name is Forenza, he replied, delighted that this young witch was willing to accompany him home, prancing joyfully. Why are you here all alone? Forenza inquired as Chao Ying illuminated the path with her wand, following the little centaur who led the way. I was playing with Bane, but I lost him. It was too dark, and I was afraid to return alone. Observing the stammering centaur, Chao Ying suspected that Bane had let him out only to abandon him. Perhaps this Bane was not a kind centaur after all. We're almost there, Forenza exclaimed, spotting a flickering light in the distance and bouncing with excitement. In no time, they arrived at the centaur settlement. As they drew near, a tall, dark centaur brandishing a weapon blocked their path. Forenza? Where have you been? Your mother and the tribe have been searching for you. Why are you with a human child? Buck, the centaur, glared at Chao Ying, suspicious of her presence. I was looking for Bane. He went missing, and then it got dark. This young witch helped me find my way back, Forenza explained, stepping protectively in front of Chao Ying, sensing Buck's hostility. Bane returned a long time ago, Forenza. You should avoid playing with them. Buck recognized this foolish child had once again been lured away by the humans, knowing how kind and naive Forenza could be, often falling prey to the mischief of the other centaurs. Listening to Buck, Forenza nodded in understanding, leading Chao Ying and Buck into their tribal grounds. Forenza. Chao Ying beheld a golden centaur approaching her, reminiscent of Phelan's. Could this be Phelan's mother? How enchanting. I glimpsed the shimmering Mercury, the greedy wolf star, and the North Node. Upon reaching her child, Brenda noticed the human girl behind him, yet curiously, she could not discern her astrological signs. It was only upon hearing the centaur speak that Chao Ying snapped back to reality, gazing at her with a hint of puzzlement. Greetings, human youngling. Thank you for bringing Phelan's home. Brenda gently inclined her head in gratitude towards Chao Ying. Swiftly averting her gaze from the bow, Chao Ying waved her hand dismissively. indicating no need for thanks. Oh, by the way, Mother, I recall you have many unicorn horns. Felins suddenly recalled having seen the horns at home, joyfully exclaiming to Brenda. Understanding her son's intent, Brenda chuckled, eyeing him with amusement. Are you already planning to offer gifts to a new friend? Hearing Felin's words, Chowing excitedly turned to Brenda, for she and Felins had traversed without encountering a single unicorn, and she feared returning empty-handed. Ma'am, I would like to propose an exchange. I am in dire need of a unicorn horn. Observing the two younglings with wide eyes fixed upon her, Brenda shook her head in resignation and retreated to her chamber, retrieving several horns. No need, dear girl. This shall be a token of gratitude for your return of him. I believe Felins would not wish for an exchange. With a smile, Brenda extended the items to Chowing. Carefully accepting the unicorn horn, Chowing embraced Felins in return. Thank you, Mayam. Felins and I are already the best of friends. At Chao Ying's words, Felins nodded shyly, lowering his gaze. Buck, please escort this girl back to the castle. The hour is growing late. Observing her son's bashful demeanor, Brenda shook her head in mild exasperation and instructed the nearby centaur to escort Chowing home. After embracing Felins, Chowing waved farewell to Brenda and followed the centaur out of their territory. Mr. Buck, what did Mrs. Brenda mean by the shimmering mercury? Having reached the edge of the forbidden forest, Chowing recalled Brenda's earlier remark and curiously inquired of the centaur. I believe it suggests you are destined for excellent exam results, Buck replied uncertainly. Chowing nodded in understanding, for her final examinations were merely 2 months away, and her performance had always been commendable. After convincing herself, Chowing waved goodbye to Buck and cast a disillusionment charm, making her way back to the castle. As the night grew increasingly tranquil, no one noticed the shimmering light of Mercury overshadowing Mars, while the greedy wolf star gradually intersected with the north. Chapter 71, The Final Examination Week. As Chowing continued her nocturnal escapades in the Forbidden Forest to gather materials, time swiftly approached June. A month beloved and dreaded by Hogwarts students alike. Aren't you nervous? The exams are tomorrow, Augusta exclaimed, observing Chowing seated beside her, while other young witches and wizards scurried about the library, frantically reviewing their notes. Chowing finally lifted her gaze from the book on powerful potions in her hands upon hearing Augusta's voice. Darling, the first-year material is rather simple for me. I find no cause for anxiety. With a playful wink at Augusta, she glanced at her open notebook and continued. Augusta, the Goblin Rebellion occurred in 1612. You've written it incorrectly. At Chao Ying's remark, Augusta realized her blunder regarding the date of the Goblin Rebellion. Hastily correcting herself, she rested her head on the table, gazing at Chowing. Truly, some people are infuriatingly exceptional, she lamented, feeling overwhelmed. After accompanying Augusta for a day of study in the library, Chowing finally returned to her dormitory. Let me see, 12 lacewing flies brewed over the course of 21 days. 2 to 3 ounces of fluxweed harvested during the full moon, and 2 ears of powdered grass, 1 pinch of unicorn horn powder, and dried African snake skin. Eyeing the neatly arranged materials on her desk, Chowing nodded in satisfaction. At last, she could concoct the polyjuice potion, perfectly timed for post-examinations. After organizing her belongings, Chowing took her wand and cast a disillusionment charm, quietly slipping out of the common room. I need a place to brew potions. I need a place to brew potions. I need a place to brew potions, she repeated in her mind as she paced back and forth before the tapestry 3 times. And a door suddenly appeared before her. Ensuring the vicinity was clear, Chowing pushed the door open and entered. Standing before a tin cauldron, she cast a cleaning charm to ensure its pristine condition, then ignited the fire beneath it with her wand. After adding distilled water, she retrieved her prepared ingredients, fluxweed and powdered grass, carefully crushing them before placing them into the cauldron and stirring clockwise 3 times. After waiting quietly for an hour and confirming everything was proceeding normally, Chowing added a water beetle to the cauldron, waiting until the potion turned a deep brown before incorporating the boiled lacewing flies. After simmering for 30 minutes, and once the potion had completely cooled, Chowing covered it with parchment, allowing it to sit for 7 days before continuing the brewing process. Exiting the room of requirement, Chowing noted that time was insufficient for her to return to the Forbidden Forest, and with a hint of regret, she turned back to her dormitory for sleep. The next morning, young witches and wizards, please use your wands to levitate the feather before you, making it shine, Professor Flitwick announced as the students listened attentively, whispering among themselves. Though they could understand each word when separated, the collective meaning eluded them. Wingardium Leviosa, Lumos Solum. Upon hearing the instructions, Chowing did not hesitate. She waved her wand lightly, sending the feather soaring into the air, shimmering with a myriad of colors. Excellent, Ing. You deserve an O. Days passed, and following her successful transmutation of buttons into mice, the demonstration of her improved shield charm, and the completion of various written examinations, Xiaoying felt utterly drained. Yet upon the announcement of results, gazing at her 12 OS, she exclaimed, "I can still push through." Simultaneously, on the eve of departing the school, Xiaoying brewed a potion of perfect quality. Chapter 72. Where their essay will, their essay way. Tom, this is incredible. How did you manage to acquire so many potions? Gazing at the dungeon filled with an abundance of supplies, Xiaoying could hardly contain her astonishment. Is that aspirin, balsam of Peru, and penicillin? Entering the room, Xiaoying casually picked up several vials, discovering they were precisely the antiseptic and analgesic she required. Tom watched as she scurried about like a little mouse in a barn, unable to suppress a smile. Fantastic. Tom, you have been a tremendous help. After packing the potions into her satchel, Xiaoying embraced Tom in gratitude. No need to thank me. Ing, it was your money that purchased these, he replied, feeling a hint of shyness even though they had shared many hugs. Xiaoying shook her head. Had she gone to purchase them herself, she surely could not have acquired so many. Although she was unaware of how Tom managed it, the presence of the supplies was sufficient, and she had no intention of prying into Tom's secrets. Ah, by the way, Ing, I also encountered a British nobleman, Michael Lindsay, who possesses a Chinese name, apparently Lin Make. Remembering the serendipitous introduction to an English aristocrat, Tom excitedly shared with Xiaoying. Lin Make, why does that name sound so familiar? As Tom animatedly recounted his ventures in the Muggle world, detailing his investments and acquaintances, Xiaoying paused her reminiscence of the familiar name and quietly listened to Tom's words. By the time they returned to the castle, Tom mentioned that Mr. Mike had received an offer from Yenjing University in China to serve as an economics tutor, leaving him astonished by the nobleman's exceptional credentials. What? You mean he is going to teach at Yenjing University in China? Exclaimed Xiaoying, rising from her lounging position on the sofa in disbelief, seeking confirmation of Tom's assertion. Observing her shock, Tom, amused, merely nodded to affirm the truth of his words. Indeed, this aligns perfectly. He is that international friend, Lin Make, from the War of Resistance. Xiaoying marveled at Tom's extraordinary luck in meeting Lin Make. Did he mention when he would depart? She inquired, contemplating whether this future international ally might assist her in bringing back some supplies. Tom shook his head regretfully, saying he had already set off. It was sheer luck that he had encountered him that day and lent him a small favor. After which Lin Make procured those items for him. Oh, what a predicament. The florist and her associates won't return until next year, she sighed, slumping back onto the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. The study, which originally housed only a long table and a few chairs, had been transformed by Xiaoying into a cozy space with a lounging sofa, although the table and chairs remained for Tom's use. Suddenly, with a sound that pierced the air, Dodo appeared before Xiaoying, holding a black invitation. Esteemed mistress, an invitation from the Black family, he announced, bowing as he presented the letter. After receiving the invitation, Xiaoying waved Dodo away. Upon examining the black envelope, her gaze was drawn to a crest adorned with a mountain symbol, 2 pentagrams, and a short sword, flanked by 2 leaping greyhounds. The inscription read, "Always pure. Dear Miss Xiaoying, greetings. It is our honor to invite you to a grand gathering of nobility, where esteemed members of the Sacred 28 will come together to savor exquisite cuisine, enjoy unique cultural performances, and experience the quintessence of noble life. The event is scheduled for 3 days hence at noon, at the Black Ancestral Home. We will prepare a variety of delicacies for our noble guests and invite renowned musicians and dancers to present captivating cultural performances, allowing you to immerse yourself in the essence of aristocratic life. We eagerly anticipate your presence and that of your family. Sincerely, Borlocks Black. Tom, perhaps I have found a solution. Truly, fortune favors the bold. Tomorrow, we shall go to commission the evening attire. We cannot afford to offend our hosts," Xiaoying declared with a smile, handing the invitation to Tom. After a swift perusal of its contents, Tom nodded in agreement. Chapter 73. A chance encounter with Malfoy the following morning at 8 o'clock. So, Tom, let me see if you have made any progress over the past 2 months. Xiaoying challenged from her position on the dueling platform, facing Tom provocatively. In response, Tom unleashed a spell. Disarm. Wow. Tom, you've improved, albeit slightly. Did you skip breakfast? Xiaoying quipped, effortlessly countering Tom's attack and making a face at him in jest. How infuriating. Tom retorted, his competitive spirit ignited by her mockery. Obstacles abound. Stupefy. He cast 3 consecutive spells from his wand, aimed directly at Xiaoying. Protego. As the spell soared toward her, Xiaoying calmly cast a shield charm. However, it proved ineffective. Her enhanced shield charm was formidable, rendering Tom's feeble spells utterly inconsequential. This is utterly unfair. Ing, your shield charm is absurd. Tom exclaimed in frustration as his spells fizzled out harmlessly. Xiaoying shrugged in response, countering, well, When facing an adversary, shouldn't you ensure your own protection? Or do you intend to forego a protective charm in a duel? Reflecting on the texts, she realized Tom indeed had not utilized protection during conflicts, leaving her speechless. Tom, I must say, you are rather foolish. From now on, I shall call you silly baby. No, I refuse. Tom protested vehemently, casting a protective charm for himself. Chowing shook her head and fell silent. It was time for her to retaliate. Petrificus totalis. Disarm. Predictably, Tom's protective charm shattered like a mere bubble against her onslaught. You must practice more, Tom. Now let us freshen up. We must go to Diagon Alley to order our outfits. This holiday is lengthy. We have ample time for practice, she mused. Calculating the number of times Tom had been sent flying in comparison to before, finally concluding the day's training. Finally, the session concluded, and as the petrification effect wore off, Tom exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that they needed to venture out, sparing him from further punishment that day. As they walked back to their room, doubts crept into Tom's mind. Was he truly that inept, or was Chowing merely exceptionally skilled? Just as Tom, buoyed by a recent successful venture in the Muggle world, felt a swell of confidence, he was swiftly brought back to reality by Chowing's onslaught. This time, Chowing did not bring her house elf to Diagon Alley. She had transformed from her previous self into the adept and resourceful Chowing, who had mastered the art of apparition. In Diagon Alley, let us go, Tom. First to Gringotts to withdraw some funds. The two, now well-versed in apparition, appeared at the entrance of Gringotts with composure. After completing the necessary transactions with the goblin, they emerged from the bank with several thousand galleons, bidding a faux farewell to the goblin. In the clothing shop, the bell jingled as Chowing pushed open the door, immediately spotting a platinum-haired boy being measured for garments. Clearly, the boy was also drawn to the sound of the door opening and turned to face the entrance. Isn't this the beloved starlet of Hufflepuff? What brings you here? Abraxas drawled with an air of sarcasm upon recognizing Chowing. Listening to Malfoy's mocking tone, Chowing surprisingly refrained from retorting. Remembering her recent solitude in the Forbidden Forest and the Room of Requirement, she felt a twinge of guilt for not having spoken much to him or Voldemort in months, and sheepishly touched her nose. Why the silence, eh? Aren't you going to introduce the young lad beside you? Abraxas inquired, observing her fidgeting with curiosity. Oh, Abraxas, this is my brother, Tom, Chowing replied, smoothly introducing Tom as she recognized the opportunity provided by Abraxas. Tom, this is Abraxas Malfoy. Oh, greetings, Tom. I am Abraxas Malfoy. After taking his measurements, Abraxas leaped from his chair and extended his hand in introduction. Hello, Malfoy. It's a pleasure to meet you, Tom replied with a smile, recalling the information he had read about the Malfoy family in the Pure Blood Registry, as he shook the offered hand. Chapter 74, The Lolita Dress. After a brief conversation with the two, Abraxas hurriedly departed. All right, dear, it's your turn. Stand on the chair so we can take your measurements, the proprietress of the bespoke clothing shop instructed, turning to the dark-haired boy beside her after finishing with Chowing. Tom nodded, positioned himself on the chair, and tightened his small face in anticipation. The mischievous measuring tape danced across his form, even taking a measure of his nostrils. Once the shopkeeper withdrew the tape, Tom exhaled, finally relaxing. Tom, come sit here. We need to carefully select the fabric and patterns, Chowing said, as she picked up a booklet from the table and began perusing its contents, evidently dissatisfied with what she saw. You see, I have no particular demands, Tom remarked, sitting beside her and gazing at the dizzying array of designs in the booklet, instantly raising his hands in surrender. True to his reputation as the aesthetically challenged Tom from the book, Chowing felt that it was up to her to select their garments, especially considering the future where Tom would drape the castle meticulously decorated by Narcissa in dark cloth. Let's incorporate a subtle snake motif into Tom's dress, with our own gemstones for the buttons, and perhaps a bow tie instead of a regular tie to add a playful touch. Oh, and later we must visit the vault to select some accessories. Boys should also adorn themselves. Soon, Chowing had finalized the details for Tom's attire and handed the sketched booklet to the waiting shopkeeper. When it was her turn, Chowing gazed at the antiquated designs in the booklet and felt an irresistible urge to create her own patterns. After requesting a piece of white paper from the shopkeeper, she began to sketch with her pencil. Inspired by modern Lolita fashion, distinct from the Victorian court dresses, her design was lighter yet retained its voluminous charm. The dress was predominantly dark green, adorned with lace at the bodice, evoking a youthful essence, while the delicate waistline accentuated her curves. The pleated design of the skirt added depth to her silhouette, and a large green bow at the hem imparted a touch of cuteness. Chowing designed the shoulder straps in a bow style, allowing versatility for both off-the-shoulder and traditional wear, making it lively and playful. Finally, she added a rose-patterned tulle necklace in a matching hue as her finishing touch. Oh, and dear lady, We will bring the gemstones to embellish our garments ourselves, she stated, marking the locations for the gems on her design before handing the paper to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up at the innovative design on the paper. Dear Miss Chowing, would you consider selling me this pattern? It's so unique. It will surely become a sensation in the high society. In response to the shopkeeper's request, Chowing shrugged nonchalantly, admitting that she only remembered a couple of patterns she had seen at conventions. Consequently, the shopkeeper generously waived the fees for both Chow Ying's and Tom's dresses, even presenting her with a discount card for half price on future purchases at the store. After accepting the card, Chow Ying and Tom proceeded to her vault to select several silver-white gemstones to embellish her dress, as well as a few for Tom's cufflinks. Remembering they needed to bring gifts for the host family to the soiree, they spent a considerable time selecting items from the alchemy products, ultimately deciding on a pair of gemstone rings for the blacks and a gem-encrusted feather fan for Walburga. After delivering their purchases to the clothing store, they hurriedly acquired small leather shoes and other necessities. Upon returning to the castle, they were so exhausted from their afternoon of shopping that they skipped dinner in favor of collapsing into bed to rest. Chapter 75, The Soiree. Tom said, looking exasperatedly at the girl before him after stepping on his foot yet again. Oh, Tom, I'm so sorry, Chowing exclaimed, feeling equally frustrated over her repeated missteps. Tom, observing her flushed cheeks, took her hand and continued to twirl her in sync with the music as they practiced the waltz. Yikes! Feeling her foot accidentally land on Tom's again, Chowing released his hand and retreated to the embrace of the sofa. It's all right, let's keep practicing. We can't skip the dance tomorrow, Tom urged, suppressing the pain in his foot as he encouraged her to continue. Tom, as the old saying goes, nothing is difficult in this world if one is willing to give up. I think I may never learn this waltz, Chowing lamented, feeling defeated despite her academic prowess. How about this? You can step on my feet, and I'll lead you in the dance. Tom found himself bemused by Chow Ying's dancing talent, recalling that teaching her had not been this challenging. Noticing that Tom had grown to her height, Chowing thought this was a splendid idea. Then it's settled. You truly are a genius, Tom. I'll be relying on you tomorrow. She winked at him before returning to the sofa to practice her finger magic. On the other side of the sofa, Tom watched as Chowing practiced her magic, marveling at her extraordinary talent while noting her struggles with dance. Indeed, it seemed that when the universe grants one a door, it promptly closes another window. After dinner, they ventured into the dungeon to practice brewing an age potion, with Chow Ying instructing Tom on the process. First, Tom, combine the red wine and plum juice in the cauldron and simmer over medium heat. Do you understand? Medium heat? Observing Tom's struggle to control the flame, Chow Ying sighed. Are you trying to melt the cauldron? Once he managed to stabilize it, she proceeded to the next step. Stir clockwise until the mixture begins to bubble. The liquid should turn a deep purple. Satisfied with the color in the cauldron, Chow Ying nodded approvingly. All right, for the next step, add the leatherback mushroom when it boils, and stir continuously in a clockwise direction for 10 minutes. Listening intently, Tom diligently stirred as the liquid gradually lightened in color. Good, Tom, don't stop. Now, with your other hand, add the ground tortoiseshell powder and gradually reduce the heat to a low simmer. After approximately 8 minutes, the mixture turned a creamy hue. Remembering Chow Ying's instructions, Tom removed the cauldron from the heat to let it cool. Well done, Tom. Now, strain out the tortoiseshell powder. Then heat it again before adding the leatherback mushroom and bat tongs. Following her guidance, Tom successfully produced a bottle of potion of impeccable quality. Fantastic, Tom. This is your first perfect potion. I believe we should preserve it carefully, Chow Ying exclaimed, admiring the pristine, milky white potion in the crystal vial. Tom nodded in agreement, equally thrilled with his accomplishment. As Chow Ying placed the potion on a shelf, he noticed it was surrounded by his own concoctions. Raising his hand to feel the strange sensation swelling within him, Tom realized he did not detest this feeling. Upon returning to the castle, after watching Chow Ying ascend to the 3rd floor, Tom finally made his way back to his own room. The next day at the Black Estate, with an invitation in hand, Chow Ying and Tom stood at the entrance of the Grand Blake Manor, marveling at the imposing 5-story edifice that embodied the rich heritage of this pureblood family. Shortly thereafter, the hosts opened the grand door to welcome their guests for the evening. Good day, Mr. Blake, Mrs. Blake, they greeted, bowing slightly as the hosts approached. Ah, our dear Ying and her brother Tom. How delightful to see you. Walburga has been eagerly awaiting your arrival, exclaimed Flaccus Blake, clearly pleased with the company his daughter had chosen. Tom handed a carefully prepared gift to Mrs. Blake before following Chow Ying upstairs in search of Walburga. As they ascended to the 2nd floor, Chow Ying's gaze was drawn to the wall adjacent to the staircase, adorned with the heads of house elves who had devoted their lives to serving the Blake family. Grateful yet unsettled by this display, she chose not to linger. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they finally arrived at Walburga's door. Each doorknob in the Blake manor was intricately sculpted into a serpentine twist, a quintessential emblem of Slytherin style, showcasing the family's pure-blood lineage. Chowing signaled to Tom with a nod, suggesting he wait. Perhaps the young lady was otherwise occupied. With a soft rap, Chowing knocked on the door. Upon hearing a response from within, she gently opened it. "Woolburga, look what I brought for you," she said, presenting the exquisite feather fan she had chosen for her friend. Stepping onto the plush carpet, she entered the room, which radiated both nobility and warmth. "By Merlin, this is simply breathtaking," Woolburga exclaimed, having just changed into her gown. "I absolutely adore the gift you've given me." The moment Woolburga received the fan and admired its lavish embellishments, she resolved to flaunt it among the other girls. As Woolburga's eyes shifted away from the fan, she noticed Chao Ying, who appeared particularly stunning that day. "Merlin's white stockings. Ying, is that a new gown? It's exquisite." After graciously accepting Woolburga's compliment, Chao Ying beamed back, praising her friend's beauty in return. Indeed, Woolburga looked magnificent, her grand skirt adorned with sparkling gems, creating an impression of maturity that belied her 11 years. Unbeknownst to Chao Ying, Tom had encountered Abracadabra, who was also seeking Woolburga. The two boys, having met previously, engaged in lively conversation, despite Abracadabra's tendency to boast and subtly probe. Suddenly, a girl clad in an equally splendid gown ascended to the 5th floor, Nancy Parkinson, one of the 28 sacred families. "Hi, are you here to find Woolburga too?" Nancy inquired, spotting Malfoy and an unfamiliar dark-haired boy in the corridor. "Of course, Nancy. What's this? The weeping little shadow isn't with your brother?" Malfoy taunted, his gaze fixed on the approaching girl. At his cruel words, Nancy's cheeks flushed crimson, tears welling in her eyes. Tom, witnessing the girl's distress, instinctively tugged at Abracadabra's sleeve, signaling him to cease his teasing. Though Malfoy was inclined to show some courtesy towards Chao Ying's brother, he merely shrugged and fell silent. As Nancy caught sight of the boy who had stood up for her, her face reddened further as she stepped into Woolburga's room. Inside, the two girls heard Malfoy's comments. Turning to see Nancy enter. "Oh, Ying, allow me to introduce you to my dear little sister, Nancy Parkinson. She is the younger sibling of our classmate, Argus Parkinson. And like your brother, she is also 11 and will be starting at Hogwarts this term," Woolburga said, pulling Nancy forward for introductions. Chowing smiled warmly at the girl who curtsied before her. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Nancy. I am Ying Chao. And that dark-haired boy outside is my brother, Tom. So, you are his sister." "Both so kind and welcoming," Nancy replied bashfully, completely unaware that her beauty had left Chao Ying momentarily breathless. Suddenly recalling her intention to invite the girls downstairs for the ball, Nancy informed them before lifting her gown and heading out. As she passed Tom and Malfoy, she smiled at them, urging them to join the festivities below. Once the girls had exited, Tom and Malfoy followed closely behind. In the ballroom, house elves meticulously arranged everything, ensuring the manor's cleanliness and order. The lavish decor, including grand floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the street and a fireplace that perpetually blazed, showcased the host's obsession with detail and commitment to a life of comfort. In one corner of the expansive ballroom, a long dining table was laden with an array of delectable treats and beverages, creating a vibrant platform for guests to mingle. Many impeccably dressed attendees arrived, bearing precious gifts and noble titles, eager to expand their connections at what was rumored to be the most influential gathering in the wizarding world. With the Blake family at the pinnacle of pure-blood prestige. Upon seeing his daughter descend the staircase, the head of the Blake family formally declared the ball open. Embracing his wife, he led her to the center of the ballroom, commencing the evening's festivities. As melodious music filled the air, guests glided onto the dance floor, engaging in an elegant waltz. The waltz's movements flowed like ripples across a water's surface, delicate and elastic, with each spin evoking a captivating rhythm. Chowing took Tom's outstretched hand, dancing alongside him in the ballroom, standing on his shoes, yet their coordination remained impeccable, hiding any hint of their youth among the gathered aristocrats. Once the music concluded, the pair retreated to a corner to seek out sweet confections to soothe their appetites. In Chapter 76, The Deal with the Princes, the ballroom buzzed with the clinking of glasses and the exchange of pleasantries among the nobles, each donning a facade of insincerity to fulfill their ambitions. In a secluded corner, Chowing selected desserts from the long table, while Tom conversed with Malfoy and other young aristocrats. As she savored a small cake, Chowing could not help but admire the culinary skills of the Blake family's house elves. The pastries were not only delicious, but visually stunning. Suddenly, she overheard a familiar name, prompting her to glance up and see a group of girls surrounding a small girl. "What, princess?" Realizing the potential opportunity to connect with this family renowned for their potioneering, she decisively set her plate down, wiped her mouth, and approached them. "Good day, ladies," she greeted, curtsying to the girls as she stood beside the young princess. The leader of the group, Charlotte Lestrange, immediately recognized the Eastern girl before her, understanding that she belonged to the mysterious family intertwined with the Blakes and Malfoys. "Good day, Ying Chao. It is a pleasure to finally meet you," Charlotte said, a hint of reverence in her voice. The girls standing behind her observed the courteous demeanor of Lestrange towards the girl, and they all curtsied while lifting their skirts. "I too am delighted to make your acquaintance, Lestrange, but I currently have matters to discuss with Miss Prince. Could you grant us a modicum of space?" As she witnessed the noble Lestrange treating her with such respect, Chowing comprehended that this was entirely attributable to the attitudes of Black and Malfoy towards her. These pure-blood aristocrats had been imbued with jealousy and malice from a young age. Charlotte glanced at the meek prince beside Chao-Ying, nodded slightly, and led her friends away. Eileen Prince regarded the older girl who had come to her rescue with caution and inquired, "Who are you? I believe I do not know you." Observing the vigilance of the 6 or 7-year-old Eileen Prince, Chowing reflected on how she would later distance herself from the magical world for the sake of an abusive man, severing ties with her only family member, and even forsaking her wand. A sigh of lament escaped her lips as she pondered the cruel twists of fate. Noticing that Eileen resembled a startled kitten, Chowing couldn't help but smile. "My apologies, Miss Prince. I am Chowing. I merely heard their derogatory remarks about you and your family, and I felt compelled to intervene. I believe you could use my assistance." After nodding at Eileen, Chowing returned to her previous seat, continuing to savor the half-finished petit four. Watching Chowing walk away, Eileen stared vacantly in her direction, contemplating if she had genuinely come to her aid. For the first time, growing up amidst hypocrisy and deceit, Eileen faced kindness from someone other than her grandfather, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. Noticing Chao Ying's return, Tom moved closer and discreetly resumed their earlier conversation about Malfoy and the others. "Quite well, Tom. Do you enjoy Quidditch? If so, I happen to be a player for our house, and we could practice together at home." As Tom spoke of Quidditch matches, it dawned on Chowing that she was indeed a Quidditch player herself. If Tom was interested, she could teach him to fly. However, Tom seemed indifferent to Quidditch, as Malfoy was the only one boasting about riding a broom since the age of 3. When Tom shook his head, Chowing found herself powerless to change his mind. So she settled into silence, listening to him speak. Before long, as the pure-blood children began seeking out their respective parents, Chowing recognized that it was time for them to showcase their offspring. Thus, she pulled Tom to his feet, and with juice glasses in hand, they joined the gathering. Soon, Chowing encountered her objective. "Good day, Mr. Prince. I am Chowing, and this is my brother, Tom Marvolo Riddle." Albrecht Prince regarded the 2 children standing before him, immediately recognizing the girl with her characteristic Eastern features as the one who mingled with the Black and Malfoy families, and the very one Eileen had mentioned as her benefactor. "Good day, Miss Chow. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I sincerely appreciate your intervention on Eileen's behalf." Albrecht raised his glass, lightly clinking it with Chao Ying's before tilting his head back to finish his drink. Observing the courteous head of the Prince family, Chowing mirrored the gesture, emptying her glass of juice. Setting her cup down, Chowing smiled at Prince. "It was my honor to assist Miss Eileen, but I have other matters to discuss with you, Mr. Prince. I wonder if you would be interested in entering into a transaction with me, a deal that could restore the Prince family to its esteemed position within the pure-blood aristocracy, one that could bring renown to the Prince name." Chapter 77. The transaction with the princes. Albrecht regarded the girl, who barely reached his chest, with an amused expression. "Oh, a transaction? What sort of transaction?" "A potion that will captivate all who encounter it. I am aware that your family excels in potion making, and I possess a refined version of a potion, unique in the magical realm. I shall provide you with the recipe for you to sell at your discretion, while all I require is your assistance in transporting certain items to China. I believe the head of the Prince family can comprehend the benefits therein." Chowing took a few steps back, meeting Prince's gaze steadily as she spoke slowly. Observing the girl like a siren from Eden, Albrecht chuckled and extended his hand. The Prince family had dwindled to just Eileen and himself, and in their state of decline, seizing this opportunity seemed prudent. To a fruitful collaboration, they both smiled and retreated to a corner to deliberate the specifics of their agreement. Meanwhile, Tom, noticing Chao Ying's intention to converse with the pure-blood patriarch, signaled to them before approaching other purebloods to forge his connections. "What are your plans, Miss Chao?" After finding a quiet nook, the two sat facing one another to formally discuss their partnership. Listening to Prince's words, Chowing produced a potion recipe she had meticulously prepared, sliding it toward him. A long-lasting beauty potion that promotes hair growth, diminishes blemishes, and restores youthful skin. Albrecht picked up the recipe, astonished by the potion's promised effects. If this were genuine, it would undoubtedly become a sensation within the aristocracy, appealing to both men and women. This single potion could revive the Prince family's fortunes. Not to mention the implication that the girl before him had more than just this one recipe. Given that foreigners often bore slight blemishes, Chao Ying's potion would surely attract the attention of those noble ladies in pursuit of beauty. Moreover, the allure of reversing the effects of aging was irresistible, regardless of gender. Savoring Prince's reaction, Chao Ying delicately sipped her juice, awaiting the man's decision. Chao, you truly require nothing in return? Merely my assistance in sending items to China? Albrecht inquired, perplexed as he set the paper down, struggling to grasp why she would forego such lucrative prospects. Chao Ying chose not to elucidate her reasoning. She intended to open her own potion shop in the future, and her potential rival required no further insight. Albrecht, what I seek is not simply a one-time delivery to China, but rather the transportation of items to specific individuals, without exposing our wizarding identities. This is not a singular transaction. It will be ongoing, as I will have needs that require your assistance. Albrecht tapped his fingers lightly against the table, thoughtfully considering Chao Ying's demands. You must understand, it is because I see promise in your family that I have sought this collaboration. My request should be easily met by any noble with a modicum of influence. Albrecht, I expect you to contemplate this carefully. I am not the weaker party here. Chao Ying asserted, half threatening, half encouraging, as she sensed the old fox might have ulterior motives. In truth, Albrecht was simply taken aback by the immense wealth this merely 11-year-old girl seemed to wield. He beckoned Eileen over from a distance. Chao, for the sake of our grand interests and mutual trust, I propose we make an unbreakable vow in the presence of my granddaughter Eileen. Chao Ying, familiar with the concept of an unbreakable vow from her readings, extended her hand to grasp Albrecht's. Hearing her grandfather's words, Eileen picked up his wand and tapped it upon their joined hands. Albrecht, under the condition that I provide you with the potion recipe, do you and your family pledge to assist me in delivering items to my designated recipients under any circumstances? Indeed, I pledge my word. As soon as the words were spoken, a slender and dazzling tongue of fire erupted from the wand, resembling a red-hot metallic thread, entwining around their clasped hands. Ying Chao, would you be willing to bestow upon me the improved potion formula after I offer you my assistance? Indeed, I shall. With each vow uttered, a thin crimson flame shot forth from the wand held by Eileen, tightly wrapping around their hands. Then, may our collaboration flourish, Albrecht. Tomorrow, I shall instruct the owl to deliver the items to you, along with the address. This formula shall serve as the first of our transaction, but certainly not the last. Releasing each other's hands, Chao Ying rose with a smile, performing a standard noble salute to her freshly minted collaborator. The two princes similarly stood to return the gesture, and the three shared a knowing smile. What is happening, Eileen? What transpired? In a secluded corner, a man observed the handshake between the two, his quill feverishly recording the events. Chapter 78. A Mountain of Monkeys, My Bottom the Brightest Red. The soiree continued until 8 or 9 in the evening. After bidding farewell to Wilbega and the Malfoys, Chao Ying and Tom returned to their castle. After exchanging goodnights with Tom, Chao Ying produced a sheet of letter paper, laid it flat on the table, and began to write with her quill. Esteemed leaders, greetings. I am a student from Huaxia residing in the UK. Due to certain special circumstances, I have entrusted someone to deliver some medicinal supplies to the organization, hoping to contribute my modest efforts to aid the cause. Furthermore, based on some intel I have gathered, the Japanese forces are poised to initiate their invasion of Huaxia at the Lugo Bridge on a specified date. I implore you to take heed of this matter. We shall ultimately triumph. Let us drive them out of Huaxia. Yours sincerely. Chao Ying observed that some key information she had inscribed on the paper had become inexplicably blurred, and she soon realized that she could not divulge everything concerning Huaxia's future, just as she could not reveal Tom's future to him. Reluctantly, she sealed the letter into an envelope, intending to send it along with the supplies the next day. Having prepared the letter, Chao Ying retrieved the bag containing the potions, emptied its contents, and readied it for dispatch to the princes. I almost forgot the most crucial detail. She lightly tapped her forehead, recalling the need to inscribe the destination and recipient, hastily writing on the envelope, Mao Zedong, Revolutionary Base, Wangjiaping Road, Baoda District, Yan'an City, Shaanxi Province. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Duo, please have this envelope and bag delivered to Albrecht of the Prince family via owl. Chao Ying, who rarely rose early, handed the items to Duo as soon as she descended the stairs, urging him to deliver them promptly. Tom, who had just finished his morning jog around the castle, was taken aback to see Chao Ying enjoying breakfast. In fact, this was the first time he had witnessed her arise so early. Oh my, Tom, your eyes are about to pop out. Hurry and wash up for breakfast. Sensing Tom's thoughts, Chao Ying shot him an exasperated glance, instructing him to return to his room to freshen up. At the Prince family residence, the grandfather and granddaughter, engrossed in their breakfast, heard the flapping of wings and turned to see a hefty owl perched outside the window. Wow, That all looks like it could crush me. Aileen put down her knife and fork and approached the window to retrieve the letter and bag. Grandfather, it's a letter from Ing. Upon seeing the Chinese characters on the envelope, Aileen immediately understood that this was the package from the girl they had encountered the previous day. Albrecht resignedly accepted the envelope and bag, preparing to find someone to send the items to Huaxia. It appears breakfast shall go unfinished, he mused, glancing at the half-eaten sandwich on the table. In the Prince family's study upstairs, Jim, I need you to set off today and ensure these items reach this individual safely and discreetly. Remember, do not reveal our identities as wizards, and do so promptly. Albrecht handed the items to Jim, his trusted aide. Understood, Mr. Prince. Without further ado, Jim vanished with a disapparition. The mysterious Eastern girl, what exactly had she sent? And what of that letter? Albrecht sat quietly in the study, contemplating how best to approach this girl who sought neither gold nor glory. Chapter 79, Tom's Acceptance Letter. In the early morning, within the castle dungeon, Tom, a beetle is supposed to fly. Your transformation merely makes it appear so. Esteemed Master and Mr. Riddle. A letter from Hogwarts. As the two practiced transfiguration, they halted at Duo's sharp exclamation. Chao Ing, recognizing the familiar wax seal, smiled at Tom and nodded. To Tom Marvolo Riddle, 13, Grimmauld Place, 2nd floor, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Dear Tom Marvolo Riddle, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and supplies. The term commences on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl's reply by July 31st. Yours faithfully, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Tom read the letter aloud, his eyes lighting up as he turned to Chao Ing. At last, I too shall attend Hogwarts. How remarkable. Ing, how did they know my exact location? Magic never ceases to amaze me. After a careful perusal, Tom meticulously placed the letter back into its envelope. Chao Ing too felt a surge of curiosity. How did this guidebook accurately sense each young wizard's whereabouts? Congratulations, Tom. This year, we can attend school together. By the way, when shall we visit Diagon Alley? She glanced at her own Hogwarts letter, which contained the book list for her second year, noting that she only needed to procure standard book of spells. Grade 2 and magical herbs and fungi. Let us finish breakfast first. It's likely to be crowded in a few days, Tom replied thoughtfully to Chao Ying's inquiry. Of course. Then let us return to the dining room and eat. Today's practice will conclude here. You have a remarkable aptitude for charms. You have mastered the transformation of a button into a beetle quite well, even if it cannot truly fly yet. Originally intended to transform a beetle into a button, Chao Ing had no intention of finding a beetle for Tom. Thus, she could only teach him to transform a button into a beetle, as it felt quite similar to her. However, is bestowing life upon an inanimate object truly the same as converting a living being into something lifeless? Duo trailed behind the two as they exited the dungeon and returned to the castle. After finishing breakfast, the pair traveled through the fireplace to Diagon Alley. All right, let me think. What should we do first? As they appeared in Diagon Alley, they were greeted not by the sparse crowd they had envisioned, but by a bustling throng of people. Observing the bustling street, Tom instinctively furrowed his brow. Let us start with the robes. The bookstore is bound to be crowded. Listening to Tom's words, Chao Ing nodded in agreement, pulling at his clothing as they squeezed through the crowd towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Ah, welcome. My dear young wizards. I remember you, little girl. You purchased a robe for me last year, Madame Malkin exclaimed upon spotting the two dark-haired wizards at her shop's entrance. The amiable proprietor, just having sent off a new student, warmly ushered them inside her establishment. Indeed, madam, I ordered a plain robe from you last year. Today, it is my brother who requires one, as he is starting his studies at Hogwarts. Oh, and I shall need 3 more sets as well. Chao Ing was somewhat taken aback by Madame Malkin's remarkable memory, astonished that she still recognized her. Realizing they were returning customers, Madame Malkin retrieved a measuring tape from her workroom and cheerfully instructed Tom to stand on a chair for his measurements. All right, young wizards. Madame Malkin's robes are the most affordable in Diagon Alley, and I remember every customer who has graced my shop. Before long, both had their measurements taken, left their address, and departed, eager to proceed to their next destination. Chapter 80, Ollivander's Wand Shop. Once outside the robe shop, observing the throngs of bustling people, the two unanimously decided to purchase wands first, as Tom believed that selecting a wand would be a time-consuming endeavor. Ollivander's Wand Shop. It seems Mr. Ollivander is not here, Tom remarked. Let's stir up some mischief, Chao Ing declared, brandishing her wand in an attempt to inject some excitement into the shop. After waiting for a considerable time without seeing Ollivander, Chao Ing decided to create a commotion to summon him. Oh, Ing, don't get too excited, Tom cautioned just as Ollivander appeared, descending a ladder from the 2nd floor. There you are, Chao Ing remarked, retracting her wand and giving Tom a cheeky smile. Without further ado, you must be this year's new student, correct? Which hand do you prefer? Ollivander inquired as he approached them. My right hand, sir, Tom replied. Ollivander waved his hand, conjuring a supple measuring tape that began measuring Tom's arm length, shoulder width, and even the distance between his nostrils. Upon reviewing the gathered data, Ollivander approached a shelf lined with wand boxes, selecting 4 or 5 to place on the table before gesturing for Tom to step forward. The wand chooses the wizard. My young apprentice, try this one. Made from rowan wood, with a core of troll whisker, it is sturdy and resistant to bending, measuring 13 1/3 inches. Its owner will be a principled and popular wizard. Ollivander handed Tom a wand, which he expertly waved, causing several boxes on a shelf across from him to soar to the ground. Clearly, this wand did not choose him. Unperturbed, Ollivander reclaimed the first wand and retrieved a silver wand from an exquisite velvet box, crafted from silver lime wood, with a dragon heartstring core. It is pliable and easily bent, measuring 9 inches. Its chosen wizard will be a doer, yet may exhibit vulnerability when faced with skepticism. However, the core of phoenix feather seems to mitigate this flaw. Its resilience and strength will restore your confidence. By the way, this wand is particularly suited for performing the Patronus charm, but to use it with caution. He passed the wand to Tom for him to try. How beautiful! Chowing exclaimed, admiring the wand before her as Tom waved it, causing a faint glow to emanate from its tip. Oh. It appears this one isn't the right fit either. You are quite the discerning child, Ollivander remarked, presenting another wand to Tom. You would, with a phoenix feather core, measuring 13 1/2 inches. The phoenix feather is one of the rarest core materials. Before Ollivander could finish speaking, Tom's wand erupted with powerful magic. It was clear that this was the one. Tom's wand, a combination of yew wood and phoenix feather, not only signified immense magical power, but also symbolized the cycle of life and death, the reincarnation of souls, and an exquisite selectivity. This wand demanded extraordinary ability and courage from its master to fully unlock its potential. You shall undoubtedly become a wizard of remarkable accomplishments, my child. That will be 7 galleons, Ollivander concluded as he packaged the wand's accompanying box and cloth bag, handing them to Tom. Hearing Ollivander's words, Tom beamed with delight, admiring his wand, a true possession of his own. Witnessing Ollivander's flattery directed at the young students, Chowing was momentarily speechless, pondering how many young wizards had heard those same words from him. After paying, Tom exited the wand shop with his freshly acquired wand, while Chowing trailed behind leisurely with her hands clasped behind her back. The wand's length signified his authority and gravitas, reflecting his desire for control and dominance over others. You shouldn't associate with him, a voice called from behind as they reached the entrance. Chowing did not turn around, but waved her hand in farewell. The wand chooses the wizard. You must trust in my wand, Mr. Ollivander. Chapter 81. The commencement of a new term, the Daily Prophet. The latest enchanting potions that have taken the aristocracy by storm, the resurgence of the Prince family. Tom gazed at the smiling image of the head of the Prince family in the newspaper. This prominent pureblood patriarch was the very man with whom Chao Ying had conversed that day. It must be related to Ying, the new potion. The revival of a fallen family. Aside from Chao Ying, Tom could think of no one else capable of enabling a once downtrodden family to unveil an improved potion. Though he had initiated his departure that day, the sight of the confident man in the newspaper stirred an inexplicable discomfort within Tom. Tom, have you packed everything? We are about to depart, Chowing called as she descended the stairs, clad in a pleated skirt that accentuated her youthful vibrance. Yes, Ying. Let us be on our way, Tom replied, folding the newspaper and smiling at her as he stood. Once beside him, Chowing seized his arm, announcing their destination. King's Cross Station in London. Arriving at the station, they were met with a throng of people, wizards and muggles alike, indistinguishable in the bustling crowd. Tom, watch my movements and do not be afraid. Upon reaching the station, Chowing swiftly advanced towards the wall between platforms 9 and 10. Vanishing into it in the blink of an eye, Tom surveyed his surroundings, observing that no one else seemed to notice anything amiss, and then confidently followed her through the wall. The sensation was akin to squeezing through jelly, and before Tom could react, a hand grasped him firmly. Tom, be careful. Let us board the train. Chowing deftly pulled him away from a collision with another passenger, guiding him onto the train. Once he regained his composure, Tom found himself seated in a compartment alongside Chowing. What do you think, Tom? Quite the novelty, isn't it? She teased, noticing his lingering disorientation. Indeed, Ying. But why did no one at the station notice us colliding with the wall? Tom inquired, fully accustomed to her playful demeanor. Observing Tom's lack of reaction, Chowing fondly reminisced about the time when simply gazing at him would send her heart racing. It is the Muggle repelling charm, Tom. Much like the enchantment we cast over the residents of Walburga, ensuring that those muggles subconsciously overlook the area and refrain from intruding. Tom nodded in understanding, obediently sitting and gazing out of the train window. Peanuts, sunflower seeds, bottled water. Would you like to purchase anything? We have licorice wands, chocolate frogs, cauldron cakes, and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. A plump which pushing a cart knocked on the window of the compartment where Chowing sat, politely inquiring. Observing the curiosity and anticipation in Tom's eyes, Chowing waved her hand. 2 of each, please, madam. After collecting the payment from Tom, the witch continued on her way to the next compartment to sell her wares. Let us express our gratitude for Tom's generosity. Merlin, Chowing exclaimed playfully, picking up a box of chocolate frogs, eager to see which card she would unveil. As Chowing opened the box, a chocolate frog leapt out, and Tom swiftly caught it. Cool, it's Madame Putafoot, the legendary golden card. After extracting the card, Chowing gazed in astonishment at the lady who winked back at her. Oh, Tom, you eat it. I can open another one, she said with a smile, watching Tom's bewildered expression as he held the frog. Even the healer would say that such a child, once healed, would still drool. With Chao Ying's inexplicable gaze upon him, Tom took a bite of the chocolate. A series of knocks suddenly drew the attention of the two in the carriage. They turned to find Walburga and Abraxas, prompting Chowing to lower her head and continue unboxing. Tom stood up to open the door, welcoming the two. Tom, it's been ages. How have you been? Did you enjoy your holiday? Abraxas greeted him warmly with a hug. Walburga settled beside Chowing, watching her open her surprise box. Wal, congratulations. I heard your mother is expecting. You're going to be a big sister. Chowing cheerfully handed a piece of chocolate to Walburga, beaming at her. Thank you, Ing. But I do not wish to be a sister. Just the thought of a snot-nosed little brat seeking me out makes me want to collapse. Walburga replied, taking a hearty bite of the chocolate. You're the one, Ing. We dare not mention this in her presence for fear of her unleashing her wrath upon us. She seems more like the one who's pregnant, quite temperamental indeed. Abraxas, seated beside Tom like a close brother, exaggeratedly remarked in response to Chao Ying's congratulations to Walburga. I can still hear you. Walburga shot back at the hilariously behaving Abraxas. Seeing the expression on Walburga's face, Abraxas immediately raised his hands in surrender. In the midst of their playful banter, a prefect soon approached to remind them that they were nearing their destination and instructed everyone to change into their robes. The two boys gallantly stood by the door, allowing the two girls to change first, and then they exchanged places afterward. Moments later, just as they finished changing, the train arrived at the station. Oh, by the way, Tom, you'll be taking a boat to the castle with the first years. We will be in the carriages. I wish you make new friends. After hastily bidding farewell to Tom, Chowing headed towards her house's carriage, waving goodbye before it departed. Watching the lantern-bearing man in the distance, Tom followed the first years towards him. Chapter 82, The Sorting of New Students. Unlike the first years, the older students had arrived at the castle in carriages. Hey, Ing, do you know that new student? The one with black hair who was talking to you? A small badger squeezed beside Chao Ing, inquiring curiously. Hi, Peggy. Yes, he is my brother from the orphanage. He now lives with me, Chowing replied, slightly exasperated at the surrounding badger's curiosity. Will he be joining Hufflepuff? He looks quite handsome. A fellow which of Chao Ying's years swooned. Hey, Olive. He is only 11. And you're just 12. Don't exaggerate. Chao Ing retorted dramatically, hearing the agreement from the other badgers. This incited the badgers to frolic and play around as they soon approached the hall. Return to your tables, children. The first years will be arriving shortly. Dumbledore kindly reminded the playful little witches to return to their respective house tables. All right, Professor. Once all the witches were seated, Dumbledore nodded to Headmaster Armando and exited the hall. Welcome to Hogwarts, the finest school of magic in the world. Dumbledore addressed the fresh faces from the steps with enthusiasm. Now, please tidy yourselves up and follow me into the hall for the sorting ceremony. With that, Dumbledore turned and opened the doors to the hall, leading the way inside. Cool. I read about this in the school history. The starry ceiling is enchanted. A small boy exclaimed excitedly to Tom, evidently a wizard from the Muggle world. Tom calmly nodded at him, gazing at Dumbledore walking ahead. All right, now please line up. When I call your name, step forward to don the hat for your house assignment. Dumbledore announced as he approached the professor's table, where a tattered hat awaited on a nearby chair. Hey, my brother said he has to defeat a troll. I'm going to disown him for a day. A girl behind Tom huffed indignantly. Ahem. You may think I am not attractive, but do not judge by appearances. If you can find a more clever hat than me, I might just devour it. Try it on, and I shall tell you which house you belong to. You might belong to Gryffindor, where bravery is buried deep within. Rest assured, in my presence, though I am just a hat, you are absolutely safe. For I am the most discerning magical hat. As the sorting hat's clanging voice echoed, all in the hall frowned at its unbearable tone. Una Ollivander. After the hat finished its song, Dumbledore picked up the list and began calling names. Ravenclaw, Fred Weasley, Gryffindor. A red-haired boy dashed forward in excitement. And before the hat even touched his hair, it shouted the result. Awesome, Fred. A similarly red-haired girl applauded joyfully from the crowd, pulling him to sit beside her. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Upon finally hearing his name, Tom walked up unhurriedly. A child of the Gaunt family, ambition, strength, Slytherin. The Sorting Hat, perceiving the memories in Tom's mind, unabashedly declared Slytherin. After removing the hat, Tom glanced towards the Hufflepuff table and noticed Chow Ing looking back at him. He smiled at her before making his way to the Slytherin long table. Tom, Slytherin is indeed the right choice for you. Upon seeing Tom sorted into Slytherin, Abraxas motioned for Goyle, sitting beside him, to make space, standing up to embrace Tom. Nodding at Walburga across from him, Tom took a seat in the space vacated by Goyle. Lastly, Nancy Parkinson, Slytherin. Amidst the applause for Slytherin, Nancy gracefully sat beside her brother, lifting her skirt. First, I must announce a few important reminders for the new term. First years, please take note. The Forbidden Forest is off limits to students and to the older students. Refrain from night wandering. That is all I wish to convey. Enjoy your feast. As Principal Amando concluded his speech, the long table was laden with an abundance of food. Oh, our charming young lad has transformed into a small serpent, lamented Olive, seated beside Chow Ing, as she seized a chicken leg from the table and began to eat. Observing Olive's antics, Chow Ing silently nudged a portion of pudding towards her and then returned to her own plate. Hogwarts, Hogwarts, impart to us some wisdom. Whether we be aged and balding or youthful with scabby knees, filled with the air of deathly flies and dust bunnies, do your utmost, and we shall handle the rest until our minds decay. All the young wizards joined in singing this tuneless school song, joy radiating among them. Chapter 83, The Contest for Leadership. After the school song, the wizards in the hall gradually departed, leaving only the first-year students and their prefects who were to escort them back. First-year students, follow me. A boy clad in Slytherin robes stood up and addressed the group of little serpents. The Slytherin dormitories, like those of Hufflepuff, were located underground. However, Hufflepuff was on the lower level, while Slytherin resided in a converted dungeon. Now Farley led the little serpents to a damp stone wall in the basement. The password changes every fortnight and is posted on the notice board outside. If you forget it, you can check there. Honor. As now Farley's voice faded, a concealed stone door appeared on the wall and slowly opened, revealing the common room to the first years. The translucent common room, located by the Black Lake, was constructed from black Gothic marble, with a ceiling made of intricately carved crystal, allowing glimpses of the shimmering waves above. Green glowing lamps were suspended from the ceiling by chains. Inside, a fireplace adorned with exquisite carvings and a few ornately designed chairs welcomed them. Through the windows, one could often catch sight of enormous octopuses or peculiar creatures such as mermaids and grindylows. First, allow me to clarify some misconceptions. You may have heard rumors regarding Slytherin House, that we are all dark wizards and only associate with those of noble lineage or similar ilk. Of course, you wouldn't want to heed such gossip from rival houses. I do not deny that our house has produced dark wizards, but so have the other houses. They simply refuse to acknowledge it. Now Farley stood in the center of the common room, gazing at the bewildered little serpents, feeling it necessary to address them in advance. For Slytherin's reputation was not particularly favorable. Furthermore, we do have a tradition of accepting students from wizarding families. But you will soon discover that many of your fellow Slytherins have at least one Muggle parent, he continued, observing the whispering little wizards. Lastly, you should know that the great Merlin also hailed from our house. We do not fear the storm. We are the storm. Now, I invite Professor Slughorn to speak. With that, now Farley led the applause in welcoming the Slytherin headmaster, who had been standing at the side of the room. Thank you. Now Farley, that was quite splendid. First-year serpents. I have little to add. I only hope you will adhere to the Slytherin code. Now, according to our tradition, we must select your prefect, or rather, your leader, from among the first years. However, no curses or unforgivable spells are permitted. With that, Slughorn stepped aside, signaling the little serpents to commence. The older Slytherins made way for the newcomers to duel, even if the first years might not know many spells. Tom observed the unfolding situation, realizing that the upperclassmen were scrutinizing them, and he understood that this contest was the first step in showcasing one's prowess. Expelliarmus. His wand slipped from his sleeve as Tom gripped it tightly, launching a swift attack on the surrounding little serpents. Predictably, the unprepared and defenseless first years were thoroughly overwhelmed by Tom's onslaught. Aside from a few pure-blooded serpents, the remaining newcomers were swiftly eliminated. Truly, he is the brother of Ing, Abraxas remarked, standing beside Walburga. However, Walburga did not respond. After all, first-year Chow Ing was far more formidable than the boys on the field, having single-handedly taken down a werewolf. Suddenly, a boy beside Tom hurled a spell at him. Protego. Upon seeing the spell hurtling toward him, Tom instinctively cast a shield charm, a reflex honed from previous encounters with Chowing. Advanced spell, gasped Slughorn and the older Slytherins in unison. After the spell was deflected, the boy redirected his focus to the only girl on the field, Nancy Parkinson. Sensing the malicious intent in the boy's gaze, Nancy quickly retaliated with a spell. Tarantaligra. The boy struck by the spell was thus eliminated. Once Tom dispatched the other pure-blooded serpents, only he and Nancy Parkinson remained on the field. Well, I concede. Having witnessed Tom's ability to cast advanced spells, Nancy wisely chose not to engage him directly. Then, congratulations to Tom Marvolo Riddle, the first-year prefect. After shaking Tom's hand, Slughorn announced the final victor. The first years were now to stand aside and observe the contest for leadership among the other grades. The second-year prefect was a familiar face, Abraxas Malfoy. Once all the prefects were chosen, Slughorn exited the common room, allowing space for the students. Now, first years, you may find your dormitories. Boys to the left, girls to the right. Remember, boys are not permitted in the girls' dormitory. The girls will be escorted by Senior Black, while the boys shall follow me. Now Farley clapped his hands to grab the newcomer's attention. Hearing his name, Walburga stepped out from the corner and greeted the first years with a slight bow. Thus, the boys followed now Farley to the left, while the girls followed Walburga to the right. Chapter 84. The Repotting of Mandrakes. Upon waking up in the morning, Chowing glanced at the second-year schedule handed down by the prefect, discovering that they would be attending many classes alongside Slytherin this year. Excited at the prospect of sharing classes with Walburga and Abraxas, she promptly gathered her books and prepared to head to the Great Hall for breakfast. Good morning, Aaron. On his way out with his roommates, spotted Chowing and greeted her warmly. Good morning, Aaron, she replied, nodding to Aaron and the boy beside him, not lingering as she continued on her way. Oh, wait for us, Ing. The captain said training starts tomorrow, and he asked me to inform you. Suddenly recalling that Algie had instructed him to notify the other Quidditch players, Aaron hurried to catch up with the walking Chowing. Oh, we've just begun the school year. Chowing lamented, unable to suppress a groan at the sudden announcement of training. When a hobby turns into a job, it becomes unbearable for anyone. Especially since our team just won the Quidditch match last time, our captain has gone mad. He is no longer the laid-back badger he once was. The two kindred spirits exchanged glances and sighed in unison. Thus, Chowing accompanied Aaron and his roommate to the Great Hall. Good morning, Ing. As Tom and his roommates arrived at the entrance of the hall, they coincidentally encountered the trio walking together. Morning, Tom. How was yesterday? Chowing paused to look at Tom, smiling as she inquired. Very well. I am now the chairperson of the first year. Tom, suppressing his excitement, spoke. Yet Chowing, well acquainted with him, discerned the fervor gleaming in his eyes. Congratulations, Chairperson Tom. It's getting late. Let us dine first. After playfully pinching Tom's cheek, Chowing hastily finished her words and made her way towards the Hufflepuff long table. Tom, with a resigned smile directed at the boy beside him, followed suit into the hall. After the meal, Chowing, accompanied by several badgers, exited the castle, heading towards Greenhouse 3. Today, we shall learn to repot mandrakes. Now, can anyone tell me about the characteristics of mandrakes? Professor Pomona Sprout led the badgers and snakes into Greenhouse 3, standing before the long table as she inquired of them. Upon entering the greenhouse, Chowing was immediately hit by the pungent odor of dragon dung, instinctively covering her nose with her hand. Standing beside her, Abraxas, struggling against the foul scent, raised his hand. Oh, Mr. Malfoy, how delightful to see a Slytherin student raising his hand. Sprout exclaimed with a smile, inviting him to respond. Mandrakes, also known as mandrake roots, are used to restore those petrified to their original state. The cry of a mandrake can be lethal. After his explanation, Abraxas cast a haughty glance at Chowing, who was still pinching her nose. Excellent, Mr. Malfoy. Slytherin earns 2 points. Sprout generously awarded him points. However, our mandrakes are still seedlings, so their cries will not be fatal, but they can induce a coma for several hours. Therefore, children, please come forward to collect ear protection. Our task today is to repot the mandrakes. With that, Sprout produced numerous pairs of ear protectors, ready to distribute to the young wizards. Having collected her ear protection, Chowing partnered with Woolbager and stood beside 2 pots of mandrakes. Now, let us don our ear protection, and it must be secured tightly. Do not remove it midway. All right, let us begin. Upon the professor's signal, everyone donned their ear protectors, preparing to repot the mandrakes before them. Chowing swiftly extracted a mandrake from its pot, gazing at the plant resembling a little old man, and felt a shiver run down her spine. She quickly placed it into a new pot and added soil. During the process, a curious badger, having removed his ear protection prematurely, was knocked unconscious by the mandrake's wail. Apart from this incident, the lesson concluded quite smoothly. Chapter 85, Confundus Charm. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, Chowing entered after her class, immediately hearing her name, slumped against the small witch beside her. She let out a long sigh. Ing, did you hear that you have Quidditch practice today? Algie's voice reached her ears, and the excited Olive shook Chowing's arm, while several other young witches gazed at her with wide, gleaming eyes. Huh, you're only interested in the handsome boys, aren't you? Everyone knows that. Chowing, leaning against Lilith, weakly nodded and slowly made her way to the long table with them. Oh, Ing, you arrived just in time. We were just talking about you. Algie, in conversation with Aaron, noticed Chowing and flashed a grin at the girls. Handsome. Pair up with me. The sight of Algie's smile sent the young witches into a flurry of excitement, exchanging glances. Algie, Aaron informed me yesterday. I'll join you after I finish eating. With that, Chowing nodded at Algie and Aaron, then sat down with her enamored companions. Senior Kelly is so handsome. He is such a rogue. I adore him. Lilith gushed, cradling her face, still enchanted by Algie's smile. Senior Diggory is the most handsome. He has such a gentle demeanor, Olive countered. It was evident that she, too, was infatuated with Aaron. The young witches fervently debated which young wizard was the most handsome, providing commentary on attractive boys from each house, even including several from Slytherin. Seated at the table, Chowing immersed herself in her meal, having no time to join their chatter as she needed to replenish her energy for the rigorous training with Algie later. Quidditch pitch. An hour later. Algie counted the players and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Everyone is here. We can commence training. With no other houses practicing at the moment, the Badgers could fly freely during training. Well, we need to adjust our strategy based on each player's characteristics, Algie stated seriously, standing before his teammates with a small notebook in hand. You might as well just recite my ID number. Chowing silently scoffed, enduring the intense gazes of her peers. Ing, your aggressiveness is considerably stronger, and your initiative surpasses Aaron's. Therefore, you know what to do. Put away the pretense of that notebook. Algie teased her with a mischievous grin. Just say you want me to use the bludger against the opposing team. Honestly, you're no longer the kind-hearted badger, Algie. You should let Lilith and the others see your true self. While she agreed with a smile, Chowing mentally jabbed at Algie's figurative doll. This role was utterly detestable. Captain, my life matters too. Seeing Chowing nod in acceptance, Algie smiled with satisfaction and turned his attention to another beater. Aaron, you'll still protect me. You're meticulous and can handle various situations. My life depends on you. Aaron nodded seriously, aware that without Chowing's cooperation, his pressure would intensify. For the other players, Algie maintained the original requirements without alteration. He felt confident in his arrangements. He was no longer the old Algie. Now, he was Neo Gaolu Algie. He aspired for the Quidditch Championship and the House Cup. With that, Algie released the quaffle, and training began. Phew, so exhausting. The captain is merciless. After an hour of practice, with Algie showing no signs of letting up, Chowing used all her strength to strike the bludger flying towards her. As the bludger soared through the goal hoops, Chowing wiped the sweat from her brow, enviously watching Aaron. Why was there such a disparity in treatment among beaters? Aaron merely needed to hit the bludger away from the captain, while Chowing had to strike it accurately towards the opponents. At that moment, hovering in the air, Chowing spotted a young witch nearby, attending a flying class. Youth is wonderful, soaring on a broom everywhere. Huh, what on earth? Why is that witch heading straight for me? Still in a daze, Chowing watched as a young witch soared higher on her broom, and suddenly realized she was careening towards her. Oh my goodness, how are you flying so haphazardly? Just as she prepared to continue her training, Chowing noticed the young witch tumble from her broom, plummeting. Damn, hold on. Without hesitation, Chowing maneuvered her broom swiftly toward her. Catch me. Successfully catching the young witch, Chowing gently guided her broom down. Tom. It was then that Chowing recognized the person in her arms was none other than Tom. After gently extricating himself from her embrace, Tom nodded, momentarily at a loss for words. Thank you, Ing. Just as Tom was about to speak, a broom suddenly plummeted beside him, having broken into two upon its fall from great height. Wait a moment, that broom is under the Confundus charm. Chowing furrowed her brow as she gazed at the broomstick, now severed in two. Upon closer inspection, she discerned traces of a Confundus charm lingering upon it. At the sound of her words, Tom's expression immediately darkened. This was evidently no mere accident. Just then, Tom's flying instructor arrived, expressing gratitude to Chowing before escorting Tom and the broken broom away. Chapter 86, Friends of the Forbidden Forest. Stars, I beseech you, reveal to me the fate of my companion. Firenze murmured by the lakeside deep within the Forbidden Forest, his eyes cast upwards to the twinkling heavens. The night sky was remarkably clear, with Mercury shining brightly above. Hogwarts Castle. Audiobook Shafik, I trust you are aware of the purpose of my visit. Two wizards stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, wands drawn in confrontation. "Oh, riddle? Perhaps you should enlighten me as to why I am here," Shafik replied, arching an eyebrow at the boy's inquiry, a smirk playing upon his lips. "The Confundus charm, today's out-of-control broomstick. You needn't be reminded, I presume?" The moonlight illuminated the figures, revealing the identity of the speaker, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Hearing Tom's words, Shafik did not deny the accusation. Instead, he provocatively smiled at Tom. "Why, Shafik? I had thought we were friends." Tom was perplexed. This boy, who had once shared his living quarters and had been the first pure blood to extend goodwill towards him, now seemed intent on opposing him. "Why? Do you not comprehend, Tom, the nature of your identity? A muddled lineage, neither Muggle nor pure blood, tainted blood. You have somehow bewitched Senior Black and Senior Malfoy, and with but a modicum of power, you aspire to lead us purebloods. How utterly foolish." Shafik's visage twisted with malice, jealousy stripping him of any semblance of the purity he so revered. "Is that all? That laughable bloodline?" Tom's silence spoke volumes as he stared at Shafik, at a loss for words. Seeing Tom's quietude, Shafik concluded that he was indeed guilty. Indeed, tainted blood. Petrificus totalis. Shafik brandished his wand, casting a spell to impart a lesson upon him. Having been trained by Chowing to react instinctively to spells, Tom rolled to evade Shafik's attack. "Is our esteemed leader merely a coward? You were quite the fighter last night." Shafik jeered, relentlessly casting spells at Tom as he dodged. Frustrated by the relentless assault, Tom finally raised his wand in defiance. Expelliarmus. A beam of white light shot forth, striking Shafik and sending him crashing to the ground. At that moment, a figure appeared before Tom. "What transpired, Tom? Did you not practice at home? Why do you allow him to strike you? Look at you, so disheveled. Do practice more." Tom, facing the incessant chiding of Chao Ying, swiftly closed the distance and embraced her. "Gah!" Startled by Tom's sudden embrace, Chao Ying halted her admonishments. "Ah, enough. Let us spare his pride." Having successfully slipped out of the castle, Chao Ying cautiously avoided patrolling professors, intending to procure potion ingredients from the Forbidden Forest. Upon nearing its edge, she spotted Tom being chased and struck. Without hesitation, she repelled his assailant. Once the area was cleared, she gently pushed Tom aside and cast a cleaning charm to rid his robes of stains. "Now, tell me what transpired." After ensuring the boy was tidy, Chao Ying crossed her arms as she inquired. "It was him, the Confundus charm," Tom replied, omitting Shafik's earlier taunts, focusing solely on the charm itself. "Blast. So it was this scoundrel." Enraged at the unconscious boy, Chao Ying longed to cast another spell upon him. She harbored a deep disdain for students who resorted to underhanded magic against their peers. Was this not a clear case of bullying? "Tom, such a person is unworthy of friendship. Do not be disheartened. Allow me to introduce you to new companions," Chao Ying declared, taking Tom by the arm and leading him towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest to uplift his spirits. Meanwhile, Shafik lay abandoned on the grass at the forest's edge. Did you truly believe Tom was brought here merely for a respite? No, no, no. Chao Ying would not let go of free labor. "Mandrake. Tom, fetch it quickly. Be careful. Do not damage my ingredients." "Merlin. It's aconite." "Tom, be cautious. I require the entire plant." Chao Ying's eyes lit up as she recognized the cluster of purple flowers before her. They were indeed the key ingredient for the future aconite potion. "Oh, and Rue. Tom." As they ventured forth, Chao Ying's bounty was plentiful. Fortune favored her this day, as she encountered aconite. At this point, Tom could scarcely contemplate bloodlines or identities. He was simply aware that if he did not rest, he would surely collapse from exhaustion. Thus, from another perspective, this could be deemed a success. At last, Chao Ying, leading the way, came to a halt. "Forenza? Is that you?" In truth, they had arrived at the lakeside of the Forbidden Forest, where Chao Ying spotted a centaur standing by the water's edge. Upon hearing her familiar voice, Forenza turned in excitement. Indeed, the stars had not deceived him. Ying had returned. Overjoyed, Chao Ying rushed towards Forenza, eager to embrace him, only to realize that he had grown taller. "Impossible. What have you been consuming? Just a few months apart, and you've grown so much. Come, confess, and I shall spare you." As Forenza playfully circled her, he suddenly assumed a serious demeanor. "Ying, have you noticed something?" Chao Ying, recalling the centaur's prophetic gifts, felt a shiver of apprehension. Surely, nothing was amiss. "Tell me, what is it?" Forenza paused before continuing. "You appear quite short. It seems you haven't grown at all." "Ha ha." Seeing his amused expression, Chao Ying realized she had fallen victim to his jest. Meanwhile, Tom, observing the playful banter between Chao Ying and the centaur, reflected upon his own situation. "Friends, those who betray and deceive, I do not require such companions. I seek only those who shall not forsake me." After their playful exchange, Chao Ying recalled Tom, beckoning him from a distance. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Tom Marvolo Riddle, my half-brother. And this is Forenza." My dear friend from the Forbidden Forest. As Tom approached, Chowing stood between the two, facilitating their introduction. Delighted to make your acquaintance, Tom. Observing the peculiar atmosphere between them, Chowing raked her fingers through her hair, perplexed. By the way, Forenza, where have the unicorns gone? She inquired, noticing the absence of the ethereal creatures by the lakeside. The unicorns? Ah, well, that is but one of many things. They have yet to arrive. It is still too early, and they remain beneath the lake. Forenza's casual response left Chow Ing and Tom in stunned silence, their minds racing. Beneath the lake. Even Tom was taken aback. Unicorns dwelled within this very lake. The three of them, a boy, a girl, and a centaur, sat by the lakeside, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Soon, the moon ascended to its zenith, casting its silvery light over the earth. A procession of radiant unicorns emerged gracefully from the lake, culminating in the appearance of a splendid golden unicorn family. "Ha, two-legged creatures," exclaimed the unicorn Bobo, who spotted Chow Ing, the one who often groomed him. The unicorns trotted onto the meadow, leisurely grazing. With a joyous rhythm of da-da-da-da-da, Bobo frolicked towards Chow Ing, circling around her. Meanwhile, Tom stood off to the side, astonished by the ethereal beauty of the golden unicorns, equally taken aback by the closeness between the little unicorn and Chow Ing. Instinctively, Tom felt compelled to approach, eager to observe this wondrous creature up close. However, Bobo noticed the boy encroaching upon his space, sneezing in mild protest. "Oh, Tom. Unicorns are averse to male beings," Chow Ing quickly clarified, observing Tom's awkward demeanor. Tom had nothing to retort and returned to the lake's edge to converse with Forenza. Forenza, empathizing with the rejected Tom, gently patted his shoulder. Alas, Tom, such is the plight of being male. The pair, a boy and a unicorn, quietly watched as the little unicorn nestled beside Chow Ing, relishing her grooming, while Chow Ing beamed with delight at her free bounty of unicorn hair. Chapter 87. The Forest Troll, what brings you here? Chow Ing inquired with astonishment, gazing at Wolbega and Abraxas, who trailed behind Tom at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Of course, to accompany you into the Forbidden Forest, is it not apparent? Abraxas muttered, his voice dwindling under Chow Ying's disapproving gaze. And you will. You cannot possibly be unaware of the dangers lurking within the Forbidden Forest. Have you forgotten the werewolf incident? With Abraxas having fallen silent, Chow Ing turned her attention to Wolbega, who exchanged a glance with her before lowering his head in silence. And you, Tom. Do not tell me you failed to notice them following you. You are Slytherin, not Gryffindor. Chow Ing lamented, feeling a headache brewing as she beheld the trio of downcast heads. One was manageable, but safeguarding these three in the perilous Forbidden Forest was a daunting prospect. At that moment, Chow Ing regretted having enlisted Tom as her free laborer for herb gathering. Yet, with them already present, she could not send them back, fearing they might follow her regardless. With a deep sigh, she resolved to lead the three little snakes into the Forbidden Forest. Remember my words. Do not scream at anything you see. If danger strikes, run together. Do not scatter, or I shall have to search for each of you individually. After silently casting an ironclad charm on each of them, Chow Ing ventured ahead, scouting the path while imparting her advice. Abraxas, visiting the Forbidden Forest for the first time, clung tightly to Tom's arm, nervously scanning their surroundings. Observing him, Chow Ing felt exasperated by his combination of cowardice and audacity. With a wave of her hand, she cast several modified Lumos spells, conjuring glowing orbs that danced before them. Cool. Abraxas marveled, reaching out to touch the small light sphere, discovering it was warm rather than scorching. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the surroundings grew increasingly unfamiliar. Even Chow Ing, who had been exploring the Forbidden Forest for a year, had never traversed this particular area. The moonlight could no longer penetrate the dense canopy, leaving the small spheres of light as their sole illumination. Wild white ash, Chow Ing suddenly exclaimed, spotting a vast expanse of white ash trees ahead, beckoning the other three with a wave. Tom, adept at foraging, crouched down to retrieve his herb hoe and began digging, while the other two exchanged glances, unsure. What? Do you both expect me to do all the work? Hurry and help me gather herbs, you little snakes. Chow Ing teased, scanning the area. Wolbega and Abraxas shared a knowing look, a bittersweet smile crossing their faces as they joined Tom in the herb gathering. Soon, they had unearthed a substantial collection of mature white ash, leaving behind a patchy expanse of earth. As they beheld the results of their labor, Chow Ing calmly accepted the herbs, preparing to continue their exploration. Can this be cooked? Or are we still too young? She mused inwardly, her gaze landing on a clearing where clusters of flowers glimmered in blue and pink hues. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprinted towards them. Huff, puff. As she crouched among the flowers, attempting to identify them, she suddenly heard a distant noise growing nearer. Run, run. It's a troll. At the sound of Tom's panicked cries, Chow Ing jerked her head up to see a troll approaching, having spotted them. Unlike the trolls described in books, this one was slightly smaller, yet still a towering giant compared to the four of them. Its massive body was topped with a coconut-like bald head, its legs stout and flat, with calloused, gnarled feet. The troll's arms were long, and a nauseating stench emanated from its form. "Oh my goodness! How revolting!" Chowing gasped, unable to suppress her reaction to the overwhelming odor. The troll, initially staring blankly at Chow Ying, seemed incensed by the sounds emitted by the diminutive human, brandishing a club to strike her down. "Stun it!" The four shouted in unison, but their feeble attacks merely bounced off the troll's thick hide. Expelliarmus! A spell unexpectedly struck the wooden club in the troll's hand, causing it to wobble and detach from its grip, hovering above its head. The group turned to discover it was Abraxas who had cast the spell. Realizing the attention was on him, Abraxas flicked his wand, severing the magical connection. With a resounding thud, the club fell heavily onto the troll's head, sending clouds of dust into the air. When the haze settled, they found the troll had collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Who would have thought, Abraxas?" Chowing exclaimed in delight, surprised that he had been the one to fell the troll at such a critical moment. Tom silently observed the green light dissipating from Chow Ying's fingertips. Abraxas, head held high, basked in the praise from his companions. Seizing the opportunity while the troll lay incapacitated, the four hastened to collect the herbs they had just discovered. The flowers of borage bear 5 blue or pink triangular petals. They can alleviate sorrow and mend old grievances. "We are truly fortunate," Chow Ying exclaimed joyfully as she worked, sharing her newfound knowledge with the group. "What do you plan to do with them?" Wolbega suddenly inquired. "A grand experiment. But for now, it shall remain a secret. Once completed, each of you shall receive your share," Chow Ying replied enigmatically, flashing a mysterious smile at her companions. Chapter 88. Equality on the Quidditch pitch. After a thrilling Halloween night, Chow Ying refrained from further nocturnal explorations of the Forbidden Forest, opting instead for the 8th floor's room of requirement. The hourglass within the room turned alternately, signaling the arrival of November's Quidditch match day. "Everything is proceeding according to our training. Ing, Aaron, eat more, and you all too, consume more. Today, we must secure victory against Slytherin." Chow Ying choked down a mouthful of chicken, politely declining Lilith's offer for seconds. At the same time, Algie animatedly rallied the Quidditch players at the table, mirroring the fervor unfolding at the Slytherin table. "Focus on Hufflepuff's Ing Chow, and strive to dislodge her from her broom," barked Flint, the Slytherin Quidditch captain, his expression dark as he addressed his team. It was he, the fortunate one, who had previously been struck by Chow Ying's bludger, and now, newly selected to the Slytherin Quidditch team, Abraxas could not help but feel a twinge of concern for her. "Chow Ying, perhaps you should be more worried about yourself." Today was the day of the Quidditch match, and all classes had been suspended, with young wizards buzzing with excitement in the Great Hall, speculating on who would emerge victorious. Soon after breakfast, the students paired off and made their way to the Quidditch pitch, while the two teams had already retreated to the changing rooms to prepare. The weather was splendidly suited for Quidditch, with not a cloud gracing the sky, an uncommon sight in England. Today's commentators were the Gryffindor students, Baddock and Minerva McGonagall. "Dear students and professors, welcome to the first Quidditch match of this term. Today, we have the underperforming Slytherin facing off against last year's champions, Hufflepuff, once again. A clash of old rivals. Who will triumph? Let us bear witness." Minerva, exhilarated at her first time as a commentator, spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. Yet her opening was evidently successful, stirring the crowd into a fervor of cheers. The two teams soared into the arena on their brooms, and the captains approached each other to shake hands. "Flint, how could you possibly lead your team as a defeated captain? Surely, your players have thoughts on this." Abraxas, shedding his former amiable demeanor, seized Flint's hand and began to taunt him. "I cannot speak for my team's opinions, but I can assure you that victory will be mine today," Flint retorted, though slightly taken aback by Abraxas's shift in attitude. The two returned to their respective teams, watching as Madame Hooch entered the pitch and stood before them. "As always, I look forward to a fair and honest match, and I hope both teams showcase their prowess. Let the game begin." With that, Madame Hooch kicked the box, sending the bludger soaring into the air. The match commenced. "Behold, the golden snitch has appeared. Slytherin has seized the quaffle. Oh, it's a newcomer, Abraxas Malfoy. Look at that shimmering hair. A true young gentleman," Baddock exclaimed, maintaining his usual focus on a player's appearance. After securing the quaffle, Abraxas skillfully passed to his teammate, Geoffrey Burst. "A splendid pass. The newcomer from Slytherin is indeed impressive," Baddock exclaimed, snatching the microphone from Minerva, who shot him a disapproving glare before he sheepishly returned it to her. Slytherin, abandoning its lone wolf strategy, displayed remarkable teamwork between the newcomers and veterans. Before Minerva could finish her thought, a bludger hurtled towards Burst, striking him. "Oh, what a pity. Burst has been hit," and Hufflepuff's Diana has gained possession, Minerva noted, confident that the bludger's impact was no mere accident, having observed Chao Ying's bat still raised. As Diana took control of the quaffle, she soared toward Slytherin's hoops. Kevin! She called out to her teammate Kevin Kennedy, tossing the quaffle. The Slytherin chasers quickly converged on Kevin. Hufflepuff scores first, Baddock shouted with unrestrained enthusiasm, while Minerva, unusually animated, shared in the excitement. Upon hearing Hufflepuff's score, several Slytherins turned to see Diana and Bertha exchanging high-fives in celebration, realizing they had been outwitted. Flint glared menacingly at Abraxas, who merely met his gaze with a look of defiance. Curse it! Flint seethed, signaling to his chasers to target Bertha. The match continued, with Hufflepuff now in possession of the quaffle. Oh, it's Bertha again! Burst and two other chasers quickly approached her, deliberately crowding her on their brooms. Abraxas watched his teammate with reluctance, clearly uncomfortable with their tactics. Meanwhile, Chowing noticed this unfolding scene, her anger flaring. Aaron, pass the ball, she shouted, flying provocatively close to Flint, flashing him a taunting smile. Oh, Burst has been struck by a bludger again. Bertha seizes the opportunity and passes to Kevin. As Bertha broke free from the encirclement, Chowing sped away with her bat in hand. With Hufflepuff's seamless coordination and Chao Ying's determination to punish any Slytherin who dared to take possession, Hufflepuff surged ahead, leading Slytherin by 100 points. The match was paused for a brief respite, and Flint lamented, that Hufflepuff's Ying Chao is proving quite troublesome. We must find a way to take her out of the game. Burst, you wouldn't want to lose to Abraxas, would you? Abraxas felt a wave of pity for his team as Flint repeated his mantra. As play resumed, the teams returned to the pitch. Immediately, Flint and another chaser enveloped Chowing. Oh, what's this? Do you wish for me to reward you with a bludger? She taunted, seemingly unfazed by their efforts. Ignoring her, the two pressed in closer, intent on dislodging her from her broom. Realizing their intentions, Chowing accelerated her broom, and the two followed suit, tightening their grip on her. Farewell. She provocatively grinned, executing a sudden stop that sent Flint and his companion crashing into their own team's banner. Returning to the center of the pitch, Chowing expertly maneuvered the bludger, delivering a strike to each Slytherin player, including Abraxas. In the stands, apart from the Slytherin students, the other houses erupted in cheers for Chowing. The atmosphere among Slytherin supporters was dismal, thick with tension. Tom watched the dazzling Chowing on the pitch, a smile gracing his features. With the score now standing at 80 to 180 in favor of Hufflepuff, Slytherin had little time left to turn the tide. Will Hufflepuff reclaim their championship glory, or will Slytherin mount a comeback? Let us keep our eyes peeled, Minerva reminded the players, emphasizing the dwindling time. Buzzing. A golden shadow darted through the air. The golden snitch has appeared. Both Parkinson and Abraxas exclaimed simultaneously, racing after it. Baddock, spotting the snitch, shouted excitedly. However, the elusive snitch flitted up and down, evading their grasp. During their pursuit, Hufflepuff scored several more points, bringing the score to 80 to 240. Merlin. Parkinson has leaped from his broom. Baddock exclaimed in horror. What? Parkinson has caught the golden snitch. He has secured it. As Parkinson triumphantly raised the snitch aloft, the crowd erupted into applause, momentarily forgetting their house rivalries. Following the tallying of points, the final victor of the match was declared. Hufflepuff, Minerva proclaimed, seizing the microphone from Baddock with fervor. On the pitch, Hufflepuff's players hoisted Chao Ying into the air, celebrating their victory with exuberant joy. Chapter 89, The Letter from Prince. Ying, aren't you going home? Lilith, who was packing her luggage, curiously inquired upon seeing Chao Ying seated on the bed, engrossed in her book. Nearby Olive, intrigued by the exchange, cast a glance at Chao Ying. It appeared that their roommate had withdrawn from school due to family matters, leaving Chao Ying to occupy the room alone, prompting Dean Sprout to assign her to their dormitory. Reflecting on her lack of progress in potion research, Chao Ying sighed deeply and reclined on the bed. I won't be going back. It's just Tom and me at home, so it doesn't really matter. Besides, I still have potions to complete. Lilith and Olive exchanged knowing glances and, with playful enthusiasm, lay beside Chao Ying, asking in unison, what potion? I want one too. Both girls were well aware of Chao Ying's daily comings and goings, yet they remained oblivious to her true activities. It's a secret. However, once it's done, I'll save a portion for each of you, though I hope you won't need to use it. Staring blankly at the ceiling, Chao Ying murmured, Nice. I've already prepared your Christmas gift. Since you're not going home, I'll send it to the school. Satisfied with Chao Ying's promise, the two girls sat up to continue packing their belongings. All right, I will ensure your gifts reach your homes on time. With great effort, Chao Ying raised her arm to form a heart with her hands before returning to her prone position on the bed. Once the two finished sorting their luggage, they finally set out together to the dining hall. Wait, Tom. As they exited the dormitory, Chao Ying encountered Tom and Malfoy. Lilith, You all go ahead and save me a seat. I need to discuss Christmas arrangements with my brother. Embracing Lilith and Olive, Chowing quickened her pace towards Tom and Malfoy, who were waiting for her. What's the mattering? Tom immediately approached her as she rushed over. After catching her breath, Chowing stood upright, meeting Tom's gaze, which now matched her height, and hesitated before speaking. Tom, I want to be returning for Christmas, but I need you to handle a few things for me while you're back. Upon hearing her words, Tom nodded silently. This was part of their prearranged agreement. He was to comply with Chao Ying's instructions during this period. You all can leave now. Tom and I have some private matters to discuss. After nodding at Abraxas and Walburga, who stood nearby, Chowing pulled Tom into a secluded corner. Tom, I need more supplies, including various medical items. And I would appreciate it if you could procure some firearms, if possible. Listening intently, Tom gazed down at her, a smile tugging at his lips. Of course. I will do my utmost. Seeing Tom standing on the steps, towering over her, Chowing reached out and pulled him down to her level. This is much better. Satisfied with their newfound equality, she nodded approvingly. Let us go eat. I will send your Christmas gifts home, and remember to be careful. In the Hufflepuff common room, please fill out this form. I will deliver it to the headmaster shortly. Casey Travers handed Chowing the list of students remaining at school. Each year, a week before Christmas, the school compiles a list of those who will stay. All right, Casey. Chowing accepted the form and quickly completed it before handing it back to Casey. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chowing discovered that Lilith and Olive had yet to return. She sat on her bed, picking up the letter she had received that morning. Dear Ing, the person I sent out has returned, and I believe it's time to update you regarding the situation over there. Jim, the individual I dispatched to Huaxia, just arrived today. He shared some news about Huaxia, and while it may sound unbelievable, it is indeed true. It seems that magic cannot be wielded in Huaxia, or rather, it can only affect oneself. How unmagical. Huaxia is currently embroiled in war, and the supplies you asked Jim to deliver were quite timely, though he mentioned that it seems like a drop in the bucket. Additionally, the local authorities sent a message for you through Jim. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Also, when can I expect the new potion formula? Albrecht. With great care, Chowing tucked the letter away, reflecting on the phrase within. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Chapter 90. Testing a werewolf. In the 8th floor troll tapestry, the room of requirement. Unicorn tears, a sprig of grass, wolfsbane, borage, and fluffy fur. The mysterious concoction in the cauldron bubbled, casting a green hue across Chao Ying's face. After the potion cooled, she poured it into several crystal vials. Has it succeeded or failed? The appearance seems promising. I wonder about its effects. Holding one vial up to the light, Chowing observed the clear, luminous potion, an indication of a successful brew. Someone needs to test it. After securing the vials carefully, a bold idea emerged in her mind. In the Forbidden Forest, a woo. Hearing the wolves howl behind him, Adarius clutched his bleeding wound and hurried forward, relieved that the werewolf seemed to be toying with him like a cat with a mouse, rather than killing him outright. Fenrir Greyback followed closely behind the small wizard, invigorated by the scent of fresh blood. Fresh blood. How delightful. Greyback licked the blood from his lips, letting out an excited howl. Meanwhile, upon entering the Forbidden Forest, Chowing immediately heard a wolf's howl and eagerly sprinted toward the sound. Run? I won't kill you. I relish seeing that expression of agony on your face. Tripping over a branch, Adarius gazed in despair at the approaching werewolf, so terrified that he could not even scream for help. Armor. A beam of white light suddenly shot from the depths of the forest, striking Adarius on the ground. Who? Greyback turned warily towards the source of the spell. Good evening, gentlemen. A glowing orb appeared before them, and a girl emerged from the forest. Upon noticing the boy from Ravenclaw slumped on the ground, Chowing couldn't help but lament the inadequate security at Hogwarts. How could such individuals roam the grounds at night? Run. Adarius, summoning his courage, clung to Greyback's leg and shouted for her to flee. Greyback, eyeing the innocent girl before him, felt saliva pooling in his mouth. What a tender girl, her scent is delectable. The essence of life, she must taste divine. Disgusted by the sight of the werewolf drooling, Chowing glared at him. Greyback shrugged off the boy clinging to his leg and lunged toward the girl. Join us, become a werewolf, embrace what society cannot accept. As the menacing werewolf approached, Chowing raised her wand and cast several protective spells around herself, then launched an attack. Petrificus Totalis. The spell struck the werewolf, but only immobilized his legs, failing to unleash its full power. Do not struggle, Greyback sneered, shattering the petrified fur as he slowly approached Chowing, baring his teeth. Oh, is that so? Observing the triumphant demeanor of the werewolf, Chowing provocatively smiled at him, conjuring a swirling orb of violet flames in her hand. Fiendfire. You shall bring ruin to the Forbidden Forest. Feeling the searing heat emanating from the flames, Greyback recoiled in fear, taking 2 steps back. Before the forest meets its demise, I believe you would have turned to ashes, she retorted with a grin, tossing the flames playfully. Sensing the cruelty in the girl before him, Greyback chose not to gamble on whether she would use fiend fire against herself, and swiftly turned to flee. As he departed, Chowing approached the audacious yet unfortunate little hawk. You are about to transform into a werewolf, she stated coldly as she stood before him. Adarius managed a bitter smile as he leaned against a tree for support. I shall drop out. Thank you for saving me. I am Adarius Mike. What? Are you truly willing to become a werewolf, indiscriminately harming others during the full moon? Looking at Adarius's werewolf-inflicted wound, Chowing realized she had found her experimental subject. What else can I do? Adarius lamented, covering his face with his hands as he wept over his bitten arm. I have a way to restore your rationality during your transformation into a werewolf. However, gazing at the girl bathed in moonlight, Adarius understood that she held his only hope. I am willing. Chowing nodded in satisfaction at the boy's immediate agreement and approached him with a freshly concocted potion. Chapter 91. The Werewolf Venom Potion. The two sat facing each other beneath the tree, gazing at the vial containing the green potion in Chowing's hand. This is my first attempt at crafting the werewolf venom potion. You are quite fortunate to be its inaugural user. Are you pleased? Chowing teased, swallowing hard as she spoke to Adarius. In response, he forced a bitter smile and nodded. Enough, enough. Your smile is rather unappealing. Cease at once, she said, waving her hand to encourage him to relax. After removing the cork, Chowing cautiously handed the potion to Adarius, who gulped it down in one go. What do you feel? Is it palatable? She gently inquired, observing his impassive expression. It tastes somewhat like mucus, and there is a slight warmth. Adarius replied after a moment of contemplation. Ugh. Chowing grimaced at the thought of Adarius smacking his lips. Now, let us inspect your wound. Remembering the more pressing matter, she urged him to examine the injury on his arm. TSK, it's effective, but not significantly so, she remarked, slightly disappointed by the results as she observed the bleeding had ceased and the wound was beginning to heal. Yet, Adarius was already pleasantly surprised that his wound had stopped bleeding and was starting to mend, for wounds inflicted by werewolves were notoriously difficult to heal. What more could I do? Chowing pondered, staring intently at Adarius's wound, her mind racing with thoughts of various herbal remedies. Give me a vial of your blood, Adarius. I must experiment further. Without hesitation, he squeezed his wound, filling the empty potion vial with his blood. Chowing accepted the vial, casting him an appreciative glance. Noting his resilience, his wound had almost healed, yet he had torn it open again. Here, drink this, and then return with me. I will seek you out whenever I require your assistance. By the way, what year are you in? As she produced a few vials of restorative potions and handed them to Adarius, she suddenly recalled that she did not know his year. 4th year, he replied slowly, frowning as he downed several potions. 4th year? You hardly seem old enough. Chowing exclaimed, momentarily questioning her own perception as she regarded Adarius's youthful face. After consuming the potions, the wound on Adarius's arm had completely healed. It seems the potion merely cured the werewolf venom in your injury, she deduced. Noting that despite several vials of restorative elixir, Adarius's complexion remained pale, indicating that the toxins still lingered within him. Thank you, Ing. After tending to himself, Adarius bowed deeply to her in gratitude. You are a wizard from the Muggle world, are you not? Chowing queried as she observed his bow. Indeed. Though my mother is a witch. It startled my father quite a bit, he replied, smiling at the fond memory of his parents. Do you still dare return home? Knowing you are a werewolf now. Despite understanding the cruelty of her words, Chowing felt compelled to voice her concern. Upon hearing her words, Adarius's already pale face grew even paler. Yes, I have become a werewolf. You must fill out the necessary paperwork tomorrow. You won't be returning for Christmas. And from now on, during the full moon, you must avoid crowded places. I will keep watch over you, Chowing said, regarding the boy with compassion, knowing it was best for both him and others that he avoid contact with people. Observing Adarius's despondent demeanor, she let out a gentle sigh. Now let us return. But do not worry. I will undoubtedly create the werewolf venom potion, enabling you to live a normal life. As their figures receded into the distance, her voice gradually faded into the night. Ah, a normal life for a werewolf, is it? In a shadowy corner, a werewolf emerged, scoffing at the sight of their departing figures. Within this world, werewolves were classified by the Ministry of Magic as dangerous, lowly creatures, not even deserving the status of animals, thus barred from holding conventional jobs and ostracized by society. Greyback recalled the indifference and fear his parents had shown after he was bitten by a werewolf, even going so far as to disown him. Leave our home, you abomination, a disgrace to purebloods. The scornful voices of his parents and the disdain of those around him coalesced into swirling black mist that enveloped Greyback at the edge of the forbidden forest. Ah, blood. Tearing. A massive werewolf surged into the depths of the forbidden forest. Back in her dormitory, Chowing quietly climbed into bed, reflecting on the version 10 of the werewolf venom potion she had concocted. Why? His wound has healed, yet he remains a werewolf. What has gone awry? She pondered the properties of various herbs, contemplating the potential of unicorn tears, borage, and wolfsbane. With a soft sigh, an idea struck her. There was indeed a substance capable of healing all wounds. Phoenix Tears. Chapter 92. The Tears of the Phoenix. Professor. In the corridor, Dumbledore heard the call and, for once, quickened his pace rather than pausing. Observing Dumbledore hastily retreating upon hearing her voice, Chowing disregarded the astonished gazes of the young witches and wizards around her. Closely trailing behind him, the scene unfolded like a comical chase, with Dumbledore fleeing and her pursuing him. In the Transfiguration classroom office, Dumbledore regarded the sight of Chowing, already seated and indulging in sweets, with exasperation. "Ing, you have been following me like a ghost for several days now. What is it that you desire?" Dumbledore felt on the verge of a breakdown from her persistent presence. "Ah, well, did I not mention? I am in need of just a smidgen of Phoenix Tears." Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, Chowing was taken aback, realizing she might have neglected to communicate her intent, wondering if he thought her deranged for his immediate retreat. Thus, an eerie silence enveloped the office as they exchanged silent glances. Ah, so that is the case. Dumbledore exhaled a sigh of relief. Having initially thought that Chao Ying's persistent inquiries over the past few days were merely an attempt to learn something from him, perhaps requesting instruction on various spells. Aside from the strictly prohibited dark magic, he felt he had exhausted all his teachings. However, the mention of Fox Tears, what does she intend to use them for? Dumbledore realized he had indeed been too hasty in his reassurances. "I'm conducting an experiment, a groundbreaking endeavor that will astonish the wizarding world." Upon hearing this, Chowing was instantly invigorated, rising excitedly to share her ideas with Dumbledore. "Wolfsbane potion. Merlin, Ing, you truly are remarkable." Dumbledore was taken aback by her proposition, staring at her in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, no one had ever delved into such a study before. Not even the families of those who were forced to become werewolves. "Shower me with your compliments." Seeing Dumbledore's shocked expression, Chowing burst into exaggerated laughter. "Goose, goose, goose. When did Professor Dumbledore start raising geese in his office?" The young witches and wizards passing by Dumbledore's office were puzzled, yet respectful. "So, you wish to obtain Fox Tears for this potion? While Phoenix Tears are indeed known for their purifying properties, I cannot guarantee their efficacy regarding werewolves," Dumbledore mused, his brow furrowed in contemplation. In response to Dumbledore's perplexity, Chowing asserted, "If it might work, shouldn't we give it a try?" At that moment, Fox, who had been resting on the shelf, suddenly felt a chill run through him and lifted his head to gaze at the two figures standing before him. This was Chao Ying's first encounter with Fox, and indeed, her first sight of a phoenix. The phoenix before her was quite different from those depicted in Chinese mythology, where the male and female phoenixes are characterized as follows. The male phoenix has the head of a serpent, the tail of a fish, the body of a tortoise, the wings of a chicken, and so forth. However, the phoenix before her resembled a vibrant red chicken with long tail feathers adorned in shades of red and gold. "Professor, just fill these bottles," Chowing said, maintaining her composure despite Dumbledore's incredulous gaze as she handed over several large-capacity vials. "Please, I must seize this rare opportunity to acquire such precious materials. You truly, this is tears, not some other substance." Dumbledore's expression was a complex mixture of emotions as it shifted between Chao Ying and his phoenix. "Chirp, chirp." Fox tilted his head in confusion, observing his master and the lively girl before him, who was holding the vials. "My apologies, Fox. I promised to order you some new honey-flavored candies from the Duke." Ultimately, Dumbledore took a vial, casting a conciliatory smile at Fox. "Dear Fox, I require just a few drops of your tears. Oh, and by the way, Albus, I also need some of its saliva. I believe it could be beneficial as well." This cold and unfeeling woman had yet another request. "And some of its feathers, too. You know, for the benefit of the werewolf community. Let us not forget our bond," Chowing boldly stated, her face unblushing at the thought of phoenix feathers as valuable materials. In the end, an agreement was reluctantly reached at the expense of Fox's well-being. Observing Fox's inability to produce tears, Dumbledore decided it would be kinder to spare his phoenix and collect the needed materials in a couple of days, especially since Fox was nearing his time of rebirth. Chowing concurred with Dumbledore's reasoning, suggesting they could gather the materials after Fox's renewal, especially since his tail feathers were already somewhat sparse. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. I hereby declare my love for you both null and void. Dumbledore, and you, little one, With that, Chowing decided it was time to take her leave. After collecting her belongings, she slipped out of the office, leaving Dumbledore to face Foxire alone. According to the Book of Birds, the male phoenix has the head of a serpent, the tail of a fish, the body of a tortoise, the wings of a chicken, and so forth. Chapter 93, The Night of the Full Moon. In the Hufflepuff Common Room. The second-year Badgers were instructed to collect their elective course forms from the head of their year, Macmillan, before the holiday break. Macmillan, now in his 6th year, entered the common room with a stack of papers. The young Badgers eagerly approached to retrieve their course forms, discussing amongst themselves which classes to choose. Oh, and remember, you need to choose at least 2 courses, head girl Vivian reminded them. Olive, what are you planning to select? Lilith asked as she glanced at the 5 courses listed on the paper, grappling with her indecision. Divination, perhaps, and Muggle studies. Olive pondered before responding. Divination seems straightforward. As per the upperclassmen, you only need to make vague predictions of misfortune for the teacher to grant you an O. As for Muggle studies, I come from the Muggle world, so I doubt it will be too difficult. As for me, I think I will also choose divination. It piques my interest. Additionally, that care of magical creatures class seems intriguing as well. Oh, and I am somewhat interested in ancient runes, Chowing remarked, surveying the courses on the list, finding them all quite engaging. Furthermore, Sybil Trelawney, that eccentric divination teacher, prophesied Voldemort's downfall. However, I believe the current divination instructor is named Gwendolyn Trelawney, judging by the timeline. She should be Sybil's grandparent, considering her advanced age. Lilith observed the classes chosen by her 2 friends, ultimately deciding to select the same courses as Olive since she had never been particularly fond of small creatures. The 3 promptly filled out their forms and submitted them to Macmillan without further hesitation. In Greenhouse 3, Herbert Beasley addressed the students. Children, today we shall engage in a simple task, harvesting jumping mushroom. Each of you must retrieve a small bucket, but beware of those poisonous tentacles. They are teething. A Gryffindor student inquired, do we need to wear masks? Chowing turned to see a red-haired girl offering her a white mask. It was the older sister of a Gryffindor who had entered the same house as her younger brother. Oh, for me. Thank you, Chowing exclaimed, gratefully accepting the mask and putting it on. Just then, Augusta, having just collected her bucket, approached Chow Ying and the red-haired girl with an air of determination. You arrived just in time, Augusta. This is my new friend, Weasley, Chowing said playfully, tugging at the girl's hand to introduce her. Before long, the formerly fierce little lion had begun to play with Weasley. The 3 stood before the jumping mushroom, unsure of how to proceed. Children, first gently pat its cap to release the spores, and then you may harvest, Herbert Beasley advised, noticing the student's hesitance. It jumped. One brave little lion ventured to pat the mushroom, only for it to spring to life, startling everyone. Oh, my eyes. It was evident that the mushroom had also startled others. The 3 exchanged glances and then proceeded to gather the mushrooms, culminating in a lively herbology lesson filled with the students' various shrieks. In the room of requirement on the 8th floor, thoughts of unicorn tears, Spriggans, wolfsbane, borage, and fluffy fur drifted through Chao Ying's mind. Recalling the ineffective potion from her last attempt, she decisively abandoned her original materials and resolved to reconfigure the potion. The tears of the phoenix, capable of healing myriad toxins, along with the essence of wolfsbane, the root of the spray grass, a soothing agent, the powdered horn of a unicorn, and the blood of a werewolf. After meticulously placing the prepared ingredients into the cauldron, guided by an instinctive sense, who could say how many times the mixture was stirred? Perhaps it was 2.5 revolutions. With a flick of her wand, Chao Ying awaited the potion's reaction in tranquil anticipation. Soon enough, she observed the concoction gradually transforming into a vivid green hue, accompanied by wisps of emerald smoke. In that moment, Chao Ying understood that this potion had indeed been a success, and surely its efficacy would surpass that of her previous attempt. My stockpile, she mused, relieved that the little unicorn had gifted her with a shed horn. Once the liquid had cooled, Chao Ying carefully bottled it, mindful that it was crafted from an array of rare materials. One cauldron yielded 3 vials, which she scrutinized with great diligence. The potion appeared pristine and untainted, yet she pondered its true effects. Having tidied her workspace, Chao Ying stepped out of the room of requirement. Ying, is that you? Just as she reached the dormitory entrance, she heard her name being called. No, who could that be? While the academy is home to ghosts, they typically do not call upon little witches in the dead of night. Influenced by the films of Uncle Ying, she hesitated to turn around. Adarius, observing the girl ahead who had not halted, began to question whether he had mistaken her identity. However, he had been waiting there all afternoon. Having not seen Chao Ying return, after a moment's contemplation, he decided to call out once more. After all, tonight was the night of the full moon, and he dared not return to the dormitory without her. Ying, is that you? It's Adarius. Chao Ying, poised to rush into the common room, stopped in her tracks upon hearing the call from behind. Oh, it seems it is not a ghost after all. Adarius, seeing her pause, approached with a look of relief, confirming he had not erred in his recognition. Ing, I have been waiting for you for so long. You didn't return, and I have been at your common room door. Tonight is the full moon. We must hurry to the forbidden forest, lest we encounter unforeseen dangers. Noticing the look of distress on Adarius's face, Chowing suddenly recalled the significance of the night. What are we waiting for? Let us go. With the moon obscured by clouds, she grasped his hand and hurried towards the forbidden forest. After deftly evading the patrolling professors, they soon arrived at the forest's edge. Quickly, it's freshly brewed. Drink it now. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Chowing swiftly presented the potion she had just concocted to Adarius. The clouds in the sky shifted slowly, and the moon was on the verge of revealing itself completely, casting an increasing amount of moonlight upon the ground. Adarius, battling the excruciating pain coursing through him, accepted the potion from Chow Ing and consumed it in one swift motion, collapsing onto the forest floor. How does it feel? Chowing inquired, pulling out a small notebook to document his reactions post-ingestion. It feels as though a fire is raging within me, yet there is also a soothing sensation, an indescribable dichotomy of ice and flame. Adarius struggled to articulate, feeling as if he were caught in a tempest of conflicting sensations. It hurts. Oh, whoa. As the moon fully emerged, its silvery light illuminated Adarius, and he swiftly transformed into his werewolf form. To be cautious, Chowing drew her wand and cast a binding spell upon the newly formed werewolf, a modified version of the water prison charm that Dumbledore had taught her, using the earth beneath their feet to create a confining cage. Hey, Adarius, how do you fare? Through the earthen prison, Chowing continued to record his current state. Oh, whoa. I possess a faint awareness, Ing. I feel I can exert some control over myself, Adarius replied, grappling with the primal instincts surging within him. Deep, resonant howls escaped his throat, but after a struggle, he managed to articulate his thoughts. It seems the tears of the phoenix and the unicorn's horn are indeed effective. Yet it appears the wolfsbane within me remains only partially purified, merely held at bay. Should we not attempt a counteractive measure? Chowing recalled a traditional Chinese method of using poison to counteract poison. But what poison shall we use? Perhaps the venom of the venomous tentacula? Oh, how could I forget? There is a basilisk in the Slytherin chamber. Its venom is purported to be the deadliest in the world. Yet, she was uncertain if that would be effective, considering even the tears of the phoenix had limited efficacy against such toxins. Chowing found herself perplexed as to why the tears of the phoenix could purify snake venom, but not wolfsbane. Could it be a matter of genetic mutation? Reflecting on the vampiric and lycanthropic films she had watched previously, she mused that such a possibility could not be entirely dismissed. Adarius, exhausted, lay within the earthen prison, his chest barely rising and falling, a subtle indication that he was still alive. Chapter 94, The Slytherin Chamber. After experiencing yet another full moon night with Adarius, Chowing realized that acquiring the basilisk's venom was now of utmost urgency. However, the language of snakes posed a challenge, for the Slytherin chamber could only be accessed by one who spoke Parseltongue, and the only known speaker at present was Tom. Chowing was reluctant to allow Tom to discover the basilisk's presence prematurely. She did not wish to be responsible for its emergence to threaten her fellow students. Yet, who else could converse in snake language? It was rumored that Dumbledore understood the language of merfolk. Perhaps he would also know Parseltongue. After some consideration, she concluded it best to keep Dumbledore unaware of the chamber's existence, for she could not adequately explain how she had come to know of it, nor of the basilisk within. Perhaps I should learn it myself? She pondered, uncertain of the difficulty of mastering such a language. Chowing scratched her head, contemplating the need for greater intellect. Hiss, 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 brother, you smell delightful. She practiced in Parseltongue, unconsciously finding herself at the entrance to the third-floor lavatory. How did I end up here? Realizing she had arrived at the location of the chamber, Chowing decided to investigate the serpent-shaped tap, so that she might enter directly next time without the need to search. Upon entering the lavatory, she circled the taps multiple times before finally noticing one with a serpent motif at its base. If you were any more concealed, there would be no chamber at all, she thought, exasperated. With eager anticipation, she directed her hissing at the tap for what felt like an eternity, yet reality soon prevailed. The chamber door showed no sign of opening. You truly are a peculiar faucet, even teasing me. After attempting various tones and hisses, Chowing reluctantly accepted the truth. She could not open the chamber. Having arrived with high hopes, she now departed in disappointment. Resolving not to unduly pressure herself, she concluded that seeking Tom's assistance was necessary, albeit not to accompany him to find the basilisk, but rather to learn Parseltongue from him. If the basilisk sought to harm others, she would confront it herself. At worst, She could place another magical creature within the chamber for future plot developments. Xiaoying felt no qualms regarding the severity of her intentions and promptly decided to seek Tom's help in learning Parseltongue. Slytherin's chamber hiss, 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 hello. Who are you? Salazar said, I am the most adorable. Do you like me too? Awakened from slumber, Augustus heard someone calling for it, hissing in response. It received no answer and, feeling hunger, coiled back into a deep sleep. Tom, could you teach me a few phrases in Parseltongue? Please, I beg you, Xiaoying implored, clasping her hands together in supplication upon finding him. Tom, intrigued by her request to learn the snake language, couldn't help but inquire about her motivation. What do you wish to learn Parseltongue for? Gazing into Tom's eyes, Xiaoying remained uncertain whether to divulge her thoughts, her hesitant demeanor merely indicating a mild curiosity. Observing her reluctance, Tom, ever considerate, readily offered to teach her. Yay, Tom, thank you. I wish to learn some simple phrases. Let us start with hello. With Tom's consent, Xiaoying eagerly urged him to begin her lessons. Tom, noticing the hustle and bustle outside the lounge, led Xiaoying to an empty classroom. Hiss, 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 hello. She attempted. Hiss, 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 brother, you smell delightful. Listening to Xiaoying's serpentine attempts at communication, Tom gently interrupted her. That's not how it's said. You, oh dear. Xiaoying paused, puzzled, as she observed Tom's face turning a shade of crimson, struggling to grasp the reason behind his embarrassment. It's hiss, placing your tongue against the roof of your mouth to pronounce it correctly. You're not doing it right. Tom opened his mouth and pointed to his palate, demonstrating the proper articulation. Got it. With a resolute gleam in her eyes, Xiaoying's confidence was met with Tom's skepticism regarding her understanding. Hiss, 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 have you eaten? She continued. Indeed. Thus, the entire afternoon was spent as Tom diligently corrected Xiaoying's pronunciation, and just before curfew, she managed to learn a few phrases. Thank you, Tom. I never anticipated it would get so late. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Only after receiving Tom's approval did Xiaoying realize that night had fallen. Tom, somewhat bewildered by her invitation, wondered why she wished to take him out for dinner, considering the dining hall did not serve evening meals at such a late hour. Accompanied by a perplexed Tom, the two arrived before a portrait of a pair adjacent to the Hufflepuff common room. This is our secret base, Tom. Remember to keep it confidential, she teased playfully before scratching the pair, which revealed a hidden door before them. Coco, I'll have a small portion of blueberry cake and a cup of black tea. What would you like, Tom? Entering the kitchen, Xiaoying expertly issued her requests to the familiar house elf. A sandwich, please, Tom instinctively replied. Oh no. Upon hearing that key phrase, Xiaoying dramatically collapsed onto the table, leaving Tom confused, unsure of her sudden distress. Soon, the house elf's actions clarified Xiaoying's predicament. Oh, the little wizard thanked Coco. How delightful, Coco exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, as she began drumming a pot on her head, joined by several other house elves in the kitchen who were also clanging various utensils. After Xiaoying intervened to halt the commotion, Coco swiftly brought forth their meal. Before long, having satiated their appetites, Xiaoying escorted Tom back to his dormitory, intending to visit the chamber once more to practice her newly acquired language. Chapter 95, Augustus, casting the disillusionment charm upon herself. Xiaoying returned to the location that had previously thwarted her efforts. This time, she was determined to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Listen to my revenge plan, she proclaimed. Hiss, 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 open. After uttering the serpentine command to the scaly faucet, a large hole gradually revealed itself in the mirror before her. Nice. Quietly celebrating her success, Xiaoying gave herself a thumbs up before casting an extension charm on her bag and leaping through the opening without hesitation. You still claim you are not a Gryffindor? Xiaoying felt as though she had plunged into an elongated tunnel, akin to a supersized slide. After navigating through the enveloping darkness, she finally landed on solid ground. Ugh, how repulsive. This can't be. Rising to her feet, she glanced at the viscous substance clinging to her, recalling the native creatures and various small animals that inhabited this place. With a lament, she hoped it was not as she feared. After casting a few cleaning charms, Xiaoying finally comprehended the nature of her surroundings. The enormous cavern was riddled with numerous holes of varying sizes, with unidentified objects adorning the walls and floor. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to enter through the largest opening, as it appeared the least hazardous to her attire. Not long after, she spotted a large silhouette within the darkness. As she crept closer, she realized it was not a basilisk. Rather, it was a massive snake shed. What a fortune, she mused, akin to a mouse tumbling into a grain bin, as she began to fantasize about how to utilize the immense snake's skin before her. After regaining her focus, Xiaoying retrieved a bag that she had prepared, imbued with the charm of infinite extension, and carefully stored the enormous snake shed within it. Having completed her task, she pressed onward without hesitation, Before long, she found herself in a grand hall adorned with a colossal statue. This is Salazar Slytherin. Observing the somewhat primitive likeness, she found herself questioning whether the sculptor harbored a grudge against Slytherin, or if the latter had failed to pay in full, resulting in such a grotesque representation. Even if it's unattractive, it shouldn't resemble a monkey. Hogwarts lacked portraits of the four founders, so Chowing was unsure of Slytherin's true appearance. Though she retained a certain idolization, recalling her purpose for being there, she began to hiss at the statue. Hiss, 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 open, my esteemed Slytherin. Of course, after an entire afternoon of study, Chowing had learned how to articulate these words through careful dissection of the language, leaving poor Tom oblivious. Genuinely believing she wouldn't be able to master these phrases in just one afternoon. The slumbering Augustus, upon hearing the familiar voice for the first time in millennia, stirred with excitement. His golden eyes slowly opened as he glided toward the source of the sound. With a resounding rumble, the stone door swung open, revealing a massive serpent's head emerging from the statue's mouth. Oh no, I forgot. Staring directly into a basilisk's eyes can be fatal. It dawned on Chowing, now locked in a gaze with the creature, that the basilisk's eyes were lethal. I'm doomed. I might meet an untimely demise. Alas, I haven't even returned home to see my country during this time. I yearn to see my beloved, and she Furong. I cannot breach my promise. Standing frozen, tears welled in her heart as she lamented all the unfinished endeavors in her life. How careless I have been. It was my own folly. Augustus, observing the young witch who had summoned him, noticed her stunned silence and was perplexed by her lack of speech. As he descended from the towering statue, Augustus gently encircled the little witch with his body. Hiss, 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 greetings, little witch. Just as Chowing braced herself for the worst, she suddenly heard a voice beside her. Moving her stiff neck, she realized she was still alive. Hiss, 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 mighty serpent. Although bewildered, Chowing instinctively responded. Hiss, 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 I adore your aura. It is so soothing. Despite having learned only a few phrases, Chowing was at a loss, unable to comprehend the basilisk's words. Hiss, 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 brother, you smell delightful. With an air of confidence, Chowing replied, albeit somewhat nonsensically. Hiss, 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 likewise, little witch. Augustus gently nudged her with his head. Seeing that the basilisk bore no ill intentions, Chowing pondered for a moment before retrieving several vials. Yes, the same large-bellied bottles that even Fox would weep over. Holding one up and gesturing toward her teeth, she offered it to the basilisk. Augustus gazed curiously at the diminutive wizard before him. Did she desire my venom? Yet, Salazar had warned against biting, for my poison would claim their lives. Observing the hesitant serpent, Chowing raised her hand slightly. Very well, a mere drop should suffice. Augustus, unwilling to deny the little wizard, silently persuaded himself. Thus, he delicately rested his fangs upon the vial, swiftly filling it with venom. Bit by bit, drop by drop. One vial after another. As Chowing beheld the several filled vials in her possession, she carefully stowed them away, gently caressing the great serpent's massive head in gratitude. It must be said that the serpent felt rather pleasant to the touch, cool and soothing. Meanwhile, Augustus relished the gentle strokes upon his head, contentedly flicking his tongue. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Thank you, great serpent, I must take my leave. Feeling the weight of drowsiness encroaching, Chowing ceased her caresses and prepared to bid farewell in the tongue of snakes. Hiss, 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 will you return? Though Chowing did not comprehend the exact words spoken, she sensed the essence of the inquiry and believed it was a request for her to visit again. Hiss indeed. Upon receiving the girl's affirmation, Augustus joyfully flicked his tail, sending clouds of dust swirling about. Finally, he nudged the girl gently with his head before returning through the statue to his slumbering abode. Yet this time, his hibernation was for the anticipation of future encounters. Upon retracing her steps, Chowing utilized the serpentine language to restore the bathroom mirror and cast a disillusionment charm upon herself before preparing to retire to her dormitory. However, once she lay gently upon her bed, slumber eluded her. She could not fathom why she had not been harmed, despite having made eye contact with the serpent. Nor could she reconcile its apparent fondness for her, which starkly contradicted the narratives of it being a deadly foe. Despite the notion that only Parseltongue could command the creature, it had shown her such tenderness, even bestowing upon her several vials of venom. In the darkness, a pair of violet eyes shimmered faintly. Feeling as though her mind might overheat, Chowing decided to simply let it be. After all, it bore her no ill will, did it? With this realization, she soon drifted into a deep, dreamless sleep. In the forbidden forest, a plump wild boar meandered through the underbrush, leisurely grazing on the herbs below. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted, ensnaring the unsuspecting creature. All right, it's getting late. I must feed the little ones, the wild boar thought, its eyes reflecting the silhouette of a shadowy figure, causing it to squeal in terror. As moonlight illuminated the ground, the mysterious figure revealed his true form. What is all the fuss about, on such a late hour? Chowing cast another binding spell over the creature's mouth and tucked it into her pocket. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Open up. Upon seeing the gaping void, Chowing swiftly leaped inside. With practiced ease, she cast several cleansing charms upon herself before heading towards the serpent's location. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I have arrived. It's time to eat. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I am here. As the serpent emerged from the statue's mouth, Chowing began to extract the captured prey from her pocket, one by one. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Are you injured? The moment Augustus peeked his head from the statue, he caught a whiff of blood, distinct from that of the captured creatures, sweet and fragrant, akin to the essence of the little wizard herself. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It's time to eat. Chowing, not fully understanding his words, piled the living prey before him, urging him to feast. Hiss, hiss, hiss. You still don't understand. Augustus had long recognized that the little wizard could speak but not comprehend, and with a sigh, he swam to her side and licked her bleeding arm. Only then did Chowing realize she was indeed injured. A branch must have scraped her. However, Augustus, tasting her blood, writhed in agony upon the ground. The name Augustus signifies majesty, reverence, and respect, befitting a boy who seeks excellence and venerates ritual and order. In the chamber, the serpent, having tasted Chao Ying's blood, rolled in anguish upon the ground, seemingly suffering immensely. Serpent, are you all right? Witnessing the massive creature in torment, Chowing felt a surge of fear and concern. After all, it had merely licked her blood. The colossal serpent thrashed about the hall, dislodging stones that clattered perilously close to Chowing. Moments later, the exhausted serpent ceased its writhing, lying still as though lifeless. It cannot be dead. Alarmed, Chowing rushed to assess its condition. Hiss, 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 hello. Gently stroking its head, she attempted to communicate in the serpentine tongue. After what felt like an eternity, she sensed a faint movement beneath her hand, her heart leaping with joy as she gazed at the serpent. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I am fine, little wizard. I feel remarkably well, better than ever before. Augustus could only perceive an unusual surge of magical energy within himself, as if he had grown stronger. Wow, I can understand your words now. To her astonishment, the hissing sounds of Augustus transformed into comprehensible English within Chao Ying's ears. Augustus, equally amazed, realized he could understand her too. Allow me to formally introduce myself, Great Serpent. I am Chao Ying, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Chowing understood that her blood had forged a connection between them, enabling their mutual comprehension. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I am Augustus. Ying. I am equally delighted to meet you. You are the first friend I have known beyond Salazar and the other 3 founders. Wow. I am truly honored. However, you should eat now. I need to return to rest. Although intrigued by Augustus's mention of the 4 founders, waves of fatigue washed over her mind. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Very well. I long to accompany you outside, but Salazar has tasked me with protecting Hogwarts. Augustus felt reluctant to part with Chao Ying, yet he could not defy his master's command. If you could alter your size, I could take you out. There are places in the school, including the Forbidden Forest, that fall within your protective purview, do you not think? Reminded of the mythical creatures from her homeland that could change size, Chowing wondered if such magic existed here. Upon hearing her words, Augustus grew excited. He had been confined to this place for millennia, and indeed could manipulate his form. This realization had dawned upon him when Chowing had first spoken. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Let me try. As Augustus prepared to transform, Chowing watched with eager anticipation, hoping for success so that she would no longer need to venture into the Forbidden Forest daily to hunt for him. Sure enough, his instincts proved accurate. Slowly, he shrank to a length of over a meter. Make yourself smaller, Augustus. You could curl around my wrist. This would be more convenient, she suggested, observing the lengthy serpent. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All right. In no time, Augustus transformed into a slender serpent, akin to a silver chopstick. Chowing crouched down, cradling him in her hands. How adorable you are, Augustus, she exclaimed, gently stroking the red feather upon his head. So small and utterly delightful. Upon hearing Chao Ying's praise, Augustus's emerald scales gleamed even more vibrantly. Oh, by the way, Augustus, why don't you feast on these first? Once you've finished, I shall take you outside to observe the creatures you've captured lying on the ground, suggested Chao Ying with a mindset of not wasting. Augustus nodded and leapt down from Chao Ying's hand, transforming back into his original colossal form. Chao Ying deftly wielded her magical power to lift the restraints on each prey, allowing Augustus to relish their vitality, devouring them one after another. After quickly finishing his meal, Augustus reverted to his smaller serpentine form, and Chao Ying gently patted his distended belly, casting several cleansing charms that encircled her wrist. Let us go. Oh, and Augustus, the young wizards outside must not gaze into your eyes. Remember to control your gaze upon returning to the ground. Chao Ying instructed as she closed the door to the secret chamber, addressing the little serpent on her wrist. Do not worry, Ying. There is a protective membrane over my eyes. The young wizard shall not be harmed, Augustus replied, proudly raising his body. Splendid. For now, let us return to the dormitory to rest. I shall take you out again tomorrow. The duo, one person and one serpent, exchanged whispers as they quietly made their way back to the Hufflepuff common room. Good night, Augustus. Good night, Ying. Augustus coiled beside Chao Ying's pillow, pressing closely against her face. Before long, the dormitory was filled with the sound of 4 steady breaths. Chapter 97. He is a friend. Hurry, Augustus, awaken. Chao Ying gently tapped the little serpent's head with her finger, attempting to rouse the sleepy creature. Augustus, who had been resting on the pillow, was no longer coiled as before. Upon awakening, Chao Ying discovered he was lying on his back, and she initially feared he had passed away. After checking for his breath, she sighed in relief. Hiss, hiss, good morning, Ying, Augustus said, climbing up Chao Ying's finger to her wrist, appearing like a vibrant green bracelet. After preparing her bag, Chao Ying, accompanied by Lilith and Olivia, headed to the Great Hall for a meal. Augustus, would you like to try human food? She whispered once seated at the long table. Hiss, is that permissible? Hearing Augustus's inquiry, Chao Ying hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to consult her companions first to avoid startling them. Lilith, Olivia, may I allow my friend to join us at the table? She asked, clasping her hands together and widening her eyes to implore her friends for agreement. Of course. Olivia, intrigued, glanced at Chao Ying, eager to see who her friend was, having not noticed the little house elf before they left. Come out, Augustus, and remember that. Chao Ying reminded him, gently stroking the little serpent on her wrist to ensure he did not forget about the membrane over his eyes. Hiss, thank you, Ying. And to your friends as well. Lilith and Olivia watched in astonishment as the bracelet began to move, transforming into a small snake that slithered to the front of Chao Ying. How cool. When did you get this little snake? It's so beautiful. To Chao Ying's surprise, Lilith and Olivia displayed no fear. Rather, they boldly leaned in closer. Augustus is not something I purchased. I encountered him by chance. He is my friend. Chao Ying replied with a smile, thoughtfully placing a piece of steak on her plate and cutting it into small morsels to feed Augustus. How amazing. He is truly adorable. And his name is lovely. Olivia exclaimed, offering a chicken leg from her plate to Chao Ying, signaling her to feed the little snake. Before long, the commotion attracted more and more badgers, each joyfully feeding Augustus. Augustus, in turn, graciously approached anyone who beckoned, devouring the neatly cut offerings. As he indulged in the food provided by the young wizards, Augustus felt an immense joy. It turned out that Salazar's students were genuinely kind and unafraid of him. I shall protect these students in Hogwarts with all my might. The spirited little serpent noticed a young wizard waving and promptly finished his current morsel before slithering towards her. Meanwhile, at the Slytherin table, how cool. Those badgers have a little snake, exclaimed a first-year student as she spotted Augustus gliding across the long table. What about your manners? A girl sitting beside Andrew Everly at the Slytherin table suddenly interjected, causing Augustus to lower his head in response. A snake? Tom, seated beside Walburga and Abraxas, recalled Chao Ying's lessons in Parseltongue, pondering if the little snake could indeed belong to her. At the same time, another Slytherin student was fixated on the small serpent not far away. Although the atmosphere had quieted after Everly's reprimand, with only the sounds of cutlery clinking against plates, many curious Slytherin students were stealthily observing the Hufflepuff table, eager to glimpse the little snake. Unbeknownst to Chao Ying, the stir Augustus caused at the Slytherin table was significant. She was presently engrossed in listening to Lilith and Olivia discuss their plans for the summer vacation following their exams. My mother said if I can achieve 3 OS in this exam, she will take me to Egypt. But with my grades, that seems a bit far-fetched. Lilith initially spoke with excitement, only to suddenly remember her less-than-stellar performance, causing her enthusiasm to wane. Me too. My father promised that as long as I don't fail and achieve 2 OS, he would take me to America. Merlin knows how much I desire to go there. Olivia empathized, acknowledging that while avoiding failure was achievable, attaining those OS proved quite challenging. By the way, Ying, what are your plans for the summer vacation after the exams? The two kindred spirits suddenly turned to their scholarly friend, eagerly inquiring. Well, I might just stay home, though I might venture into the Muggle world. Honestly, I long to visit Huaxia, but I am too young, and without an adult accompanying me, the Ministry of Magic would not permit me to use a port key. Chao Ying pondered for a moment before answering uncertainly. Huaxia, so do I. I feel everything there is so magical. However, I've heard it's not safe right now. My father would certainly disallow me from going, Olivia exclaimed, sharing her enthusiasm for Huaxia in response to Chao Ying's words. The three exchanged glances and sighed in unison, united in their shared plight. Soon after breakfast, Chowing called for Augustus, preparing to bring him along to class, intending to take him out for a stroll afterward. In Transfiguration class. And thus, the tale reaches this point. To learn of the subsequent events, please await the next installment. Children, in this lesson, we shall master the art of transforming a rabbit into a pair of slippers. Now, please open your textbooks and find the relevant section, Professor Dumbledore said from the lectern, concluding a brief story and winking at the little wizards in the classroom, signaling the start of the lesson. What? Augustus still wants to hear the story. Augustus expressed his discontent as the teacher halted the narrative, raising his head and shaking it. Chowing chuckled at the sight of the little snake wrapped around her wrist, nodding along to the story, his ancient age contrasting with his youthful spirit. Transfiguration. Faced with Dumbledore's expectant gaze, Chowing lifted her wand and waved it at the rabbit resting on the table. Without a doubt, the rabbit transformed into a pair of blue cotton slippers resembling a cinema roll. Excellent transfiguration. Hufflepuff gains 5 points. Dumbledore exclaimed, picking up the slippers crafted by Chowing and raising them to indicate that the other young witches and wizards should look up. What an adorable design, Ing. Observing Dumbledore's demeanor, Chowing realized he had taken a liking to the slippers. With a resigned shrug, she signaled her consent for him to take them. Thus, Dumbledore carefully stowed away the delightful slippers, declaring them his favorite. He officially announced, I want a pair too. Naturally, Chowing was soon approached by 2 eager classmates seeking to collect their debts. Once you can conjure slippers, I'll transform a pair for each of you. Seeing the puppy-like expressions on Lilith and Olive's faces, Chowing surrendered with a raised hand. Yay! After achieving their goal, the 2 joyfully high-fived, as if the slippers were already within their grasp. With the metaphorical carrot dangling before them, Olive and Lilith hurriedly completed their transfiguration before class concluded. Okay. Noticing their urging gazes, Chowing used the transformation spell to revert their slippers back into rabbits before embarking on her own transfiguration. Chowing transformed various characters such as Hello Kitty, Melody, Pachaco, Kuromi, Cool Penguin, Pudding Dog, Twin Stars, and the previously mentioned Cinema Roll, allowing them to choose their favorites. I want the third one. Lilith immediately raised her hand. Then I want Kuromi. It perfectly matches my cool style. Olive quickly chimed in. Chowing nodded in understanding, lightly waving her wand to morph the 2 rabbits into their desired forms. I want one too. Upon witnessing the slippers that Chowing had conjured for the girls, the other badgers could no longer contain themselves, each clutching a rabbit and imploring her to transform it. To this, Dumbledore could only gesture in exasperation. These are teaching tools. Children. However, observing the warm atmosphere and having initiated it himself, Dumbledore relented. It's all right. Take them. Headmaster Albus will understand. The following day, Headmaster Albus pondered the additional expenses for the rabbits listed on the bill. After class, the young eagles gazed enviously at the badgers, each leaving with a variety of charming slippers, shedding tears of frustration. How infuriating. What am I pretending for? I want a pair too. With only a transfiguration class scheduled for the morning, Chowing decided to take Augustus out for a stroll afterward. Chapter 98, A Surprise from Slytherin. Outside the castle, on the grass, you may engage in activities during this class, but do not approach the Forbidden Forest. Tom, listening to the incessant chatter of the flying instructor, impatiently turned his gaze elsewhere, for flying lessons were his least favorite, despite his proficiency in it. All right, that concludes my requirements, Madame Hooch declared as she made her way toward the Quidditch pitch, no longer concerning herself with the first-year students. Once the professor departed, the Gryffindor students eagerly mounted their broomsticks, hovering low, while the Slytherins clustered in small groups, seemingly engrossed in conversation. Tom, I've heard that Hufflepuff girl, Ing Chao, is your sister. Is that true? Tom, leaning against a tree, lifted his head to glance at the few standing before him, nodding slightly without further comment. The leader of the group, Adalbert Shafik, was the same boy who had previously questioned Tom's position as the top student, having been knocked unconscious by Chowing's spell at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Seeing Tom nod, Adalbert's expression twisted once more. Recalling being flung away by Chowing, he had overheard their conversation upon waking and subsequently investigated this second-year girl. He was astonished to discover that the one defending Tom was an Eastern girl well connected with the pureblood families of the Blacks, Malfoys, and Princes. She is clearly of Eastern descent. You're lying. Adalbert Shafik shouted. Enough, Shafik. I can attest that Tom is Ying's brother. Nancy Parkinson, chatting with her friends, approached the group surrounding Tom. At that time, the Parkinson family was in its prime, and Adalbert wished to avoid any unpleasantness with the little princess, knowing his family could not compare. Moreover, she had an older brother in a higher year. Angering her would surely bring him trouble. Although Tom didn't require Nancy's intervention, he still nodded in gratitude. Though Tom was currently the first-year president, there remained Slytherins who challenged his authority due to his undisclosed lineage. At that moment, Tom had not revealed to others that he was a descendant of Slytherin and had not disclosed his ability to speak Parseltongue. After being frequently interrupted, Tom, feeling exasperated, walked to the edge of the Black Lake, lying on the grass to savor a moment of tranquility. Where do you wish to explore, Augustus? After lunch, Chowing inquired of Augustus, who was coiled around her shoulder. Upon hearing the prospect of an outing, Augustus excitedly straightened up, hissing, hiss, hiss, hiss. I want to go to the Black Lake. Salazar left a surprise for the students of Hogwarts there. Let us go on an adventure together. Augustus recalled hearing Salazar and Godric discuss leaving a surprise for future students in the Black Lake, urging Chowing to join him on the expedition. A surprise. The founder's gift must be extraordinary. With that thought, Chowing readily agreed to Augustus's suggestion, eagerly making her way outside the castle. However, as they neared the Black Lake, she suddenly remembered the presence of mermaids and grindylows within its waters. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Don't be afraid. Mermaids won't attack us without provocation. And grindylows are no match for me. Rest assured, I will protect you. Augustus gently nuzzled Chao Ying's face, speaking with fervor. I was merely contemplating whether attacking them would lead to expulsion. Observing Augustus's protective demeanor, Chowing smiled and nodded, refraining from dousing his enthusiasm while continually praising his bravery. Chapter 99, A Surprise from Slytherin, Part 2. Soon, accompanied by the buoyant Augustus, Chowing arrived at the Black Lake. After casting a bubblehead charm, she prepared to dive into the water in search of treasure. Stop. What are you doing? So focused on the quest for Salazar's hidden surprise. Chowing had not noticed the presence of others nearby. Just as she was about to leap into the lake, a sudden voice startled her. Tom, who had been lying on the grass, watched as Chowing walked past him without noticing, initially intending to remain silent. He called out as he saw her about to jump into the Black Lake. Chowing, is that you? You startled me. After dispelling the charm, Chowing shot an annoyed look at Tom, who had frightened her. Why are you about to jump into the lake? Tom inquired, stepping closer to her. He couldn't possibly think she intended to commit suicide. Seeing the seriousness in Tom's eyes, Chowing felt a mix of amusement and exasperation as she hurried to explain. I'm going to search for Salazar's treasure in the lake. Salazar's treasure? Noticing the curiosity in Tom's eyes, Chowing hesitated, contemplating whether to invite him to join her in the depths below. After all, no one knows what surprises Slytherin has in store. Chowing would never test the human heart. Given the current circumstances, it is impossible to leave him behind. Let us proceed together, Tom. Upon seeing his nod of agreement, Chowing cast a bubblehead charm on herself and him, leaping into the Black Lake. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I can sense Salazar's bloodline within him. Indeed, he is of the Gaunt family, with a trace of Slytherin's lineage. Although submerged, the bubblehead charm allowed Chowing to converse effortlessly underwater. By the way, he can swim, right? Realizing this, she turned to look for Tom. Just after plunging into the water, Tom spotted Chowing swimming toward him, awkwardly flailing his arms and legs. PFF. Sorry, Tom, pull me along. In the water, Chowing moved with grace, swimming towards Tom and beckoning him to take her hand. How are we supposed to find it? Augustus? As they followed Augustus deeper into the lake, Chowing inquired. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I recall Godric mentioning it should be hidden in a challenging location. Challenging? What? Are we supposed to fight the natives at the lake's bottom? Chowing was somewhat perplexed by Augustus's response. Meanwhile, Tom, holding Chao Ying's hand, gazed in astonishment at the girl who communicated effortlessly with the serpent, for she was not speaking Parseltongue. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Let us first check with the giant squid. Follow me. After Augustus spoke, he quickened his pace, leading them in search of the colossal cephalopod. Soon enough, the trio discovered the resting giant squid. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Great octopus, has Salazar left anything with you? The giant squid stirred its tentacles, causing the lake bed to become murky as it sensed their presence. Augustus, look over there. In the cave beside the giant squid. Once the water cleared, Chowing spotted a small silver box nestled within a cavern adjacent to the squid. At that moment, the giant squid also noticed the two young wizards and instinctively extended its tentacles, preparing to usher them to the surface. Seeing the approaching appendages, Chowing maneuvered towards the cave with Tom, evading the tentacles. She understood that this giant squid was benevolent and posed no threat to them. After all, it was the very creature that had propelled the first-year students' boats. Thus, she wished to avoid harming it and merely dodged its tentacles. Tom, stay hidden here while I retrieve the box. After guiding Tom into a crevice, Chowing swiftly swam back to claim the box. Hiss, 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 I've got it. Quickly, let us go. Just as she was about to swim toward the giant squid, Chowing heard Augustus's voice and turned to him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Before her, the slender serpent had transformed into a creature the size of a barrel, dragging the box toward her. Impressive. Marvelous, my dear. Once Augustus reached her side, Chowing accepted the box, shrinking it back to its original size, coiling it around her hand, and then turned to return to Tom. Fortunately, on their way back, they encountered neither the rogue Grindelwald nor any mysterious merfolk. Upon returning to the grassy shore, Chowing cast a drying charm on both herself and Tom, drying their robes. Sit, Tom. Let us unveil what treasure Slytherin has hidden. Sitting by the lake, Chowing placed the box between them, brimming with excitement. Tom nodded, curiously scrutinizing the silver box. Chapter 100, a letter. Now the question arises, how do we open it? The two of them and the serpent stared at the box before them, momentarily at a loss. Chowing attempted an unlocking spell, but it proved futile. Perhaps we should try Parseltongue? After all, it was left by Slytherin, Chowing timidly suggested, raising her hand. Hearing her words, both Tom and Augustus nodded in agreement. Hiss, 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 open. As Tom's voice faded, a crisp unlocking sound echoed, clearly indicating that this was the true method to unseal Slytherin's treasure. Hiss, 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 ing quickly. Let us see what's inside. Augustus excitedly climbed onto Chao Ying's shoulder, nuzzling her cheek. Observing Tom's equally exhilarated expression, Chowing reached out to open the mysterious box. What? Just a piece of paper. What appeared before them was merely a pitiable sheet of paper, devoid of any treasure as they had envisioned. Chowing pulled out the paper. Focusing intently, it was a letter without an envelope. Greetings, stranger. You have passed the tests of courage and strength set by me and Godric. And your ability to read this letter indicates that you are a Parselmouth and possess my Slytherin bloodline. Hence, go forth to seek the treasure I have hidden within the castle. It shall not disappoint you. My hint is that it reveals the deepest desires of people's hearts. Follow your instincts to experience it. Salazar Slytherin. Chowing read the letter aloud, incredulous as she repeatedly scrutinized the paper, attempting to uncover any additional information. Clearly, there was none. No way is this it. Slytherin, how dare you play tricks? Upon reading the hint, Chowing immediately recognized what Slytherin's treasure was. Was it not the mirror of Ariste she had seen previously with Dumbledore? Tom, taking the letter from Chowing, examined its contents closely and held it up to the sunlight, finding nothing unusual. Evidently, it was just an ordinary letter. So, shall we venture to the castle in search of Slytherin's treasure? Ing? After dejectedly placing the letter back in the box, Tom inquired, looking at the reclined Chowing. No. You go ahead, Tom. I shall give you a hint. Seek answers from Professor Dumbledore. Feeling somewhat disheartened by the fruitless endeavor, Chowing languidly lay on the grass. The main issue was her elevated expectations, given the extravagant box and the giant squid guarding it. To find nothing but something she already knew was utterly disappointing. Boring. So very boring. In response, Tom shrugged, deciding to pursue the treasure himself, as he found it quite intriguing. Before either could say anything further, Tom heard the whistle of the flying instructor calling for assembly. After bidding farewell to Chowing, he hastened toward the gathering point. Let us go, Augustus. After swimming for a while, I feel a bit hungry. Let us head to the Great Hall for a meal. Scooping up Augustus, who was nearly blending into the grass, Chowing thought it best to seek some food to soothe her wounded spirit. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All right, let us take this box with us, Ing. Oh yes, the box. Reminded by Augustus, Chowing closed the box and stowed it in her bag as they made their way to the castle. Tap, tap, tap. Come in. Professor Dumbledore. I apologize for the interruption. Hearing a voice from within, Tom pushed open the door and entered. As ever, Dumbledore was indulging in sweets, as evidenced by the hastily concealed but still visible plate. Ah, it's you, Tom. What brings you here? Is there something you need? Upon realizing they were not merely here for a casual visit, Dumbledore retrieved the hidden sweets and continued to enjoy them. Professor, I just returned from an underground adventure at Black Lake with Ing, where we discovered the treasure of Slytherin. Upon opening it, we found a clue regarding the treasure hidden within the castle, and Ing mentioned that you would have the answers, prompting my visit. Tom explained in one breath as he took a seat at Dumbledore's gesture. Slytherin's treasure? How could I possibly know? What? I am completely in the dark, Dumbledore responded, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. All right. The clue from Slytherin reveals that it can unveil the deepest desires of one's heart, Tom quickly added, recalling Slytherin's hint. Ah, now I comprehend. Dumbledore thought of the mirror in his chamber. It must be the object Tom referred to. Yet, he never anticipated that this would be the treasure left for young wizards by Slytherin. After all, who on earth would conceal treasure within the castle walls? So, Dumbledore, how did you come across it? Tom, I believing was correct. I know what it is. Follow me, Dumbledore replied, rising to his feet and approaching a tall, unknown object draped in black cloth. As he unveiled it, Tom gazed in astonishment at the object before him. A mirror? Tom glanced at Dumbledore, unsure if he was jesting. Stand before it, Tom, and concentrate, Dumbledore advised. Soon, Tom witnessed his reflection in the mirror suddenly transform. Chapter 101, June. Joyful moments are always fleeting, and soon, The young wizards found themselves facing their final examination week. Charms examination. Next, Ying Chao. Upon hearing her name, Xiaoying squeezed through the crowd with her wand in hand, stepping into the classroom to stand before several professors. Please enlarge the pumpkin on the desk using the expansion charm and carve it with the cutting charm. Doing your utmost to make it aesthetically pleasing, Professor Flitwick, seated at the center of the long table, instructed, extracting her examination content from the desk. Having mastered these fundamental spells long ago, Xiaoying confidently stowed her wand and cast a few incantations at the pumpkin before her. The professors seated at the long table were left in awe as, upon the completion of her incantation, the pumpkin levitated and gradually expanded, as if an invisible hand was sculpting it. The seeds were extracted, and soon, a pumpkin carriage adorned with exquisite Chinese motifs appeared before them. The green stem transformed into the carriage's yoke, embellished with colorful flowers, while intricate cloud patterns were carved into the hollowed pumpkin, and the wheels were fashioned from pumpkin seeds. Clap, clap, clap. The professors erupted into enthusiastic applause, generously awarding Chao Ying an O. After expressing her gratitude to the professors, Xiaoying exited the charms examination room. Contemplating the lack of activities following her exam, she intended to continue brewing potions on the 8th floor. Next day, transfiguration exam. This time, the task was to transform the beetle before them into a button, with the quality of the transformation determining their score. Dumbledore stated while distributing the beetle specimens to each young wizard seated in the classroom. To save time, as soon as Dumbledore had finished distributing the beetles, Xiaoying promptly transformed hers into a button. Professor, I am finished. Xiaoying raised her hand, signaling Dumbledore to come and assess her work. Exquisite, Ying. Dumbledore awarded her an O while admiring the button adorned with a phoenix design. Days passed, and as per usual, after swiftly completing her papers, Xiaoying raised her hand to submit her work. The invigilators, accustomed to her efficiency, accepted her paper and allowed her to leave without hesitation. The other young wizards had also grown accustomed to Chao Ying's remarkable abilities, no longer fazed by her impressive performance. Upon finishing her final subject, Xiaoying returned once more to the room of requirement. This should be perfect, she exclaimed, observing the rich blue smoke emanating from the cauldron. This potion was her refined version of the 10 iterations of the Wolf's Bane potion she had created for Adarius, designed to swiftly heal wounds without leaving scars. Proving to be more effective and cost-efficient than commercially available healing potions, accessible to the average wizard. Once the potion cooled, Xiaoying carefully bottled it, preparing to concoct the next potion. The previous potion was intended for Prince, while the current one was destined for sale in her own potion shop. Indeed, upon returning from the holiday, she would be a third-year student, free to venture to Hogsmeade, thus affording her the time to establish and manage her own potion shop. Phoenix tears, powdered unicorn horn, wolfsbane, roots of borage, a fully matured mandrake, bloodroot, and fluffy fur. After sequentially adding the ingredients, Xiaoying meticulously stirred the mixture 5.5 times, waving her wand to control her magic as it melded into the potion. Suddenly, a calming blue mist began to rise from the cauldron. Despite not being her first time crafting this potion, Xiaoying felt a wave of anxiety, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Once the potion cooled, she carefully stored it, placing several vials of the clear blue potion in a shadowy, light-blocking box. Previously, she had ruined a batch of potion by leaving it in sunlight, causing sedimentation that rendered it unusable. After tidying the cauldron and the tabletop, Xiaoying laid a sheet of parchment before her, preparing to write a letter to Prince and enclose the potion recipe. Dear Albrecht, I have developed a new potion that facilitates rapid wound healing without scarring, proving to be more effective and cost-efficient than the healing potions available on the market. I trust you understand who dominates the market within the magical community, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Enclosed is the recipe for the potion. Wishing you prosperity and success in your endeavors. Ying Chao. After thoroughly reviewing the recipe, Xiaoying sealed it in an envelope with wax and prepared to send it via owl post. Though the holiday was just days away, she had more pressing matters to attend to during the break, necessitating a swift resolution to this issue. Having packed her belongings, Xiaoying finally departed the room of requirement. Stepping into the dimly lit corridor, she reflected on the time-consuming nature of potion making, lamenting how quickly curfew approached. To avoid detection by patrolling faculty, Xiaoying prudently cast the disillusionment charm upon herself. Riddle. Oh no, I should address you as Chairman Riddle. Did you think that merely becoming a first-year chairman would grant you the audacity to defy me? A male voice resonated through the darkness. Xiaoying held her breath, listening intently. I do not comprehend your words. Do not understand? Allow me to enlighten you. A sudden ripping sound pierced the air, prompting Xiaoying to rush towards the source. Upon arriving at the scene, she was taken aback by the sight before her. A tall boy was tearing Tom's clothing, exposing a large expanse of his chest. Ah, A flash of white light erupted, sending the boy crashing against the wall. Tom, are you all right? Chowing rushed over, draping her long robe over Tom, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at him. Chapter 102. Her Fury. Tom, are you all right? Observing Tom's silence and lowered gaze, Chow Ying, filled with indignation, seized the wand of the boy who had just surrendered and approached him step by step. How dare you lay a hand on an 11-year-old child? Although her face remained composed, the tremor in her voice betrayed her rage. Repugnant pedophile, sexual harasser. He deserves to die? As Chow Ying's voice echoed, the tip of her wand began to gather a faint green light. No, stop, Ying. Tom, startled by the boy's audacity, looked up and saw the familiar color, shouting for Chow Ying to cease. The use of an unforgivable curse would land her in Azkaban. Such scum was not worth her sacrificing herself for. Meanwhile, the boy on the ground trembled in fear, pleading for Chow Ying to spare him. Tom, this scoundrel is not worth your sympathy. You will not be the first victim, and he is certainly not the first to commit such acts. With fury, Chow Ying kicked the boy who lay at her feet and addressed Tom. Thud, thud, thud. Before Tom could utter a word, they all heard footsteps approaching. Ying, Tom, and Mr. Flitwick, what are you doing here? Dumbledore, recognizing familiar faces, inquired with gravity. Having received a message from the portraits, Dumbledore hurried to find them. After all, the portraits had reported that the girl's wand emitted a green light, seemingly casting an unforgivable curse. Professor Dumbledore, I wish to report that this boy has been bullying younger students, committing sexual harassment, and coercing classmates. Seeing her old friend Dumbledore, Chow Ying, feeling aggrieved, dropped her wand and tugged at his sleeve. What? Mr. Flitwick, I believe you owe me an explanation. Upon hearing Chow Ying's words, Dumbledore instinctively assumed she was the victim and could not fathom that she, capable of dark magic, could be bullied by a student. Speak, Mr. Flitwick, Dumbledore demanded angrily, failing to notice the boy on the ground who was mouthing words without sound. At that moment, Chow Ying recalled that she had silenced him out of fear he would shout, and quickly lifted the spell. No, Professor, it is this girl. I wish to report her for attacking a classmate. The obstinate Flitwick retorted, shooting an angry glare at the defiant boy. Chow Ying thought he should have received a burst of green light. Tom, you speak. Dumbledore gently urged the silent boy standing beside him who had his head bowed. Professor. Before Tom could say anything, tears began to flow down his cheeks. It was then that Dumbledore noticed the name Chow Ying on the robe draped over him, realizing that he was the one being bullied. Meanwhile, Chow Ying gazed in astonishment at Tom, who had just advised her not to act impulsively, now reduced to tears without uttering a word, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Though slightly shocked, Dumbledore was still filled with fury and led the three of them to the headmaster's office. Albus gazed at the four individuals before him, feeling a headache coming on. On one side were a teacher and an exemplary student from his school, and on the other, a member of a pure-blood family. How was he to handle this? Mr. Flitwick, you may begin your defense. Oh, I apologize. Your explanation. Albus addressed the boy standing alone to the side, observing the impasse. Hearing the headmaster ask him to speak, Flitwick smirked at Tom and the girl who had attacked him, cleared his throat, and began, Well, headmaster, I was merely passing by when I discovered these two engaged in such activities. As their senior, I felt it was my duty to intervene. Considering they are only 11 years old, I did not expect this girl to seize my wand and attack me. Just moments ago, she even attempted to kill me. As everyone listened to his flawed narrative, black lines appeared on their foreheads. Not to mention, you, a fourth year, could not even contend with a second year. How dare you speak? Flitwick, blissfully unaware of the absurdity of his claims, scanned Tom with a condescending gaze, reveling in his perceived superiority as a pureblood. Believing the headmaster would not dare act against him, he thought that once this incident passed, Tom would not be so fortunate to receive help. Seeing the increasingly loathsome boy, Chow Ying stepped protectively in front of Tom, brandishing her wand. Flitwick, upon noticing the wand in her hand, cowered behind Dumbledore. Coward. Observing Flitwick's cowardice, Chow Ying nodded at Headmaster Albus, signaling that she had something to say. Let the truth speak for itself. With that, she removed the crystal hairpin from her hair and pressed it. Riddle. Oh no, I should address you as Chairman Riddle. Did you think that just because you became a first-year chairman, you could defy me? I do not understand what you are saying. Not understand? Then allow me to enlighten you. After a sound of fabric tearing, Chow Ying halted the playback. What? What is this? What are you doing? Flitwick exclaimed, his expression contorted as he listened to his own voice emanating from the hairpin. The other three in the office looked on with curiosity at the speaking hairpin. You truly are pitiable, Flitwick. I advise you to read more. This is merely a trinket I crafted casually. You should feel honored to be its first user. Chow Ying tossed the hairpin, mocking Flitwick. Hearing the familiar admonition to study, a flicker of amusement crossed Tom's eyes, but his expression of pity remained unchanged. Clearly, The truth lay before them. Thus, Mr. Flitwick, you have been deducted 150 points for Slytherin and have received a suspension, Albus declared, ignoring the now frantic Flitwick and turning his attention to Chow Ing and Tom. As for you two, each of you will lose 50 points for your nighttime escapade. However, Ing, since you risked danger to assist a fellow student, Hufflepuff gains 100 points. Upon hearing she had gained 50 points instead, Chow Ing exchanged a knowing glance with Dumbledore. Smiling gleefully at Flitwick and Tom, regarding your situation, I will represent the school in seeking justice for you at the Flitwick residence. Listening to the headmaster's words, Tom nodded in agreement without objection. After addressing the incident, Headmaster Albus instructed them to return to their dormitories to rest, assuring them he would announce the resolution of the matter at breakfast the following day. After seeing the two little snakes off, Dumbledore curiously inquired of Chow Ing about the talking hairpin. The principle of recording involves converting sound signals into electrical signals, which are then stored on a medium for long-term preservation and playback. Handing the hairpin to Dumbledore, Chow Ing patiently explained why it could speak. Also, it will lose energy after 2 uses, and we need to channel our magic into it to recharge it, allowing for repeated use. Dumbledore marveled at the wondrous hairpin in his hand, exclaiming how remarkable it was that Chow Ing was capable of everything. There are similar items in the Muggle world. I merely stand on the shoulders of giants, making slight adjustments. In response to Dumbledore's praise, Chow Ing bashfully scratched her head, offering an explanation. Oh, by the way, Albus, I plan to open a general store in Hogsmeade, selling these little trinkets and potions. Could you assist me in finding a suitable storefront? As thoughts of her impending shop venture occupied her mind, Chow Ing gazed imploringly at Dumbledore, beseeching his assistance. Of course, my brother operates a tavern nearby. I shall enlist his help in keeping an eye on things for you. Now, you should take a moment to rest. And by the way, splendid work today. With a playful wink from Dumbledore, Chow Ing blew him a kiss before retreating to her dormitory to rest. Chapter 103. The Folly Family. Upon returning to her quarters, Chow Ing cast a silencing charm upon her bed and swiftly took out a sheet of stationery, her quill dancing across the page. Once her missive was complete, she enclosed it in an envelope, sealing it with wax. Darling, please deliver this letter to the Ollery and send it to Prince, she instructed her small, feline companion, gently stroking its fur. After handing over the 2 letters, she opened the window, allowing the cat to leap outside. The Siamese cat grasped the envelope in its mouth, nodding before agilely jumping out of the window. In the darkness of night, sparse stars twinkled faintly, their light obscured by drifting clouds. Moments later, the little feline returned, jumping back into the room and snuggling against Chow Ing, purring contentedly. Thank you, darling. I shall reward you with some fish treats tomorrow, she said, fondly stroking the cat as she closed her eyes, awaiting the dawn. In the headmaster's office, there was hope that the head of the Folly family would provide Hogwarts with an explanation. A large silver bird emerged from the wall, vanishing into the night. In the Slytherin common room, a boy addressed his father. You must teach that junior named Chow Ing a lesson. As for Tom Riddle, no need to bother with him. I'm not finished playing yet. The green water patterns cast a sinister reflection on the boy's face, and the glowing mirror revealed a similarly treacherous visage. I will be attending school tomorrow. I've already spoken with the board members. You may remain there to continue your studies. The following morning in the Hogwarts Great Hall, a flurry of letters and packages rained down as owls swooped in from above, prompting the young wizards seated at the long tables to reach out eagerly for their belongings. Wow! The Prince family's potions, crafted by a 12-year-old girl, have taken the magical world by storm, exclaimed one young wizard, astonished by the headline that dominated the front page of the Daily Prophet. Curious classmates gathered around to marvel at the freshly printed newspaper. Merlin, Ing, you've never mentioned you were this remarkable, exclaimed Lilith, sitting beside Chow Ing, who held her own copy of the paper, surrounded by a throng of badgers. Indeed, I can't believe you've been secretly involved in such significant matters, chattered the badgers excitedly, unable to resist the allure of such a marvelous beauty potion. A master potion maker in our midst. We knew you were talented, but not to this extent. Even the typically studious eagles at other tables whispered among themselves, casting admiring glances at the girl from Badger House. In response to her peers' accolades, Chow Ing smiled modestly, indicating that it was no great feat, and lowered her head to continue her breakfast. This is merely the first step of my plan. Ding ding ding. Dumbledore raised a golden goblet and tapped it with a spoon, signaling the students to cease their chatter and listen. There is something I believe you have the right to know regarding an exceedingly grave incident that occurred last night at the school. Fortunately, some individuals acted promptly to intervene. Therefore, the following decisions will be made concerning these students. First, for Madama Folly's bullying of a fellow student and nocturnal escapades, Slytherin shall incur a deduction of 150 points, and he will face 3 months of confinement. Second, for Tom Marvolo Riddle's nighttime wandering, Slytherin will lose 50 points, Yet, in consideration of Mr. Riddle's status, Slytherin will gain 50 points. Third, for Chowing's late-night excursions, Hufflepuff will lose 50 points. However, due to her timely intervention against bullying, Hufflepuff will award her 100 points for her bravery and sense of justice. Upon hearing Dumbledore's resolution regarding Folly, Chowing furiously bent her fork. Is this it? Weren't they supposed to be expelled? Meanwhile, Folly, seated at the Slytherin table, caught sight of her reaction and smiled provocatively. Chowing understood that this was a result of his family's influence. Truly, the privileges of pure blood. As breakfast drew to a close, students began to rise and depart to their dormitories to gather their belongings. Please wait a moment. Dumbledore called out just as she stood to join her roommates. Noticing Folly and Tom beside the headmaster, Chowing nodded to Lilith and made her way toward them. Dumbledore silently led the three young wizards to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. Upon entering, they found a man with golden hair lounging on the sofa. "Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, you have finally arrived," Dacian Folly exclaimed, rising with a smile as he greeted the newcomers. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement and guided the children inside. Tom. This is Mr. Folly. He has come to apologize to Tom on behalf of his son." Dumbledore motioned for the house elf to bring forth refreshments, and once they were seated, he addressed Chowing and Tom. Exchanging glances, Chowing and Tom regarded the Folly father and son across from them, offering a silent nod but remaining silent. Dacian, upon hearing Dumbledore's introduction, turned his gaze to the girl before him, recognizing her as the prodigious potion maker who had recently captured the spotlight. "Oh, dear Miss Chowing. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Truly, seeing you in person is far more impressive than merely hearing of your talents. You are indeed a genius capable of innovating potions." It seemed as though their meeting in the office was not solely to address his son's misdeeds, as Dacian enthusiastically praised her. How disingenuous. Chowing, eyeing the large gem-adorned hand extended toward her, stood and returned the handshake with a polite smile. "Oh, and this gentleman beside you must be Tom. I sincerely apologize for Matima's actions. This is a token of recompense for you," Dacian remarked dismissively, offering Tom a small pouch. Observing Tom's silent demeanor, Chowing took the apology gift and placed it into his hands. "Tom, this is rightfully yours. And Mr. Folly, your son's education is indeed a matter of concern." Dacian offered no retort to Chowing's pointed sarcasm, maintaining his perfect smile. "Well then, farewell, Miss Chowing, and Mr. Tom Riddle." With a pat on his son's shoulder, Dacian nodded at Dumbledore before departing through the fireplace in the headmaster's office. Despite her dissatisfaction with the Folly patriarch's condescending demeanor, Chowing managed to smile as she nodded at the headmaster and left with Tom. Standing at the staircase of their dormitory, Chowing looked up at Tom, noting how he had grown. He was now taller than she was. "Tom, why were you with him on the 8th floor that day?" Without waiting for his response, she knocked on the wooden barrel of the common room. And as the door swung open, she stepped inside. As Tom watched the silhouette of Chowing vanish at the doorway, he found himself at a loss, uncertain of the reasons behind her words, or perhaps, ignoring the bittersweet sensation within, Tom turned and made his way toward the Slytherin common room. The light filtering through the castle's windows seemed to divide Hufflepuff from Slytherin, and Tom's figure gradually faded into the shadows. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chowing observed Lilith and Olive, who had already packed their belongings, and with a shake of her head, she cast aside her worries, moving toward her bed to prepare her own things. Are you all right?" Lilith, silent until now, gazed at Chowing with concern. Hearing Lilith's voice, Olive also looked up, her expression filled with care. "I'm fine, dears. Oh, by the way, I have gifts for you. These haven't even been released yet." Witnessing her roommate's anxious expressions warmed Chao Ying's heart, making her troubles feel lighter. "Help. Girls are just so adorable." She presented the potions she had prepared for them, delighting in their surprised reactions. "How lovely. What potion is this?" Lilith inquired, taking the bottle of azure potion. "This is a healing potion for external wounds. Once used, it will mend the injury instantaneously without leaving a scar. You can also use it as a scar-removing remedy," Chowing explained, producing the beautiful potion she had made earlier. "I thought you both wouldn't need these, so I prepared the beauty potion for you. So, are you ready to elope with me?" As Chowing winked at them, Lilith and Olive set aside the potions and playfully tackled her onto the bed, engaging in a light-hearted scuffle. "Ah, stop, ha, I yield," Chowing exclaimed, laughing as they tickled her mercilessly. "Thank you, Ing." The trio gasped for breath after their playful antics, lying on the bed and sharing joyful laughter. "Between you and me, there is no need for many words." Chapter 105, Come home with me. "Adarius, are you certain?" Chowing exclaimed, astonished at the boy standing before her. Noticing her shock, Adarius felt a bit flustered, wondering if he had perhaps. "Do your parents agree? Aren't you going home for the holidays?" Seeing the boy's face redden, Chowing sighed, exasperated. Wait, do you trust me this much? You actually want to come home with me? Upon hearing Chao Ying's lack of opposition, Adarius nodded vigorously, indicating that he had already spoken with his parents about it. All right then, let's go, Chao Ying said, feeling at a loss for words as she led him to join Lilith and Olive, and together they boarded the carriage to the station. Wow, what's happening? Lilith and Olive exchanged amused glances at the sight of the boy accompanying Chao Ying. This is Adarius, a fourth-year Ravenclaw student, and my friend, Chao Ying introduced him. Adarius smiled and greeted the two girls. By the way, Ying, where's your brother? Lilith asked curiously as the carriage prepared to depart. He's with his classmates. He'll join us on the train, Chao Ying replied calmly, turning to Adarius. She remembered she hadn't informed Tom yet, but decided it was no concern. It was her family after all. Soon, the carriage arrived at Hogsmeade Station, where the red-headed train was already waiting. See you in September, Lilith. Olive. After embracing them in farewell, Chao Ying expertly led Adarius to the last carriage, where they found an empty compartment to sit in. You have a brother? How come I've never heard of him? Adarius asked curiously once seated across from Chao Ying. Oh, we were both in the same orphanage, and he currently lives with me. So I tell others he's my brother, she answered candidly about her relationship with Tom. Adarius nodded in understanding, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Meanwhile, Tom, who had just found Chao Ying, overheard her words and paused his knocking before continuing. What was I just thinking? Tap, tap, tap. Tom, come in. Chao Ying called, nodding at the boy who knocked. Hello, Tom. I'm Adarius, a friend of Ying's, a fourth-year student. Adarius introduced himself. Tom nodded silently, sitting beside him. Sensing the atmosphere grow tense, Chao Ying glanced between Adarius and Tom, at a loss for words. Oh right, Tom, Adarius will be visiting my home this holiday, so you can take him back first. I have something to attend to, she mentioned, recalling the flower shop near the station. Hearing her words, Tom looked up in shock, glancing at Chao Ying before nodding in understanding. Also, Adarius, don't forget to keep an eye on your health. When we return to the castle, wait for me in my room, Chao Ying reminded him. Adarius calculated that the full moon was approaching and nodded, acknowledging her caution. Meanwhile, Tom clenched the fabric of his trousers tightly, the smooth material wrinkling under his grip. Feeling there was nothing more to say, Chao Ying closed her eyes, preparing to rest until the train arrived at their destination. Before long, the sound of her steady breathing filled the compartment, and the atmosphere shifted. Upperclassmen, which house? Tom raised an eyebrow, whispering. Ravenclaw, Tom, Adarius replied with a smile, completely unaware of any underlying tension. Bookworm, Tom chuckled, quietly inquiring about this innocent little eagle and why he was visiting his home. Yes, Ying is truly kind, Adarius said, smiling politely. Well, I'm half-blood. My mother is a witch, and my father is a muggle. Oh, Ying mentioned that. You mustn't tell anyone, Adarius cautioned. Not even your brother? Observing Tom's disappointed expression, Adarius felt reluctant to deceive him, but Chao Ying had insisted that no one else could know about his lycanthropy. He hadn't even told his parents, merely stating that he was going to a classmate's house. Realizing he couldn't extract any more information, Tom resumed his earlier stoic demeanor, quietly watching the sleeping Chao Ying. Adarius, noticing the cold expression on Tom's face, wondered if his reluctance to share had upset him. The train came to a stop, and Tom gently roused Chao Ying, allowing them to disembark together. I'll see you at home, Tom, Adarius. She waved goodbye as she slowly made her way through the crowd towards the station exit. Puff. Dodo appeared before them, bowing. Young Master Tom, the Master has sent me to take you back. Chapter 106. Farewells pave the way for better meetings. After Chamberlain became Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, he immediately declared to Parliament that the government's policy was to pursue a policy of appeasement towards the entire world. As she walked along the path, Chao Ying overheard the words of a man beside her who was clutching a newspaper, prompting her to reflect on the current situation. The Munich Agreement was soon to be signed, a farcical manifestation of the policy of appeasement. Lost in thought, Chao Ying found herself standing before the familiar green storefront. Dingling. Welcome. Oh, Ying, it's you. Chi Furong, who was tidying up, instinctively called out a greeting upon hearing the doorbell, only to look up and realize it was the young girl from Huaxia who had visited her shop the previous year. It's been a while, Furong. Observing Chi Furong busy with her tasks, Chao Ying curiously inquired, why are you packing everything away? I've graduated. Tomorrow, I'll be taking a boat back to my homeland with a few classmates. Therefore, I can no longer manage this flower shop. I've already transferred it to a gentleman named Jacob and his wife a few days ago. Thinking of her imminent return to her homeland, Chi Furong hastened her efforts to clear out the shop, wishing to avoid causing any inconvenience. Jacob? Is it him? It must be a coincidence. Chao Ying mused without dwelling on it, and she began to assist Chi Furong in tidying up. Before long, the two had collected the flower stands and blooms, and tidied the room. How long will your voyage to Huaxia take? Half a year. Half a year. Chowing exclaimed in shock upon hearing Chi Furong's words. You'll be adrift at sea for 6 months. Take care of yourself, Furong. Here, this is for you. As she spoke, Chowing removed a necklace from around her neck, which bore a simple ring pendant. For me? I can't accept this, Chi Furong replied, recognizing the necklace's significance and feeling unworthy. No, you must keep it and never take it off. It will protect you. Consider it my heartfelt gift. Chowing insisted, pressing the necklace into Chi Furong's hands and urging her to put it on. Thank you, Ing. It's nothing more than an ordinary necklace. What are your plans now? This necklace was a protective charm crafted by Chowing herself, based on her modified iron armor spell. It provided comprehensive protection, having been tested to withstand 10 attacks. Thus, it was indeed a formidable talisman. By wearing it, she hoped to safeguard Chi Furong as well. I wish to go to Yan'an, but Shaman has already fallen, and there's the Nanjing massacre. I want to be at the front lines. Seated on chairs, the two friends conversed about their plans while observing the hurried passers-by outside. Enough of this talk. What about you, Ing? How has school been? Quite well. I even made it into the school newspaper the other day and received an innovation award. Fantastic. Truly, you are a remarkable Huaxia girl, Chi Furong exclaimed, eliciting a shared laugh between them. It's getting late. You should head home, Ing. Until we meet again in Huaxia. After walking a distance, Chowing turned back to see Chi Furong waving at her. A beam of sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating her figure as if to usher her away. Goodbye. We shall meet in Yan'an, Chowing called out, cupping her hands to form a trumpet shape as she shouted. Chapter 107. The Blue Potion of Darius. Tomorrow is the full moon. You must consider carefully whether or not to drink this potion. Upon returning from the flower shop, Chowing had arranged a Darius' room right next to hers. Observing the various colored potions in the girl's hands, Darius did not hesitate to take the blue vial. I understanding. If we truly succeed in creating the wolf poison potion, the status of werewolves will improve, so I am unafraid. Besides, you will be right there with me, and I believe you will save me. This vial contained the wolf poison potion that Chowing had recently developed. Prior to the holiday, she had brought back everything from the wishful house, including the potions she had concocted. Seeing Darius, who appeared ready to face a noble sacrifice, Chowing felt a flicker of emotion, albeit fleeting. All right, remember to drink the potion tomorrow. Don't forget, this isn't the forbidden forest where no one pays attention. I certainly don't want our neighbors to hear the sound of howling. Though the castle was surrounded by magical wards that prevented outside noise, Chowing still pretended to frighten the little eagle. Darius nodded seriously, indicating he would not forget. Seeing his earnest expression, Chowing couldn't help but chuckle before bidding him goodnight and leaving his room. Back in her own chamber, she lay on her bed, eagerly anticipating the morrow, for it was a crucial part of their plan. Meanwhile, Tom, residing on the second floor, heard the sounds of the door opening and closing above and realized Chowing had returned to her room for the night. In the darkened space, only his watchful eyes glimmered. Ing, the Black family sent an invitation this morning, inviting us to their child's full moon celebration. Tom, seated on the sofa with a newspaper, suddenly remarked as he saw Chowing descending the stairs with Darius. Oh, so soon? Yes, it has been over 10 months already. When is it? 3 days from now. That works, as long as it's not today. Then tomorrow we should head to Diagon Alley to get our outfits. Today, Darius and I have other matters to attend to, and time may be insufficient. Fearing that an incident might occur if she left today, Chowing decided it was best to go to Diagon Alley the following day. Hearing her words, Tom discreetly exchanged a glance with Darius, smiling as he nodded in agreement. Do you still have time to teach me some spells today? While enjoying a bun, Chowing was momentarily scalded by the juice inside, prompting her to look up at Tom after a few winces. Certainly. Once we finish our meal, we shall begin. I believe it's high time you honed your spellcasting skills. Noticing he was keeping a straight face, Chowing teased him. By the way, Darius, would you like to join us? Upon hearing this, Darius hastily shook his head, unwilling to endure another round of punishment. Initially unaware of the situation, he had eagerly practiced with them, only to find himself on the receiving end of Chowing's unilateral beatings. He had no inclination towards masochism. He could only say, Tom, you truly are a man. Seeing Darius decline, Chowing shook her head in disappointment, realizing she would have to torment Tom alone. After their meal, Chowing and Tom exited the castle to train in the dungeon, while Darius returned to his room to drink the potion and begin his studies. In the dungeon spell room, Chowing asked, Tom, do you remember the hex I taught you yesterday? Tom nodded in response. Good. Today, I shall teach you something a bit lighter, such as the revitalization spell. As she spoke, Chowing waved her wand, and a sphere of white light appeared at its tip. Thanks to Duo and Shasha restoring some of the castle's spells, they were now free to use their wands without fear of being summoned by the Ministry of Magic. Tom watched as the white orb emanated from Chao Ying's wand and picked up his own wand to attempt it. Enervate. As Tom's incantation faded, his wand emitted a faint glimmer of light, which quickly vanished. Observing Tom's repeated attempts, which all ended in failure, Chowing understood that success was beyond his reach. The happiness charm, Tom. Watch my movements, she instructed. With a flick and a shake of her wand, a beam of white light enveloped Tom. Under the influence of the charm, Tom felt an exhilarating lightness wash over him, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. However, the effect was fleeting, and soon Tom was left with an inexplicable sense of disorientation. Similarly, his attempt at the happiness charm had also failed, leaving Chowing somewhat perplexed. With no other options, she resorted to teaching him some defensive spells. Thus began another day of Tom enduring the brunt of attacks. After dinner, Chowing cautioned, Tom, if you hear any sounds tonight, do not run off. Stay put in your room, understood? She instructed Adarius to wait in his room while she stood at the top of the staircase speaking to Tom. Upon hearing her words, Tom nodded in acknowledgement and retreated to his room. It seemed that significant events were on the horizon. Lying on his bed with a book in hand, Tom stared intently at the ceiling, aware that Adarius's room was directly above him. Chapter 108. The Extraordinary Potion Makers Association. The full moon hung serenely in the night sky, its silvery light blanketing the earth. It is about to begin, Adarius murmured, watching as the moon gradually reached its zenith, patiently awaiting his transformation. Meanwhile, Chowing stood at the door, arms crossed, awaiting the outcome of this metamorphosis. Adarius, remembering Chao Ying's advice to remain quiet, suppressed a groan that threatened to escape due to the pain of the transformation. No, you, Iron Brands, are being overly dramatic, he remarked, addressing his own discomfort. Chowing, watching Adarius as he neared the completion of his transformation, cast a hopeful glance in his direction, eager to ascertain whether he retained any semblance of rationality. In short order, Adarius fully transformed into a werewolf. Incredible! We have succeeded, he exclaimed. During this transformation, he felt no overwhelming thirst for blood. It was as if he were still the same ordinary person he had always been. At last, we have triumphed. Adarius, I believe you can finally return home. Observing the clarity in Adarius's eyes, Chowing realized that the Wolfbane potion had indeed succeeded. Tears welling in his eyes, Adarius gazed at her, overwhelmed by the prospect of returning home. However, Chowing found it somewhat unsettling to see such an expression on a wolf's countenance, and waved her hand to excuse herself. Oh, by the way, do you need me to escort you back tomorrow? She suddenly remembered to ask from the doorway. No need. I can return home via the Flu network. My house is connected, Adarius replied, shaking his wolf head. Nodding in understanding, Chowing refrained from further discussion, closing the door and preparing for bed. Back in her room, she contemplated the situation and resolved to disclose the Wolfbane potion as soon as possible. She retrieved parchment and began to compose a letter. Dear Professor Slughorn, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, but I have an urgent matter to discuss. Today, I successfully developed the Wolfbane potion. When consumed, it allows werewolves to transform without succumbing to bloodlust or brutality. Therefore, I kindly request your assistance in presenting it to the Potion Makers Association. You need not worry about its authenticity, as I have just administered it to a werewolf with remarkable results. Moreover, it is thanks to your meticulous guidance that I was able to produce this potion, for which I am profoundly grateful. I hope to receive your prompt response. Yours sincerely, Chowing. After sealing the letter, Chowing placed a vial of the Wolfbane potion into a cloth bag, preparing to send it off with her owl. Dodo, my esteemed companion. Dodo presents his loyalty to you. After handing the bag to Dodo, she instructed him to deliver it to Professor Slughorn's residence without delay. With a snap of his fingers, Dodo vanished in an instant. Moments later, a large owl soared out of the castle, disappearing into the darkness. At Slughorn's residence, the rhythmic thuds of knocking roused Horace from a deep slumber. Blinking awake, he was surprised to see a large owl perched outside his window. Who is it? At this late hour? What message do you bring? How inconsiderate, he grumbled. Opening the window to retrieve the letter, the owl hooted and flew away. Why is she writing to me at this hour? Horace mused, taking note of the sender's name, his most esteemed and promising student, Chowing. What? He exclaimed, his surprise causing nearby birds to scatter. Clutching the letter in one hand and a vial of the striking blue potion in the other, he scrutinized them in disbelief. Horace could hardly fathom that his student had concocted such an extraordinary potion, the Wolfbane potion. The ramifications of its existence would undoubtedly stir a significant controversy. Yet, Chowing had merely penned a letter and directly entrusted him with the potion. Despite feeling youthful at heart, Horace was compelled to acknowledge the passage of time. He was aging. Though he was only in his 50s or 60s, which was hardly considered elderly in the magical community, he felt the weight of responsibility. Carefully storing the potion, Horace resolved to visit the association to advocate for his students' interests, knowing well that it would also benefit him. The Extraordinary Potion Makers Association. A swirl of green flames erupted in the fireplace, restoring calm to Slughorn's old home. At the Extraordinary Potion Makers Association, the flames extinguished, and Horace made his way toward the president's office. Knock, knock, knock. Evan Shackle, who had just wrapped up some potion reviews and was ready to rest, sighed deeply at the sound of knocking before going to answer the door. If I don't rest soon, I'm going to collapse, he lamented. Upon entering the room, Horace, with a hint of jest, remarked, "What brings you to my domain at such an ungodly hour?" After preparing tea for Horace, Shackle inquired from his seat, "What is it, Horace? You'd best have a compelling reason for disturbing me in the early hours. I wish to apply for the Merlin Medal on behalf of my student." Chapter 109. The First-Class Merlin Medal. A month later. The sun shone brightly and warmly, making Chowing feel drowsy as she reclined in a chair outside. "Tom, be quicker in your reactions," she called out, training him with spells from her position, finding it effortless to engage him. Today, they had shifted their training from the dungeons to an open space behind the castle. "Master, Professor Slughorn has arrived." Dodo suddenly appeared beside Chao-Ying, bowing slightly. Elated by Dodo's announcement, Chao-Ying sprang from her chair, realizing that results were at hand. "Tom, let us return to the castle. Professor Slughorn is here." Having just recovered from being knocked down, Tom cast a cleaning charm on himself, nodded, and followed her back. "Ing, you've returned. I simply could not contain my excitement, and had to share this wonderful news with you," Slughorn exclaimed, rising from the sofa as Chowing entered. "Has there been progress on that matter, Professor?" she asked, embracing Slughorn before settling beside him. "Indeed, the distinguished president of the Extraordinary Potioneers Association, Shackle, has extended an invitation for you to join our esteemed ranks. You would be the youngest potion master to ever become a member," Horace exclaimed passionately, feeling immense pride in Chao Ying's remarkable achievements as well as in having such a talented student. Throughout his life, he dedicated himself to forging connections with exceptional individuals, regardless of their lineage or profession, befriending the cream of the crop from various fields. Listening to the professor's praises, Chowing smiled silently. After all, the arduous research on the Wolfsbane potion had consumed a significant portion of her time, and she truly deserved every bit of recognition. There was no need for false modesty. "Oh, by the way, news from the Ministry of Magic should arrive shortly. You must go there to collect your Merlin Medal." The mention of the Merlin Medal stirred even greater excitement in Horace, for he had played a substantial role in this accomplishment. When Chowing learned that the professor had secured her a first-class Merlin Medal, she was taken aback, as the individual credited with the creation of the Wolfsbane potion in her readings had only received a second-class medal. "A first-class medal. Thank you so much, Professor. I truly did not expect it to be a first-class Merlin Medal." Horace, witnessing the youthful exuberance finally radiating from Chao-Ying, was also uplifted by her joy. "Call me Professor no longer. I have long regarded you as my cherished protege, Ying." The two shared a delightful moment, while Tom, sitting nearby, felt utterly bewildered. What precisely was this Merlin Medal? Why was he so uninformed? Soon, an owl arrived, clutching a letter in its beak, and Dodo stepped forward to retrieve it. Upon receiving the letter from Dodo, Chowing perused its contents, which indicated that she was expected to attend the award ceremony. "Tom, will you be joining me?" Just as she was about to head upstairs to change, she remembered there was another child at home. Of course. Tom nodded. How could he possibly pass up such an event? The two quickly changed their attire and, with Horace, traveled to the Ministry of Magic via the fireplace. "Esteemed guests, today we gather with profound respect to present the Merlin Medal to Master Potioner Chao-Ying, who has made outstanding contributions to the field of potion making. With unmatched wisdom and courage, she successfully developed the Wolfsbane potion, saving countless families. This first-class Merlin Medal is a recognition of her extraordinary achievements and a tribute to her selfless spirit of dedication." The Minister of Magic, Hector Folly, stood beside Chao-Ying, exuberantly bestowing upon her the golden medal adorned with a red ribbon. Chapter 110. The Potioneers Exchange Conference 1. After dealing with the fervent reporters, Chao-Ying returned to the castle with Tom, while Horace remained at the ministry, engaging in lively discourse with the journalists. "Master, you have received correspondence," Dodo announced as soon as they settled onto the sofa. Chao-Ying gazed at the thick stack of letters in Dodo's possession, feeling a headache coming on. Undoubtedly filled with solicitations from various factions. "Tom, please sift through these and extract the important ones. We needn't concern ourselves with the trivialities." Tom, observing Chao Ying's dismissive demeanor, accepted the letters from Dodo and began to examine them one by one. He did not shy away from the opportunity to understand and engage with different factions. As he noticed invitations from numerous pureblood families, he was unsure how to proceed and set aside those invitations for now. "Ing, these are invitations to gatherings from the pureblood families, and here are letters from your classmates." Additionally, the Extraordinary Potioneers Association has sent a letter. Upon seeing the categorized letters Tom had arranged, Chowing first took the ones from her classmates and began to respond to each. Tom, please set aside the letters from the Princes and the Blacks, as well as the Malfoys. We shall address the others later. After drafting her replies, she handed them to Dodo for mailing, feeling increasingly fatigued by the pile of correspondence from pureblood families. Dear Lady Chao-Ing, through a unanimous decision by the association, we are excited to announce an evening gathering focused on potion discussions in 3 days. On behalf of the Potioneers Association, I sincerely invite you to attend. This will be a rare opportunity for potion makers from all corners of the magical world to come together and share their experiences and knowledge. We eagerly await your presence. Yours sincerely, Ivan Shackle. Reading the letter from the Potioneers Association, Chowing felt a surge of anticipation for the exchange conference in 3 days, as it promised to gather various luminaries in the field. After sending her replies, she turned to Tom, contemplating whether to invite him along, for it would also serve as an excellent opportunity for networking. Tom, would you like to join me for this evening gathering in 3 days? Tom took the invitation to the Potioneers Association from Chao-Ing and scrutinized it, noticing a particular detail. Ing, you are expected to give a speech. Upon hearing Tom's words, Chowing was taken aback and quickly snatched the invitation back to examine it closely. Previously, she had only skimmed the contents and overlooked the mention of her presenting her experiences in creating the Wolfsbane potion. Well, it seems I must prepare a speech. The thought of standing on stage to speak filled Chao-Ing with trepidation. It felt exceedingly awkward. With that said, she reached for 3 nearby envelopes, which were the letters from the Prince, Black, and Malfoy families. Upon opening them, she found they all contained congratulatory messages regarding her receipt of the Merlin Medal. However, 2 of the letters were not penned by Walburga and Abraxas, but rather by their fathers, the heads of the 2 families. Chowing realized that her identity in their eyes had shifted from that of the mysterious Eastern girl merely befriending their children to that of the immensely promising master potioner. Chao-Ing, now adorned with a first-class Merlin medal. After drafting her replies to them, she felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Meanwhile, the outside world buzzed with excitement over the emergence of the Wolfsbane potion as newspapers flew across the land, spreading the news of this young potion master. Chapter 111, The Potioneers Exchange Conference 2. The Extraordinary Potioneers Association. As the flames in the fireplace crackled to life, Chao-Ing and Tom materialized in the grand hall of the association, having donned their finest attire. After straightening their formal wear, Chao-Ing linked arms with Tom and followed a lady who emerged from the fireplace into the ballroom. Ing, over here. Horace, who had been engaged in conversation with others while keeping an eye on the entrance, waved her over upon spotting her arrival. Professor. Chao-Ing greeted as she and Tom approached Horace. Oh, Tom, you've come too. Excellent. It's a wonderful opportunity to broaden your horizons. At this moment, Horace finally acknowledged the boy accompanying Chao-Ing, noting that he was a commendable first-year student in potion making. Tom smiled and nodded, glancing at the man beside the professor. Oh, by the way, Ing and Tom, this gentleman is Libacious Borage, one of the most renowned potion masters in the world, authoring works such as Advanced Potion Making and the Complete Book of Potions Against Asian Venoms. Upon observing Tom's curiosity, Horace enthusiastically introduced them to his esteemed acquaintance, always eager to connect with exceptional individuals. Good day, Mr. Borage. Chao-Ing and Tom greeted the illustrious potion master, expressing their utmost respect. Oh, hello? You are the young potioner responsible for the Wolfsbane potion, are you not? Borage remarked, his gaze appraising the youthful girl before him, astonished by her tender age. Indeed, sir. Chao-Ing replied, extending her hand for a handshake while also taking in the presence of this great master potioner. Libacious Balearic is a potion master hailing from South America, possessing a distinctly remarkable appearance. It is said that magic in that region does not necessitate wands. Instead, practitioners prefer to cast spells using hand gestures. Furthermore, Advanced Potion Making serves as the textbook for the Newt Level Potions course at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, while the Comprehensive Guide to Asian Antidotes is utilized as a reference in the 5th-year curriculum. This certainly underscores Balearica's formidable prowess. A few individuals were engrossed in a lively exchange when a pale-skinned witch approached them. Arsene Jig, observing Balearic, Horace, and a young witch engaged in animated conversation, curiously approached. Hello, Balearic, Horace, is this missing Chow? Upon getting closer, Jig realized that the girl before him was indeed the sensational figure featured in the newspapers over the past few days. The potion master responsible for the creation of the Wolfsbane potion. Oh, Arsene, you've arrived just in time. Ing, this is Arsene Jig, the founder of the Amortentia potion. Quite remarkable. Chao-Ing regarded the pale, yet beautiful witch before her, who bore no resemblance to the fearsome visage depicted on chocolate wrappers. Hello, Ms. Jig. I am Ing Chao. The two witches embraced warmly and soon found themselves engrossed in conversation, laughter echoing around them. Meanwhile, Tom observed the inventor of the amortentia potion, once again reminded of his mother. Before long, another witch approached, evidently an acquaintance of these esteemed potion masters. Horace spotted the approaching witch and greeted her with enthusiasm. Sister Tag, I didn't expect to see you here. Tagwood, who had once studied at Hogwarts in Ravenclaw, excelled in potions. After adulthood, she invented numerous beauty potions and was the first witch to utilize such magical brews. Long time no see, Horace. Oh, and Jig, Boleric, you both are here too. Wood was astonished that these two prominent potion masters had chosen to attend this event, as they had rarely been seen in recent years. We must emerge more often for exchanges. The collision of ideas sparks new innovations, Boleric remarked with a smile. Chao Ing and Jig nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of engaging with differing perspectives. By the way, sister, let me introduce you to my prized student, Ing Chao, Horace proudly proclaimed, patting Chao Ing's shoulder. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ing. You are truly impressive. The Wolfsbane potion is nothing short of a miracle. I've heard the Ministry of Magic has been swamped lately. Someone suggested that since werewolves have gained their reason, they should be afforded respect and elevated status. Wood embraced Chao Ing, sharing the news he had heard, acknowledging that the advent of the Wolfsbane potion had indeed added considerable work for the ministry. Yes, I've heard about that. That gentleman, Newt's commander, yes, him, proposed that all werewolves should be documented and given identities, Jig recalled. However, it seemed the ministry was still deliberating and had not yet agreed. Upon hearing her old senior's name, Chao Ing was reminded of the mythical beasts of her homeland and felt a sudden urge to skip class to see them. I really want to see the Qilin. I miss the Zouwu, but I cannot afford to miss the Qilin. Though she was eagerly anticipating the encounter with the Qilin, Chao Ing maintained her composure, listening attentively as the two accomplished witches discussed her Wolfsbane potion. Soon, Seclisa, who had discovered the efficacy of the bubotuber pus in treating boils, joined the discussion. Chao Ing absorbed their insights, feeling immensely enriched by their conversation. As they were deeply engaged in discussion, they were interrupted by the association president, Shackle, who called for everyone's attention to address the audience. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed and extraordinary potion masters present at this exchange. We are honored to have Mr. Libacious Boleric and several distinguished potion masters join us today. As Shackle spoke, the mentioned potion masters waved to the surrounding crowd in acknowledgement. We are also pleased to welcome the rising star of the potion world, Ing Chao, the creator of the Wolfsbane potion. Following Shackle's gaze, everyone turned to notice the talented young potion master. Under the scrutiny of such esteemed figures, although she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, Chao Ing managed to maintain a polite smile as she nodded in recognition. Now, let us invite the first potion master to the stage to share their experiences, Shackle announced, leading the applause to welcome the upcoming potion master. Professor, will you be going up as well? After several potion masters had presented, Chao Ing felt an increasing sense of nervousness. The preceding speakers had been exceptionally skilled, and she found herself enlightened by many of their insights. Horace, observing his student's anxious demeanor, chuckled softly. No, today is not our stage. It belongs to you young talents. Chao Ing soon realized the truth of his words. The earlier speakers had all appeared relatively youthful, while the seasoned masters had not taken the stage. You need not be nervous. Express your thoughts as they come to you. Even if you make mistakes, those masters will surely guide you back, he encouraged. Yet, his words only intensified her anxiety. It's easy for you to say. I can't do it. In no time, Chao Ing heard her name called, straightened her skirt, took a deep breath, and made her way to the stage. The audience erupted into applause as she ascended. Chapter 112. The transaction with Prince 3 days had passed since the potion master exchange. Yet Chao Ing remained ensconced in the potion room, rarely emerging, with only the meals sent in by Dodo serving as evidence of her continued existence. What could possibly be amiss? It should have unfolded this way. After yet another failed attempt to refine the Wolfsbane potion, Chao Ing gazed despondently at the charred remnants in the cauldron. Ing, the head of the Prince family has arrived, Tom announced, knocking at the door and awaiting her response. Oh, yes, today Prince is coming to discuss the Wolfsbane potion. Just as Chao Ing prepared to make another attempt, Tom's words reminded her of her previous commitment to Prince to discuss the sale of the Wolfsbane potion today. After a quick tidying of her herbs and materials, she opened the door to find Tom waiting at the threshold. Let us go, Tom. By the way, have you resolved the issue with the firearms? As they walked, Chao Ing brought up the matter of Tom procuring supplies. No, the nobles and the royal family have a tight grip on these matters. The noble lord can acquire potions, but firearms remain out of his reach. Tom expressed his frustration. Even with ample funds, obtaining firearms proved exceedingly challenging. Chowing was not surprised by Tom's predicament. As he lacked connections in that area, it would indeed be shocking if he managed to procure them. All right, focus on acquiring medical supplies. If funds are insufficient, let me know. And please refrain from using magic in front of muggles. I trust one need not remind you of this. Preferring to avoid any intimidation or undue measures. She wished to prevent Tom from revealing his true nature. I understanding. Azkaban, you've mentioned it many times already, Tom replied, feeling exasperated by her concerns. He could not fathom why she would perceive him as a rogue. As they spoke, they returned to the castle, where Albrecht was already waiting in the reception room. Good day, Al. Good day, Ing. Albrecht, upon hearing the voice of Chow Ing, rose from the sofa with palpable excitement and approached her. Do not be overly animated, Al. Have a seat. We have ample time for discussion. Duo, please fetch me a glass of cola. And you, Al? Chow Ing called out to Duo, instructing it to prepare drinks for herself and Albrecht. Red tea will suffice. Once they noticed the absence of any onlookers, Albrecht gazed at Chow Ing, who occupied the main seat, grateful for her recognition, which afforded him the opportunity to secure the inaugural sale of the Wolfsbane potion. Ing, look at this Wolfsbane potion. Observing the eager expression on the head of the Prince family, Chow Ing understood that she could no longer withhold information. The association has already begun researching the formula I provided, but it will require at least another fortnight. Thus, it depends on whether you can seize the opportunity, Al. What do you desire? Albrecht was aware that Chow Ing would grant him the formula, yet he realized that this time, he would have to make a substantial sacrifice. The previous agreement remained unchanged, but an additional condition was imposed. He must assist her in acquiring a significant quantity of firearms and ensure they are dispatched alongside the items I provide. Pondering her request, Albrecht contemplated how to execute the task effectively. Sending items was straightforward. However, procuring firearms from the Muggle world posed a challenge. Malfoy has been in touch with me recently. Al. Chow Ing was aware that these so-called pure-blood families maintained connections with the Muggle world, thus her demand was not excessive. The Prince family was still at a considerable advantage. Realizing that Malfoy was also courting Chow Ing, Albrecht understood that he must execute this task meticulously. Otherwise, Chow Ing could easily replace the Prince family. Shall we expedite this? Yes, it should be delivered to that individual. Chow Ing was not concerned about the Prince family attempting to deceive her. After all, she had been misled several times, but they could not afford a single failure. The formulas before them hinted at a promising future for a great potion master, and Chow Ing was confident that Albrecht was fully aware of this. After finalizing their agreement, Chow Ing provided the formula along with some details to Prince, who did not linger but left promptly after obtaining the materials. Chapter 113, Encounter with McGonagall. Since the formula provided to Prince included specific preparation details, he commenced the sale of the Wolfsbane potion within 2 weeks. In no time, Prince's assets multiplied significantly, elevating his status within the magical community. Tom, let us head to Diagon Alley shortly. While perusing the Daily Prophet, Tom nodded in agreement upon hearing Chow Ying's words. The two quickly donned their attire and stood before the fireplace, grasping a handful of flue powder. Diagon Alley. Upon arriving at the entrance of Gringotts, Chow Ying guided Tom inside. Oh, esteemed Lady Ying, how may Griphook serve you? Griphook spotted Chow Ying from a distance and was more than willing to extend a warm welcome to the renowned potion master. Greetings, Griphook. Please escort us to my vault. Eager to avoid unnecessary conversation, Chow Ying handed her vault key to Griphook. The purpose of this visit was twofold. First, she had received a letter from Dumbledore, stating he had found a suitable shop for her to inspect, thus requiring her to bring more funds. Second, she needed to replenish materials for her recent potion-making endeavors. After navigating the lengthy and winding passage, they finally arrived at Vault 777. You may enter as well, Tom. After Griphook unlocked the door, Chow Ying invited Tom to join her inside to gather some funds for purchasing potions. Oh, Tom, please select some gifts for Abbott and Vorboga, and also for Parkinson, as they have included you in several gatherings during this holiday. While selecting ordinary gemstones as materials, Chow Ying suddenly recalled Tom's recent social engagements and felt it prudent to prepare some gifts as a token of gratitude. Such reciprocity would ensure that Tom remained courteous. All right. After a brief moment of contemplation, Tom responded. Soon, they finished gathering their items and departed the vault via the minecart. Upon exiting Gringotts, Chow Ying contemplated visiting the shop first before procuring the necessary supplies. Let us proceed to the Leaky Cauldron. Albus indicated he has secured a suitable establishment for us to await him. Tom nodded in agreement as he followed her forward. Before long, they arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, where a familiar figure stood at the entrance. Professor McGonagall, what brings you here? Upon spotting McGonagall at the door, Chow Ying exclaimed with delight. Just returning to London. McGonagall was equally thrilled to hear the familiar voice. Ing, what a surprise to encounter you. What brings you here? Minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol. While delighted to reunite with Chow Ying post-graduation, McGonagall recalled that she was standing at the entrance of a pub, and Ying was merely in her third year. Oh, revered upperclassmen, I assure you, I am not here to partake in libations. I am seeking Professor Dumbledore. Amused by Chow Ying's playful banter, McGonagall smiled as she accompanied them into the tavern. Barkeep, 1 butterbeer and 2 glasses. Oh, Ying, Tom, would you like anything? After ordering a butterbeer for herself, McGonagall remembered the underage companions. Cola, milk. The troll, filled with innocence, exclaimed, the bar does not serve muggle drinks. Aberforth placed a butterbeer and 2 glasses of milk on the table, teasing Chow Ying for her request for cola. Hey, unamused. Chow Ying picked up the milk and took a hefty sip. By the way, upperclassman, when did you return? I heard you went back to Caithness. Noticing the milk stains around Chow Ying's mouth, McGonagall chuckled as she wiped it away. I returned because the Ministry of Magical Law Enforcement, offered me a position. McGonagall did not divulge the events of her summer, but spoke lightly of her recruitment by the ministry. However, upon hearing her words, Chow Ying understood the bittersweet experience McGonagall had faced that summer. Regarding the secrecy surrounding the matter, Chow Ying felt uncertain about how to comment. After all, McGonagall was even unable to disclose the reason for her breakup with her beloved. How splendid. Upperclassmen, you are truly exceptional. The ministry has struck gold. Watching Chow Ying celebrate her achievement with exuberance, McGonagall felt her spirits lifted. Though she had faced emotional setbacks, she still had her career. You are remarkable as well, Ying. I could hardly believe the news I read in the paper. You hardly seem like a second-year student. Tom nodded emphatically, finally feeling validated as someone acknowledged her exceptionalism. As McGonagall lavished praise upon her beautiful upperclassmen, Chow Ying shyly scratched her head and smiled. Oh, Ying, my apologies for the delay. Dumbledore suddenly appeared in the tavern, startling the trio mid-conversation. Albus, you nearly gave me a heart attack, Chow Ying complained, taking a sip of milk to steady herself. Oh, Minerva, you have returned. Dumbledore, noticing his long-absent favorite pupil, expressed his surprise. Indeed, Professor. Ying, let us step aside to view the shop. My schedule is rather tight, as Newt just arrived seeking me. Nodding towards McGonagall, Chow Ying followed Dumbledore alongside Tom to inspect the shop he had recommended. Chapter 114, number 93. Ying, you will absolutely adore the location of this shop. This was chosen for you by Aberforth, Dumbledore said proudly as he walked ahead. Listening to Dumbledore's subtle bragging about his brother, Chow Ying felt a stab of embarrassment. Oh, 93? Upon seeing the shop number, Chow Ying exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong, Ying? Dumbledore opened the door, puzzled by her sudden outburst of excitement. Ahem. It's nothing. Nothing at all, ha. Embarrassed by Dumbledore's gaze, Chow Ying forced a smile and followed him inside. The location of shop number 93 was indeed splendid, situated at the corner of a crossroads. Although it was not as bustling as the one in Diagon Alley, Chow Ying was pleasantly surprised that Aberforth had managed to acquire this establishment. The interior appeared quite spacious, boasting 4 levels, but because it had been neglected for some time, she could even spot dust bunnies and other remnants of neglect. This is fantastic, Aberforth. Your brother is truly willing to sell this to me. After exploring both floors, Chow Ying expressed her satisfaction and hesitantly inquired once more about Aberforth. Of course, Aberforth is merely cold on the outside but warm-hearted within. Upon hearing that you needed assistance, he contacted numerous individuals to secure this shop for you. Aberforth explained quickly, sensing her skepticism. Please thank your brother on my behalf, Aberforth. Chow Ying had already forgiven Aberforth for earlier calling her a giant, as this shop was undeniably perfect for her. And, I apologize, twins, but I shall be taking your shop first. Chuckling to herself, she composed her expression and inquired about the price of the shop. 1,000 galleons. Very well. Here you go. Dumbledore accepted the pouch she handed over, somewhat taken aback, having prepared himself for a negotiation, not expecting her to be so straightforward. After all, he had witnessed her fierce bargaining skills before. Noticing Dumbledore's bemused expression, Chow Ying realized that her previous reputation had indeed left a deep impression on him, making her feel slightly guilty as she touched her nose. What about the property deed? I must take a look. Coming back to her senses, Dumbledore handed her the deed, which he had prepared in advance. My name? Chow Ying was astonished to see her own name on the property deed as she looked up at Dumbledore. Yes. Aberforth said that since he was going to buy it for you, he might as well register it in your name. Aberforth, you truly. I'm overwhelmed. Chow Ying carefully tucked the deed away and accepted the key that Dumbledore handed her. I also need to ask you for one more favor, Aberforth, regarding the renovations. I might be asking for a bit too much, she said shyly. Such trivial matters, Dumbledore replied, indicating he would gladly assist. After agreeing to meet in 2 days for the renovations, Dumbledore departed first, as he still needed to find Newt. Once back on the main street, Chowing visited a stall to purchase a few items before returning to the castle with Tom. You know, Tom, how should we design this shop? Do you have any good suggestions? In her study, Chowing stared at the blank sheet of paper on the desk, her indecisiveness kicking in again. After contemplating the layout she had seen in the shop, Tom picked up a charcoal pencil and began to sketch. Well, on the first floor, I'd like to sell alchemical products. The second floor can be for receiving guests, the third floor for potions, and the fourth floor can serve as staff quarters. Listening to Chao Ying's ideas, Tom quickly sketched a simple layout. Chao Ying glanced at it, realizing that Tom's aesthetic sense was not so bad after all. The drawing looked quite good. What about colors? Ying, what about cabinets, patterns, carvings, and... Hearing Tom list all the undecided elements, Chao Ying groaned, thinking that perhaps it would be best to let a professional handle these tasks. Woolburga, I need you. Chao Ying wrote a loud letter to Woolburga next door, reminiscing about her phone that she still missed. If she had it, a simple call or message could summon Woolburga over. Tom, watching her send off the shout-out letter, wondered if Woolburga would come over and give Chao Ying a piece of her mind. Chapter 1:15 New Shop Renovation. Thank you, Aberforth. Without you, I wouldn't know how to go about renovating the shop. Looking at the newly refreshed store, Chao Ying beamed as she handed Dumbledore an ice cream in gratitude. Oh, it's nothing, Ying, but your ideas are truly innovative. They are bound to be a hit. Savoring the pineapple ice cream in his hand, Dumbledore squinted his eyes in delight. This isn't just my idea. Tom and Woolburga helped as well. By the way, I need to write her an invitation letter for tomorrow's grand opening. Thinking about the impending opening, Chao Ying felt that even the ice cream in her mouth could not calm her excitement. She was eager to return and write invitations for her friends. Oh, Aberforth, this is an alchemical product I made by hand. It can ward off minor curses. As Dumbledore prepared to leave, Chao Ying hurriedly called out to him, retrieving a red velvet box from her pocket. Dumbledore accepted the box, curious to see what it contained. A ring. It's beautiful. Ying, thank you. Chao Ying presented him with a spiral ring resembling a simple band, embellished with a lake blue gemstone akin to Dumbledore's eyes. This ring, capable of warding off curses, was crafted by Chao Ying after she had thoroughly searched through all the books on curses and counter-curses in her study. I'm glad you like it. Watching Dumbledore slip it onto his finger, Chao Ying felt a surge of happiness knowing it was valued. After bidding farewell to Dumbledore, Chao Ying entered the shop, preparing to cast a few protective charms on the product shelves and packaging. After all, even in the magical world, there were still some thieves lurking about. Tap, tap, tap. Ying, the second floor lounge area, is all set up. Tom sprinted down from the second floor, a hint of joy in his voice as he spoke to Chao Ying, who was busy securing the merchandise. After all, he had personally handled the arrangements, and that sense of accomplishment felt particularly refreshing. You've worked hard, Tom. Later, let us have Dodo make hot pot. We'll enjoy a warm meal together. Once the first floor was arranged, Chao Ying said to Tom. She had brought Dodo along, as house elf magic was incredibly efficient. Managing such a large shop with just the three of them would have been quite a challenge. The first floor showcased alchemical products, illuminated by bright lighting. The lighting fixtures, also modified Muggle light bulbs, only required a charge of magical energy to glow. The overall layout resembled a boutique, yet each alchemical product had its own dedicated display area, as they were anything but ordinary items. Gazing at the various styles of brooches, rings, necklaces, and special hairbands and clips designed for witches, Chao Ying eagerly anticipated the sales for these items the next day. Ascending to the lounge area on the second floor with Tom, she admired the fresh-colored sofas, coffee tables, and green plants he had arranged, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Tom, the colors you selected are truly perfect. I never expected you to come up with something like this. Tom, hearing Chao Ying's seemingly ambiguous compliment, found himself at a loss for her meaning and merely nodded in silence. Tom, I genuinely meant that as a compliment. There's no sarcasm involved. Observing Tom's demeanor, it was clear to Chao Ying what he was thinking, yet, to be honest, he truly struggled to comprehend sarcasm. Thus, with the enchanted light bulbs illuminating their path, the pair ascended to the third floor. This level was dedicated to the sale of potions, and Chao Ying envisioned a future where her classmates could sell their own concoctions here, thereby assisting those in need while alleviating some of her own workload. Customers with particular demands could prearrange their requests, allowing her to fulfill them personally. Hence, the third floor was adorned with glass cabinets, each protected by spells tailored to the preservation methods of the various potions. The fourth floor was set aside for future staff accommodations, which included her own office and a room for Tom. After meticulously surveying the premises and feeling satisfied with the preparations, Chao Ying led Tom and Duo back to the castle for dinner. Chapter 116, I unilaterally declare. After enjoying a meal and cleansing herself of the lingering scent of hot pot, Chao Ying retrieved a stack of stationery to pin invitations to her friends. inviting them to the grand opening of her shop the following day. Walburga, Abraxas, Lilith, Olive, and of course, the Quidditch team members. The act of writing took over half an hour, and as she stretched her weary wrist, she counted a total of 17 invitations. Duo Duo. As soon as Chao Ying's voice fell, Duo Duo appeared in her room. Watching Duo Duo vanish, Chao Ying lay on her bed, gently stroking the little house elf. Contemplating the plans for the following day, the moon danced in and out of the clouds, and soon, dawn broke. Number 93 Diagon Alley. After breakfast, Chao Ying and Tom traveled through the fireplace to her shop. With the school year fast approaching, Diagon Alley was bustling with activity, and even in the early morning, the streets were filled with people. Once they illuminated the shop's interior, they opened the doors to welcome customers. Don't miss out. Grand opening with a 20% discount store-wide. Tom stood at the entrance, expressionless, reciting the lines from the large megaphone that Chao Ying had purchased from the Muggle world. Hey, Tom, smile, smile, Chao Ying urged, casting a transfiguration spell to transform 2 stones into celebratory lions, prompting them to perform at the entrance. Passers-by, captivated by this unprecedented sight, paused to listen to Tom's announcements and curiously ventured into the shop. As more and more customers entered, Chao Ying instructed Tom to attend to them first while she cast a spell on the megaphone to continue the announcements before joining him inside. Ladies and gentlemen, our shop's first floor features an array of alchemical products, including protective items and beauty enhancers. Should you require assistance, please consult Mr. Tom. Chao Ying enthusiastically proclaimed from the staircase of the first floor. The wizards who entered the shop were equally intrigued by its novel decor. Furthermore, the second floor was designated as a lounge for guests, allowing gentlemen to wait upstairs while the ladies browsed. The third floor awaited those wishing to purchase potions. As the influx of customers continued, Chao Ying began her duties as a shop assistant. Oh, Ying, your shop is absolutely amazing. Hi, Ying. Just as Chao Ying enjoyed a brief respite, she heard several familiar voices behind her and turned in surprise to find her Quidditch teammates. Hi, Algie, Diana, Kevin, Aaron. She greeted each of the 6 teammates, inviting them to take a seat on the sofa. The items in your shop are incredible. We're utterly overwhelmed. Diana and Berta excitedly displayed the trinkets they had purchased, especially friendly for the boys. We bought so many things. Several of the boys showcased their newly acquired pins and rings. I'm delighted to hear that. Oh wait, remembering the gifts she had prepared for them. Chao Ying turned to retrieve them from her office on the 4th floor. This is what I designed for our team. What do you think? It also has waterproof properties. Algie and the others examined the pins she handed them, each adorned with a moving badger. How adorable. So cool. Seeing their joy, Chao Ying felt a surge of happiness. I unilaterally declare that this shall be our Quidditch team's emblem. Algie raised his badge high, sporting his characteristic grin. All right, enough, Algie. Diana, noticing the attention they garnered, quickly restrained Algie, exclaiming, one can perish, but one must never suffer social death. In truth, the surrounding wizards smiled at the lively young witches and wizards, reminiscing about their own youth. As twilight descended, Chao Ying bid farewell to the last batch of customers, closing the door and hanging out the sign for a break. Chapter 117, Staff. Tom, I believe it is imperative that we find a staff member without delay. I'm utterly exhausted. Observing Chao Ying sprawled on the sofa, Tom collapsed onto the adjacent couch, wholeheartedly agreeing with her sentiment. With the shop bustling for several consecutive days and only the 2 of them to manage it, they were thoroughly worn out. Oh, hi, is anyone there? Just as Chao Ying was lost in thought, a voice called from downstairs, prompting her to glance at Tom in confusion. I distinctly remember locking the door. Tom shrugged, equally perplexed. With no option to ignore the intruder, Chao Ying sighed and rose from the sofa, heading downstairs. Welcome, sir, she said, mustering a strained smile for the gentleman who had his back turned to her as she descended the stairs. Upon hearing the girl's voice, the man turned, looking awkwardly at the girl before him. I'd like to inquire if you are still hiring staff? Noticing the man's pale complexion and anxious demeanor, Chao Ying began to speculate about his background. Indeed, sir. Are you seeking a full-time or part-time position? Upon hearing her question, the destitute man felt a flicker of hope, but then hesitated, recalling his circumstances. However, I am a werewolf. Can you? I am quite capable and can manage anything. As the man grew increasingly agitated, Chao Ying instructed him to hold on a moment, closing the door and confirming the break sign before leading him upstairs. Sir, why don't you introduce yourself? After seating him on the sofa, Chao Ying served him a cup of hot tea. I am Gasper Mike, a werewolf. However, I have saved enough to purchase Wolf's Bane potion, so please don't be afraid. I beg you, grant me a job. I am utterly destitute. The man lamented, covering his face as he began to cry helplessly. The emergence of Wolf's Bane potion had not yet altered the status of werewolves, leaving him without stable employment and subject to exploitation by unscrupulous employers. Please, calm down, Mr. Mike. Sensing Chow Ying's helplessness, Tom interjected. Here's the deal, Mr. Mike. I will give you a 1-month trial period. If you perform well, you can stay. There are staff accommodations upstairs. You may choose one to reside in. As for payment, how does 5 galleons a month and a bottle of Wolf's Bane potion sound? Knowing that her shop stocked Wolf's Bane potion, Chow Ying did not wish for her employee to spend his wages on items the shop already provided. Thank you, boss. Mike, fully aware that this arrangement was akin to charity, felt grateful. A bottle of Wolf's Bane potion typically cost 20 galleons, a price few werewolves could afford. Do your best, Mike. Just call me Ying. This is Tom Riddle. You can simply refer to him as Tom. In a couple of days, we shall commence the new school term, so I need you to take good care of the shop. If you perform well, I might offer you a commission, said Chow Ying, handing him a few gold galleons to tidy himself up, for the appearance of the staff is indeed a factor in attracting customers. Observing Mike's eager demeanor, Chow Ying couldn't help but smile wryly as she guided him to familiarize himself with the shop, starting from the first floor. By the way, all these items are enchanted. Unless you possess my specific counterspell, no one else can take them out. Therefore, your duties will primarily involve handling transactions, maintaining cleanliness, and restocking supplies. If we run low on items, simply use an owl to write to me. After some contemplation, Chow Ying decided it prudent to establish a contract with this new employee. As she was still unfamiliar with his character, having a contract would provide her with peace of mind. For the sake of the enchantment's confidentiality, are you willing to make an unbreakable vow with me? I do. Without waiting for Chow Ying to finish her sentence, Mike nodded in agreement. Well, that was quite decisive. Soon, under Tom's witness, the two completed the incantation of the vow. By the way, Mike, regarding meals, I can only provide you with money. You will have to buy your own food. Just as she was about to head home with Tom, Chow Ying recalled the important issue of Mike's meals and handed him a few more galleons. In truth, Ying, this amount is sufficient for me to eat for an entire year, Mike remarked, looking at the handful of galleons he barely managed to hold. Waving her hand to dismiss his concern, the two traveled back to the castle through the fireplace. Chapter 118, Hagrid. The two, who traversed daily between the shop and the castle, soon welcomed the start of the new term. By the way, Tom, you can sign up for Quidditch this semester. Are you interested in joining? After finding an empty compartment, Chow Ying inquired, glancing at Tom seated across from her. No, forget it, Ying. I have no desire to endure your wrath. Let Abraxas bear the brunt of it alone. Recalling how mercilessly Chow Ying had played during matches, Tom quickly waved his hands in refusal, having already suffered enough at home. He hoped for a reprieve at school. But Quidditch is truly exhilarating. Are you really not coming? Despite his reluctance, Chow Ying persisted in her query. No. What? Upon hearing Tom's voice from the compartment, Abraxas and Walburga, who had been searching for them, finally found their way in. I suggested Tom join Quidditch, but he refused, Chow Ying remarked, shifting her position to make room for Walburga. Oh. Perhaps it's best to leave it be. With Tom's small stature, a single bludger would send him tumbling off his broom. No one would be able to catch your bludger. Abraxas mused, recalling the sting of the bludgers Chow Ying had sent his way last semester. Curiously enough, despite the balanced nutrition he received and his ample consumption, Tom's complexion remained pale, giving him a frail appearance. By the way, Ying, what will happen to your shop while you're at school? Is the person you hired trustworthy? Walburga expressed concern about the bustling shop's fate in Chow Ying's absence. I've already hired someone. They are quite reliable, so there's no need to worry, Wal. The shop's safety is also assured. Just a few defensive charms will suffice. Chow Ying had anticipated Walburga's worries. After all, she could visit Hogsmeade every week and then use apparition to return to Diagon Alley to check on the shop's status. As the group chatted, Walburga and Abraxas shared stories about their holiday activities and the various people they encountered. By the way, Ying, that not fellow mentioned you when he was in front of me. Seemed to be inquiring about something. You should keep an eye on him, Abraxas cautioned. Hearing Abraxas mention not piqued Chow Ying's curiosity, as she had little interaction with him. Nodding in acknowledgement, they soon heard the prefect's announcement that the train was about to arrive at the station. Second year Tom was permitted to ride in the carriage back to school with them. So Chow Ying went to find her classmates from her house, while Tom and Walburga boarded the carriage together. Oh, just as she disembarked from the train, Chow Ying was jostled by a sudden force, nearly falling over. Fortunately, she was caught, though unfortunately, it was by someone lifting her off the ground. Are you all right? Hagrid, holding her delicately, carefully set her down in a clear area. Thank you. As Chow Ying arranged her attire after being set down, she looked up to express her gratitude, only to find that her rescuer was an old acquaintance. Hello, I'm Rubius Hagrid, a first-year student. Observing the 11-year-old Hagrid towering over his peers, Chow Ying felt a twinge of envy. Hello, Hagrid. Thank you for saving me just now. Otherwise, I would have ended up in the infirmary right at the start of the term. Oh, by the way, I'm Chao-Ing, soon to be a third-year student. And I'm in Hufflepuff. Hagrid, surprised to learn that this small figure before him was a third-year senior, waved back as Chao-Ing spotted Lily and hurriedly waved goodbye to Hagrid before running towards her friends. Hagrid, who rarely received kindness from others, waved farewell to Chao-Ing as he made his way to the lakeside, where he sat alone in a boat, his large frame allowing for only one occupant per vessel. Chapter 119, Myrtle Elizabeth Warren. Once the young witches and wizards settled in the hall, Dumbledore entered with the new students. The same old opening remarks and the Sorting Hat's fateful song commenced. Now, as I call your names, you shall don this hat for your sorting. My father deceived me into believing there would be an exam. I must tell my mother. Hearing the murmurs from the new students below, the older students at the long tables shared knowing smiles, clearly indicating that no one would break tradition by revealing the true nature of the sorting ceremony. As Dumbledore called out names, one by one, the young witches and wizards approached for their sorting. Rubius Hagrid, Dumbledore announced as a notably large boy stepped forward. Noticing Hagrid's anxious demeanor, Dumbledore comforted him, urging him not to be nervous, as he took a seat on the small chair and donned the hat. A giant's child, with a kind heart and a sturdy physique. Gryffindor. Upon hearing the hat's declaration, Hagrid excitedly removed the hat and strode toward the Gryffindor table, where the lions welcomed the towering boy with enthusiastic applause. Myrtle Elizabeth Warren. Hearing another familiar name, Chao-Ing shifted her gaze from Hagrid to the girl seated in the chair. A muggle-born girl, let me see what you have in mind. Remarkable wisdom, though somewhat inarticulate. I believe I know where you belong. Ravenclaw. The bespectacled girl removed the hat and hurried to join the Ravenclaw table. Yet the usually introspective Eagles offered little reaction, with only a handful of new students clapping to welcome her. After the last new student was sorted, Professor Dumbledore rose once more to deliver his address. To the new students, I wish to extend a warm welcome to Hogwarts, and to the returning students, welcome to the new academic year. First and foremost, I must announce several important matters to be noted as we embark on the new semester. First-year students, please take heed. The Forbidden Forest is strictly off-limits to all students. Additionally, returning students should be aware that nighttime excursions are prohibited. Lastly, it has been unanimously decided by all professors and the Board of Governors that the school shall award a trophy to the esteemed student, Ing Chao, in recognition of her achievement in obtaining the first-class Merlin Medal. Upon hearing her name, Chao-Ing gazed in astonishment at Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, and upon seeing him beckon her, she pulled out a chair and approached the stage. After receiving the trophy from Headmaster Dumbledore, Chao-Ing stood momentarily at a loss on the platform. Ing, would you care to say a few words to your fellow classmates? With a nod in response to Dumbledore's encouraging gaze, Chao-Ing began. It is an immense honor for me to receive this distinction from the school. This award holds profound significance for me. It is a testament to my past efforts and a motivation for my future endeavors. In truth, the successful concoction of the Wolfsbane potion was not solely my achievement. It was made possible through the dedicated guidance of the professors and the unwavering support of my friends. Furthermore, I wish to leave this trophy here at the school, as a token of appreciation for. She concluded her speech with a slight bow, handing the trophy back to Headmaster Dumbledore before returning to her place at the long table. The young witches and wizards below erupted in enthusiastic applause, with the Hufflepuff Badgers especially vocal in their cheers. We thank Miss Ing Chao for her speech, and we also appreciate her decision to keep this honor within the school. Now, please enjoy your dinner. With Headmaster Dumbledore's concluding remarks, the long table was laden with a sumptuous array of food, leaving the new students in awe as they eagerly selected their desired dishes, while the older students continued their discussions about the Hufflepuff girls. Chapter 120. Care of Magical Creatures Class. Lilith. What class do we have next? Chao-Ing, still groggy from a nap taken during History of Magic, rubbed her numb arms and inquired of her sleeping companion, Lilith. Well, Olive and I are off to Muggle studies, but I believe you have care of magical creatures, Ing. You should hurry. Your class is apparently outside the castle. Lilith packed her books, shaking her head at the sleepy little badger beside her. There's nothing to be done. Professor Bin's History of Magic lecture is simply too soporific. Not a single soul manages to stay fully awake throughout. Oh right, how could I forget? Bye, Lilith. Olive. I'm off. Upon hearing that she was headed to the long-anticipated class with Professor Keltburn, Chao-Ing hurriedly grabbed her bag and dashed out, bidding farewell to her friends. Goodbye. The two were already accustomed to Chao-Ying's hasty demeanor, finishing their preparations before heading off to their elective class. By the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Professor Keltburn greeted the small assembly of eager young witches and wizards. Good morning, children. I am your Care of Magical Creatures Professor, Keltburn. Good morning, Professor. The students chorused. Now, let me first outline our tasks for this semester. We will begin by understanding the habits of magical creatures, as well as how to care for and protect them. Of course, you must also ensure your own safety, Keltburn explained, pulling a small twig from his pocket. We classify the danger levels of magical creatures into 5 categories. The first category is the most dangerous, containing creatures known to harm wizards and that cannot be tamed or domesticated, such as unicorns and dragons. The second category is dangerous but can be managed by skilled wizards, like the fire crab and centaurs. The third category can be handled by competent wizards, such as the griffin, which we will encounter later on. Following these are the harmless, manageable creatures, and those that are merely bothersome. Noticing the student's growing interest, Keltburn lifted the small creature resting on his arm. Today, we shall learn about this little fellow, the bowtruckle. As the students gathered around to observe the magical creature, it was their first encounter with such an enchanting being. Ahem. Oh, children, please don't crowd too close. This little one is quite shy, Keltburn cautioned, gently soothing the timid creature as it attempted to retreat into his pocket. Isn't it truly marvelous? Curiously examining the bowtruckle, Chowing was suddenly interrupted by a voice at her side. Oh, helloing. I'm Shane Nort. I apologize for interrupting you. Noticing the girl looking at him, Shane offered an apologetic smile, his slate blue eyes filled with sincere regret. Chowing shook her head to indicate it was no trouble, turning back to listen to Professor Keltburn. However, as Shane observed her violet eyes diverting from him, a wave of disappointment washed over him. I've spoken too much. Now, I have a question. Who can tell me about the characteristics and habits of the bowtruckle? Upon hearing the professor's inquiry, Chowing eagerly raised her hand to respond. It is a tree-guarding creature, possessing 2 small brown eyes, a diminutive body, and its exterior appears to be composed of bark and twigs. Excellent response, Ing. Hufflepuff earns 2 points. Does anyone wish to add to that? Keltburn acknowledged Chow Ying's answer before gesturing towards a boy from Slytherin who had raised his hand. The bowtruckle is a gentle and exceedingly shy creature that feeds on insects. However, if its home tree is threatened, it will leap down to confront loggers or tree surgeons, using its long, sharp fingers to gouge at their eyes. If a wizard offers a bowtruckle a piece of woodlice, it will grant them a prolonged sense of calm, enabling the wizard to harvest wood from the tree to craft wands. After receiving permission, Shane articulated his response clearly. Keltburn rewarded him with 2 points as well. The professor then shared many intriguing stories about the bowtruckle, and before long, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. Chapter 121. Encounter with Moaning Myrtle. I'm utterly exhausted. Just returning from Quidditch practice, Chowing dragged her sore arms back to the dormitory to wash up and change. Today, she was also scheduled to take Augustus into the Forbidden Forest for foraging. Recalling Captain Algy's insistence on having training 3 times a week from now on, Chowing couldn't help but let out a groan. This is simply torturous. Right at the start of the term, no less. Who said we were falling behind? Those Slytherins are hardly our competition. At that moment, Chowing felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of high school when a teacher would announce, "Class, we are lagging behind the others." Algy was now playing that role. After completing her ablutions and downing a calming potion, Chowing finally felt revitalized. Remembering she still had to take Augustus out for some fresh air, she grabbed her wand and cast a disillusionment charm as she made her way down the stairs. After all, it was already dark and curfew was approaching. She did not wish to be discovered venturing into the Forbidden Forest. Before long, the spiral staircase brought her to the 3rd floor's girls' lavatory. Ugh, Moaning Myrtle, ugh. As she approached the girls' restroom, Chowing was met with the faint sound of sobbing. Myrtle? What is she doing here? Suddenly recalling that Myrtle would eventually be killed by the basilisk, Chowing hurriedly entered, anxious that she might witness her ghostly apparition prematurely. After visiting the restroom, following the sound of weeping, Chowing arrived at the door of a stall and gently knocked. Excuse me, I require your assistance, classmate. The sobbing Myrtis, upon hearing that someone needed help, gradually ceased her sniffling and opened the stall door. Oh, hello, classmate, I know you. Senior Chowing, I am Myrtis Elizabeth Wall. Before Chowing could finish her sentence, Myrtis excitedly interjected, deeply admiring the remarkable senior. In addition to her speech during the sorting ceremony, she had heard numerous tales about this esteemed figure. Oh, hello Myrtis, it is a pleasure to meet you. The curfew is approaching. Why haven't you returned to the dormitory? Recalling how Myrtis had been bullied and mocked by Ollivander Holmby in the book, Chow Ying's voice trailed off. She did not wish to unearth the girl's wounds. Sensing Chow Ying's concern, Myrtis wiped her tears and merely stated that she missed home. By the way, senior, didn't you say you needed help? What can I do for you? Once she had gathered her emotions, Myrtis donned her glasses and softly inquired. I am just a bit afraid of the dark. Hearing someone around made me seek companionship for my return. Faced with Myrtis's kindness, Chowing felt compelled to tell a small fib. I shall accompany you back, senior. Myrtis is not afraid of the dark. Myrtis exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Chow Ying's words. Thus, Chowing had no choice but to escort Murtis back to the dormitory before returning to meet Augustus. Thank you, Murtis. I believe we shall be friends from now on, may I? After graciously linking her arm through Murtis's, Chowing smiled at her. Of course, Ing. As the two conversed, they had just exited the restroom when they heard footsteps approaching. Oh no, it is a patrolling teacher. Reacting swiftly, Chowing cast a disillusionment charm for both herself and Murtis, hiding them in the shadows of the corridor. Before long, it was indeed Professor Dumbledore who strolled by. After he passed, Chowing pulled Murtis out of hiding. This is not good, Murtis. It appears I must return you to your dormitory first. If we are caught wandering at night, it could cost us house points. What about you, senior? Remembering that Chowing had mentioned her fear of the dark, Murtis looked at her with concern. I was jesting. If I were afraid of the dark, would I venture out at night? Come, let us return to your dormitory. Seeing the worried expression on her face, Chowing felt it inappropriate to continue deceiving the young girl, smiling as she led her toward the staircase. Senior, may I ask you for a favor? Could you please not tell anyone that I was crying in the restroom? As they neared the top floor of Ravenclaw Tower, Chowing heard Murtis's timid voice and tightened her grip on her hand in response. Murtis, tears are the most futile of things. Others will not come to like or respect you because of your tears. Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. You should live for yourself. You are an exceptional girl, and your willingness to help others reflects your admirable qualities, especially since you have been sorted into Ravenclaw. You are quite intelligent. With only a few steps remaining to their common room, Chowing lifted the disillusionment charm from them, gently stroking the girl's hair as she spoke. Live for myself? Upon hearing Chao Ying's words, Murtis's expression turned somber, and she nodded silently. Let us go. A good night's sleep awaits. Arriving at the entrance to the common room, Chowing noticed the eagle-shaped knocker. What question can you never answer yes to? Standing at the door, the two heard the eagle pose the question, a hallmark of Ravenclaw, requiring an answer to gain entry. Are you dead? Or are you asleep? After contemplating, Chowing replied. Perfect. Please enter. The eagle declared, and the door slowly swung open. Good night, Murtis. Rest well. Good night, senior. Thank you. After embracing the young girl and watching her enter the common room, Chowing cast another disillusionment charm upon herself, preparing to return and attend to her original intentions. Chapter 122, The Moonstruck Beast and the Wicked Old Bird. Augustus. After escorting Murtis back to the dormitory, Chowing returned to the girls' restroom on the third floor, calling out to Augustus at the entrance of the secret chamber. Hiss, 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 I'm coming. I miss you so much, Ing. Soon, Augustus poked his head out from the entrance, his enormous yellow eyes filled with longing. I miss you too, Augustus. But you seem to have forgotten your eyelids again. As she petted his head, Chowing felt a slight headache from his persistent forgetfulness regarding his eyelid membrane. Hiss, hiss. Sorry. Augustus promptly closed his eyelids and shrank down to coil around Chao Ying's wrist. It's all right, Augustus. You are still a baby. With a few reminders, you'll remember. Gently caressing Augustus, she found his cool touch irresistible. After casting a disillusionment charm, the pair stealthily slipped out of the castle, heading toward the Forbidden Forest. After evading the groundskeeper, Og, Chowing finally entered the Forbidden Forest. As she ventured deeper, she released Augustus. Go find something to eat. But remember what I told you. Do not open your eyelids. There are unicorns and centaurs in the Forbidden Forest, and they are not to be trifled with. Watching Augustus regain his size, Chowing reiterated her caution. Hiss, 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 I will remembering. Augustus will not harm Hogwarts friends, except for food. Reassured by Augustus's words, Chowing nodded, and they parted ways to attend to their respective tasks. Chowing had ventured into the Forbidden Forest to gather materials for potion making, including some moonstruck beast droppings for the vegetables she and Shasha were cultivating in the castle. She preferred to collect these items rather than spend money to purchase them. However, since tonight was not a full moon, she was uncertain whether she would encounter such creatures. After casting several illumination orbs, Chowing continued her trek further into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Suddenly, while digging for herbs, she heard a peculiar sound. Bayu bayu. After hearing the sound again, Chowing carefully tucked her gathered herbs away and cautiously approached the source. Peering through the underbrush, she spotted a remarkable creature near a cave. Its pale gray body smooth and adorned with two round eyes atop its head, for slender legs, and broad, flat feet, grazing on grass. No way. Is that really a moonstruck beast? Observing the creature munching on grass, Chowing carefully surveyed its surroundings and indeed discovered numerous silver droppings. After ensuring no anomalies were present, she stepped out from the trees. The moonstruck beast, noticing the sudden appearance of the young witch and sensing her life-affirming magic and affinity, paused its grazing. Contemplating her presence without fleeing, Chowing chose not to disturb its meal and began collecting the silver droppings in a bag. The moonstruck beast, noticing her actions, cautiously approached her. I'm just, being a bit presumptuous here. Encountering the intelligent gaze of the moonstruck beast, Chowing offered an awkward smile. Bayu, bayu, bayu. Upon hearing her words, the moonstruck beast shook its head and dashed toward the cave. Before long, it emerged, clutching several berries in its mouth, and gently placed them before Chowing. Little one, do not consume excrement. Instead, partake of this. Observing the girl's lack of reaction, the moon-enthralled beast anxiously nudged the berries on the ground. Noticing the creature's eagerness, Chowing, though surprised, graciously accepted its offering. Thank you, moon-enthralled beast. After witnessing her acceptance, the creature slowly drifted away, resuming its grazing on the grass. Soon after gathering the excrement, Chowing bid farewell to the benevolent moon-enthralled beast and departed. Let me see what else is needed. The collection of moon-enthralled beast droppings is complete. I need to gather a bit of spray root and some rue. With her objectives determined, Chowing ventured deeper into the forbidden forest, conjuring a small light orb to illuminate her way. Is that a black swallowtail butterfly? Upon swiftly locating the pale green rue, Chowing also discovered a black butterfly flitting about it. In truth, she was not particularly fond of butterflies. One might even say she harbored a slight fear of them. From a distance, they were tolerable, but close encounters were simply unacceptable for her. After casting an iron armor charm to ensure they did not alight upon her, she cautiously began to unearth the herbs. Time to slip away. Quickening her pace, Chowing soon finished harvesting the mature rue, carefully stowing away her small herb hoe as she quietly left the vicinity of the black swallowtail butterfly's home. Next was the spray root. She recalled leaving some immature ones last time, so she decided to return and check, summoning a stream of crystal-clear water to wash her hands. Chowing made her way to the location where she had previously harvested herbs. Puff, puff, what's going on? I distinctly remember it being this way. Spitting out the fluff that had floated into her mouth, Chowing, with twigs and leaves adorning her hair, meticulously discerned her direction. Yet she found no trace of the previously left spray root. Where did all these fluff come from? Oh, this is quite beautiful. Complaining to herself, she spotted several pink feathers beneath a tree and, delighted, approached to pick them up for closer inspection. They would make perfect quills, one for each of her friends, including Olive and Lilith. After carefully securing the feathers, Chowing prepared to continue her search for spray root. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the tree above, prompting her to instinctively look up and meet the gaze of a pair of glossy black eyes. Horrible bird. Silencio. Upon spotting the tiny pink bird perched on the tree, Chowing exclaimed and quickly cast a silencing spell on it. The little horrible bird, suddenly unable to produce sound, tilted its head, gazing curiously at the diminutive figure below. Though you are quite adorable and small, speaking is rather impolite, so please keep quiet. It seemed as if she could detect a look of grievance in the bird's eyes, causing her to awkwardly scratch her head. Despite its vibrant colors and petite charm, the horrible bird's song would ultimately drive its listeners to madness, which is precisely why Chowing silenced it at first sight. I must leave now. Horrible birds are social creatures, and if discovered, it could spell trouble. Off I go. With that thought, she offered an apologetic smile to the bird above, grasped her wand, and quickened her pace to depart. As anticipated, along the way, Chowing collected an abundance of colorful feathers from the horrible birds, indicating a large flock resided in the area. Before long, she inadvertently stumbled upon a vast expanse of spray root. The small flowers, in white, pale purple, and light green, swayed gently without a breeze. Taking out her hoe, she began to dig. No more. I shall leave these to continue growing. Observing that the remaining plants were all immature spray roots, Chowing gathered her harvest and her hoe, marking the spot for future reference. Gazing at the fresh, charming little flowers, she suddenly recalled the flower language of spray root, clicking her tongue thoughtfully before turning to exit the forbidden forest. Once Augustus returned from his meal, the girl and her serpent finally made their way back to the castle. Chapter 123, Divination Class in the Hogwarts Great Hall. Tomorrow is Saturday. Has your guardian signed the permission slip? Do you need assistance? Although Lily was immensely excited about the impending trip to Hogsmeade, she was concerned that her dear friend might be unable to go due to a missing signature. It's a trivial matter. I will speak with Professor Dumbledore after class. He will surely sign it for me. Moreover, I've discovered a secret passage that leads to Hogsmeade. I can sneak out without worry. Addressing her roommate's concern, Chowing swallowed her food before continuing. That's settled then. Olive and I are also prepared to help you with the signature. Olive, who was in the midst of eating, chimed in, discussing their plans for Hogsmeade. It's getting late. Let us head to divination class. Upon hearing Chowing's words, Lily and Olive wiped their mouths and followed suit, the three friends making their way to the North Tower. The divination classroom was located in the North Tower of Hogwarts Castle. The trio quickly ascended the main staircase to reach the classroom door. The entrance to the divination classroom was a circular trapdoor, and as they entered, They found the interior reminiscent of a blend between an attic and an old-fashioned tea house. The room was furnished with 20 small round tables surrounded by upholstered chairs and plump cushions. Lily, leading the way, selected a table with 3 chairs, beckoning to Chao Ying and Olive as they entered behind her. The room was bathed in a hazy red light, with tightly drawn curtains and many lamps draped in deep crimson shawls, lending an air of mystery to the entire classroom. The heat was stifling, with a roaring fire below and a large brass teapot above, emanating a strong, nauseating aroma. Once all the young witches and wizards had taken their seats, the seated Professor Trelawney finally spoke. "Welcome to my divination class. Divination is one of the most enigmatic subjects in magic. What can be learned from books is quite limited, and only a select few with the gift of foresight can excel in this course. Now, please take out your crystal balls. Today, we shall learn how to discern prophecies from them." Listening intently to Professor Trelawney's instructions, the young witches and wizards each produced their crystal balls, placing them before themselves. "Now, concentrate your attention, gaze into your crystal ball, and tell me what you see." As Professor Trelawney walked around the classroom, observing the crystal balls of her students, Chao Ying focused earnestly on hers. In a short time, she noticed a swirling mist within. Yet, no matter how intently she stared, the contents of the mist remained obscured. Just as she puzzled over this, Professor Trelawney approached, having evidently noticed this peculiar phenomenon. "How strange this prophecy is. It seems the observer gains clarity. The silver clouds symbolize a troubling era ahead, followed by a prosperous one." As Professor Trelawney observed the swirling clouds in the crystal ball, a brilliant star suddenly materialized. "All of this hinges upon your choices, young witches and wizards." After a moment's pause, she continued. Listening to the professor's interpretation, Chao Ying nodded, somewhat understanding, as she accepted the crystal ball from her hands. After examining her crystal ball, Professor Trelawney proceeded to interpret those of the other young witches and wizards, even revealing a few rather unfortunate prophecies. "Ying, look at mine." As Chao Ying contemplated Professor Trelawney's words, she was abruptly interrupted by Lily's astonished exclamation. It turned out that within her crystal ball appeared an exam paper marked with a red cross. Oh, it's over for you, Lilith. You're definitely going to receive a T in this exam, haha," Olive remarked with a smile, gesturing a large T after witnessing the events unfolding within Lilith's crystal ball. "I refuse to believe it. As long as I do not believe, it shall not come to pass. How dare you curse your lady Lilith, Olive? Take this," Lilith retorted, shoving the crystal ball aside and feigning anger as she playfully poked Olive in the ribs. Observing their playful banter, Chao Ying shook her head in dismay and intervened, reminding them that they were in class and ought to show some respect for the professor, despite the fact that his prophecies were often inaccurate. Could it be that this was a tradition of unreliability? Suddenly, she recalled the future Professor Trelawney, erratic and always fond of frightening young witches and wizards, leaving her feeling even more exasperated. "Unfortunate. Your crystal ball is brimming with ominous portents." The 3 of them were startled by Professor Trelawney's sudden exclamation, drawing the attention of the young witches and wizards in the classroom towards her and a quivering boy. "Is it true, Professor?" Ackelbeck stammered, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. Upon seeing the professor nod solemnly, the boy could no longer contain his tears. "No way, someone actually believes this," Olive exclaimed incredulously, observing the tearful Ravenclaw boy. She had never subscribed to such notions of prophecy and divination, hence her crystal ball offered her no response. Professor Trelawney had also declared her unsuitable for this field, yet Olive had still enrolled in the divination class merely to maintain her grades. "Well, if you believe it, then it is true. If you do not, nothing will happen." Smiling as she observed the animated discussions among the students, Chao Ying put away her crystal ball. Prophecy is merely a glimpse into events yet to unfold. Once a prophecy is made, it is no longer a matter of the future. Time diverges, leading to different outcomes, and it ultimately depends on the choices made. "Return to your seats. I shall seek out Professor Dumbledore. Farewell, and await my good news." Exiting the classroom, Chao Ying addressed Lilith and Olive as she made her way to the staircase leading to the 3rd floor. Tap, tap, tap. "Albus, it is I, Professor Dumbledore." Busy grading assignments in his office, heard the voice outside and retrieved some remaining sweets to offer Chao Ying as she entered. "What troubles you, Ying? What brings you here?" Dumbledore inquired, noticing Chao Ying seated on the sofa, indulging in the sweets. If she did not speak soon, she would consume all the treats. "Tomorrow is the weekend, and you are aware of my situation, so I would like your assistance in signing this." Chao Ying presented the guardian's signature form before Dumbledore. "Oh, so that is what it is. Here you go," he replied, switching to a quill and swiftly signing the form, though not with his own name. In the magical realm, signatures were not to be taken lightly, as they bore magical effects. Should they fall into the wrong hands, the consequences could be dire. Thus, students' signature forms rarely bore their parents' true names, with some even resorting to mere doodles. Watching Chao Ying leave with the form while snatching a handful of sweets. Dumbledore sighed in mild disappointment before indulging in the remaining treats himself. Chapter 124, Hogsmeade Village. Let us see. We shall first visit the writer's quill specialty store. The candy shop is bound to be crowded, so we should explore the stationery store first. The three of them lay on the bed, watching as Lilith diligently pinned her plans, nodding in agreement. Receiving affirmation, Lilith continued, "Shall you all be venturing to the clothing store? There is a boutique there as well." "No, we don't want to," Chao Ying and Olive replied, prompting Lilith to strike the elegant wizarding apparel shop from her list, as none were inclined to visit. "I have heard that butterbeer is delightful. Shall we go and sample it?" Olive suggested excitedly, recalling the butterbeer the older students had enjoyed. Chao Ying nodded in agreement, eager to try this classic beverage. "All right, after the stationery store, we shall head to the two broomsticks. What of the tea house? Shall we visit?" Lilith inquired, jotting down the second destination. "Oh, let's skip that. Madame Putafoot's tea shop is a haunt for couples on dates. Let's not go there." Olive shuddered at the thought of the tea shop's pink, bubble-filled ambience. "Very well, we shall proceed to Honeyduke's candy shop. Once we procure our sweets, we can return." Pleased with Lilith's plan, the three nodded in satisfaction before retreating to their respective beds, preparing to embrace the morrow. "Present your signature forms to me." The caretaker, Hog, stood at the entrance, inspecting each young wizard's signature form one by one, permitting them to board the carriage only once he was satisfied. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore signed yours, Ing. Lilith and Olive expressed their relief upon witnessing Hog's stringent checks. Indeed, Hog is exceedingly meticulous, they concurred as the three excitedly chatted in the carriage, looking forward to their journey to Hogsmeade. Soon, the young witches and wizards arrived at their destination, Hogsmeade Village. Upon seeing a swarm of students flocking towards Honeyduke's, the trio felt grateful for their plan and headed towards the stationery store. "Wow, Ing, Lilith, look at this jeweled quill." Upon entering the writer's quill store, Olive exclaimed in astonishment at a quill adorned with gems. Hearing Olive's exclamation, Chao Ying and Lilith approached, equally mesmerized by the exquisite yet exorbitant quill. How extravagant! Would anyone actually purchase this? Lilith pondered, eyeing the more affordable stationery nearby. The stationery store boasted a plethora of quill styles, leaving the three witches dazzled. Not to mention the assortment of papers and vibrant inks available. By the time they departed, each had acquired a substantial haul of goods. How terrifying! I wanted everything I laid eyes on. Once outside the store, Chao Ying finally regained her senses, lamenting how the allure of stationery had overwhelmed her. Lilith and Olive nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they had lost control upon entering, yearning for everything. Let us move on to the two broomsticks. After stowing their purchases, the trio felt rejuvenated and headed towards the pub. The pub was incredibly crowded and noisy, warm and hazy with smoke. Almost every visitor to Hogsmeade would stop by here for a drink. As they swung open the door, the lively atmosphere engulfed them, and they exchanged glances before stepping inside. "Welcome, young witches and wizards. What may I get for you?" A gentleman wiping a glass with a towel inquired. "3 butterbeers, please," with freshly brewed beers in hand. They found a table to settle down. "Do try it," Lilith urged excitedly as the three clinked their glasses and began to drink. Chao Ying cautiously sipped her butterbeer, observing the frothy white foam atop her cup. Such an unusual flavor, slightly bitter, yet the taste of butter masks the bitterness. She savored her drink slowly, soon finishing the beer. "Ing, your face is quite flushed," Lilith remarked as she glanced up, noticing Chao Ying's rosy cheeks as she clutched her empty cup. "Is it?" Chao Ying responded, slightly startled. Upon hearing Lilith's words, Chao Ying gently touched her face, feeling a hint of warmth. Olive, observing Chao Ying's silly grin, could hardly be oblivious to the fact that she was already intoxicated. The two exchanged resigned glances and decided to step outside to allow her some fresh air. "It's all right. Lilith, Olive, you two go ahead and buy some candy for me too. Get a bit of everything. I still need to deliver some to the professors." As they reached the entrance of the candy store, Chao Ying delicately freed herself from their support, her cheeks flushed as she spoke, handing her money pouch to Lilith. "Are you sure you can manage? Do you want one of us to stay behind with you?" Lilith inquired uncertainly, noticing the rosy hue on Chao Ying's cheeks. "No worries. I'll just sit here and wait for you," Chao Ying replied, settling down obediently on a nearby chair. Olive and Lilith exchanged a glance, preparing to return promptly after their purchase. Once they entered the store, Chao Ying fixated her gaze on the stones scattered on the ground, lost in thought. "Ing." Just emerging from the candy shop, Charlotte instantly spotted Chao Ying seated in the chair and instinctively approached her. Hearing her name called, Chao Ying looked up in bewilderment at the speaker. "Oh, it's you," she murmured, recognizing the Slytherin boy, before lowering her gaze once more. "Are you drunk?" Charlotte, ever observant, noticed her unusual demeanor and moved closer. "Oh, thank you for your concern. Mr. Charnot. Just then, Lilith and Olive, having exited the store, rushed over and positioned themselves protectively in front of Chowing. Upon seeing the boy's name tag, Olive wore a bemused smile, sensing the girl's watchful gazes. Charnot politely nodded to them before taking his leave. That was terrifying. The two, shaken, helped the dazed Chowing to a carriage bound for the school. That boy's stare was so frightening. Lilith, did you see it? Once seated in the carriage, Olive adjusted Chowing so she could rest her head on her shoulder, glancing at Lilith for confirmation. Of course, I nearly screamed. He truly looked like a snake ready to devour Ing. The memory of the boy's gaze sent shivers down Lilith's spine. Meanwhile, the oblivious Chowing had already drifted into slumber, unaware of her friend's concerns. Lost in a dream of playing chess with the god of dreams. Chapter 125, The Chosen Muggle. Hufflepuff Dormitory. Ugh, am I back? Upon waking, Chowing climbed out of bed, astonished to find herself back in the dormitory. I shall never drink again. The regret of missing out on the candy shop due to a single beer weighed heavily on her heart. Well, I should freshen up first. I wonder where Lilith and the others have gone. Discovering her two roommates were absent, Chowing patted her slightly empty stomach, preparing to wash up before heading to the common room for a meal. However, as soon as she exited the dormitory, she spotted her roommates in the lounge. You're finally awake, Ing. This is food that Lily and I brought for you. The lounge was bustling with young wizards who noticed Chow Ying's arrival and began making silly faces at her. Thank you, Olive. Lilith. What else with all the attention? Chow Ying, though beginning to suspect the reason behind their amused stares, feigned ignorance, hoping to brush it off. Haha, it's because you collapsed after just one beer. I think the entire year, no, the whole school, knows about it now. Lilith grinned, recalling how she and Olive had been surrounded by curious onlookers while assisting the sleeping Chowing. Oh no, my reputation. I cannot coexist with alcohol. Covering her face in embarrassment, Chowing sat next to Lilith, mourning the loss of her dignity. Haha, it's all right. Ing, just eat. We kept this warm for you with a warming charm. Although Olive found the situation quite amusing, she was also concerned for Chowing, who had gone an entire day without food. She presented the meal she had brought, urging her to fill her stomach before lamenting. Oh, by the way, I still haven't bought my candy. Ugh, I'm even sadder now thinking about how I missed out because I was drunk. Did you forget? You asked Lily and me to help you buy it, Ing. Here it is. Olive, hearing Chow Ying's disheartened words, produced the pouch containing the candy. Fantastic. Thank goodness for you too. Love you both. Gratefully accepting the pouch from Olive, Chowing blew kisses at her friends. After quickly finishing the meal her roommates had brought, and noticing that there was still time, Chowing resolved to deliver the candy to Tom and the professors. Tread, tread, tread. Standing before Dumbledore's office door, Chowing gently knocked. Upon hearing a voice from within, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Albus, look what I brought you. As she entered, she noticed a few individuals standing beside him. Ing, no need to be nervous. These are familiar faces. Newt, his brother Theseus Scamander, and Jacob Kowalski. Noticing the bag from the Duke of Honeycomb candy shop in Chow Ying's hands, Dumbledore approached with glee, taking a green candy and popping it into his mouth. Hi. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Chowing. Feeling a tad shy in the presence of the main characters, she offered a polite introduction. Newt, recognizing the younger student, smiled at her, while the Niffler perched on his shoulder seemed equally excited, struggling to reach the girl. Theseus and Jacob also nodded in her direction, their gazes returning to Dumbledore, who was savoring the candy. I think I'll just leave you all to it. Sensing the atmosphere had shifted, Chowing thought it best to excuse herself. Wait, Ing, you're just in time. We might need your help with this matter. Dumbledore called out to her, a cheerful glint in his eye as he observed her attempt to discreetly slip away. I shouldn't have come. Chowing inwardly lamented, fearing Dumbledore was about to rope her into yet another scheme. Reluctantly, she settled back onto the sofa, bracing herself for the conversation ahead. Albus, she is still a child. This is too dangerous for her. Hearing the man beside her speak, Chowing offered him a grateful smile, recognizing the wisdom in his words. It was clear he held a high regard for her safety. Don't underestimate her, Jacob. Aside from us older fellows, no one else can hold a candle to her. Dumbledore, recalling her remarkable talents, shook his head, reassuring Jacob not to be deceived by Chow Ying's outward appearance. Upon hearing Dumbledore's praise, the three men exchanged astonished glances at the obediently seated Chowing. That's a bit exaggerated. Isn't it? Haha, she chuckled awkwardly, casting a sideways glare at Dumbledore, who was still munching on candy. Eat, eat, that's all you do. I'll turn the next batch of toothsome potion into a snot-flavored one for you. Taken aback by Chowing's pointed gaze, Dumbledore sheepishly set down the candy bag. Well, you see, Newt and the others are heading to China in search of a magical creature, and Grindelwald is also on the hunt for it. We need someone familiar with China to assist us, and that someone is you, Ing. Dumbledore suddenly faltered, recalling that Chowing had grown up in England. Speak up, why the silence? Chowing playfully remarked, sensing that Albus had grasped Dumbledore's thoughts. However, I can escort you all to Huaxia. I have already mastered the knowledge for this semester, so it would serve as a perfect opportunity for travel. With the prospect of venturing to Huaxia, Chowing continued, so, what assistance could you possibly provide by going? Thesis interjected suddenly. No. Thesis, she will indeed be of help to you. Dumbledore mystically declared as he picked up a candy shaped like a pineapple and began to savor it. Oh, how I detest riddles. Observing Dumbledore's silence, the others ceased their objections. Shall I take a leave of absence then? Chowing exclaimed with excitement at the thought of a funded trip. No need, Ing. I will visit the headmaster shortly to arrange your leave of absence. I have a premonition that it may be quite some time before you return. Fine. You are the boss. What you say goes. Chowing shrugged in acquiescence to Dumbledore's words. Tomorrow, you shall depart with them, Ing. Return and pack your belongings. As Dumbledore began to usher them away, Chowing walked out in silence, preparing to find Tom to discuss future matters, as well as her little shop. Chapter 126, Before Departure. At the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Tom, I will be leaving England tomorrow. Here is the key to my vault. Please ensure that the items I requested are sent to the Prince family. Additionally, my little shop will rely on you. I am uncertain when I shall return. Contemplating her small shop, Chowing hesitated over whether to close it, as her absence would mean no one to produce goods. Hearing that Chowing was leaving, Tom's lips parted, but he remained silent as he accepted her key. Well, perhaps close the shop once the items are sold out. It would be splendid if you could concoct alchemical products, but let us discuss it upon my return. Though regretful, Chowing decided it was best to wait until her return to open for business. Oh, this is a gift for you, Candy. Remember to share it with your friends. You surely won't finish it all. As she handed him another bag brimming with sweets, Tom could not resist asking, where are you going? He sensed a feeling of entrustment as he inquired further. Huaxia, it's like going home. Will you truly return? Tom asked skeptically, recalling Chao Ying's earlier claims of returning to Huaxia after graduation. Of course. What are you thinking? I certainly do not wish to return home as an illiterate. And our agreement has yet to conclude. Noticing Tom's anxiety about her potentially abandoning him, Chowing smiled reassuringly. Enough of this. I must return to my dorm to pack. Farewell, Tom. After waving goodbye to him, Chowing returned to her dormitory. What? You're taking a leave of absence to go to Huaxia. How thrilling. Her two roommates exclaimed in astonishment. Closing her suitcase and confirming nothing had fallen out, she nodded affirmatively to them. I envy you. Remember to bring us local specialties from there, Ing. Seeing Lilith's eager expression, Chowing helplessly nodded. Specialties? The only ones available now are the little devils. How about I bring you back a couple of their skulls? Amused by her own imagination, Chowing suddenly realized this was a splendid opportunity. She could boldly confront the devils. Rest assured, we'll take good care of the baby, she said, glancing at the increasingly plump little house elf. Chowing hoped these two godmothers wouldn't spoil it, turning it into a cat by the time she returned. However, was there something she had forgotten? As she prepared for sleep, a nagging sensation lingered, preventing her from drifting off. Augustus. Realizing she nearly overlooked the little snake, Chowing donned her clothes once more, intending to take it to the Forbidden Forest for a final sumptuous feast before her departure. In the Forbidden Forest. Hiss, you're leaving tomorrow, aren't you? Augustus will miss you. Leaning against a tree, Chowing felt the same sentiment. Fear not, I shall return swiftly. After a good sleep, you will see me again. Hearing her words, Augustus nodded and began to devour the food it had caught. Watching Augustus feast on several wild boars without any visible change in its belly, Chowing deemed it necessary for it to eat a bit more, so the hibernation would not be too sorrowful. Come, Augustus, let us explore deeper. Outside the Forbidden Forest, flocks of birds startled into flight from the branches. Chapter 127, The First Day. Jacob, I believe you will need this. At the second floor of the Pig's Head Inn, Dumbledore reunited with Chao, Ing, and Newt. Here we go again, a wand without a core. I truly wonder what use it serves. Chowing silently scoffed at the wand Dumbledore handed Jacob. Wow, thank you, Albus, Jacob exclaimed, excitedly taking the wand and examining it closely. Once Jacob had calmed down, Newt produced a brown hat, beckoning the others over. I specifically requested this from the Ministry of Magic. It will take us directly to Huaxia. According to my previous research, the last sighting of the Qilin was in Guangxi. Guangxi? Chowing mused, deciphering Newt's peculiar accent, suspecting he referred to Guangxi in southern Huaxia. Approaching Newt, the group tightly grasped the hat. Wishing them a safe journey, Dumbledore stood to the side, smiling and waving. As the space twisted, the group vanished along with the hat. Will they truly find it? Suddenly, two figures emerged from the room, one a black woman, her face etched with concern. Trust them, Lolly. Oh, Yusef, long time no see. Dumbledore warmly greeted the two newcomers. After brief exchanges, the group hurriedly departed the bar, leaving the room in tranquility. Meanwhile, this was Chao Ying's first encounter with the door key and her initial experience of long-distance travel. Gripping the hat tightly, she felt as if her navel were hooked, spinning her entire being. Let go. After what felt like an eternity, Chao Ying faintly heard someone urging her to release her grip, slowly loosening her hold on the hat's edge. Thud. Unprepared, Chao Ying and Jacob tumbled to the ground. Hey! Rubbing her sore bottom, Chao Ying glared at the Scamander brothers, who were descending from the heavens. Once recovered, the two stood and brushed off the grass. How beautiful! After their playful antics, the group marveled at the breathtaking scenery before them. The landscape resembled a flowing painting, with verdant hills, crystal-clear streams, and majestic waterfalls combining to create an awe-inspiring vista. How are we to find it? Once they regained their senses from the stunning view, Chao Ying raised her voice to Newt. What? I can't hear you. The thunderous roar of the nearby waterfall drowned out Chao Ying's words, leaving Newt unable to comprehend her. Realizing he could not hear her, Chao Ying pointed into the distance, signaling for them to move farther away. Upon noticing her gesture, Newt guided them away from the waterfall's vicinity. What did you just say? As Ying stepped onto a patch of grass, Newt inquired about what Chao Ying had just said. I remarked, how on earth are we to locate the Qilin? It's well known that Guangxi is nearly as vast as England. The thought of relying solely on our quartet to search for a Qilin in the expansive Guangxi felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Upon hearing Chao Ying's words, Newt smiled enigmatically, retrieving a compass from his suitcase, while a bowtruckle named Pickett climbed onto his shoulder. A compass? Chao Ying asked, her brow furrowing in curiosity as she gazed at the instrument in Newt's hand. Indeed, this was a gift from a friend in China. He assured me it would prove useful, Newt replied, his face aglow with enthusiasm as he fiddled with the compass. Well, as long as there's a method to the madness, Chao Ying remarked, her worries dissipating as she turned her attention to Pickett perched on Newt's shoulder. He asked rather shy, This is Pickett, Newt said, nodding toward the bowtruckle as he sensed Chao Ying's gaze upon it. Hello, Pickett, Chao Ying said gently, cautiously extending her hand toward the creature. Chirp chirp. Hello. Little witch, Pickett responded, wrapping its tiny fingers around Chao Ying's outstretched hand, much to Newt's astonishment. It seems he takes quite a liking to you. Oh wait. There's a signal. This way, Newt exclaimed, a hint of jealousy in his tone as he noticed Pickett settling comfortably on Chao Ying's shoulder. He then observed the compass spinning and promptly set off in the indicated direction. Upon hearing Newt's call, Theseus and the others ceased their reverie, promptly trailing behind him into the embrace of the forest.